of the motion of matter. Before discussing this property of matter, it is therefore incumbent on us to discover first of all what matter, the substratum of this dialectical movement, itself consists in. In any case, this latter order of treatment coincides with that found in such Soviet accounts of dialectical materialism as were written before 1938, i.e., prior to the dictatorship established by Stalin's tract on dialectical and historical materialism. Since Stalin's death, there has again been a return to the earlier style of arrangement. At the discussion on dialectical materialism, the textbook edited by Alexandrov, which appeared in 1954, the majority of those taking part expressed themselves in favor of a reversion to the original method of presentation. 1. Materialism or realism. The Soviet interpretation of the concept of materialism is governed by a fatal misunderstanding, first given currency by Engels in his pamphlet on Ludwig Feuerbach. The great basic question of all philosophy, especially of more recent philosophy, says Engels, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being to **. But he immediately goes on to confuse this epistemological question with another, quite different, ontological one. The question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature, the paramount question of the whole of philosophy. Which, by the way, played a great part also in the scholasticism of the Middle Ages, the question, which is primary, spirit or nature? That question, in relation to the Church, was sharpened into this: did God create the world, or has the world been in existence eternally? 3. On this question, according to Engels, the whole of philosophical thought has split into two camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. For thus, according to Engels' way of putting the problem, the question of the relation of spirit and nature appears as an aspect of the question of the relation of thinking and being. There is yet another side to this also, however. The question of the relation of thinking and being has yet another side: in what relation do our thoughts about the world surrounding us stand to this world itself? Is our thinking capable of cognition of the real world? Are we able in our ideas and notions of the real world to produce a correct reflection of reality? As can be seen, Engels in effect equates the two problems, that of the relation of thinking and being and that of the relation of spirit and nature. The question of the position of thinking in relation to being means the same, to him, as the question, which is primary, spirit or nature, the same, indeed, as the further question, did God create the world, or has the world been in existence eternally? At best, the specifically epistemological application of the question as to the relation of thinking and being represents, for him, merely the other side of the problem, whereas the first and most important aspect of it from his point of view is, which is primary, spirit or nature? To this ambiguous and muddled statement of the problem there corresponds in consequence an equally ambiguous and muddled classification of the systems which claim to resolve it, one way or the other. Engels describes them as idealism and materialism, meaning by idealism a solution which asserts the primacy of spirit to nature, whereas those that regard nature as primary are assigned to the camp of materialism. It is here that the concept of materialism acquires that hybrid meaning so typical of all later Soviet philosophy, insofar as it designates that system which maintains the primacy of nature over spirit. It signifies materialism in the true sense of the word, but insofar as this same system is set in opposition to idealism and represented as a solution of the epistemological problem of the relation of thinking and being, the word materialism, in Engels' usage, comes to mean the same thing as realism. This confusion of the concepts of materialism and realism has had a decisive effect on all later Soviet handling of the concept of materialism. We find it again in Lenin and Stalin, who invariably set out from the above quoted passage in Engels' Ludwig Feuerbach, with increasing emphasis on the realist sense of the term. Materialism in general, so Lenin proclaims against Bogdanov, recognizes objectively real being as independent of Khan. consciousness, sensation, experience, etc., of humanity. Consciousness is only the reflection of being, at best an approximately true reflection of it. 1. This realistic strain in Lenin's definition of the concept of materialism will occupy us further in due course. In Stalin too, the concepts of materialism and realism merge into one another. In his essay on dialectical and historical materialism he lists three principal features of Marxist philosophical materialism. 2. The first asserts that the world is by its very nature material, that the multifold phenomena of the world constitute different forms of matter in motion, that the world develops in accordance with the laws of movement of matter and therefore stands in no need of a universal spirit to explain it. In this respect Marxist philosophical materialism stands in opposition to idealism, which regards the world as the embodiment of an absolute idea, a universal spirit, consciousness. 3. Although the meaning implicit in this first principal feature is that of materialism, Stalin's formulation of the second feature immediately confounds it once more with that of realism, and does so by relying yet again on the passage from Engels' Ludwig Feuerbach. Contrary to idealism, which asserts that only our mind really exists, and that the material world, being, nature, exists only in our mind, in our sensations, ideas, and perceptions, the Marxist materialist philosophy holds that matter, nature, being, is an objective reality existing outside and independent of our mind, that matter is primary, since it is the source of sensations, ideas, mind, and that mind is secondary, derivative, since it is a reflection of matter, a reflection of being. 4. As his third principal feature of Marxist philosophical materialism, Stalin cites the knowability of the world, and this again. Contrary to idealism, which denies the possibility of knowing the world and its laws, which does not believe in the authenticity of our knowledge, does not recognize objective truth, and holds that the world is full of things in themselves that can never be known to science. 1. It will be seen from this that in Stalin also materialism has the twofold meaning of materialism and realism, and that he too lays most of his emphasis on the second of these, since two of his three principal features formulate the realist thesis, and only one the typically materialist view. Idealism likewise, as the counterpart of materialism, has no unitary meaning, but appears each time as the opposite pole of materialism in its various senses and includes the most heterogeneous things, from Hegel's absolute idealism, via Kant's transcendental idealism, to agnosticism and even scepticism. Such a confusion of materialism and realism is not so harmless as might perhaps at first sight appear, for it has momentous consequences. Anyone who rejects idealism as a theory of knowledge is subpoenaed as a crown witness for materialism, and arguments tending to prove the existence of a reality independent of the knowing subject are seized upon without further ado as arguments in favor of the materialist thesis as such, though this entails an assertion about the nature of objective reality, and does in fact proclaim it to be exclusively material. Thanks to fallacies of this sort, the philosophically untutored reader is often left with the impression that materialism is nothing other than the philosophy of ordinary common sense, directed merely against cranky idealist beliefs. When Stalin lays it down as his first principal feature that the world is by its very nature material, this means in the first place that the multifold phenomena of the world constitute nothing other than merely different forms of matter in motion. This, in effect, is to maintain the material unity of the world in the sense that there is nothing in the world besides matter in motion, however diverse such motions may be. But this thesis as to the material nature of the world then takes on the further sense, that the world is not to be regarded as the embodiment of an absolute idea, a universal spirit, consciousness, and stands in no need of a universal spirit. 3. This is also to maintain a form of materialistic monism, in the sense that the material world is the sole existent, leaving no room for any additional spiritual principle. Matter, in its perpetual change and motion, says Alexandrov's textbook, is the ground and essence of all the multiplicity of the world. There is no other world but that of matter in an infinite process of development. Materialism decisively rejects all idealist and religious hypotheses as to the existence of another world. 4. This thesis has been an essential constituent of dialectical materialism ever since the days of Engels. Against Dühring, who considered the unity of the world to be given in its being, Engels maintains: the real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved by a long and protracted development of philosophy and natural science. 1. The Soviet philosophers are nowadays attempting to carry through in detail Engels' suggested proof of the material unity of the world from the protracted development of natural science. They argue more or less as follows: Copernicus' establishment of the heliocentric system provided the first step towards proving the material unity of the world. At the same time, his theory shattered the prevailing religious conception of the world as divided into two separate parts: the view, namely, that Earth represents a material, sensuous, and at the same time unclean and sinful world, in which everything is transient and perishable, whereas heaven on the contrary is a spiritual, supersensory and inaccessible sphere. 2. Thanks to the heliocentric system, the Earth has become one planet among others, and the contrast between earthly and heavenly has thereby fallen to the ground. Galileo, too, produced a similar effect by proving that celestial bodies are not ideally spherical, as the theologians had maintained, claiming to perceive in this a radical difference between such bodies and the material, sinful earth. Further stages in the establishment of the proof of the material unity of the world are marked by Newton's general law of gravitation, and above all by spectrum analysis, which has demonstrated the presence in celestial bodies of the same elements as are found on Earth. 3. Stoletov also ends by referring, in this connection, to modem physics, which is already in process of transmuting the elements, and can even transform the various constituent parts of the atom into one another. What physics has already accomplished in the realm of inorganic matter, Maturinist biology, based on the Marxist-Leninist principle of the material unity of the world, is also attempting in the organic sphere, the mutation of biological forms into one another. But here Stoletov is obliged to admit that so far as it involves not merely the transmutation of forms within the same species, but the transformation of one species into another, this goal has not yet been reached. For all the same, it is not very easy to see why the Soviet philosophers should make their task such a difficult one. In order to demonstrate the material unity of the world, there is really no need to make out that biology is capable of assimilating one species into another. It would be quite sufficient for the purpose to point to the simple fact that cats are capable of assimilating mice. By appealing, therefore, to certain findings of the natural sciences which point to the identity of matter throughout its elementary constituents and to the fact that the various forms of matter can be changed into one another, the Soviet philosophers believe themselves to have proved the thesis formulated by Stalin concerning the material unity of the world, in the sense, that is, that there is nothing else in the world except matter. But it will be immediately evident that this is a fallacy. Even non-materialist philosophers are patently aware of the fact that the self-same matter is to be found in the various celestial bodies, and that different kinds of matter can be transformed into one another. Scholasticism itself recognizes a mutatio substantialis, in which one material substance is changed into another. The question is simply whether it follows from this that there is nothing else in the world except matter, and whether everything that exists must be seen as constituting merely different forms of matter, and the arguments brought forward do nothing whatever to prove this. 2. The Leninist concept of matter we have seen above. 1. How Lenin attempted to resolve the crisis in philosophical materialism conjured up by the development of atomic physics, by laying down a philosophical concept of matter from a dialectical materialist point of view. In order to evade discussion of the problem as to the structure and nature of matter, in view of the difficulties presented in this field, Lenin defined matter in purely epistemological terms. Matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality, which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. 2. Or, as he says elsewhere, matter is that which, acting upon our sense organs, produces sensation, matter is the objective reality given to us in sensation. 3. The philosophical concept of matter is therefore essentially bound up, for Lenin, with the problem of the origin of our knowledge, i.e., with the question as to the relation between knowledge and reality, between subject and object, and has no intrinsic concern with that of the structure or inner nature of matter. Materialism and idealism differ in their respective answers to the question of the source of our knowledge and of the relation of knowledge to the physical world, while the question of the structure of matter, of atoms and electrons, is a question that concerns only this physical world. X Lenin thereby believes himself to have overcome this crisis in philosophical materialism. For it had consisted in the fact that certain scientists and philosophers had supposed either that matter was reducible to electricity or that it had disappeared altogether. But according to Lenin, the new discoveries in physics had created a crisis only for metaphysical, anti-dialectical materialism, based as it was on the recognition of immutable elements, of the immutable substance of things and so forth. 1-2 As Soviet philosophy sees it, metaphysical materialism of this kind is exemplified, for instance, in the position of Descartes, who identified matter with extension, and likewise in the doctrines of the French 18th century materialists and their 19th century successors in Germany, who supposed the essence of matter to consist in certain mechanical properties. The Russian mechanists, who then came to see the ultimate essence of things in the electron, are also of this company. Thus Stpanov, for example, wrote, "Matter as such exists as sensibly perceptible to us in the form of negative electrons and positive nuclei." 3. But since dialectical materialism, with its philosophical concept of matter, does not set out from the structure or specific properties of the latter, it cannot be affected by perennial fluctuations in the scientific notion of matter. The sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside our mind. 4. But here, indeed, the aforementioned confusion between materialism and realism becomes particularly clear. For the definition thus given of the philosophical concept of matter is in itself so broad as to be capable of embracing all being whatsoever, and taken literally could even include a spiritual being, for the latter, too, is an objective reality and exists outside our mind. But in the definitions of matter already offered, Lenin again converts this realism into an unambiguous materialism, in that he confines the notion of reality to that which affects our sense organs. This is also the case insofar as the objective reality described as material is restricted to a reality existing in space and time. From this point of view Lenin also regards it as inadmissible, now that the atom can no longer be represented as the ultimate essence of matter, to look for the latter in the electron. The essence of things, or substance, is also relative, it expresses only the degree of profundity of man's knowledge of objects. And while yesterday the profundity of this knowledge did not go beyond the atom, and today does not go beyond the electron and ether, dialectical materialism insists on the temporary, relative, approximate character of all these milestones in the knowledge of nature gained by the progressing science of man. The electron is as inexhaustible as the atom, nature is infinite. 1. In this fashion Lenin fancied himself to have ensured his philosophical materialism against all doubts arising from the further progress of the sciences, the discovery of subatomic particles, even supposing that these again should turn out not to be the smallest ultimate constituents of matter, supposing, indeed, the possibility of probing further ad infinitum. All this would in no way signify that matter has disappeared. Matter is disappearing means that the limit within which we have hitherto known matter is vanishing, and that our knowledge is penetrating deeper. Properties of matter are likewise disappearing which formerly seemed absolute, immutable, and primary, and which are now revealed to be relative and characteristic only of certain states of matter. 2. Since the appearance of the first edition of this book, a very considerable shift has occurred on this topic within Soviet philosophy. Until 1951 it was generally taken for granted that a distinction had to be drawn between the philosophical and the scientific or physical concepts of matter, and this distinction was commonly attributed to Lenin. But at the end of 1951, Voprosi Philosophie published an article by F.T.R. Kipsave, one in which a number of authors were hotly attached to making this distinction. Some weeks later the Bulletin of the Academy of Sciences of the U.S.S.R. also brought out an article on similar lines by I.V. Kuznetsov. 2. In it the responsibility for introducing this distinction between the two concepts of matter, was ascribed to the Menshevizing idealists, and notably to A. M. Deborin. 3. Among the younger professional philosophers A. A. Maximuov, 4. M. A. Leonov, 5. M. E. Omelianovsky 6. and others were singled out as exponents of this view. But it is evident that the above authors were merely acting as scapegoats here, for until 1951 the distinction was part of the generally accepted stock of dialectical materialist theory. In the first edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia it was described as a necessary presupposition for the consistent tenure of a materialistic line in philosophy. 7. It was also generally upheld, and not by Leonov only, in all the textbooks of dialectical materialism. 8. In distinguishing between the philosophical and scientific concepts of matter, the former was taken to include what has just been said of Lenin's account of matter, while the scientific concept represented the picture of the internal structure of matter answering to the current position in science. Whereas the former was regarded as immutable, the latter was treated as a merely relative truth, to be improved upon periodically with the advance of the sciences. According to the new theory, however, there is only one concept of matter, namely the philosophical. The latter is exceedingly broad, it covers all types of matter, known and unknown, everything that has been, is being, or has yet to be found out from nature. Scientific concepts, on the other hand, reflect individual aspects and properties of objective reality. The special sciences, physics, chemistry and biology, investigate different types of matter, their physical, chemical and biological properties, etc. J1 Hence there cannot be different concepts of matter, but only different concepts of the various forms and types of matter. 2. The philosophical concept of matter is also said to be obligatory for the sciences. It represents the only possible basis for the solution of concrete physical problems, such, for example, as that of the nature of the electron. A scientist who bases himself on this concept will be committed in advance to the rejection of certain theories held by physical idealists, such as the conclusion drawn from quantum mechanics, that micro-objects are less real than objects of the macroscopic world. The Leninist philosophical concept of matter is also of service to physicists in helping them to dispose of certain still unsolved problems, such as the question as to the nature of electronic motion, etc. 3. And here already we slowly begin to catch sight of the deeper background which accounts for this sudden rectification of a hitherto acknowledged dogma of dialectical materialism. The distinction between the two concepts of matter might have led to an emancipation of the sciences from their dialectical materialist tutelage. The notion of a dual concept of matter implies a divorcement of dialectical materialism from the living process of inquiry into nature and leads to a dissolution of the creative force and guiding role of Marxist-Leninist philosophy in gaining knowledge of the world. 4. Moreover, this separation of the two concepts might accentuate still further the scornful treatment of materialist philosophy on the part of certain scientists and lend countenance to an objectivist blurring of the opposition between Soviet and bourgeois science, the former developing on the basis of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, and the latter tied to the apron strings of a reactionary idealism. 5. Kuznetsov likewise accuses adherents of the dual concept of matter of contravening Lenin's clear and explicit recommendations by espousing a neutral and non-party line for science in the struggle against idealism. 6. The doctrine of the two concepts of matter has thus been done away with. The authors collective of the new textbook on dialectical materialism, edited by Alexandrov, already adheres to the new line, and considers the Leninist philosophical concept to be the only concept of matter. 1. We have seen how this Leninist concept defines matter solely from an epistemological standpoint, and tells us nothing of what matter is in itself. Above all, there is no unambiguous answer to be had either from Lenin or the later Soviet philosophers to the really important question: is matter in the last resort a substance, or is it not? Lenin was not enamored of the term substance. In his opinion, the professors preferred this expression for pomposity's sake and used it instead of the much clearer concept of matter. Nevertheless, he distinguishes clearly between processes occurring in reality and the medium in which they inhere. Commenting on empirio-criticism, which denied any substantial basis to reality, Lenin remarks that this comes to the same thing as supposing a sensation without matter or a thought without a brain. In his Materialism and Empirio-criticism, Lenin devotes a special section to the question, is motion without matter conceivable, and answers it with a decided negative, in emphatic contrast to those consistent idealists who say it moves and that is all. 2. And despite his distaste for the concept of substance, Lenin notes at one point in Hegel's logic, where the latter is maintaining that substance is only real as cause, percent. On the one hand, it is a question of reaching down from the knowledge of matter to the knowledge of substance. On the other hand, however, the real knowledge of causes is a reaching of knowledge beyond the external aspect of phenomena and down into their substance. 3. Elsewhere, however, Lenin more often appears to take it as if there were no ultimate substantial basis to nature in general. This being the case where he speaks of matter as infinite in depth. As we know already, he was prepared to reckon with the possibility that even the electron might prove in turn to be composed of still smaller particles, and that nature indeed might be infinite also on the microscopic scale. At one point in Hegel's logic, where the latter is discussing the dialectic of finite and infinite, Lenin observes: apply this to the atom versus the electron. Matter throughout infinite in depth. 4. If such a descent into the depths is nowhere to fight upon an ultimate substantial foundation, then the question as to the ultimate substratum of motion in matter remains unsolved. This view of matter as infinite in depth is also to be met with among later Soviet philosophers. Kedrov, for example, is exceptionally clear on the point. Just as the relations between things, and their modes of change, are endless, so too is the number of stages leading into the depth of things, into the depth of their being. For any particle of matter represents merely a stage in the infinite series of qualitatively distinct forms of matter in motion, a series which has neither beginning nor end. However simple and elementary a given particle of matter may appear to us, in reality it can never be absolutely simple, absolutely elementary. There can never be any sort of ultimate building stone, any sort of mythical materia prima, from which the whole world might seem to be built up. Man's thought, says Lenin, probes ever deeper into the infinite, from the phenomenon to its essential nature, from its first-order nature, as it were, to its second-order nature, and so on without end. 1. Rosenthal and Yuden's short philosophical dictionary gives the following definition of substance. In pre-Marxist philosophy it denotes the immutable basis of all that exists, in contrast to the changeable properties of individual things. For Marxist philosophical materialism, substance, i.e., essence, the ground of all things, consists in self-moving and eternally developing matter. 2. Here it is assumed that Marxist philosophy is alone capable of furnishing a dynamic concept of substance, and that all other philosophies are compelled to conceive it in terms of the notorious inert lumps of reality. In addition to this concept of substance, we also encounter another in Soviet literature, deriving rather from Spinoza, and holding that it must necessarily be regarded as kausasui. It is employed in this sense, for example, by Ivanovich, in a controversy with A. I. Yumov about relativity theory. Against Yumov's theory that space-time and matter interact in much the same way as form and content, Novik objects that this contravenes the substantiality of matter, which entails that matter is cause of itself, and hence that nothing can act upon it. Since there is nothing in the universe apart from self-moving matter and its forms of appearance. 1. But, as with Spinoza, it is mistakenly inferred from this that the autonomy characteristic of substance implies an absolute independence. There have, however, been other attempts in dialectical materialism to deny matter without reference to the epistemological problem. Engels, in doing so, could HND no better definition of the concept of matter than that it is an abstraction or abbreviation used in place of the endless multiplicity of concrete existing manifestations of matter. Matter is nothing but the totality of material things from which this concept is abstracted, and motion as such nothing but the totality of all sensuously perceptible forms of motion. Words like matter and motion are nothing but abbreviations in which we comprehend many different sensuously perceptible things. 2. We have already noted how, in furtherance of this notion of Engels, the concept of matter is sometimes taken in Soviet philosophy to be simply the most general concept of all, like the concept of ends in scholasticism. Meithen gives a particularly clear formulation of this idea. Matter is the entire world existing independently of us. The concept of matter is the most general of all concepts. Everything that exists is matter in one form or another, though matter itself cannot be defined as falling under any other class. 3. Just as with the scholastic ends, Meithen, 2, conceives it impossible to assign a specific difference to the concept of matter, for Meithen also goes on, moreover, to make use of this universality of the concept of matter in order to deduce from it the material character of knowledge. We distinguish matter from mind and oppose them one to another, but this opposition is nonetheless relative, and has meaning only in relation to the epistemological problem, insofar as we find in matter itself a specific property, namely mind, as a property of highly organized matter. The contrast between knowledge and being is a contrast between knowing matter and known matter, and nothing else. The wholly proper and legitimate contrast between subject and object loses its meaning outside the theory of knowledge. If we were to begin contrasting matter, from the scientific point of view, with spirit, this would amount to a betrayal of materialistic monism and a defection to a dualistic position. The only thing that exists is matter and its appearances. The subject also is material. Man the knower is himself one of the manifestations of matter. One Meithen only succeeds here in this reduction of mind to matter at the cost of employing a purely deductive procedure, in that he first makes the arbitrary assumption that matter is the most general concept and then concludes from this that it must also embrace thought and consciousness. Any other approach is ruled out with the warning that it would mean a betrayal of materialistic monism. In itself there is some justification for Lenin's attempt to distinguish the philosophical concept of matter from the physical and biological concepts framed by the sciences. There are also grounds for a further viewpoint advanced in the controversy about the two concepts of matter, namely that the sciences could not wholly renounce philosophy, even if the claim to leadership which dialectical materialism makes upon them had not gone so far as frequently to impose specific positions on them a priori, within their own spheres of competence. But Lenin's philosophical concept of matter has very serious drawbacks. First to be mentioned here is the quite arbitrary limitation of all reality to material reality, which is tacitly presupposed in his definition, though without any theoretical justification. A further major defect is that Lenin's philosophical concept, adapted as it is for purely epistemological purposes, has nothing to say about matter as such, what it is in itself, and more especially, that Lenin and Leninism deal so confusedly with the problem of substance, which is of such importance in philosophy. When Lenin, and still more plainly the Leninists, refer to matter as infinite in depth, and understand this to mean that in the process of dissecting matter into molecules, atoms, subatomic particles, etc., no end, no ultimate building stone is ever reached, such a view shows striking affinities with those very opinions of certain modern scientists which Lenin, for his part, attacks so fiercely, the view, namely, that the concept of substance has been superseded by those of the field and conformity to law. The states or processes in nature are self-sufficient, not states of anything or processes in anything. Modern physics is not a physics of substance, but a physics of the field star. 1 F.J. Lenin, who devoted such energy to belaboring these same scientists for assuming the possibility of motion without anything that moved, should have had every reason, therefore, for paying more attention to the concept of substance, and for defining it philosophically with greater precision. There is one final objection to be raised against the use made by Lenin and the Soviet philosophers of the philosophical concept of matter. If it implies matter to be that which exists independently of consciousness and acts upon our sense organs, this independence and priority of matter in regard to consciousness can be understood in two different ways. Firstly, as an epistemological priority, in that the material world is not created by the knowing consciousness, but conditions the latter. Secondly, however, as an ontological priority, in that the being of matter presupposes no consciousness of any kind, but on the contrary, itself gives rise to consciousness out of its own being. Now both Lenin and the Leninists infer, from an intrinsically correct belief in the epistemological priority of matter, to its ontological priority, which constitutes an obvious misuse of the philosophical concept of matter. We have already noticed a passage from Maidan in which this misuse is plainly evident. But it also emerges very clearly from the second of the three theses in which Stalin summarizes Marxist philosophical materialism. Contrary to idealism, the Marxist materialist philosophy holds that matter, nature, being, is an objective reality existing outside and independent of our mind, that matter is primary, since it is the source of sensations, ideas, mind, and that mind is secondary, derivative, since it is a reflection of matter, a reflection of being, that thought is a product of matter which in its development has reached a high degree of perfection, namely, of the brain. 1-2. The claim that thought is a product of matter and has no need of any substantial mental principle, cannot be justified by representing thought as conditioned in its content by an external world that is independent of it. 3. Matter and motion. Although the Leninist philosophical concept of matter offers us no answer to the question as to what matter is in itself, Soviet philosophy does have some things to say about certain properties of matter. More especially there are three theses which serve to specify the properties of matter. Matter is eternal, uncreated, and indestructible. Matter is essentially in motion. This motion in matter is not a circular motion, from which nothing emerges, but essentially an upward movement, an evolution, or history. As to the first thesis concerning the eternity of matter, there is not very much to be said. In Soviet dialectical materialism it constitutes an axiom which is presupposed without much trouble being taken to justify it in any way. There is no lack of attempts, however, to find corroborations of this thesis in modern natural science. Ever since Engels' day, the main argument put forward for the eternity of matter has been the law of conservation and transformation of energy. This law states that in all conversions of qualitatively different forms of motion into one another the numerical quantity of the energy remains conserved. Although 10 years ago the great basic law of motion, then recently discovered, was as yet conceived merely as a law of the conservation of energy, as the mere expression of the indestructibility and uncreatability of motion, that is, merely in its quantitative aspect, this narrow, negative conception is being more and more supplanted by the positive idea of the transformation of energy, in which for the first time the qualitative content of the process comes into its own, and the last vestige of a creator external to the world is obliterated. 1. And just as motion is taken, on the strength of this law, to be unbeatable, so matter is also, we know from experience and from theory, according to Engels, that both matter and its mode of existence, motion, are unbeatable too. This first thesis stands in strange contrast to the third, whereby the world movement is to be thought of, not as an endless cycle, but as an ascending process of development and evolution, and therefore presupposes a beginning. But since the philosophical elaboration of this idea requires that the dialectic shall play an essential part in the process, discussion of this thesis is best deferred to the chapter on dialectic. The second thesis gives expression to a most important feature in the doctrine of dialectical materialism, the thesis of the unity of matter and motion. Motion is conceived of as an attribute of matter, i.e., its one essential and indispensable property. Engels had already proclaimed as much. Motion is the mode of existence of matter. Never anywhere has there been matter without motion, nor can there be. Matter without motion is just as unthinkable as motion without matter. 1. Lenin follows him. Whether we say the world is moving matter, or that the world is material motion, makes no difference whatever. 2. But does not this thesis of the inseparability of matter and motion conflict with the obvious fact that the world also contains bodies at rest? Dialectical materialism does not deny the occurrence of rest, but explains it to be relative. One may speak of rest if one separates the body in thought from the whole web of things and conceives of it in isolation, but there is no possibility of finding a single body at rest, which could not be incorporated in one moving system or another. All rest, all equilibrium, is only relative, and only has meaning in relation to one or other definite form of motion. A body, for example, may be on the ground in mechanical equilibrium, may be mechanically at rest, but this in no way prevents it from participating in the motion of the Earth and in that of the whole solar system, just as little as it prevents its most minute physical parts from carrying out the oscillations determined by its temperature, or its atoms from passing through a chemical process. 3. Thus rest for dialectical materialism is simply a moment of motion, conditioned by the relative stability of some one or other of its appearances. As such it possesses, indeed, an essential importance for matter in motion. In fact, for Engels the possibility of bodies being at relative rest is actually the essential condition for the differentiation of matter and hence for life, for motion and rest in the doctrine of dialectical materialism constitute a dialectical unity, a unity of opposites. Each separate movement strives towards equilibrium, and the motion as a whole puts an end to the equilibrium. 5. The opposition is only relative, however, for rest itself is relative, limited in time, and motion alone is absolute and eternal. 298. The theory of matter. The thesis of the inseparability of matter and motion is of extreme importance to dialectical materialism because it shows the motion of matter to be essentially self-movement. If this unity is broken, however, as it might be by supposing matter without motion, or motion without a material substratum, there is no possibility, so exponents of dialectical materialism believe, of avoiding a relapse into idealism. For if matter is thought of without motion, its normal state is one of rest, from which it can only be set in motion by the operation of an external force. This must logically lead to the assumption of a first mover, a conclusion also drawn by Descartes, the chief defender in modern philosophy of the belief in matter as an absolutely static mass. It was in his polemic against Düring, who had likewise presupposed an initially motionless state of matter, that Engels therefore postulated the unity of matter and motion. In this manner he hoped to avoid the difficulties arising from the problem as to how we are to get from absolute immobility to motion without an impulse from outside, that is, without God. Lenin's main opponents in the controversy over this thesis of dialectical materialism were those, however, who like Bogdanov and others, had relied upon Ostwald's energetics as a way of envisaging motion without matter. Such attempts to think of motion without matter, force with nothing material behind it, are the beginning and true essence of philosophical idealism and clericalism, too, and are so because, in Lenin's view, motion divorced from matter gets imperceptibly transformed into a movement of ideas and as such very soon gives rise to the danger of spiritualism. What is essential is that the attempt to think of motion without matter smuggles in thought divorced from matter, and that is philosophical idealism. 3. In addition to Kant and Ostwald, for the Soviet philosophers also condemn Bergson as a champion of dynamism among bourgeois, for not that we wish to maintain, however, that Ostwald's energetics should actually be regarded as dynamism, i.e., as a doctrine of accidents without a substance. The fact is, rather, that Ostwald conceived of energy as itself a substance, a view that has lately found acceptance also among many scholastic writers. In view of the overall significance that energy has for the whole conception of natural phenomena, it might well be described in accordance with its own law of conservation as a substance in the truest sense. But the official Soviet philosophy understands motion in a wider sense, as equivalent to change in general. This too goes back to Engels. Motion is not merely change in place, in fields higher than mechanics it is also change in quality. 4. In detail, Engels lists the following as major forms of motion. Motion in cosmic space, mechanical motion of smaller masses on a single celestial body, the vibration of molecules as heat, electric tension, magnetic polarization, chemical decomposition and combination, organic life up to its highest product, thought at each given moment. Each individual atom of matter is in one or other of these forms of motion. 5. In so saying, Engels and his disciples in Soviet dialectical materialism go out of their way to emphasize that the higher forms of motion cannot simply be reduced to those of lower order. This is not to say that each of the higher forms of motion is not always necessarily connected with some real mechanical motion, just as the higher forms of motion simultaneously also produce other forms. And just as chemical action is not possible without change of temperature and electric changes, organic life without mechanical, molecular, chemical, thermal, electric, etc., changes. But the presence of these subsidiary forms does not exhaust the essence of the main form in each case. 1. We see, therefore, that thought and consciousness are likewise regarded simply as properties of matter, as special forms of its motion. In their day, the de Bourronists were accustomed to speak of a twofold attribute of matter, thereby coming very close to Spinoza's view. In opposition to the mechanists, they introduced a special attribute of consciousness in addition to that of extension. Since then, however, this has again been rejected by the official Soviet philosophy, which now speaks of matter as having only one attribute, that of motion in general, within which thought is also included as a special form. As for the question whether the principle of the inertia of energy as propounded in special relativity theory, affords evidence for or against the dialectical materialist thesis of the indissoluble unity of matter and motion, we shall return to this in the chapter on dialectical materialism and modern science 3. In this dialectical materialist doctrine of motion there is one point which immediately calls for further examination, namely, its decided aversion to the mechanist point of view, and its Aristotelian conception of motion, not as change of place merely, but as including any sort of qualitative change whatsoever. As regards the favorite thesis of dialectical materialism, that motion is inseparable from matter, and hence that absolute rest is nowhere to be found in the universe, there is nothing further to be said against it. The question arises, however, whether it follows from the conception of the motion of matter as self-movement, that matter is eternal and has no need of a supernatural first cause in order to exist. And both these assertions must be denied. In the first place, it by no means follows from the notion of self-movement that its possessor should exist without beginning or end. Even the law of the conservation of energy merely states that the total sum of energy remains constant so long as the system, within which the energy transactions occur, continues in being. But nothing can be concluded from this law as to the absolute duration of the process as a whole. But even if the material world and its motion are taken to be eternal, and especially if motion is understood in the Aristotelian and dialectical materialist sense as change in general, the existence of a first mover is by no means rendered superfluous, only so, indeed, does he appear in his true role, not as a being who gives the whole wove-load mechanism a first push and thereby sets it going, but as a necessarily existing being having the ground of his existence in himself, who thereby first makes it intelligible how the movement and change in the universe betrays it as contingent being. For the decisive ground for postulating a creator God lies, not in the fact that the world requires a temporal beginning, but in its existentially conditioned character, to which the fact of change bears witness. Why can a changing world not be absolute? The following argument may help to make this clear. It follows from the principle of sufficient reason that everything existing must have a sufficient reason for doing so. If this principle were to be rejected, it would cut the ground from under all science and all understanding whatsoever, and there would be equal justification for any proposition one cared to maintain. Now this sufficient reason may either lie outside the thing in question, in which case we speak of its cause, or else in the thing itself, in which case it can be none other than the fact that this thing exists from inner necessity, that unlike contingent things, it cannot just be or not be, but necessarily is. But if so, it must be immutable and independent of all becoming in time. For if it changes, it will be evident that neither its state at moment A, nor again at moment B, c. etc., is a necessary one. A being thus existing from inner necessity is unconditioned, absolute. Now since our world changes through time, this shows that it does not exist by necessity and hence is not absolute. But seeing that it does exist, and even if it had no beginning in time, the sufficient reason for its existence must lie elsewhere, and ultimately in the absolute. In and by itself, therefore, the assumption of the material world as uncreated still offers no sort of threat to a theistic point of view. Though anyone who is content with mere ideas as a substitute for thought may well fail to be entirely convinced by arguments to this effect. But that our world did in fact have a beginning in time is not only a matter of Christian faith, but also a doctrine which commands increasing support within contemporary science. Without entering in detail at this point upon certain astronomical findings, we shall be content merely to refer to the conclusion drawn by Clausius from the second law of thermodynamics, namely that our universe must eventually end up in a condition of heat death. Radioactive processes, nuclear reactions in the interior of the stars, the expansion of the universe, cosmic radiation, all imply a debasement of energy. This process of decay is thought of as occurring violently to begin with, but later slowing down and ultimately tending towards a final state. But there is no need, on that account, to picture this state as one in which movement of any sort will have come to a standstill, or in which all forms of energy will have been wholly converted into heat. Present-day science is of the opinion, rather, that in such a final state there will simply be no more irreversible processes. Such irreversible, non-returning processes reactions, that is, in which the energy converted can no longer be returned to the system in its original form, so that a part of the energy has become debased, with a consequent increase of entropy are a feature of the present course of evolution in the universe and give it a specific direction. In the end state to which this course is tending there will seemingly be no more irreversible processes of this sort, though even then it will still be possible to conceive of reversible processes, such as cosmic rotation, for example. The world's history proves, therefore, to be a non-reversible process tending towards a specific final state, even though the latter need not necessarily turn out to be a state of absolute rest. It follows from this, moreover, that we are entitled to infer the existence of an initial state, characterized by a maximum of potential energy and a minimum of entropy. But this rules out the possibility of an eternal cyclical recurrence. Thus Eddington was able to say, "Whoever wishes for a universe which can continue indefinitely in such an irreversible process would be represented, by the swing of a pendulum, where the energy appears alternately as potential and kinetic, and in which energy is gradually transferred to the air and the pendulum shaft, so that the movement eventually comes to a standstill. Matter and motion 303 Activity must lead a crusade against the second law of thermodynamics. At present we can see no way in which an attack on the second law of thermodynamics could possibly succeed. 1. A. Vyslobokov, who has devoted a curious monograph to the problem of the unity of matter and motion, attempts to evade the implication of a heat death by attributing to the first law the status of an absolute and eternal law of nature, while denying this of the second. It holds neither for very small volumes nor for the universe as a whole, which in virtue of its infinity, cannot be described as a closed system, but finally he has to admit. Though we do not know at present how the heat energy dissipated into space is converted into other forms of energy, science will undoubtedly be able to show in the future how this comes about. 2. But this recourse to the future gains nothing in credit from the fact that Vyslobokov appeals to the authority of Engels, who likewise left it to the future to show how the heat radiated into space is again transformed into higher forms of energy. 3. Or that he conjures up the specter of the class struggle. The class character of this theory is manifest. If, after a certain period, the universe is going to be dead, what is the point, then, of struggling for a better life on Earth? The theory of the heat death of the universe defends the interests of the imperialists, disarms the workers in capitalist countries and diverts them from the class struggle. 4. It is unfortunate that Wisłobokov did not read the above-mentioned passage from Engels to the end. For he would then have seen that the theory of an eternal cycle in the evolution of the universe, which Engels there develops, also defends the class interests of the imperialists and inhibits the workers from the class struggle, for as Engels sees it, it is only matter in all its changes which remains eternal, and not our planet or the life upon it. We have the certainty that matter remains eternally the same in all its transformations, that none of its attributes can ever be lost, and therefore, also, that with the same iron necessity that it will exterminate on the earth its highest creation, the thinking mind, it must somewhere else and at another time again produce it. 1. The idea that the history of our universe had a beginning in time is so far open to discussion among contemporary physicists, that attempts have often been made to arrive at an approximate value for the age of the cosmos, in which the various methods employed for the purpose have led to strikingly similar conclusions. Namely that the universe came into existence some 5 to 10,000 million years ago. Summing up the knowledge obtained so far, it may be said that we have not encountered any celestial object whose age has proved to be more than about 10 billion years. 2. For space and time, the problem of motion is intimately connected with that of space and time. In determining the nature of space and time, dialectical materialism dissociates itself alike from the excessive realism of Newton, for whom space and time were realities independent of matter, 3. And from the subjectivism of Kant, who took them to be subjective forms of intuition. A further antagonist, whom Lenin particularly had in view, was empirio-criticism, which regarded space and time as means of ordering experience. Dialectical materialism teaches that space and time are objective forms of existence of matter. For this definition is intended to bring out the objective character of space and time as well as their inseparable connection with matter. There is nothing which is not spatially extended, but nor, on the other hand, is there any space which is not occupied by matter. All space is filled with matter. 5. The same applies to time. Nothing can be located out of time, nor yet, conversely, can there be any time with nothing in it. 6. Matter therefore exists in space and time as its modes of existence, but is not on that account to be identified with them. This is emphasized in opposition to the attempt of a de Bornist, Hessen, who was ready to see in matter merely a synthesis of space and time. 1. The official Soviet philosophy insists, on the contrary, that this means reducing objective reality itself to its own modes of existence. 2. Space and time are not merely modes in which being exists, but owing to the identification of being and matter, modes in which all being exists. This principle had already been laid down by Engels in his polemic against Dühring. The basic forms of all being are space and time, and existence out of time is just as gross an absurdity as existence out of space. 3. And Lenin gives it as a reason for this, that there is nothing in the world but matter in motion, and matter in motion cannot move otherwise than in space and time. For in dealing with the problem of many-dimensional space, Soviet philosophy is steadfast in maintaining three-dimensional space to be uniquely applicable to the real world. Real space is three-dimensional. 5. All attempts to credit it with more than three dimensions can lead only to spiritualism and mysticism. 8. In introducing the concept of a four-dimensional world, modern physics is seeking merely to express the fact that three-dimensional space and one-dimensional time form an inseparable unity. As for the non-Euclidean geometries, it is quite in the spirit of Soviet patriotism that the opportunity does not pass without an express reminder of the fact that a Russian, Lobachevsky, played a notable part in their development. As with the doctrine of space, so also with that of time, the starting point is the contention that it constitutes a form of existence of matter. Time is a form of existence of matter, which represents the duration and succession of material processes and expresses the objective connectedness of material motion. 7. Time, like space, is a basic form of all being, and existence outside it is as unthinkable as existence out of space. 8. As a form of existence of matter, time is considered to be infinite, like matter itself. Things have always existed and always will. Time also, which owes its entire reality to things, accordingly has neither beginning nor end. As in the case of space, dialectical materialism is again concerned here to occupy a middle position between a subjective conception like that of Kant and an unduly realistic, abstract, metaphysico-mechanical view of time as absolute empty duration, constantly identical with itself and indifferent as regards the matter it contains. A further essential property of time is its non-reversibility. Past, present, and future cannot be interchanged. Raltsevich, to be sure, went so far in his day in stressing the concrete character of time as objective duration, that he even tried to prove from this that it was reversible after all. If time is conceived in the abstract, so he argued, as flowing unbroken from the past, through the present, into the future, it plainly appears to be irreversible. But if it is viewed concretely, there can be no denying that it exhibits a certain reversibility. For the development of reality, both in nature and history, does not present itself as a completely straightforward process, having no deviations or regressions. On the contrary, it is often possible to observe certain retrograde tendencies towards stages of evolution which have already been traversed, in nature, for instance, in the form of simplifications in the biological structure of organisms and the functioning of organs, and in history, in the shape of reversions from a more advanced period to a more primitive one. Admittedly, these retrogressions are only relative in character, the main tendency throughout being a progressive one, but they indicate nonetheless a certain reversibility of time too. It is obvious, however, that such regressions in the development of reality, whose objective duration is the basis of time, imply no reversibility of time as such. More recently, it has been customary to refer simply to the non-reversibility of time. Its course runs in one direction only, from the past into the future. Space and time are two different forms in which matter exists, but their difference does not exclude their dialectical unity. The latter is already apparent from the study of simple mechanical motion, where the velocity is expressed in terms of spatial and temporal coordinates. But this inseparable connection is more particularly evident in dealing with very high velocities. For here, however, we must postpone treatment of the space-time problem in connection with relativity theory. We shall return to the subject in Chapter V. So long as the doctrine of the two concepts of matter still held the field, a number of authors, among them Leonov, in his textbook on Dialectical Materialism 5 and the university teacher V. I. Svidersky, 6. Attempted also to distinguish a philosophical and a scientific concept of space and time, but this view was hotly contested. In his more recent and thoroughgoing study of the space-time problem too, Svidersky accordingly avoids this distinction. Some very interesting discussions are to be found in recent Soviet literature on the relation between space and time as form and self-moving matter as content. Svidersky summarizes this relationship under three heads. In the first place, space and time as such are the basic, objectively real forms of existence of self-moving matter. Secondly, as forms, their properties are conditioned by their content, self-moving matter. Thirdly, as forms, they possess a specific character of their own, distinct from that of their content, self-moving matter. 3. Basing himself on general relativity theory, the eminent Soviet nuclear physicist D.D. Ivanenko regards space-time and the stuff in motion therein as the two subordinate concepts to the generic concept of physical reality. Physical reality has long been divided into two categories, space-time on the one hand, and on the other the stuff, embedded in space, as it were, and in motion therein. Each of these, according to Ivanenko, can be transformed into the other. For Yumov seeks to avoid such an excessively sharp division of the two and regards space-time as a form which enters into interaction with its content. Matter, as form and content generally do. He finds corroboration for this view in general relativity theory, according to which the metric of space-time is governed, on the one hand, by the presence of large masses, while on the other, the mutual attraction of bodies is dependent on the degree of curvature of space-time. 5.1. Benovich attempts a correction of this position, arguing that what is required is an interaction, not between space-time and matter, but Between space-time and the motion of matter, in other words an interaction between the different attributes of matter. 1. It may be granted at once to dialectical materialism that the basic premise of its conception of space and time, namely that of preserving a middle course between a purely subjective view and an unduly realistic approach, conceiving of space and time as a pair of realities independent of the material world, is perfectly justified. We may agree with the Soviet philosophers when they inveigh against the abstract mechanical conception of time which turns it into an empty reality, independent of the actual world, and when they treat space and time as intimately bound up with matter. In this sense we may accept the dialectical materialist definition of space and time as forms of existence of matter. Admittedly, in its philosophical treatment of space and time, dialectical materialism never gets beyond this definition. It is incapable of specifying more exactly how this unity and difference of space and time on the one hand, and matter in motion on the other, is to be understood in detail. The dialectical materialist conception of space and time is basically in agreement with that of scholasticism, which considers them to be creations of the mind on a factual basis and therefore as a combination of subjective and objective. The objective aspect, the factual basis of the concept of space, consists in extended material objects, that of the concept of time in the succession of states in things. Yet these concepts are subjective, mind-made entities inasmuch as we conceive, or rather picture, spatial juxtaposition and temporal succession as existing in themselves and independent of things. How closely the Soviet conception of space and time approaches this doctrine may be seen, for example, from the polemic of the Soviet mathematician A.D. Alexandrov against the manner in which Eddington, and among Soviet philosophers, Terlitsky, interpret the notion of a frame of reference, which is central to relativity theory. Alexandrov accuses them of envisaging the latter as a merely conceptual affair, a fictitious network imposed on the world by the observer. He concedes to this view that initially the frame of reference does also function as a mode of representing space-time. But the task of the materialist in regard to the concepts of a frame of reference or system of coordinates is to discover and establish their objective basis, what they reflect in reality, and thereby to show that they are not merely modes of representation too. As we shall see below, 1. Alexandrov discerns this objective basis of the space-time frame of reference in the fact that it represents an objective coordination of things and phenomena in space and time, whose existence is independent of our consciousness. Raltsevich, 2, comes very near to this view when he makes time, the duration of a thing, depend on its inner structure and organization. But here he identifies time too closely with its factual basis, duration, more especially when he seeks to infer from this that time is reversible. Nevertheless, the idea of ascribing a difference of duration to different things according to their various natures is basically a very sound one, and that in a much deeper sense than that of Raltsevich, who seemingly thinks of difference of duration only in a purely quantitative sense, according to its length. But a different type of duration may also be ascribed to different things according to the degree of perfection of their being. Inorganic matter, such as a stone, having one type of duration, plants or animals another, and man with his spiritual nature, and ultimately God, having others still. 2. But the chief error of the dialectical materialist doctrine of space and time consists once more in the wholly unjustified assertion of Engels and Lenin that space and time represent basic forms of all being, and that a being independent of space and time would be an absurdity. Behind it there lies the usual materialist assumption that all being must be material, but this we have already dealt with earlier, and have therefore no need to enter upon further here. Chapter 3. The Javaterialiat dialectic. In the foregoing chapters we have been engaged in examining the dialectical materialist conception of matter. In the course of this it has appeared that dialectical materialism considers matter to be essentially mobile. Motion represents an essential attribute of matter, the term motion here being understood in its widest sense, as change of any kind whatever. We must now take a more searching look at the nature of the motion so conceived. As has already been made clear, Dialectical materialism is firmly opposed to the vulgar materialist and mechanistic point of view in its insistence that the course of motion in matter gives rise to qualitative changes therein. This motion is conceived, therefore, as an ascending process whereby matter raises itself to ever higher forms of existence. The theoretical justification for the emergence of new and ever higher qualities is held to be provided by the dialectic itself, in that it shows how qualitative changes are brought about in matter in the course of its evolution. It must be noted beforehand, that the term dialectic has no very precise connotation in Soviet usage. This is in keeping with the account of the concept outlined above, which is broad in the extreme, including as it does the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought. Hence it has come about that in Soviet philosophy dialectic often has precisely the same meaning as the concept of a dynamic or even simply a historical approach to reality, in contrast to a static view thereof, which is designated as metaphysical in character. Metaphysics thereby becomes a collective term for all systems opposed to dialectical materialism, though these may often have very little to do with metaphysics proper. Where, then, are we to discern the essence of the materialist dialectic? Is it to be found, perhaps, in the celebrated triad of thesis, antithesis, synthesis? Hegel himself hardly considered this triad to be anything more than the external aspect of the dialectic. Still more so is this the case with Lenin. No other role remains for the triads than as a lid and a skin. His own attempt to define the essential elements of dialectic resulted, as we have seen, in a fist of 16 items. The views of Soviet philosophy on this subject were long governed by Engels' mode of treatment, which summed up the essence of the materialist dialectic in three basic laws: the law of the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa, the law of the mutual interpenetration of opposites, and the law of the negation of the negation. 3. Until the appearance of Stalin's essay on dialectical and historical materialism, this formulation of the essence of the materialist dialectic was common property in Soviet philosophy, with the solitary exception that Engels' second law was placed first, in deference to the overriding importance attached by Lenin to the unity of opposites as an explanation of motion in the world. The significance of this first law lies in the fact that it is held to account for the origin of motion in things and in the world at large. Motion, accordingly, is not to be attributed to an external mover lying outside things, still less does the explanation of motion in the world as a whole require the postulation of a first mover existing outside the latter. The origin of motion in things and in the world is held to lie, rather, in the inner contradictions residing in the nature of every single thing and phenomenon as such. These contradictions struggle for release and thereby set the thing in motion. The business of the second law is therefore to explain how this motion gives rise to the emergence of new qualities, essentially different kinds of being. It is supposed that, up to a certain point, the motion has the character of a purely quantitative addition or subtraction, but that once the quantitative change goes beyond this limit, conditioned as it is by the nature of the object in question, the mere alteration of quantity gives place to a change in quality and a new characteristic emerges by way of a leap, which signifies, in the terminology of dialectical materialism, that the thing is essentially altered and becomes something different. This law is held to provide philosophical justification for the evolutionist thesis of dialectical materialism, by showing how it could come about that in the course of the world's process of development life should have emerged from the development of inorganic matter and mind and consciousness in turn from that of the organic. Stalin's essay on dialectical and historical materialism sets the matter out in an altogether different fashion. In place of Engels' three basic laws of the materialist dialectic, he lays down four principal features of the Marxist dialectical method. 1. The general connection between phenomena in nature and society. 2. Movement and development in nature and society. 3. Development as a transition from quantitative changes into qualitative. 4. Development as a struggle of opposites. Stalin omits the law of the negation of the negation. Until his death, this arrangement was slavishly followed by Soviet authors. It still underlies the textbook on dialectical materialism, edited by Alexandrov, which appeared only in 1954. As already noted, it was only after Stalin's death that voices were to be heard urging the abandonment of the scheme and a revival of the law of the negation of the negation. But since element in phenomena, one hence law may give expression, not only to what was or already is the case, but also, in broad outline, to the future situation emerging from present tendencies of development. Lenin points out that it was this lawfulness of historical development which gave Marx the opportunity of showing that communism has its origin in capitalism, that it develops historically from capitalism, that it is the result of the action of a social force to which capitalism has given birth. There is no trace of an attempt on Marx's part to conjure up a utopia. Marx treats the question of communism in the same way as a naturalist would treat the question of the development of, say, a new biological species, if he knew that such and such was its origin, and such the direction in which it was changing. In order to achieve a sound prognosis of future development, it is particularly important to distinguish correctly, in the present, between what is arising and what is in process of dying away. This is not always easy, since the novel element often appears quite insignificant at the outset and can easily be overlooked. The dialectical method regards as important primarily not that which at the given moment seems to be durable and yet is already beginning to die away, but that which is arising and developing, even though at the given moment it may appear to be not durable, for the dialectical method considers invincible only that which is arising and developing. 3. That the element of novelty in the complex of developmental factors may be the more readily identified, the Soviet authors provide a number of criteria for its recognition. To begin with, novelty represents a negation of the old. The struggle between old and new therefore signifies in the first place a denial of the one and an affirmation of the other. But between old and new in this process there prevails a specific interconnection of law. For the old, which is negated, does not change into anything else you please, but into a quite specific new thing, whose character is an outcome of its own past. A is transformed, not into any completely arbitrary not A, but into some other quite definite thing, a quite definite B. Every phenomenon has its own perfectly specific manner of undergoing negation. A grain of wheat does not give rise to an animal, nor does the embryo of a horse become a wolf. Negation thereby shows itself to be internally contradictory in character, it contains within itself a moment in which the old is conserved. A further distinctive feature of the new is its progressive character, i.e., the fact that it aims at reaching a higher level of development. Thus even capitalism, at the time of its inception, was by origin progressive and new in relation to the feudalism which preceded it. And finally, the essentially typical feature of novelty is the very fact of its invincibility, governed as this is by the laws of development, i.e., by the fact that the new corresponds to newly arisen needs of social development and incorporates everything positive in the development that has gone before. The old order may sometimes put up a despairing resistance. But that, as was long since noted by Chernyshevsky, is precisely a symptom of the vitality of the new. Is it not clear, that the more brutal the means to which the old order must resort in order to preserve itself against the onset of new interests, the more plainly does it bear witness to the strength of these new interests? Brutal measures are only resorted to against a powerful and dangerous enemy. 1. In his article, The Struggle Between New and Old Under the Conditions of Life in Soviet Society, Fedorov goes on to point out the essentially different character taken by this struggle in a society ridden by class antagonisms and in the socialist classless society. In a class society the old can only be conquered by a liquidation of the reactionary classes. In the atmosphere of moral and political unity prevailing in Soviet society, however, the conquest of the old is primarily effected by means of education, persuasion, the transformation of human consciousness, and the like too. The assertions embodied in Stalin's first two principal features, namely that the things and phenomena in the world are all multiply interrelated, and all involved in a continuous process of coming to be and passing away, are obvious commonplaces, at least if one stops short, as dialectical materialism does, at the mere factual assertion, without attempting to inquire philosophically as to how such a multiplicity can also be one, and how the changeable can likewise exhibit constancy. It is precisely this last mentioned aspect that has always interested metaphysics and incited it to inquiry. As a further criticism of these principal features, we must therefore draw attention to the peculiar notion of metaphysics which dialectical materialism exhibits in this connection. To be a metaphysician is in no way to discount the occurrence of change and decay in the empirical world nor does it imply any denial of interconnection among the changing objects of our experience. The sole concern of metaphysics is to infer in thought beyond the world of experience, insofar as it is subject to physis, i.e., change and decay, to the realm of the inexperienceable, and thereby to penetrate into that sphere of reality where it is possible to discern the unity behind multiplicity and the constancy behind change. To this end, metaphysics begins by investigating what is common to everything real, that is to say, it views everything in its most general aspect, as being, and inquires into the nature, properties, and laws thereof. Thus it is metaphysics which alone makes it possible to discover the necessary connections within the manifold contiguity and succession of empirical reality, and so to establish those real connections within spatial contiguity and temporal succession, whose existence is alleged in these first two principal features of dialectical materialism. Of the second of these, in particular, it may also be observed that a merely relative stability and rest, amid the absolute flux of movement and change, do not suffice to make possible the differentiation and emergence of qualitatively determinate things and phenomena in the course of this process of development in matter. Failing the absolute validity of certain laws, such as the principle of sufficient reason, the causal law, the law of contradiction and other equally fundamental principles, themselves in turn grounded upon unchanging essential properties of being and existence, there could be no determinacy of any kind whatever. We have seen, too, in the previous chapter, how dialectical materialism itself describes certain laws, such as that of the conservation of energy, as absolute and eternal, though in doing so it acts in strange contrast to its own basic principles. 2. The law of the transition from quantity to quality. We have already had occasion to point out that dialectical materialism conceives of the motion dealt with in the previous chapter, not as a cyclical motion, but as having the character of development, in which elements of novelty, new qualities, are continually coming to light. 320. The materialist dialectic. Contrary to metaphysics, so Stalin formulates this third principal feature of the Marxist dialectical method, dialectics does not regard the process of development as a simple process of growth, where quantitative changes do not lead to qualitative changes, but as a development which passes from insignificant and imperceptible quantitative changes to open, fundamental changes, to qualitative changes, a development in which the qualitative changes occur not gradually, but rapidly and abruptly. Taking the form of a leap from one state to another, they occur not accidentally but as the natural result of an accumulation of imperceptible and gradual quantitative changes. 1. The content of this law is as follows: the development of things and phenomena in the world proceeds up to a certain point in the form of a gradual, merely quantitative change, by successive addition or subtraction. But once this quantitative change advances beyond the limits set by the nature of the thing in question, a sudden shift from quantitative to qualitative change occurs, the thing ceases to be what it is and becomes something else, a new quality makes its appearance. Quality, in dialectical materialist usage, is the essential determinacy of an object, the determinacy of its organic properties, features, and characteristics, by virtue of which it is this object and no other, and is thereby distinguished from other objects. 2. Quality is in the first instance something inseparable from the thing in question, indissolubly bound up with it, and secondly also, something characteristic of the thing, peculiar to it alone, something which radically differentiates a given thing from every other thing. 3. Dialectical materialism follows Hegel in distinguishing between quality and property. Hegel defined quality as the immediate determinateness of the something, whereas he reckoned the properties of an object to comprise its determinate relations to other. Property is given only as a mode of attitude of one towards another. 4. Hence, for dialectical materialism also, quality represents an inner determinateness intrinsic to the object, whereas property signifies this determinateness in K's relation to other things. A property is the manifestation of a quality through its relation to another quality. 1. Thus the quality of gold, for example, is determined by its inner structure, whereas its properties, such as malleability, weight, sheen, freedom from rust, etc., depend upon this. 2. Unlike qualities, properties are not inseparable from the object. An object may lose a property without ceasing to be what it is. Rubber, for example, loses its elasticity at low temperatures and becomes rigid and brittle like glass, but without therefore ceasing to be rubber. 3. The category of quality is connected with that of quantity. Quantity is a determinacy of objects and phenomena that is characterized by number, size, rate, degree, extent, etc. 4. In specifying the relationship, dialectical materialism again falls back upon Hegel, who formulates the distinction between quality and quantity as follows. Quality may be described as the determinate mode immediate and identical with being as distinguished from quantity, which, although a mode of being, is no longer immediately identical with being, but a mode indifferent and external to it. 5. Dialectical materialism likewise sees in quantity an external mode of the object. 6. Whose changes have no effect upon the quality of the thing in question. Thus, whereas quality gives expression to the relative stability of the thing, its inner wholeness and unity, quantity expresses its capacity for change while leaving its qualitative determinacy undisturbed. This invariance of quality in the course of quantitative change is but relative, however, for it extends only up to a certain limit. Once the quantitative change goes beyond this limit, there is a sudden transition, in the form of a leap, from the previous quality of the thing to a new one. This organic unity of qualitative and quantitative determination is described by dialectical materialism as measure. Measure denotes the limits within which quantitative changes do not evoke qualitative. The points of transition from one measure to another are referred to as nodes. 7. This doctrine also goes back to Hegel. Measure now is immediate unity of the qualitative and the quantitative. 1. We have here a measure relation, an independent reality, qualitatively different from others. Such a being for self is also essentially a relation of quanta, and therefore open to externality and variation of quantum. It has some play, within which it remains indifferent to this change and does not alter its quality. But there comes a point in this quantitative change at which quality changes and quantum shows itself as specifying, so that the altered quantitative relation is turned under our hands into a measure and thereby into a new quality and a new something. 2. For Hegel too, the quantitative change goes on gradually, whereas the qualitative emerges per saltum. 3. And he adduces a series of examples from mathematics, from music, and above all from the field of chemistry, where such nodal lines of measure are exemplified with a special clarity. Dialectical materialism gives Hegel the credit for having been the first to formulate the law of transition from quantity to quality, but he did so, however, in a regrettably idealist fashion, in that quantity and quality figure as determinate stages in the development of the absolute idea, but are not related to material objects of any kind. For this error of Hegel's has now been corrected by the founders of Marxism, in that they have given a deeply materialist interpretation. 5. To the Hegelian formula. Engels puts it as follows. For our purpose, we can express this by saying that in nature, in a manner exactly fixed for each individual case, qualitative changes can only occur by the quantitative addition or quantitative subtraction of matter or motion. All qualitative differences in nature rest on differences of chemical composition or on different quantities or forms of motion or, as is almost always the case, on both. Hence it is impossible to alter the quality of a body without addition or subtraction of matter or motion, i.e., without quantitative alteration of the body concerned. 6. Like Hegel, Engels also finds particular confirmation of this law in chemistry, in which it celebrates its most important triumphs. And indeed the various proportions in which oxygen combines with nitrogen or sulfur, each of which produces a substance qualitatively. The law of the transition from quantity to quality 323 different from any of the others. How different is laughing gas from nitric anhydride? The first is a gas, the second at ordinary temperatures a solid crystalline substance. And yet the whole difference in composition is that the second contains 5 times as much oxygen as the first, and between the two of them are 3 more oxides of nitrogen, each of which is qualitatively different from the first two and from one another. 1. This law is reinforced by means of a number of more or less happily chosen examples. The classic instance from physics is the periodic system of the elements, in which a change of atomic number tends also to coincide with a new qualitative state of the element. In chemistry, for example, the quantitative division of a substance below the molecular level leads to qualitative changes. In the field of biology there is constant recourse to Darwin and the proof he is alleged to have given, that initially insignificant quantitative changes in plants and animals eventually lead by accumulation and inheritance to the formation of new species. In the field of social theory the reference is to Marx and his example of how a master craftsman becomes a capitalist as soon as his capital exceeds a certain level. Lenin, too, sees a similar transformation of quantity into quality realized in the transition from bourgeois to proletarian democracy. Democracy, introduced as fully and consistently as is generally conceivable, is transformed from bourgeois democracy into proletarian democracy, from the state into something which is no longer really a state. 3. And lastly, this law also holds good of human mental processes. Zdanov sees it at work in the creation of Marxism, which betokens a revolution in philosophy. Here, as in every other sort of leap, the discovery was prepared for by a previous accumulation of quantitative changes, in this particular case by the assembled findings of philosophical inquiry prior to Marx and Engels, but these then gave rise to a new type of philosophy, different in quality from all the philosophical systems that had gone before. For even nowadays, however, there are still repeated references to a less happy example originally put forward by Engels, and later quoted by Stalin, namely that if a liquid is heated or cooled beyond a certain point there is a change in the aggregate state. One Kedrov does not even boggle at employing the following example: if the dimensions of a writing table, say, are reduced below a certain minimum, it ceases to be a table and become a toy. To the law of the transition from quantity to quality figures, therefore, as one of the main pillars in the philosophical edifice of dialectical materialism, it is taken to provide theoretical warrant for the assumption of an unbroken rule of transformation operating throughout the entire course of the world process. In contrast, however, to the worldview of mechanistic materialism, there is no immediate elimination of the essential, qualitative differences between the various realms of being. The atom certainly consists of electrons, but despite this its laws are not reducible to electronic laws. So too, the molecule is made up of atoms, but its nature is not exhausted by the laws prevailing in the atomic sphere. The same applies to the cell, the organism, mind, society, etc. In general, 3 main fields of reality are distinguished: inorganic matter, the organic world, and the sphere of social life. The forms of motion governing each of these spheres are basically irreducible one to another, each retaining its own specific quality. But despite this formal irreducibility of the higher levels to the lower, dialectical materialism insists that they are genetically derived from the latter. 3. And it is the law of the transition from quantity to quality which is supposed to provide the theoretical basis for this claim. Quantitative and qualitative changes condition 2 essentially different kinds of development, evolution and revolution. And so the dialectical method says that movement has 2 forms, the evolutionary and the revolutionary form. For it is characteristic of the first that it is gradual, whereas the second takes place in a sudden, sweeping, violent manner. Movement is evolutionary when the progressive elements spontaneously continue their daily activities and introduce minor quantitative changes into the old order. 6. Conversely, movement is revolutionary when the same elements combine, become imbued with a single idea, and sweep down upon the enemy camp with the object of uprooting the old order and of introducing qualitative changes in life, of establishing a new order. Evolution and revolution are mutually correlated according to law. Evolution prepares for revolution and creates the ground for it. Revolution consummates the process of evolution and facilitates its further activity. 2. The correlation resides, however, not only in the fact that the quantitative changes lead up to and prepare the way for qualitative ones, but also and conversely in the fact that the qualitative changes are followed by a new increase on the quantitative side. The cultivation of qualitatively new and better agricultural land also assists the production of quantitatively better crops. The breeding of new strains of cattle yields greater quantities of milk, meat, etc. 3. The transition from quantitative to qualitative changes therefore implies a breach of continuity. It takes place by means of a leap. But this theory of dialectical leaps harbors a danger to the Soviet system itself. For the doctrine that all development includes a moment of both evolution and revolution lends itself to the conclusion that even the Soviet order of society must in turn be advanced by way of a qualitative dialectical leap, i.e., by a revolution in the social field, if history is not to be admitted to have come to a complete standstill. In order to avoid this conclusion, a distinction of exceptional importance was introduced into Marxist-Leninist theory by Stalin, in his letters on linguistics, where he differentiates between leaps that occur suddenly and those that take place gradually. Only in antagonistic forms of society does the transition from one form to another take the shape of an explosion, whereas in the development of the classless Soviet society these leaps occur by way of a gradual accumulation of elements of the new quality and a dying away of the old one. 4. The relevant passage in the first of these letters is outwardly most unimpressive, having the air of a casually interpolated remark à propos the question whether the development of language takes place by way of violent upheavals. It should be said in general for the benefit of comrades who have an infatuation for explosions that the law of transition from an old quality to a new by means of an explosion is inapplicable not only to the history of the development of languages, it is not always applicable to other social phenomena of a basis or superstructural character. It applies of necessity to a society divided into hostile classes. But it does not necessarily apply to a society which has no hostile classes. In a period of 8 to 10 years we effected a transition in the agriculture of our country from the bourgeois, individual peasant system to the socialist, collective farm system. This was a revolution which eliminated the old bourgeois economic system in the countryside and created a new, socialist system. But that revolution did not take place by means of an explosion, that is, by the overthrow of the existing government power and the creation of a new power, but by a gradual transition from the old bourgeois system in the countryside to a new system. And it was possible to do that because it was a revolution from above, because the revolution was accomplished on the initiative of the existing power with the support of the bulk of the peasantry. 1. In an article on basis and superstructure, published on October 5, 1950, Pravda describes these opinions of Stalin's as of tremendous importance. Comrade Stalin is the first in the literature of Marxism to have shown that in the socialist society, where antagonistic classes no longer exist, the operation of a basic dialectical law, the law of transition from an old quality to a new, takes on a new form. Comrade Stalin has destroyed the vulgar notion that qualitative changes must always and under all circumstances take place by way of explosions. Comrade Stalin has shown that the law of transition from an old quality to a new by means of explosions only applies to a society divided into hostile classes. But this law by no means applies to a society where there are no antagonistic classes. 2. Stalin's solution of the problem of the fateful dialectical leaps amounts, therefore, to this, that the new term explosion is now introduced in place of leap. Leaps are still allowed, moreover, it is only explosions that are forbidden. In a report, The Further Development of Dialectical and Historical Materialism in J.V. Stalin's Marxism and Problems of Linguistics, delivered by Alexandrov at a session of the Academic Council of the Philosophical Institute of the Academy of Sciences, the distinction between the old and the new types of leap is formulated as follows: in the antagonistic class society, the decisive role in the leap from an Old to a new quality is taken by an initiative from below, i.e., by a revolutionary uprising amongst the masses, accompanied by furious resistance on the part of the ruling classes, hence the characteristic feature of this leap, the fact that it develops into an explosion involving the liquidation of the old order of society and its replacement by a new one. Matters are otherwise in the classless Soviet society. In effecting the transition from one stage of development of socialist society to another, higher one, from an old quality to a new, the leading part is played by the initiative from above, the initiative of the Soviet state. The masses of the people actively support such a revolutionary initiative from above. And it is precisely this which gives rise to the peculiarity of the transition occurring under such conditions from an old quality to a new, namely that here the leap no longer takes on the character of an explosion and a liquidation of the established order of society, and cannot possibly do so \x. This is doubtless enough to provide a formal solution of the difficulty. The only trouble is that, having ceased to be an explosion, the leap also loses its sudden character, takes on the character of a gradual transition, and therefore ceases to be a leap at all. There is yet another deepening of previous understanding which Alexandrov ascribes one to Stalin's letters on linguistics, this time concerning the relationship of evolution and revolution, and typically enough it again tells in favor of continuity. Stalin has here rectified an erroneous account of social development to be found in a number of works on historical materialism, whereby the individual stages in the development of society are made to appear as separated by an absolute break and the history of society reduced to a succession of isolated situations having no connection one with another. In contrast to this, Stalin has made it clear that although the development of particular bases and superstructures certainly occurs by way of leaps and breaches of continuity, there are other social factors, notably those of technology and language, whose development does not follow the irregular progress of basis and superstructure, but rather ensures by its continuity the continuous character of the history of social development. 2. The theory of the different kinds of leap has since become one of the generally prescribed doctrines of dialectical materialism. The Marxist dialectical method teaches us to approach the analysis of leaps in a concrete, historical manner, and to recognize their qualitative diversity and variety. 3. Kedrov has devoted a special study, gradualness as a form of transition from an old quality to a new one, to an analysis of changes of this type. Gradualness, he argues, should not be attributed only to quantitative changes, it is also a feature of many qualitative transitions, and this not only as a form of quantitative preparation for the leap, an evolutionary prelude to revolution, but also as a form in which the leap or revolution takes place, a form of qualitative change too. He illustrates the point with a series of examples from nature and history. In astronomy, cosmogonical theories are based on the idea of a gradual evolution among cosmic objects and a correspondingly slow transition to qualitatively new conditions. In geology, and especially in soil science, gradual leaps of this sort are to be found in the theory of Dialectical and Williams. In biology, such qualitative transitions occur in the formation of new species. In a later work, Kedrov appeals to this fact in defending Darwin against the charge of flat evolutionism. Those who object to Darwin on this score are confusing gradual qualitative transitions with purely quantitative ones. 3. In the fields of anthropology and physiology, another example is provided by the process of human evolution. In the development of language, explosions are altogether absent, and so too in the history of technology, science, and production. For above all, however, Kedrov endeavors to prove that the transition from socialism to communism is a slow and gradual process of this kind. He demonstrates this by an analysis of the three basic conditions for the transition to communism, as laid down by Stalin in his last book, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR 5. But when reference is made to the gradual transition to a new quality in the course of social development under socialism, this must not be taken to imply that the process will necessarily be a slow one. On the contrary, thanks to the many special features and advantages of a socialist system, the productive forces are developing there at an accelerated rate. 6. The true purport of all these speculations is really quite obvious. the revolutionary sting in the law of transition from quantity to quality is to be drawn, and in the interests of preserving the existing Soviet system the accent is again to be placed increasingly on the continuity of the developmental process. The leaps are no longer permitted to assume the character of explosions, i.e., as Alexandrov sees it, they no longer imply the overthrow of the existing state power, and if, for the sake of theory, revolutions continue to be envisaged in the future, what is intended is that they shall consist only of revolutions from above, conducted by the established regime. And in order to anchor this newly discovered conservatism of continuity still more firmly into the nature of social development, it is pointed out that the sphere of operation of the dialectical leaps is by no means so extensive as might appear, since there are factors in social life which remain wholly unaffected by this law. The emergence of new qualities in the course of the developmental process is also bound up with a belief in their progressive character, i.e., the optimistic conviction that development takes its course from the lower to the higher and better. Here too the metaphysicians are of a different opinion, more especially the adherents of a cyclical theory of development in nature and society, which brings forth nothing new, but merely repeats the stages already traversed before. This was the view of Guillaume Battista Vico at the beginning of the 18th century, who supposed all societies and civilizations to run through the same cyclical course of youth, maturity, and decay. In modern bourgeois ideology of the epoch of imperialism, Oswald Spengler, the ideologist of the German imperialists, and intellectual forerunner of fascism, represents a similar point of view, namely that society must run through three stages in the course of its development: growth, maturity, and decadence. In despite of all such notions, dialectical materialism proclaims its belief in progress, in the idea that the process of development should be understood, not as movement in a circle, not as a simple repetition of what has already occurred, but as an onward and upward movement, as a transition from an old qualitative state to a new qualitative state, as a development from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher. 2. There is no need on that account to picture this progressive development as an uninterrupted triumphal march in which there are no occasional setbacks and regressions. Just as biology is acquainted with the phenomena of so-called regressive evolution, i.e., a certain reversion to evolutionary stages already traversed, so social evolution also is familiar with periods of defeat and retrogression. The revolution normally develops, not in a directly ascending line, but on a zigzag path, a series of offensives and defensives, of ebbs and flows, which in course of development steal the forces of revolution and prepare the way for their ultimate victory. But in spite of all such occasional regressions, the historical development of human society represents on the whole an upward process, leading finally, by whatever devious ways, to its invariable culmination in socialism. We live in an age when all roads lead to communism. The socialism which has already been realized in the Soviet Union represents, however, not only a progressive stage in historical development, but also a qualitatively new system of society. 3. The liquidation of exploiting classes and of class contradictions has brought it about that even the upward development has acquired a novel character, in that it now no longer pursues the earlier zigzag path or exhibits regressions, but takes the form, rather, of an uninterrupted advance. The most important feature of the upward development of Soviet society lies in the fact that this development is continuous in character. 4. This novel manifestation of what has hitherto been one of the most fundamental laws of the world's development, namely that with the advent of the socialist order of society there is no longer any discontinuity, but only a perfect continuity of social development, is exceptionally worthy of remark. In broad outline it is held that in future there is to be nothing but a pure and unbroken ascent. This fact, this expectation that the world is to be fundamentally transformed down to its innermost laws of being, does more than almost any other to bring out clearly the messianic aspirations which underlie Marxism, and more especially Marxism in its Soviet form. The dialectical materialist law of transition from quantitative changes to qualitative undoubtedly gives expression to a situation actually to be met with in real life, namely the emergence of essential changes in the course of a gradual process of inessential change. So long at least, as essential is understood in the everyday sense, whereby water, say, is taken to be essentially different from example salt. In this sense the law is by no means peculiar to dialectical materialism. We need only refer to the fact that Thomism, for example, employs a similar notion when it treats of substantial change as in many cases the result of a more or less lengthy process of accidental change. In the present state of physics it is, however, very difficult to decide whether genuine transformations of essence, or qualitative changes, as they are called in dialectical materialism, actually occur in the inorganic world, or whether this should not be confined only to the transition from inorganic to organic matter and the various transitions of organisms one into another. Thus a first reservation to be made against the dialectical materialist doctrine on this point is that it ought to distinguish more clearly between qualitative and essential changes. It is certainly quite a different matter whether water is transformed into steam, or whether its atoms are assimilated by an organism. For in the latter case these atoms are subjected to new laws, which although describable in physico-chemical terms, are not explicable from them alone, whereas the differences in behavior of the individual atom inside and outside the molecular bond can be completely accounted for in terms of the quantum physical laws operative within its electronic shell. Now it is indeed possible to find in dialectical materialism an inclination to differentiate more precisely between the qualitative distinctions separating the three great orders of reality, and those occurring among the various phenomena within these orders. This is the case, for example, when the Soviet authors, in dealing with the origin of life, refer to matter, hitherto governed solely by the physico-chemical form of motion, as having now acquired a new, biological form of motion. A further distinction is often drawn in this connection, moreover, between separate chemical and physical forms of motion. Even from the dialectical materialist standpoint, it would be more consistent, therefore, to employ some terms such as essential change to distinguish those changes in which a new structural principle emerges, from those in which this does not occur, as when a molecule is split into atoms. And even if it should be possible in principle to account for molecular properties entirely in terms of the quantum physical laws prevailing in the subatomic field, i.e., to reduce them to quantitative changes, there might still be some justification, perhaps, for speaking of a qualitative distinction between the molecule and its atoms, and between molecules of different substances, insofar, that is, as there are specific laws still operative in the macrophysical field, in contrast to the quantum physical laws of microphysics, and insofar as it is possible, despite the statistical character of the latter, to arrive at truly dynamical laws in the macrophysical sphere. This leads us to a further and more important reservation in regard to the dialectical materialist doctrine on this subject. The main thing it aims at in this law is to provide some sort of philosophical possibility that in the course of the world's evolution the higher phenomena should have arisen of their own accord from the lower. Now the explanation for this is said to be that, at certain nodal points, the hitherto purely quantitative changes necessarily become qualitative. This may indeed happen in qualitative transitions involving no essential change in the sense just explained, as when a radioactive element having one quality changes into another of a different quality by emission of alpha particles. But even qualitative changes of this kind are not always capable of occurring spontaneously, on their own, without the intervention of an efficient cause. To return to the example, so frequently cited in this connection, about the change in aggregate state, water does not spontaneously change into steam of its own accord, but requires a cause to make it do so, namely a source of heat. Moreover, there is an absolute necessity for such influence on the part of an extramundane cause as soon as it is a matter, not just of changes within the same order of reality, but of ascending to a higher one, as with the emergence of life or conscious mentality. In dealing with this law the Soviet authors proceed as if the supposition that life, for example, has arisen spontaneously from inorganic matter, were a scientifically established fact, to be taken as a starting point in any philosophical treatment of the question and laid down as a datum for philosophical generalization. We shall see in Chapter V that Soviet science is far from having provided any such proof. From the philosophical point of view, however, it must be urged against this thesis that it involves a repudiation of the principle of causality which dialectical materialism is elsewhere resolute in defending against a variety of indeterministic tendencies in modern physics itself. For this principle not only demands a cause in general for the emergence of anything new, but also an adequate cause, and if we were to assume a spontaneous generation from the less perfect, the gain in perfection would lack any corresponding cause, and must in the law of the unity and struggle of opposites 333 fact have arisen out of nothing. But to postulate such a generation would be to credit the less perfect, which is incapable of creating out of nothing, with a genuine power of creation, and this is impossible. To ascribe such creative power to an infinite, perfect world creator, as is done in the ism, where the greatest wealth of being is situated at the world's beginning, is a notion which straightway lends itself to completion. But to set what is poorest in being, lifeless, mindless matter, at the world's beginning, and to endow it with genuine creative power, is an assumption that can only be filled out in idea, but not in thought. For it would mean surrendering the basic principles on which all thought is founded, the causal law, for example, the principle of sufficient reason and the law of contradiction, and with their abandonment, there would be equal justification for maintaining any proposition whatsoever, and all science and philosophy would be rendered impossible. In conclusion, we shall venture to refer to a matter which is not without a certain flavor of irony. Engels sought to exclude the philosophy of nature from the system of dialectical materialism, remarking contemptuously that it replaced the real but as yet unknown interconnections in nature by ideal, fancied ones. But now it is the dialectical materialists themselves, armed with the law of transition from quantity to quality and following, moreover, in Engels' own footsteps, who plunge on impatiently like bold philosophers of nature ahead of the advance of the positive sciences, for they not only inform us of the fact that higher beings have arisen by evolution from lower ones, but are also already prepared to tell us how this has come about, namely, by the transformation of quantity into quality. 3. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites. Among his principal features of the Marxist dialectic, Stalin assigns only fourth place to the struggle of opposites, though Engels lists it in second position, and although in accounts of Soviet dialectical materialism published before 1938 it always figured first. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, for they all have their negative and positive sides, a past and a future, something dying away and something developing, and that the struggle between these opposites, the struggle between the old and the new, between that which is dying away and that which is being born, between that which is disappearing and that which is developing, constitutes the internal content of the process of development, the internal content of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes. The dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development from the lower to the higher takes place not as a harmonious unfolding of phenomena, but as a disclosure of the contradictions inherent in things and phenomena, as a struggle of opposite tendencies which operate on the basis of these contradictions. But though Stalin actually puts this law in last position, it is still credited even nowadays with supreme importance as the main feature of the whole dialectical process of development too. Though the law of transition from quantitative changes into qualitative may have made it clear how the evolutionary process gives rise to new and higher qualities, it still remains to be explained from whence in general the entire process of development derives its origin, and what it is that sets it in motion. To account for this, and to do so without calling on the aid of a supernatural cause, a supernatural first mover, is the point and purpose of the thesis concerning the struggle of opposites. Dialectical materialism solves the problem of where to look for the origin of motion in the world by conceiving of all motion as ultimately a self-movement whose origin is supposedly derivable from the internal contradictions lying hidden in each individual T-hinge. According to Lenin, there are essentially two views of development to be found in the history of philosophy. The two basic conceptions of development are, development as decrease and increase, as repetition, and development as a unity of opposites. 3. On the first view things undergo no real inner change, but remain at bottom always the same. Their whole development, whether we are dealing with plants or animals, man, or society, is reducible to a purely quantitative addition of various properties and aspects which they already possessed beforehand to a more limited extent, or at least in embryonic form. The weakness of this conception lies in its inability to account either for the origin of motion or the emergence of novelty in the process. But this is precisely what the second view does provide for. In the first conception of motion, says/movement, its driving force, its source, its motive, remains in the shade. In the second conception it is to the knowledge of the source of //movement that attention is chiefly directed. The first conception is lifeless, poor and dry. The second is vital. The second alone furnishes the key to the self-movement of everything in existence, it alone furnishes the key to the leaps, to the break in continuity, to the transformation into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. 1. For Lenin, therefore, and for dialectical materialism generally, motion in the world is not to be thought of in mechanical terms that would call for the assumption of an origin lying outside it, and eventually lead to the further assumption of a first mover, a divine first cause. No motion is to be understood in terms of self-movement, whose source must be looked for in the internal oppositions or contradictions inherent in all things and phenomena. In this Lenin really does nothing more than follow the lead of Engels in giving a materialistic turn to the Hegelian doctrine of contradiction and self-movement. Hegel deals with the theory of contradiction in the second book of his Science of Logic, and it made an extremely lasting impression on Lenin's mind. But it has been a fundamental prejudice of hitherto existing logic and of ordinary imagination that contradiction is a determination having less essence and immanence than identity, but indeed, if there were any question of rank, and the two determinations had to be fixed as separate, contradiction would have to be taken as the profounder and more fully essential. For as opposed to it identity is only the determination of the simple immediate, or of dead being, while contradiction is the root of all movement and life, and it is only in so far as it contains a contradiction that anything moves and has impulse and activity. 2. On entering this passage into his notebook, Lenin embellished it with heavy strokes in the margin and underlined the reference to contradiction as the root of all movement, so as to emphasize it further still. 3. Thus already in Hegel we find that notion of a certain primacy of contradiction over identity which held such a fascination also for the Russian revolutionaries of an earlier generation. No less a person than Mikhail Bakunin conceived it his business to prove the primacy of the negative to the positive in the dialectic, and to end his celebrated essay Reaction in Germany, in the left Hegelian Deutsche Jahrbucher, with the fiery summons. Let us put our trust, therefore, in the eternal Spirit, who shatters and destroys only because he is the unfathomable and eternally creative source of all that lives. The desire to destroy is itself a creative desire. 1. Lenin also took over the concept of self-movement from Hegel. And similarly internal or self-movement, or impulse in general, is nothing else than the fact that something is itself and is also deficiency or the negative of itself, in one and the same respect. Abstract self-identity has no life, but the fact that the positive in itself is negativity causes it to pass outside itself and to change. Something therefore has life only in so far as it contains contradiction, and is that force which can both comprehend and endure contradiction. 2. The concept of self-movement here established and expounded by Hegel inspired Lenin with ardent enthusiasm. After having copied out this passage he added, movement and movement, change, movement and being alive, principle of all self-movement, impulse towards movement and activity opposite to dead being. Who would have thought that this is the core of Hegelism, the abstract and abstruse business of Hegelism? This core has had to be discovered, grasped, rescued, peeled out, purified, and Marx and Engels have actually accomplished it. 3. Metaphysics is declared to be incapable of grasping such a conception of motion. It can only envisage motion as beginning with a push from outside, and this leads in turn to the assumption of a first mover, an intervention on the part of a divine first cause, who sets the world as a whole in motion by means of an incursion effected from without, as Newton required him to do. The French materialists took a similar view of motion and thereby admitted the logical possibility of assuming a first mover, however much they themselves rejected the idea. And metaphysics, moreover, is incapable of rising to this conception of self-movement because it cannot grasp the existence of real contradictions inherent in things, and sides with Dühring in describing such assumptions as the apex of absurdity, for the impossibility of real contradiction also supplies the basis for Zeno's celebrated paradoxes against the possibility of motion. A moving body can only be in one place at any given moment, but this means that it is at rest. Now since this contradiction is impossible, motion itself is impossible also. Various 20th century Russian metaphysicians, such as P. Struve and V. Chernov, attempted to resolve this antinomy by asserting that there is actually no contradiction at all. If one divides up the whole course traversed by the moving body into a series of minute sections, or points, the moving body occupies a point in space at each single point in time. At one moment it is at one point, at the next moment it is at the next point, and so on. Lenin repudiated this sort of argument. It derives motion, which is continuous, from a sum of states of rest. A deviant form of the metaphysical concept of motion is held to be represented by the equilibrium theory, which considers a state of rest to be the normal situation and ascribes to motion only a transient, occasional significance. The source of motion, on this view, is the struggle between conflicting forces externally opposed to one another, the aim of motion, the restoration of equilibrium. The same is also supposed to hold good in the field of social development, where this equilibrium theory is exploited by opportunists in order to preach the reconciliation of class antagonisms. The dissemination of such fallacies in Russia is especially laid by Soviet philosophy at the door of Bukharin, who relied on the equilibrium theory in accepting the possibility of peaceful coexistence between the socialist and capitalist sectors of the economy and advised waiting until the larger peasants have grown up into socialism. Now, in opposition to all these metaphysical systems, dialectical materialism maintains that motion in the world has the character of self-movement. Its essence consists in the fact that it rests upon real contradictions which find concrete expression in the fact that every individual thing and phenomenon is internally divided against itself and contains different aspects and elements in mutual opposition to one another, which impel the thing into change and motion. Self-movement accordingly implies in the first place the presence of real contradiction, which is objectively present in things and processes themselves, and so to speak appears in corporeal form too. Against Dühring, who had roundly described this notion as absurd, Engels argues that we fail to run up against contradictions only so long as we consider things as static and lifeless, each one by itself, alongside of and after each other. We find certain qualities which are partly common to, partly diverse from, and even contradictory to each other, but which betoken no contradiction in the things themselves, since we find them distributed among different objects. But the position is altered as soon as we consider things in their motion, their change, their life, their reciprocal influence on one another. On adopting this dialectical mode of approach, we immediately encounter real contradictions inherent in the things themselves. Motion itself is a contradiction. Even simple mechanical change of place can only come about through a body at one and the same moment of time being both in one place and in another place, being in one and the same place and also not in it. And the continuous assertion and simultaneous solution of this contradiction is precisely what motion is. So too Lenin. Motion is the union of continuity and discontinuity. Motion is a contradiction, a union of contradictions. 3. But this applies not only to spatial movement, but also to motion of any kind in the sense of change in general. All development is therefore a contradiction, implying as it does a union of mutability and constancy. When anything comes into being, it does not yet exist, for it is only beginning to do so, but if we were only to say that, it would not be correct, for once it has started it is already beginning to be, i.e., already exists. This means, therefore, that of anything coming into being we must maintain simultaneously both that it exists and that it does not exist. In coming to be there is a simultaneous union of being and not being, i.e., of opposites which directly exclude one another. 4. Motion and contradiction are therefore inseparable from one another. And since, as we have seen already, motion is to be understood in its broadest sense as becoming in general and also appears, in this dialectical materialist conception of it, as an essential attribute of matter, the presence of internal contradictions thereby becomes an ontological law of the highest and most general kind. Real contradictions constitute the innermost essence of things. In its proper meaning, dialectics is the study of contradiction in the essence of objects as such. 1. In the concrete, these inner contradictions are revealed in the fact that everything, phenomenon, or process is divided within itself and has two opposite sides. Such pairs of opposites are to be met with in every sphere of reality, in mathematics positive and negative quantities, differential and integral, in mechanics action and reaction, in astronomy the determination of planetary motions by centrifugal and centripetal forces, in physics the atom as a complex unity of opposites. Electrons repel one another, and so do protons, while electrons are attracted by them. Positive and negative electricity and magnetic polarity are further examples of opposites bound together in unity. But it is in the field of biology especially that life presents itself as a contradictory process of this type, featuring a continual cycle of accretion and destruction, assimilation and dispersal. These two opposite tendencies, the building up of cells on the one hand and their decay on the other, constitute the basis, the condition, for the process of life. Life is therefore also a contradiction which is present in things and processes themselves, and which constantly asserts and solves itself, and as soon as the contradiction ceases, life too comes to an end, and death steps in. 2. Similarly, in Pavlov's physiology of higher nervous activity, the activity in question represents a unity of the phenomena of excitation and inhibition. 3. In the sphere of thought also, Engels remarks that, for example, the contradiction between man's inherently unlimited faculty of knowledge and its actual realization in men who are limited by their external conditions and limited also in their intellectual faculties finds its solution in what is, for us at least, and from a practical standpoint, an endless succession of generations, in infinite progress. 4. In the field of social life, there is the contradiction between productive forces and relations of production in the capitalist order of society, giving rise to crises and class struggles. Even such social phenomena as war participate in this all-pervading dualism, for it is the opinion of Soviet philosophy that war too, like everything else in life, has a positive side as well as a negative one. The Second World War, for example, served to exhibit governments, states, and parties in their true colors, and also operated as a sort of trial by ordeal and security test for the Soviet system itself. 1. Dialectical materialism lays stress on the fact that this twofold interrelation of opposites is to be conceived, not eclectically, as a mere conjunction or succession, but dialectically, in the sense that these opposites are so far intertwined that the one cannot exist without the other. Not only do they not exclude one another, they presuppose and reciprocally condition each other. In the capitalist order of society, bourgeoisie and proletariat are in hostile opposition, yet they are so tied up with one another in the economic structure of capitalism, that the one class represents a condition for the other's existence. Lenin also sums up the dialectical relationship of contradiction in yet another fashion, as representing a transition from one member of the opposition into the other. Dialectics is the theory of how opposites can be and commonly are identical under what conditions they remain identical when changing into one another. 2. But although opposites or real contradictions form a dialectical unity, Lenin expressly emphasizes that in the dialectical relationship of material presupposition and exclusion so constituted, it is the conflict rather than the unity which takes first place. The unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. 3. It is noteworthy that here too Stalin's letters on linguistics have recently brought about a shift of emphasis in favor of the stable factor of unity. As we have already seen earlier, Stalin is unequivocally of the opinion that language is a bond uniting the whole of society, which ought not to serve any one class to the detriment of the remainder. In this connection he then goes on to maintain that in general the class struggle does not imply a disintegration of society. So long as capitalism exists, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are bound together and made dependent on each other by a mass of economic ties. The removal of these ties would mean a cessation of all economic production, and hence the collapse of society and of the classes themselves. Consequently, however sharp the class struggle may be, it cannot lead to the disintegration of society. When Stalin's letters on linguistics were discussed at a meeting of the Academic Council of the Philosophical Institute of the Academy of Sciences, V.P. Chertkov amplified this by observing that Lenin's words on the conditional character of unity had lately been misunderstood by a number of philosophers. It had clearly been forgotten that in dealing with the law of unity and conflict of opposites, the unity represents a philosophical category just as much as the struggle between them. The hushing up of unity and the absolute status accorded to the struggle of opposites does not lead, as is supposed by thinkers and revolutionaries of a primitive anarchist turn of mind, to a strengthening of the idea of development, but on the contrary makes the latter quite impossible. For if, in the course of development, the given unity is not continually displaced by a new one, the contradiction too remains perpetually one and the same. A deeper penetration into the course of Stalin's argument shows clearly, moreover, that this powerful emphasis on the reality of unity in no way points to any preaching of conciliation between the opposites. To sum up, we can do no better than cite the conception of self-movement formulated by Wolfson and Gauck as follows: every phenomenon in the various orders of being contains in itself opposing elements which are mutually exclusive, and yet also presuppose and interpenetrate one another. The conflict between them conditions all development. Within the bounds of the unity of any given thing, a continuous accentuation of the contradiction between the opposites is always going on. Once this opposition has reached a certain level, conditioned in each case by the specific quality of the thing in question, the contradiction is resolved, and the previous quality is thereupon replaced by a new one, with new internal contradictions. 3. As may easily be seen from the foregoing, the true meaning of the law of the unity and struggle of opposites consists in providing a philosophical justification for the social phenomena of class war and revolution discovered by Marx. What was originally regarded by Marx as a law of social development has here been transformed into an ontological law of being having universal application. But in the process, this law also becomes a thorn in the side of Bolshevik theory itself. For if it possesses the universal character of a general law of being, it must now apply in the social field, not only to capitalism, but also to the socialist and communist orders of society. Their development too must proceed at the instigation of inner contradictions, unless we are prepared to conclude that with the onset of communism all development completely ceases, and that human history itself, and not merely the prologue thereto, has come to an end. There was need, therefore, to draw the sting from this law and discover new incentives to social development, new forms of the conflict of opposites which should at the same time be a conflict no longer. This was effected by the distinction of antagonistic from non-antagonistic contradictions. In the discussion on Alexandrov's book, Zdanov asserted, among other things, in our Soviet society, where antagonistic classes have been eliminated, the struggle between the old and the new, and consequently the development from the lower to the higher, proceeds not in the form of struggle between antagonistic classes and of cataclysms, as is the case under capitalism, but in the form of criticism and self-criticism, which is the real motive force of our development, a powerful instrument in the hands of the party. This is incontestably a new form of movement, a new type of development, a new dialectical law. 1. The law of the unity and conflict of opposites therefore operates differently in a society composed of antagonistic classes to the way it does in a society where class antagonisms no longer exist. Antagonistic contradictions are taken to be contradictions founded on the irreconcilable interests of hostile classes, groups, and forces, whereas non-antagonistic contradictions are those which have no hostile classes with directly conflicting interests behind them, contradictions, not on fundamental issues, but on current points of detail too. The first include the conflicts between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, or between the various imperialist powers. During the period of transition in the Soviet Union, such antagonisms existed between the workers and smallholders on the one side, and the urban bourgeoisie and the wealthier peasant class on the other. Prior to the establishment of socialism in the Soviet Union, there were non-antagonistic contradictions between the workers and the smallholders, who still possessed some property, and since that time there have also been other such conflicts, between the more and the less progressive elements, for example, or between men's socialist way of life and certain survivals of capitalism in their consciousness. All contradictions can be resolved only by a struggle, but while the first type can be dealt with only by the violent methods of war or revolution, it is characteristic of the second that they do not necessarily have to develop to the point of hostile opposition, and that the struggle between the parties does not rise to the level of open conflict. The question of contradictions in the socialist society has lately been the subject of an animated discussion among the Soviet philosophers, touched off by an article in Voprozy Philosophie by T.S.A. Stepanyan, Contradictions in the Development of Socialist Society and the Means of Resolving Them. Stepanyan begins his account with a definition of the concept of contradiction which he differentiates from various fallacious conceptions of it. 3. Contradiction is a division within unity and a struggle between the various internally connected aspects and tendencies of objects and phenomena in the objective world. 4. Difference. Contrariety and conflict are separate manifestations of contradiction. Every concrete contradiction goes through 3 stages in its development: origin, growth, and resolution. 5. Stepanyan allows for the possibility of conflict in both antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. It is the error of the no-conflict theory that it fails to take this into account. But he considers that there is a most essential difference between these 2 types of conflict. Those in antagonistic forms of society express the fundamental economic and political interests of social groups. They are more enduring and are resolved in violent collision. In non-antagonistic societies, however, they relate, not to the economic interests of whole groups, but to the attitude of the individual towards society or to other individuals. They are therefore very easily resolved, thanks to the unity of the people as a whole. As for the special case of contradictions within the socialist society, Stepanyan distinguishes them according to the following 3 features: they are non-antagonistic, they are contradictions of growth, occurring throughout the whole formation of the socialist order, and not merely at the beginning, as is the case with capitalism. They do not lead, as happened under previous social orders, to an eventual collapse of the production relations of the existing order, but to a continual perfecting of the same. These 3 traits are paralleled by the specific manner in which such contradictions are resolved under socialism. They are settled, not by a violent upheaval, but gradually, by means of a planned development of social production. They are disclosed and dealt with, not by way of the class struggle, but through criticism and self-criticism and the establishment of new driving forces for the development of Soviet society. They are eliminated, not as in capitalism, by revolutionary destruction of the existing order, through mass pressure from below, but by degrees, without explosions, the initiative proceeding from above, from party and government too. So far as the socialist mode of production is concerned, it too, according to Stepanyan, is subject to the general law of contradiction between the tendency to continuous advancement on the part of the productive forces, and the tendency to relative inertia and self-sufficiency on the part of the relations of production. But whereas under capitalism the result is that at a certain stage in the development of the productive forces they necessarily become fettered by the existing relations of production, this no longer happens under socialism, thanks to social ownership and correct leadership, based on an understanding of the laws of economic development. The progressive advance of Soviet society towards communism gives assurance that impending contradictions in the development of the socialist mode of production will be promptly discovered and disposed of. 3. Stepanyan also raises the question as to what constitutes the fundamental contradiction in socialist society. Contrary to the opinion of certain Soviet authors who had sought to dismiss this issue, he argues that socialism, like capitalism, also has its underlying contradiction. It is generally agreed in Soviet circles that under capitalism it is the contradiction between the social character of production and the private character of ownership. Under socialism, according to Stepanyan, it is the contradiction between the limitless expansion in the requirements of the population as a whole, and the level of development attained at any given time in the production of material and cultural goods. It is this contradiction which provides a continual spur to economic development. The intention here is to keep in line with the Stalinist formulation of the basic economic law of socialism, the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society through the continuous expansion and perfection of socialist production on the basis of higher techniques. It would carry us too far to enter in detail into the various rejoinders provoked by Stepanyan's Article 3. Much of what was said has more to do with historical materialism and political economy. And many of the criticisms and amplifications brought forward, though often of great interest, are more in the nature of personal opinions. The whole controversy appears to be still too fluid to allow even the statements generally agreed upon to be treated as representing the main current in Soviet philosophy. As it is, Stepanyan's observations coincide, at least in broad outline, with what have long been generally accepted points of view. For among non-antagonistic contradictions in the socialist Soviet society, chief importance is still assigned to the antitheses between town and country, and between mental and physical labor. Only under capitalism, according to Stalin, did these antitheses genuinely obtain. Under present conditions in the Soviet Union it is more a matter of essential distinctions. Where the mutual relations of town and country are concerned, it is the prevalence in industry of communal ownership of the means of production, whereas group ownership is still the rule in agriculture. But with the transfer to communal ownership in agriculture, the essential distinction between town and country will also be overcome, and all that will remain is an inessential distinction, exemplified in the difference of working conditions. The same applies to the division between mental and physical labor, where with the raising of the cultural level of the manual worker the essential difference still remaining is supposed to disappear. In accordance with this doctrine of the non-antagonistic nature of the contradictions in socialist society, Soviet authors are continually taking issue against supporters of the no-conflict theory. This was an attitude particularly widespread among writers and artists and founded on the belief that in Soviet society the only possible difference lay between good and better, and hence that there could be no contradictions or conflicts between the old and the new. This theory led to neglect of the growth factor, and of the struggle against the survivals of capitalism in human consciousness, and thus had a harmful effect. It has already been mentioned, that the chief method of revealing and overcoming non-antagonistic contradictions consists in criticism and self-criticism. It therefore becomes one of the most important driving forces in the development of Soviet society. 3 others are referred to by Stalin in his report to the XVIIth Party Congress, in which he draws a comparison between capitalist society, with its division into exploiting and exploited classes, and Soviet society with its workers, peasants, and Soviet intelligentsia united in friendly collaboration. It is this community of interest which has formed the basis for the development of such motive forces as the moral and political unity of Soviet society, the mutual friendship of the nations of the USSR, and Soviet patriotism. 3. The solution of criticism and self-criticism was originally put forward by Stalin purely for the doings of the party, especially after the XVIIth Party Congress, when, thanks to the final victory over the opposition, a situation had arisen which might subsequently have exposed it to the danger of resting complacently on its laurels. What does it mean, however, to rest on one's laurels? It means to put paid to our forward advance. In order to prevent this happening we have need of self-criticism, not the malignant and essentially counter-revolutionary criticism practiced by the opposition, but an honorable, upright Bolshevik self-criticism. For a more concrete expression of criticism and self-criticism in economic life is to be found in socialist emulation, the nature of which is fundamentally different from the capitalist principle of competition, whereas the latter betokens a struggle of every man for himself and against the remainder. Socialist emulation implies a general fellowship of the community in the struggle towards common achievement and comradely assistance for the weaker brethren on the part of the stronger, thereby giving evidence of the advance of socialist consciousness. In general, the transition from socialism to communism calls not only for increased production, but also for a transformation of consciousness, a high level of communist awareness, one which is itself to be attained by way of criticism and self-criticism. Hence the enormous importance attached to criticism, particularly in the ideological field, a fact which has been sufficiently clearly manifested in the various incursions of the Central Committee upon the theoretico-ideological front. 2. Criticism and self-criticism are also of the greatest importance in the life and work of the party. This is especially connected with the fact that the Bolshevik Party is the only party and must therefore itself bear the burden of discovering its own failings. Such criticism provides a safeguard against dogmatism, against the unthinking acceptance of traditional doctrines without testing them to see if they still answer to changed circumstances. 3. Lastly, criticism and self-criticism protect the tender shoots of the still emergent new against bureaucratic rough handling on the part of the old. For there is far less evidence, however, for the dialectical character of the other driving forces in Soviet society. The first of these, as laid down by Stalin in the passage already mentioned, is the moral and political unity of Soviet society. By moral and political unity is meant, a state of society in which there are no social antagonisms, and in which social contradictions are overcome, not in the throes of the class struggle, but within the framework of a consciously directed policy carried through by the leading power in this society, the Bolshevik Party. 1. The next driving force referred to by Stalin is friendship of the peoples of the Soviet Union. The solution of the national question in the USSR, the blossoming of national and socialist cultures, has given the mass millions of all nationalities a share in the culture and leadership of the state. There are millions upon millions of men engaged in furthering the course of historical development, and the more there are taking an active part in this development, the more rapidly and fruitfully will the process go on. 2. The last of the driving forces listed by Stalin as contributing to socialist development is that of Soviet patriotism. He himself has given the classic definition of Soviet patriotism in his book on the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union. The strength of Soviet patriotism lies in the fact that it is based not on racial or nationalistic prejudices, but on the people's profound loyalty and devotion to their Soviet motherland, on the fraternal partnership of the working people of all the nationalities in our country. Soviet patriotism harmoniously combines the national traditions of the peoples and the common vital interests of all the working people of the Soviet Union. 3. The influence of this factor upon historical development lies in the fact that it is the source of heroism and creative energy. The victory of the Soviet Army in the Great Patriotic War was no less due to this cause than were the cultural advances and the successful progress made in all spheres of life in the years after the war. For it is significant that even after de-Stalinization these incentives have remained unaltered. In his address to the XXTH Party Congress, Khrushchev declared it a major task of domestic politics in the years ahead to strengthen friendship among the peoples of the Soviet Union and the moral and political unity of the Soviet people as a whole, as also to educate the mass millions of the workers in the spirit of Soviet patriotism. 1. The Communist Party itself is also reckoned among the decisive motivating forces of the Soviet society. It is impossible to grasp the effectiveness of the driving forces in socialist society without stressing the quite special role played in the development of this effect by the Communist Party. The party is the leading and guiding power in socialist society. It coordinates the effect of all the driving forces in socialist society, guides them towards a single goal and uses them to strengthen and extend the development of the socialist order. 2. In attempting a philosophical appraisal of this basic tenet of dialectical materialism, it will be advisable to deal separately with two different questions: the problem as to whether real contradictions actually obtain in the world, and the problem as to the significance attaching to these real contradictions as the origin of self-movement and the source of change and movement in the world. In his study über die Dialektische Method, Eduard von Hartmann sets out a series of typical fallacies which lead to the seeing of contradictions where none in fact exist. The commonest are as follows: allegedly contradictory opposites fail to conflict, because they do not characterize the subject in the same respect. Unity is confused with identity, the correlative character of concepts is confused with the notion that one is subordinate to the other three. What von Hartmann here observes of the Hegelian dialectic is true to a very much greater extent of the dialectic of dialectical materialism. Even in the examples already given of the presence of real contradictions in the world, it will be evident that in the majority of cases there is really no contradiction at all. Often it is a matter of contrary opposites, or again the alleged contradictions do not pertain to the same subject. Or at least not in the same respect. Polar opposites, and even the banal observation that a phenomenon may have positive and negative consequences, are likewise designated as contradictions. The confusion of contradiction with opposite gives pause even to the reviewer of Leonov's textbook In Voprosi Philosophia, and he puts this error right by explaining that contradictions constitute the basis of oppositions. But this confusion between the two concepts on the part of a second or third-rate author is no longer matter for surprise when we observe how Lenin, a classic of Marxism, himself equates the concepts of unity and identity, as may be seen from his fragment on dialectics. The identity of opposites is the recognition of the contradictory, mutually exclusive, opposite tendencies in all phenomena and processes of nature. 2. If the majority of the examples adduced to prove the thesis that there are real contradictions present in the world can therefore be excluded, there still remain the classical examples: the contradictory character of motion in space, which is supposed to lie in the fact that a body in motion both is and is not at a given here at the same moment. 3. And the contradiction involved in all becoming generally, insofar as it is regarded as a unity of being and non-being. But in point of fact these arguments are nothing but a repetition of the old fallacies of Zeno, directed against the possibility of motion. The error consists in presupposing that a line is made up of points. The path of motion is a line continuously extended in one dimension, but a point has no extension in any dimension. Even if an infinite number of points be set beside one another, we do not obtain the smallest degree of extension. Hence a line is not made up of points, but belongs to a different order altogether. But for this reason also, a moving body cannot be said to be, or not to be, at any given point. There are therefore no grounds for alleging it as a contradiction that a moving body both is and is not at a particular point. The contradiction between being and non-being supposedly present in becoming, also dwindles, on closer examination, into nothing. Contradiction would arise only if becoming actually were both being and non-being simpliciter at one and the same time, or exhibited a being and non-being in the same respect. But the former is impossible in becoming, for being simpliciter is infinite being, which cannot become, since it contains no non-being from which it could come into being, while non-being simpliciter is nothing, from which nothing can come. Becoming always presupposes a something that becomes. The transition from nothing into being occurs, not by way of becoming, but through a creatio ex nihilo, an act of creation. It follows that becoming is possible only when what becomes has being and non-being merely in a certain respect. But in this case it cannot exhibit them both in the same respect, which is the only way in which a contradiction could arise. For the becoming is non-being in respect of that which lies just ahead of it, and being in respect of what it has already become. It is clear, therefore, that becoming involves no real contradiction between being and non-being, but merely a transition from a relative non-being into a relative being, from the not yet of possibility into the being of relative reality. And this also makes it clear that the source of motion cannot lie in contradiction. But now how does this dialectical materialist thesis fare if the term contradiction is taken, not in its commonly accepted sense, but in the sense of an opposition? What is to be said of those pairs of opposites which dialectical materialism produces from the various fields of reality, and by which it attempts, as already noted, to prove that self-movement is everywhere prevalent in the universe? We shall disregard those examples which may definitely be pronounced ill-chosen, such as the opposition between the north and south poles of a magnet, for here there can be no question of self-movement, but at best only movement from elsewhere. The first thing to be said of this thesis, that all motion in the world is ultimately self-movement, is that it does not follow, since many of the examples adduced do nothing to prove it. It must further be objected, that dialectical materialism does not make it sufficiently clear as to whereabouts in the world we are ultimately to look for that unity of the subject which is presupposed in self-movement. If the contradictions, or oppositions, from which motion results are supposed to be internal, and if the motion is taken to proceed from within the subject moved, rather than being evoked in it by an other, this presupposes that the subject in which motion is thus located represents a substantial unity. Thus if all motion in the world is to be regarded as self-movement, this would imply that 352 the materialist dialectic the world as a whole forms a substantial unity, and that all the things in it not only stand in some sort of relation to one another, thereby forming a unity of system merely, but together constitute the substantial unity of a single subject, and hence that not only the whole of inorganic nature, but organisms also, men included, are not separate entities, but merely various determinations of the one world substance. But does dialectical materialism really wish to maintain this? No definite answer is vouchsafed to this question. There is talk, indeed, of the material unity of the world, but as we have already pointed out, unity here means likeness, merely, rather than identity. The thesis of universal connection is also put forward as the first principal feature of the dialectic, but the unity there referred to does not extend beyond a unity of system, in which the various intercoordinated objects retain their substantial individuality, so that the changes they produce in one another do not have the character of self-movement, but rather of movement from elsewhere, a causal operation of one thing upon another. There is yet a third point to be dealt with. We may begin by leaving it an open question, whether and where self-movement occurs in the world, to what extent it may be attributed to the behavior of living organisms, and whether true self-movement is also to be found in inorganic nature. But philosophically speaking, one thing is certain: if there can in fact be true self-movement, it assuredly applies only to those changes where no enhancement of being is involved, as in change of position, etc., not to any true process of becoming in the above defined sense of a transition from relative non-being into relative being. By relative non-being here we refer to being that in certain respects is already actualized, but in others, i.e., in respect of the perfection of being it has still to attain, is not yet in being, or in dialectical materialist terms, which are also those of Aristotle, is still in a state of possibility. Now it is clear, and we shall see in the next chapter, that this is also the express teaching of dialectical materialism, that the possible cannot become actual of its own accord, since non-being cannot of itself provide the being which it lacks. To maintain otherwise would be to dispense with the causal law and the principle of sufficient reason, which, as already shown, would amount to intellectual suicide. In this sense, therefore, the old rule still holds good: everything that moves is moved by something else. It follows from this, that though the opposition between being and non-being, conceived as an opposition of the real principles of being, possibility and actuality, certainly makes motion, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites 353 internally possible, it cannot give rise to the latter. For this purpose we also require the operation of an efficient cause distinct from these two. This leads us to a further conclusion of great importance: given that this efficient cause in turn is not a being existing from its own inner necessity, but the actualization of a possibility, it points us to a further being to which it is indebted for its emergence from possibility into actuality, and so on. But this chain of dependence cannot be prolonged indefinitely, since otherwise we should nowhere find an origin for this repeated multiplication of being, and that would imply that being in general did not exist. In pursuing this chain of dependence, one must therefore arrive somewhere at a cause which has no need of being lifted into actuality by another one, since it exists by virtue of its own inner necessity and is pure actuality, pure reality, without intermixture of possibility. And such a cause we describe, in fact, as the first mover or God. In other respects also, philosophical investigation of this key feature of the materialist dialectic will be found to lead us beyond materialism. For a philosophical analysis of this very law shows us, in fact, that there is more in material nature than meets the eye of the materialist, namely being in space and time alone, and that on the contrary, it must also be presumed to embody ideal principles of being which are thus essentially inaccessible to all empirical methods of knowledge or to any sort of sensory experience, and hence can only be grasped in intellectual cognition principles, that is, which go to make up the inner constitution of matter as it figures in spatio-temporal appearance. That the law of the unity of opposites only makes sense with reference to a sphere of being untrammelled by space and time, and therefore with reference to a sphere of ideal being, has also been noted by Zhizhevsky in his book Hegel Among the Slavs 1, and Prokofiev likewise draws attention to this fact. If this formula of the unity of opposites is not to be reducible to the banal assertion that here is one thing and there another, now one thing and then another, the unity of opposites is possible solely and exclusively as a unity outside the bounds of space and time. But given the reality of such a unity, then eo ipso the possibility of an ideal being is given thereby. Thus the doctrine of the unity of internal opposites, once it is seriously thought out to the bottom, ends by demolishing the entire intellectual system of dialectical materialism. 2. And this is more than just a matter of chance. For in actual fact, the law of the unity of opposites is none other than the doctrine, inherited by German idealism, of the coincidentia oppositorum, the core of German mysticism and the philosophy of Nicholas of Cusa, and the starting point of the philosophy of identity. There are historical reasons why this doctrine should have found such acceptance specifically on Russian soil. For idealism here looks back to Neoplatonism, with which the spiritual culture of Russia has long been intimately connected, primarily by way of the Byzantine liturgy but also through the patristic literature. A fondness for paradox, a strongly developed feeling for the mystery of the world, are frequently to be met with, not only in Russian philosophy, but also in the literature and other achievements of the Russian spirit. Zhizhevsky makes particular mention of the Areopagitic writings as having been a favorite spiritual text among the Russian people ever since the 14th century. Along with many other ideas, the writings of the Areopagite awakened again and again in the mind of the Russian reader an awareness of the paradoxical, contradictory, and dynamic quality of the higher forms of being. Through these writings the Russian reader gained access to the most important of the forerunners of Hegel, Proclus, with his ideas of the dynamic character of true being and the mystical dialectical movement of the spirit. Even the triple rhythm of this dynamic, and its counterpart in true being, can be extracted by an attentive reader from the Christianized Proclus of the Areopagitica. 1. A strange fate for dialectical materialism. It took refuge in this law of the unity of opposites so as to be able to explain the motion and development in the world from the world itself without appealing to any higher principle, and thereby to liberate mankind from all mysticism and religious faith. The acceptance of self-movement frees us from the idealist notions of a God, a world spirit, a world soul, etc., as the source of motion and development. 2. And yet in fact this law lies at the heart of a centuries-old mystical tradition, and leads not only to the acknowledgement of ideal principles in the world, but more especially also to the recognition of a first mover, God the Creator, or does so, rather, provided only that it is logically followed out to the end, and that philosophy is not compelled, from motives which lie outside philosophy, to shut its eyes and desist from further philosophical inquiry as soon as it runs up against limits of a certain kind. 4. The law of the negation of the negation. This doctrine of dialectical materialism has had a checkered history. Engels devoted a whole chapter to it in Anti-Diering, Lenin lists it as NOS 13 and 14 of the 16 elements of dialectic, and until 1938 it also figured in Soviet accounts of dialectical materialism. But for some reason or other it then fell out of favor. Even in Alexandrov's textbook on dialectical materialism, which was not published until after Stalin's death, we still find a somewhat uncertain attitude towards this law. It is mentioned in connection with the thesis as to the upward character of development, but it is emphasized that in Hegel it took an avowedly mystical form, that Hegel's idealist dialectic was sharply criticized by Marx and Engels, and hence that when they too are frequently found using the expression negation of the negation, its content, in their case, is essentially different. Nowadays there are open references to a rehabilitation of this law. 1 Eurobiev draws attention to an interesting evolution in its treatment throughout the successive editions of Rosenthal Uden's short philosophical dictionary. In the first two editions, it is the form of ascending development which constitutes the essence of the law, whereas in the fourth and fifth the form has disappeared and it is the content that is chiefly referred to. In short, the development proceeds in Hegelian fashion from one extreme to the other. To begin with, on account of the form, there is insufficient attention given to the content, and then, for the sake of the content, the form is lost sight of. The restoration of the law of the negation at the present day requires that both these one-sided approaches should be overcome. This law can only be understood, however, in the opinion of the Soviet philosophers, on the basis of Engels' first two laws, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. The central principle of the materialist dialectic is concerned with the nature and origin of development. The second expresses the form of development as a transition from quantitative to qualitative change, while the third, the law of the negation, relates to the tendency and direction of development. The first tells us why development occurs, the second how, and the third whither it is going. 1. The content of the law of the negation is briefly as follows: the sudden change to a new quality, as depicted in the law of the transformation of quantity into quality, necessarily implies the negation of the previous quality. But such a negation is not the end of the matter. The new quality also becomes in turn the starting point for a process of development which again leads to its negation. The first negation is transcended into a new one. Thus the total rhythm of the dialectical process is concluded by the negation of the negation. This law is supposed to show how it is that, despite the negation, the dialectical process of development retains its connection with the past, does not immediately abolish or annihilate what has gone before, does not open up any metaphysical gulf between past and present. Just as, in Hegel, the synthesis represents a transcending of thesis and antithesis, in the dual meaning of the word, as at once a supersession and a conservation, so likewise in dialectical materialism, the negation of the negation implies no immediate cancellation of the past, but a denial which preserves all that is positive in what had previously been attained. It is not fiat negation, says Lenin, nor casual, thoughtless negation, nor yet the wavering, doubting negation of the septic, that is characteristic and essential in dialectic, but negation as a moment of conjunction, as a moment of development, in which the positive is conserved too. The process of dialectical development therefore takes the form of an ascending spiral. The return to the starting point is in each case only an apparent one. The movement may well appear to be reverting to its starting point, but in reality it invariably regains its original position on a higher level. This peculiarity of dialectical development is numbered by Lenin under items 13 and 14 of his list of the elements of dialectic. Recapitulation of specific traits, features, etc., on the lower level at the higher one, and apparent reversion to the old form. 3. Engels seeks to prove the universality of this law by pointing out numerous examples of such triads in nature and history. The seed grain which falls into the soil and passes away brings forth the plant which in turn produces new seed grains. Similarly, human society develops from an original state of common ownership in land, via private property, to a new type of common ownership under communism. Engels even claimed to detect a triple rhythm of this sort in the development of human thought, from the original materialism of Greek philosophy, by way of idealism. To dialectical materialism, which is not just a straightforward return to the original materialism, but a return enriched by all the positive ideas worked out in the course of the history of philosophy. Lenin applies the same law to an episode in the development of the Russian Social Democratic Party. This is also worth mentioning here, since it typifies the habit, frequently observable among Bolshevik writers, of dealing with political questions against a background of philosophical problems. At the London Congress of the party in 1903, it was Lenin's opinion that the development of the controversy exhibited the threefold rhythm at work in reality. The disputes on the first paragraph became a starting point from which the discussion turned towards other, more secondary matters, only to return, enriched by the outcome of the whole debate, to its original point of departure. In a word, not only do oats grow according to Hegel, but the Russian Social Democrats wage war among themselves according to Hegel. Dühring had accused Marx of erecting on the basis of this Hegelian law an a priori historical framework in which socio-economic conclusions were drawn from the Hegelian formula of the negation of the negation. Engels replies to this: "It is obvious that in describing any evolutionary process as the negation of the negation, I do not say anything concerning the particular process of development, for example, of the grain of barley from germination to the death of the fruit-bearing plant. For, as the integral calculus also is a negation of the negation, if I said anything of the sort, I should only be making the nonsensical statement that the life process of a barley plant was the integral calculus, or for that matter that it was socialism. That, however, is what the metaphysicians are constantly trying to impute to dialectics. When I say that all these processes are the negation of the negation, I bring them all together under this one law of motion, and for this very reason I leave out of account the peculiarities of each separate individual process." In Russia, a similar objection to Marxism had been put forward by Mikhailovsky, who insisted against Marx that his arguments for the inevitability of communism were all supported exclusively on the end of the threefold Hegelian chain. In his What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, Lenin stresses that Marx never even thought of proving anything by means of Hegelian triads, that Marx only studied and investigated the real process, and that he regarded the conformity of a theory to reality as its only criterion. If, however, it sometimes transpired that the development of any particular social phenomenon conformed with the Hegelian scheme, namely, thesis negation of the negation, there is nothing at all surprising in this, for it is no rare thing in nature generally. After Marx's inversion of the Hegelian dialectic, Lenin no longer regards the triads as having any important part to play. They are merely a lid and a skin, for within Soviet philosophy the mechanists were accused in their day of having interpreted the negation of the negation to signify a restoration of equilibrium. Bukharin, for example, thought of synthesis, not as the negation of the negation, but as a reconciliation of opposites, a unifying position, in which contradictions are reconciled. The same objection was also brought against Menshevizing idealism. Deborin, for example, having seen in dialectical materialism a reconciliation of empiricism and rationalism. Since the rehabilitation of this law in Soviet philosophy, a number of authors have made very interesting attempts to give it a deeper philosophical meaning. The Leningrad University Journal devoted the whole philosophical 1. section of its 23rd number in 1956 to an examination of the law. In the essay by M.F. Vorobiev, it is declared to operate in a twofold form. A notable feature of this inquiry is that the author sets out from a statement by a new classic authority, Mao Zedong. Of the two contradictory aspects, one must be the principal and the other secondary. The principal aspect is that which plays the leading role in the contradiction. The quality of a thing is mainly determined by the principal aspect of the contradiction that has taken the dominant position. Thus in Hegel, for example, the process of coming to be is a unity of being and non-being under the form of being, whereas passing away is a unity of the same determinations under the form of non-being. Mao Zedong infers from this that qualitative change in a thing is bound up with change in the dominant aspect of the contradiction. Vorobiev concludes, in consequence, that in the qualitative leap the previously dominant aspect becomes subordinate, and vice versa, which produces a radical change in the old qualitative determination and likewise conditions its transition into a new, higher, and thus opposed qualitative determination. To the leap thereof reappears in regard to the previous qualitative determination as a negation. Since the latter is an intrinsically contradictory process, a unity of destruction of the old and construction of the new, a twofold phase or moment must be distinguished within it, destructive and constructive negation. Vorobiev bases this distinction on a passage in Hegel's logic. Here the first negation must carefully be distinguished from the second, the negation of negation, which is concrete and absolute negativity, while the first is only abstract negativity. 3. This leap of negation, in the unity of its two moments, abstract and concrete negation, represents the intervening link between two qualitative determinations, the transition from the old form to a new one. Vorobiev illustrates this by concrete examples drawn from the history of the Russian Revolution. The dissolution of the old form of marriage and the family led, immediately after the revolution, to a brief phase of total negation for both, when certain left-wing radical elements wanted to abolish marriage and the family altogether. In the name of what were held to be genuinely free and truly socialist relations between the sexes. But Vorobiev also thinks he can show that here there is bound to be that apparent reversion to the old, albeit at a new level, which Lenin regards as characteristic of this law. The result of the leap, as a fundamental qualitative change, is a transition of the object into its opposite and the emergence of a new qualitative determination. The transition of a phenomenon into its opposite not only presupposes a distinction, but also an interconnection, a historical continuity, and hence a certain similarity of the higher stage to the lower. 2. From this first form of the law, Vorobiev distinguishes a second, in which the mediating factor, the transitional phase, is realized, not in the leap merely, but in a particular qualitative determination. Tin's second form exhibits the reciprocal transition of the opposites into one another, as well as the repetition of the initial stage at a higher level. As such it is the truest and most important form of the law, for here its characteristic feature, the repetition of previous stages on a higher footing, is particularly clearly manifested. Both forms bring out the character of ascending motion as movement along a spiral, but the first only exhibits individual segments of this spiral, whereas the second embraces it as a whole. 3. The problem of how negation can give rise to a new positive determination also preoccupies the two authors of another contribution, Kazakiewicz and Abolontseva. Following Hegel, they trace this positive determination of the new content to the fact that it results from a determinate denial, the denial of a determinate content. Unlike metaphysical denial, the dialectical variety does not come from without, or originate outside the process in question. Naked denial is therefore characteristic of mainly negates A, but also arises from it in doing so. Negated and negating are conjoined and mutually conditioned. The one emerges from the other passes over into the one. Socialism metaphysics, here not A annihilates A, but in dialectical denial, not A signifies the next stage of development, which certes emerges from capitalism, and could not, as Fourier, for example, maintained, have come into being thousands of years earlier. Capitalism is replaced by socialism in accordance with law. 4. Here too, negation reveals itself, not as a destructive factor merely, but also as a factor in the build-up of the new, whereby the old is transcended therein. But, relying on Lenin's left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, the authors relate this transcendence not only to the content, but also to the form of such processes, and draw from this an extremely topical conclusion. The problem of utilizing old forms is of exceptional theoretical and practical importance nowadays, in regard to the possibility, referred to at the XXTH Party Congress, of utilizing the parliamentary form in the transition from capitalism to socialism. Elmaev and Kazakov are also concerned in their essay with the problem of how negation can give rise to historical continuity и преемственность. They find the answer to this in the dialectical doctrine that a thing does not pass over into any other whatsoever, into any sort of opposite, but into its own opposite. In confirmation they quote a marginal note from Lenin's philosophical notebooks. Very true and important, the other as its own other, development into its own opposite. 2. This doctrine likewise enables the two authors to point a very topical moral: the Soviet professions of coexistence cannot be insincere, and the Soviet Union cannot possibly harbor any of the designs imputed to it for exporting the revolution, since such ideas spring from a metaphysical conception of negation. As a process of dialectical negation, the socialist revolution cannot be exported from without, but is the outcome of the internal development of capitalism. 3. In conclusion, 2 points of detail. What is the meaning of the twofold negation in this law? Why is it called the law of the negation of the negation? Does this duality have any real significance? According to Kazakiewicz and Abolontseva, it certainly has. For dialectical movement is not a pure negation in which everything that arises promptly disappears again without a trace. In form, the negation is meant to express the transcendence of the first negation, and in content, the conservation of all that is positive in the previous development. 1a Further question concerns the role of the triad: starting point negation, negation of the negation. According to our authors, all that needs stressing is that nothing can be proved by the triad. Marxism by no means rejects the triad, but nor is it regarded as a universal master key which can be used to prove everything. As understood in dialectical materialism, the triad is above all an expression of the path of double negation pursued by all natural and social phenomena, as well as our knowledge, in the course of their development. The triad reflects the triple rhythm of development. 2. We can enter no further, unfortunately, into all the other ideas to be found in the various contributions to this number of the Leningrad University Journal. Many of them are doubtless the uncommitted opinions of the authors concerned, and the whole controversy was assuredly arranged in advance. But we have sought to present some specimens from these essays in order to give an idea of the breath of fresh air which distinguishes these writings from Leningrad. 3. They have an agreeable freshness. These articles at last one again has the sense of personal thought, for all their adherence to the basic theses of Marxist-Leninism, which here too is naturally the starting point for philosophizing. One still has the impression that the authors have to some extent succeeded in freeing themselves from the customary stereotype. Even the frequent references back to Hegel are worthy of note. In comparison with Voprosi Philosophiae, one feels that the Leningrad writers have been able to allow themselves to strike out more boldly, whereas the central organ of the Philosophical Institute of the Academy of Sciences must naturally be more concerned with upholding the official line. To be sure, even Voprosi Philosophiae has become a great deal more interesting in the last few years, but in the writings of the Leningrad philosophers one senses, in effect, a different style. One astonishing thing, however, is the extraordinarily limited circulation of the Vestnik Leningradskogo Universiteta, whereas Voprosi Philosophiae prints 50,000 copies an issue, and even the Vestnik Moskovskogo Universiteta, the organ of Moscow University, at least reaches the figure of 3,300, the Leningrad University Journal only runs to 1,810 copies. To return once more to the law of the negation, the first thing that strikes us is that it should again have been hauled out of obscurity since the death of Stalin. The decisive reason for this is quite openly specified in the articles considered above. The nihilistic attitude towards the science and culture of bourgeois society, which has long been in evidence, was having a negative effect upon various aspects of our own practical work. The plenum of the party's Central Committee of July 1955 forcibly condemned such an approach to the achievements of the capitalist countries, and called for an application of the best of these achievements in the fields of science and technology in the interests of communist construction. 1. And since such a nihilistic attitude rests upon a denial of continuity in development, and betrays a metaphysical conception of negation, this law is at present of particularly topical significance too. In all this philosophical discussion of the law, the chief interest lies, for us, in what is said as to the special character of dialectical negation, whereby our authors seek to explain the upward course of development. Two things are maintained in this connection. Firstly, dialectical negation is supposed to give rise to a new determination, and then, thanks especially to the negation of the negation, to bring about an ascent in development, in that there is no immediate return to the starting point, but rather a repetition of the previous stage of development at a higher level. But is this possible? This must definitely be denied. For in the first place, negation, whether metaphysical or dialectical, can do nothing more than negate, and can never produce a new determination on its own account. Negation alone merely leads from A into the boundless expanse of not A, but not to a determinate B or C, etc. When Kazakiewicz and Abolontseva maintain in their article that in dialectical negation not A signifies the next stage in development, which negates A and at the same time arises from it, it is misleading to designate this next stage as not A, when strictly speaking it should be denoted by a determinate letter of the alphabet. Moreover, it owes this new determination, not to negation, but to the previous determination of A. It is equally evident that it is not dialectical negation which brings about historical continuity, by transforming a thing into its own opposite. If its own opposite emerges, this is not the outcome of negation as such, even when qualified to some extent by the little word dialectical, it is the upshot rather, of the first determination itself, or else of some third thing. This is still more plainly to be seen in the work of Vorobiev, in whose analysis the transition of an object into its opposite and the emergence of a new qualitative determination appears as the result of a leap of negation. From his own previous analysis as to how the leap comes about, it follows that it is not negation as such which gives rise to a new determination, but on the contrary, that both determinations are already present from the beginning, and merely change places as a result of the leap of negation, the dominant becoming the subordinate, and the subordinate the dominant. We see, therefore, that the new determination is not the product of negation, but is due to the first determination. No less arbitrary is the claim that evolution moves upward on the basis of the negation of the negation. Here our first complaint must be that no sort of criterion is provided by which to assess the lower and the higher. The repetition of certain features of an already traversed stage of development, plus some new features, does not necessarily imply a move upwards, for it might also represent a purely quantitative increase. So if an ascent should in fact be observable in evolution, some further explanation must be found for this. In point of fact, the negation of the negation does not serve to explain even the apparent reversion in some respects to the old. The Soviet authors suppose that a development, when twice transformed into its opposite, must again lead back to its starting point. But it is arbitrary to assume that the negation of a determination must necessarily imply its transformation into its opposite, for a determination different from the first might also supervene, which does not require to be the opposite of the first. Whatever sort of determination should happen to replace the first, it would still be a negation of the latter. Hence it is clear that a twofold negation by no means necessarily lands one back at the starting point. This law of the negation therefore provides at best a description, in highly general terms, of certain evolutionary processes in the world, but is in no sense an explanation of this evolution, nor yet, as is maintained, an explanation of the tendency and direction of evolution. As with the other three laws of the materialist dialectic already discussed, so here, too, we see how questionable is this union of materialism and dialectics. For if the subject of dialectical development is ultimately assumed to be matter, this is to treat the develop. The law of the negation 365 meant in question, with its postulated progress from lower to higher, as in the last resort a process unfolding in time at the outset there is only the poorest kind of being, and only at a later stage does the greater perfection appear. Any sort of proleptic influence on the part of the greater perfection thereby becomes impossible, unless one is prepared to credit the latter with some sort of real pre-existence. But in that case the whole process of development would be an illusion. At the outset, therefore, According to dialectical materialism, we have lifeless and mindless matter, which, with the assistance of the materialist dialectic and its three basic laws, is then supposed to conjure up all the higher determinations. Analysis of these laws has shown us, however, that they are none of them equal to this task. The opposition of non-being and being certainly makes becoming inte possible, but this alone is insufficient to bring it about, even if quantitative changes may be assumed to lead to the emergence of an essentially higher quality. This too is impossible without a correspondingly higher cause, and the negation of the negation, whether dialectically or metaphysically set forth, can never of itself give birth to a new determination, let alone, therefore, a higher one. If, on negation, a new determination arises, it is conditioned by the nature of its predecessor, and if it should belong to a higher level of being, the assent itself is equally unthinkable without the intervention of a third factor, on a level of being at least as high as that which the negation of the negation is supposed to lead up to. The position of dialectical materialism is essentially more unfavorable, in this respect, than that of Hegel. In Hegel's logic, the unfolding of the idea into its categories is not a temporal process. Since, on the one hand, this process is not external to the idea, as a result thereof, but is preserved and incorporated within it, as part of its own self-realization, so too, on the other, the result of each stage in the process is always present already. But this is not the case with dialectical materialism. Since here it is matter, necessarily bound up with space and time, which figures as the subject of development, the process is a temporal one. And this rules out any sort of pre-existence or proleptic influence of the result upon the process that is yet to come. Chapter 4. The Theory of Categoria. The laws of the materialist dialectic dealt with in the preceding chapter merely reproduce the most fundamental patterns of development. They require to be supplemented by the categories of this dialectic, which enrich the Marxist dialectical method with new features and aspects. 1 In Soviet accounts of dialectical materialism appearing prior to 1938, the theory of categories normally followed, as a separate chapter, after the treatment of the basic laws of the materialist dialectic. 2 In the textbooks published after 1938, which adhered slavishly to the structure of Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism, the main categories were dealt with under one or other of the principal features of the dialectical method, wherever they seemed, on the whole, to fit in best. 3 After Stalin's death, as people began to emancipate themselves from the authority of the above-mentioned work, the theory of categories featured as one of the most important points, which were now rehandled in great detail. 4. The concept of category is not very accurately formulated. The Short Philosophical Dictionary gives the following definition: categories represent the basic logical concepts reflecting the most general and essential properties, aspects, and relations of things and phenomena in reality. 1 Togorinov likewise asserts. The philosophical categories are concepts designating the most general objects, properties, aspects, and connections in reality. 2 If these definitions are compared with that generally employed in philosophy, the root concepts or highest genera, from which all other concepts are derived, and which cannot themselves be referred to any higher genus, the vague nature of the Soviet definition of a category immediately becomes clear. Soviet authors commonly distinguish between the categories employed in the special sciences and philosophical categories, which retain their validity in every field of knowledge. The categories of physics, for example, include mass, substance, light, energy, atom, etc., those of biology, life, species, inheritance, etc. 3 The basic categories of dialectical materialism, as listed by the Short Philosophical Dictionary, are matter, motion, time, space, quality, quantity, reciprocal connection, contradiction, causality, necessity, form and content, essence and appearance, possibility and actuality, etc. Those of historical materialism, mode of production, socio-economic formation, productive forces, production relations, basis and superstructure, classes, revolution, etc. For Rosenthal and Strix deal, in their monograph, with the following categories: appearance and essence, cause and effect, necessity and contingency, law, content and form, possibility and actuality, singular, particular and general, abstract and concrete, and historical and logical. This catalogue of fundamental categories creates an impression of great arbitrariness. In his day, the Debarnist Goni Kman had proposed a closed system of dialectical categories, which was to begin and also to conclude with the category of being. This point of view was at that time rejected by a resolution of the party cell in the Institute of Red Professors. One Obichkin on this occasion protested against such a view, on the ground that in the materialist dialectic there is no closed or complete system of categories, nor can there be such a thing. All that can be spoken of is a systematic account of the laws and categories which truly reflect the dialectic of reality, a further working out of these, and the exploration of new categories, representing hitherto unknown forms of material motion. 2. This standpoint is also echoed in the latest edition of Rosenthal and Yuden's short philosophical dictionary. The categories of dialectical and historical materialism, like those of any other science, do not constitute a closed and unalterable system of basic concepts. 3. This same Rosenthal insists, however, in the first chapter, which forms part of his contribution to the already oft-quoted collection The Categories of the Materialist Dialectic, that the connection and interaction of the categories, their reciprocal transitions, require us to approach them, not as a mechanical series of concepts, but as a unitary system of categories, having a definite inner structure and a definite order of transition from one category to another. 4. But how we are to imagine a unitary system with a definite inner structure, without it also having a certain degree of closure, is not immediately evident. Rosenthal bases his demand for a unitary, internally structured system of categories on a passage from Engels, who in his Dialectics of Nature had argued that dialectical logic requires a subordination of the forms of judgment and conclusion. Dialectical logic, in contrast to the old, merely formal logic, is not, like the latter, content with enumerating the forms of motion of thought, i.e., the various forms of judgment and conclusion, and placing them side by side without any connection. On the contrary, it derives these forms out of one another, it makes one subordinate to another instead of putting them on an equal level, it develops the higher forms out of the lower. What Engels here insists on for the forms of judgment and conclusion, Rosenthal also applies to the theory of categories. They must in some way reflect the historical development of human knowledge. The question as to the part played by one or other of these categories in the various stages of this process is of first-rate importance for the theory of knowledge. When Kant opens his table of categories with those of quantity, this is already a mistake, since both the development of science and the experience of the individual in his own thinking provide evidence of the fact that qualitative relations are grasped earlier than quantitative ones, thus the qualitative differences between colors, for example, leap to the eye at once, whereas their quantitative basis, the various wavelengths, are only grasped at a relatively late stage. A more interesting attempt, and one that is original within Soviet philosophy, to classify the categories on the basis of their subordination, has been undertaken by Professor V. P. Togorinov of Leningrad University. 3. Like Descartes, Spinoza, and Locke, and Aristotle before them, Togorinov divides the categories into 3 groups: the group of object or substratum categories, the group of categories reflecting the most general properties of nature, and the extensive group of categories which give expression to the ties and relations between phenomena and the properties thereof. We shall call the first group substantial, the second attributive, and the third relative categories. Subordination also occurs among the categories of any one group within the above threefold division of the objects that make up reality. For within the third group, according to Togorinov, subordination 1 appears in the fact that the categories most closely associated are ordered in definite nests. Among these he lists quality, quantity, gradualness, leap, substratum essentiality appearance, content form, general particular singular, identity unity difference opposition contradiction conflict, causality necessity contingency possibility probability actuality, necessity purposiveness goal freedom, law-regularity, and objective relative absolute truth. 1. The alleged impossibility of setting up a closed system of categories is defended, in the Short Philosophical Dictionary, on the ground that the number and content of the scientific categories becomes enriched in accordance with the development of objective reality and the progress of scientific knowledge, and that as an expression of the essential connections in reality the categories must necessarily be as mobile, elastic, and coherent as the objects and processes of the material world itself. Thus production of goods, for example, is one thing under capitalism and another under socialism. It engenders capitalism only where there is private ownership of the means of production, but where, as in the Soviet Union, the means of production are socially owned, commodity production helps to reinforce the establishment of socialism. 2. Togorinov is more far-sighted on this point, in that he freely acknowledges the correlation of categories to be stable, even though it is not absolutely stationary and immobile. In conformity with the demands of practice and the development of science, new categories emerge, new connections are disclosed within them, and the mutual relations of one to another grow richer and more complex. 3. At this stage we may leave open the question whether, with the development of science, new categories require to be added to the current list of high-level concepts. There may be some point in supposing the theory of categories to be capable of alteration in this respect. But when such possibilities of alteration are understood to mean that one and the same category, possibility, say, has one meaning today and may perhaps have a different meaning 1,000 years hence, this is a view that must be rejected as absurd. One day, perhaps, we may recognize things that are nowadays thought possible to be impossible, and conversely, many things will prove to be possible which are nowadays regarded as impossible. But the situation referred to under the concept of possible will always remain the same, meaning by this, roughly, something that under given conditions can become, or be thought of as, actual. Of the example of commodity production it may be said that no internal change is implied in an object or phenomenon by the fact that it produces different effects under differing external circumstances. 1. Appearance, essence, and law. The first pair of categories dealt with in the collective volume, the categories of the materialist dialectic, is that of appearance and essence. But since the category of law presupposes that of essence, we shall discuss it here along with the other two. In Stalin's day the categories of appearance and essence were normally treated as part of the theory of knowledge. In the knowing process and in practical activity man is primarily concerned with the individual. But scientific knowledge cannot be content with this, for its task is to detect the general and permanent, the essence, in the individual and in concrete phenomena. In practical activity man proceeds from knowledge of the appearance to knowledge of its essence, from the immediate and external to the mediate and internal. 1. The definitions which dialectical materialism attaches to the concepts of essence and appearance are again very inexact, being descriptions, in effect, rather than definitions. Essence is the internal, relatively stable aspect of objective reality, hidden under the surface of appearances and finding expression therein. 2. Essence gives expression to the main features characterizing objects, their inner and most important aspects, the underlying processes that go on in them. 3. Essence is the element of generality presented in appearances, it is the unity of the appearances but in order to eliminate the conception of essence as an inner substantial principle, Togorinov locates it in a purely external similarity among things. Essence is the common factor exhibited in the external aspect, and in no sense an inner substance of any kind. 5. The category of appearance is similarly defined. Appearance is the outer, more mobile and changeable aspect of objective reality, and represents a form in which essence is expressed. 1. Appearance is the outward expression of essence, the external form presented on the surface by the objects and processes in reality. 2. This distinction between essence and appearance, the conception of essence as something hidden behind the phenomena, has pervaded human thought throughout its entire history. Indeed, according to dialectical materialism, a similar tendency is already to be found in the animal kingdom. The images which animals form of their own kind already manifest a rudimentary capacity for abstraction, while in cracking nuts and so forth they likewise exhibit a certain proficiency in analysis. In the course of labor, man has since released himself from the embrace of nature and developed the ability to recognize natural laws and thereby dominate over nature. As soon as there was anything at all resembling philosophic thought, it endeavored to seize on the essence of all things. In the Middle Ages, however, the doctrine of unchanging essences endowed the concept of essence with a metaphysical character, and Kant, with his doctrine of things in themselves, later opened up a deep metaphysical rift between essence and appearance, which was only bridged by Hegel's repudiation of an unchanging, immobile, otherworldly essence, and his theory of the essence as manifesting itself in the phenomena. Even so, Hegel's doctrine of essence was still an idealistic one. 3. The category of essence first took on a profoundly materialistic sense in the writings of Marx, who differed from the vulgar materialists in that he by no means rejected this category. In the third part of Capital he says quite explicitly that if the phenomenal form and the essence of things were to coincide exactly, all science would be superfluous. Herewith some examples of this profoundly materialist conception of the categories of essence and appearance. The basic contradiction in the capitalist order of society between the social character of production and the individual character of appropriation is seen as the essence which finds expression in a variety of phenomena, in the struggle between capital and labor, in economic crises, unemployment, war, etc. Labor is to be regarded, in like fashion, as the common essence in which the diversity of goods finds its unity. A further example is provided by Lenin in his polemic against Koskay. The forms of the bourgeois state are extremely varied, but in essence they are all the same, in one way or another. In the last analysis, all these states are inevitably the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. This unity of essence and appearance is conceived, however, as a dialectical, contradictory to unity. The appearance is, and is not, identical with the essence. It expresses it adequately, and again it does not. Moreover, this dialectical unity of the two is realized in a mutual transformation of one into the other. We see the transition, the overflow, of one into the other. The essence appears, the appearance is essential. 3. Hence it is not enough to discover the essence merely by freeing the core from inessentials. One must also examine the motion of the essence, its becoming, its transformation into the appearance, which is also at the same time its actualization. For thus the essence appears, not as an immovable dead abstraction, but as the interconnection of appearances according to Law 5. The category of essence is connected with that of law. 4. Law is the reflection of what is essential in the motion of the universe. 6. In elaborating this category, dialectical materialism sets out from the Hegelian formula, law is essential appearance. 7. A definition which Lenin takes over word for word. 8. In appealing thus to the Hegelian concept of law, which represents it as a relation between the essences of things, dialectical materialism is seeking to stress that law must not be regarded as an external force standing in opposition to appearance, but as an inner tendency on the part of the phenomena themselves. This category, too, exhibits a dialectical character. This comes out, in the first place, in the fact that law is in one respect superior to the phenomena, but in another is subordinate to them. Law only has regard to what is constant in phenomena, the universal element. It leaves out of account the whole multitude of individual peculiarities which in fact are always bound up with particular phenomena. As Lenin therefore puts it, law seizes on the constant, and hence law, any law, is narrow, incomplete, approximate, one, and the phenomenon is richer than the law too. On the other hand, however, the law is superior to the phenomenon, since it covers and expresses a multitude of individual instances, is necessarily realized in them, and represents the constant features of phenomena. In this sense law expresses a deeper knowledge of the world. 3. Before the appearance of Stalin's last work, economic problems of socialism in the USSR, it was still customary to follow Engels in laying great stress on another aspect of the dialectical character of law, namely on the relative, historical character of both natural and social laws. As we have seen already, Engels is firmly opposed to all final solutions and eternal truths. For by the same token, there is a corresponding repudiation of any fetishistic, simple-minded view of the absolute character of law. Marx is referred to as having shown, in his Capital, that there are no permanent economic laws, valid for all time. And Engels has done the same for the laws of nature, having demonstrated that even the universal, absolute, eternal laws of nature are essentially historical laws, historic in the sense that they emerge in different ways, under different conditions, at different stages in the development of nature. 5*. Thus the laws governing the life and development of plants and animals cannot be eternal, if only for the reason that it is not until organisms have arisen and the conditions for their life are present, that these laws come into play. 8. Even the law that water remains fluid at a temperature from 0°-100° C depends on the Earth's state of geological evolution, and might well be subject to modification on the Moon or the Sun. 7. Since the publication of the above-mentioned work of Stalin's, however, there has been little further said on this point. Instead, the emphasis has all been put upon the objective character of the laws of nature and social development, and their independence of the human will. Even the socialist society develops in accordance with objective laws. 1. In the definition of the categories of essence and appearance we are again forcibly struck by that imprecision, not to say ineptitude, in the formulation of concepts, which is typical of Soviet philosophy. This is partly bound up with the fact that dialectical materialism never draws any precise distinction between thing and process, thing and phenomenon being frequently mentioned in the same breath as if they were synonymous. But, above all, this confusion is due to the basic attitude of dialectical materialism in consciously denying the element of stability in reality. Given such an assumption, it is naturally not easy to provide for the concepts of essence and law. This is also connected with the existence of an evident conflict within dialectical materialism on precisely this point, namely between the measure of positivism already injected by Engels, and a truly philosophical treatment of the question. When Marx observes that essence and phenomenon cannot coincide, since otherwise all science would be superfluous, when dialectical materialism insists that scientific research must involve penetrating behind the external appearances into the depth of things and phenomena, they are both evidently swayed, unconsciously, by the idea of something resembling a world accessible only to thought, a sort of cosmos noetos. But in order to avoid having to assume the existence of such ideal principles in the world, spasmodic efforts are then made to iron out this deeper level on purely empirical lines, into the sum of the relations obtaining between individual things. As for Engels' assertion that all laws are relative and have only a historically conditioned validity, the answer to that is that the absence of conditions for the application of a law offers no ground whatever for concluding that the law is invalid. The fact is, in any case, that science always takes great pains to incorporate into the formulation of its laws a statement of the conditions under which they hold good. 2. Causality and finality. One of the most important categories involved in the problem of universal connection, and the most important form of connection between phenomena in nature and society, is that of causality. By cause is meant a phenomenon which precedes another and gives rise to the latter. One in effect, on the other hand, is a phenomenon which follows upon another and constitutes its outcome. 2. Friction causes heat. Private ownership of the means of production and exploitation causes the class struggle. It should be noted, in this connection, that Leonov conceives the linkage of cause and effect to be a necessary one. The causal nexus between phenomena consists in this, that one phenomenon necessarily gives rise to another. 3. A distinction must be drawn between the prime cause, the immediate cause and the occasion, the role of the latter being to accelerate the emergence of the effect. If the prime cause of economic crises under capitalism is the contradiction between the social character of production and the individual character of appropriation, The immediate cause of such crises must be seen in a chronic failure of demand, while the occasion may be in the bankruptcy of some individual bank or trust. For particular importance is also attached to the concept of condition. Leonov understands by a condition a complex of phenomena, in whose absence a given phenomenon can neither arise nor continue to exist, a totality of circumstances which prepare the way for the emergence of this or that object, and determine its existence. 5. Although these definitions are not particularly clear, and scarcely bring out the difference between a condition and a cause, Leonov nevertheless asserts quite plainly that the connection between condition and conditioned is not the same as that between cause and effect, and also produces an example to illustrate the point. 6. Dialectical materialism does indeed allow that for purposes of exact research into natural connections, cause and effect must necessarily be considered in isolation and picked out from the total web of appearances, but this has only relative significance and is permissible only on condition that, in doing so, the totality of connections and the reciprocal interaction prevailing among individual phenomena should not be left out of sight. For Engels, indeed, interaction is the most fundamental of all categories. In dialectical materialism, nature as a whole is seen as a vast organism, determining itself without requiring an impulse from outside. Matter is substance, and substance is causa sui very much as it is in Spinoza, who is consciously echoed at this point. 7. All the things in the world are in mutual connection and condition one another. Here too, however, as so often before, we must again draw attention to the lack of any clear definition of the concepts involved. Nowhere is it exactly stated what interaction is supposed to cover, and the term is frequently applied to situations where there is really no true interaction at all. It is just the same, says Engels, with cause and effect. These are conceptions which only have validity in their application to a particular case as such, but when we consider the particular case in its general connection with the world as a whole, they merge and dissolve in the conception of universal action and interaction, in which causes and effects are constantly changing places, and what is now or here an effect becomes there or then a cause, and vice versa. 1. Owing to this fugitive character of relations of dependence within the world's interconnectedness, it is difficult to discover the causal connections operative in an individual case. Leonov gives the following rules for doing so. In the first place, the causal nexus between two phenomena may be indicated by their temporal succession. Here Leonov goes so far as to maintain that the cause always precedes its effect. To suppose it possible for cause and effect to be simultaneous would amount to allowing the entire world process to shrivel up into a single instant. From the necessary temporal successiveness of cause and effect, Leonov goes on to infer that the cause-effect relation is not a reversible one. The effect which follows from the cause cannot be the cause of the phenomenon which precedes it. He simply fails to notice that in so saying he rules out the possibility of any true interaction of the kind which dialectical materialism so emphatically declares to be of supreme importance in explaining the world process. It is not every temporal succession, however, that betokens a causal nexus. Dialectical materialism is by no means disposed to argue post hoc, ergo propter hoc. That is taken to be the view adopted in contemporary bourgeois philosophy, which thereby calls in question the ideas of causality and law and gives encouragement to every kind of superstition. Only superstitious peasants would attribute a fall of rain to a church procession, for example, and only blockheads would try to connect the appearance of the comet of 1812 with Napoleon's invasion of Russia, which occurred soon afterwards. The constant succession of two phenomena may indeed point, on occasion, to a cause common to them both, as for instance with the regular succession of day and night, but even when two phenomena regularly occur together at the same time, this is no ground for presuming them to be causally connected. Such successions on the part of two phenomena can only be regarded as instances of causal connection where one not only precedes the other, but also gives rise to it. 1. In addition to the category of cause, dialectical materialism is also a staunch upholder of the universal validity of the causal principle. We shall be seeing in the following chapter how energetically the latter is defended against certain exponents of modern physics. If we ask, however, for a theoretical justification of its validity, we do not get much of an answer. At best it is held sufficient to appeal, with Engels, to the mere fact of human activity, in the sense, that is, that human activity makes it possible to demonstrate the fact of causality, as for instance, when we strike a match and observe that the friction first produces heat and then flame. In developing its doctrine of causality, dialectical materialism is chiefly concerned with two views which it considers to be erroneous. One is that held by those philosophers who seek to construe causality as a purely subjective category, whether it be a question of Kant's idealism or Mach's empirio-criticism, or of the attempts made by many modern physicists to replace the causal law, like all other laws of nature, by functional relationships, and thereby reduce them to differential equations. 3. The other view of causality attacked by Soviet philosophy is that of the mechanists, who sought to reduce all causality to the mechanical variety. As against this, Soviet philosophy very properly insists that mechanical causality is only the lowest form of causality in general, and that besides this the world also contains a whole series of other types of causal linkage, such as the chemical, the biological or the social, which differ from mechanical causality in producing qualitative changes. For Lenin is surprised that in Hegel's logic the problem of causality, which plays such a large part in the history of philosophy, is not treated at greater length. He finds the explanation of the fact in this, that causality, as we ordinarily understand it, is only a small portion of the universal interconnection between things. 5. The problem of causality also confronts the Soviet philosophers with the problem of finality. Does the world contain efficient causes only, or are there final causes as well, or, to retain the terminology of dialectical materialism, is there causality merely, or is there also finality? Here too, Soviet philosophy takes issue against two opposing factions and proclaims the inseparable connection of cause and purpose, bourgeois philosophy being again accused of disregarding this connection. On the one hand there is a further assault on mechanism, which completely denies the existence of finality in the world and seeks to explain everything in terms of causality. On the other, however, objection is also taken to the attempt to separate finality from causality, or even to prefer it to the latter, this being precisely what is complained of in idealism, that in contrast to the materialist conception of objective causality it brings forward the concept of purpose as apparently holding sway throughout the whole of nature. From this teleological standpoint, every phenomenon is the realization of a purpose urging it to development and completion. This is taken to be yet another relic of the religious conception of providence, this having been replaced, in course of the progressive development of productive forces, by the teleological mode of apprehension. The latter no longer locates the purpose outside the things themselves, but reposes it in them, a theory originally deriving from Aristotle, which subsequently gained special favor in Leibniz's monadology and theory of pre-established harmony, and has lately found expression in vitalism. 1. As against these conceptions, dialectical materialism puts forward its own doctrine as the sole scientific explanation of finality, claiming that it unifies the causal and the final modes of approach and in such a manner as to bring out the primacy of the causal mode and to offer scope for finality only as a special manifestation of causality. Dialectical materialism is strenuously opposed to finality in nature and teaches that everything takes place by virtue of the operation of objective causes. Goal-seeking is only present in human behavior, and even there it depends on man's objective conditions of existence, especially on the material living conditions of society. 2. In the realm of nature, therefore, all finality is repudiated. Admittedly, nature furnishes a mass of examples, chance variations in organisms, which improve their adaptation to the struggle for existence, get handed down by inheritance to their descendants, whereas the less resistant individuals perish in the struggle for existence. In Soviet opinion this theory of Dao's startling purposiveness. But since Darwin such purposiveness has been held to be causally explicable, as an outcome of natural selection deals a devastating blow. Against the teleological point of view, Engels, indeed, had already waxed ironical at the expense of the Wolffian teleology, according to which cats were created to eat mice, mice to be eaten by cats, and the whole of nature to testify to the wisdom of the Creator one in the realm of human activity. However, and especially in the social field, dialectical materialism is by no means inclined to dispute the validity of final causes. Marx and Engels considered the conscious pursuit of goals as the characteristic distinction between social activity and natural processes. We have already had occasion to notice how Marx finds in purposeful activity the essential factor which ultimately distinguishes the work of the most incompetent architect from that of the best of bees. One of the most important doctrines of Marxism is actually built on the validity of final causes in the social sphere, namely the theory of the class struggle. This is particularly true of Lenin, who fought with the utmost energy against the beliefs of certain Russian Marxists, that social development would automatically lead to socialism, the theory of stakhanost or passive waiting, and on behalf of a conscious, purposeful struggle for the socialist order of society. It was precisely this which led him to the most individual creation of his career, the Bolshevik Party, whose task it was to import consciousness and purpose into the spontaneous process of social evolution. In appraising the dialectical materialist doctrine of causality, we may again begin by acknowledging some positive merits. More especially we must applaud its defense of the objective validity of the causal concept against any sort of subjectivism, and of the universal validity of the causal law against certain tendencies in modern quantum physics, even though nothing is done to provide a theoretical justification of the causal law. In general, too, we may accept the definitions given of the concept of cause, in spite of the fact that they not infrequently exhibit that inaccurate manner of framing concepts, so typical of Soviet philosophy and already long since familiar. The separating out of essentially distinct types of causality in different fields of reality is also quite correct. Finally, we must acknowledge the moderation displayed by dialectical materialism, unlike other forms of materialism, in that it does not do away at once with final causes, and does at least allow them validity in the field of human activity. Here, however, we encounter the crucial point at which dialectical materialism breaks down, in that it believes it possible to account for these evident proofs of purposiveness within the realm of nature in purely causal terms. Here it appeals to the Darwinian law of natural selection. But since the category of contingency plays a part in this explanation, we must postpone examining it in greater detail for the time being. In contending that finality is also operative in the realm of nature, we are by no means wishing to maintain by this that it somehow replaces causality or makes it superfluous. Even where finality is at work, it realizes itself by way of efficient causes. When organisms acquire a particular form adapted to their environment, when roots grow downwards, whereas the stem and branches grow up, this all takes place by virtue of the operation of efficient causes. But these efficient causes are not in themselves sufficient to explain the purposiveness in nature. We may therefore agree with Meithen when he protests against the separation of the question why, from the question wherefore. But we cannot accept the conclusion he draws from this. Any complete account of a given phenomenon, any explanation of why it occurs, also contains in itself the explanation of wherefore, to what purpose the given phenomenon occurs. Once we have explained how the eyes are adapted to a purpose, we have also made clear in the process wherefore they are so constructed. 1. This is simply untrue. The causal explanation of the origin of the eye tells us nothing whatever, as yet, about the purpose it serves in the organism. Nor again does a causal explanation as to the physiological changes in the organism of a migrant bird which induce it to seek a warmer climate, throw any greater light on the purpose for which it does so, namely to secure its own preservation. 3. Necessity and contingency. The problem of freedom. In dealing with this category, dialectical materialism is confronted with a problem that has always had notably ominous implications for Marxist philosophy, since it has invariably led to the disclosure of an underlying contradiction in Marxism. This is the problem of determinism. Soviet philosophy shows itself not unskillful, however, in evading the full weight of the problem, in that it follows the example of Hegel's logic in contrasting the necessary with the accidental, rather than with freedom. Accidental, for Hegel, meant the same thing as contingent. Accordingly, we consider the contingent to be what may or may not be, what may be in one way or in another, whose being or not being, and whose being on this wise or otherwise, depends not upon itself, but on something else. 1. This way of putting the matter effectively reduces the problem of determinism to that of necessary and contingent being. And the Soviet philosophers' definitions of the concept of necessity are in accordance with this. The short philosophical dictionary takes necessity to be that which is rooted in the essence of phenomena and processes as such, which proceeds from the interconnections and relations among things and in its fundamental aspects cannot be other than it is. 2. Stranger still is the definition given in the collective categories of the materialist dialectic. By necessity, dialectical materialism understands that which has its cause in itself, which arises inevitably and lawfully from the essence itself, and from the interconnection among things, processes and events, and which must, in the main, inevitably occur in this fashion and not in any other way. 3. But when I let go of a stone and it falls to earth, this is certainly a necessary occurrence, even though the cause does not reside in the stone itself. The concept of contingency is similarly defined. Contingency is that which has its ground and cause, not in itself, not in the essence of phenomena, processes, events and things as such, but in something else, something which does not arise from interconnections and relations, but from ancillary or external connections, and hence may either be or not be, may occur in this or in some other way. 4. The concept of necessity is a presupposition of all science, where necessary connection is absent, says Engels in the Dialectics of Nature. Science comes to an end. Such determinism should not, however, be interpreted too strictly. That would conflict with Lenin's campaign against the Stakhanov of the earlier Russian Marxists, whose position is denounced by the official Soviet philosophy as fatalism, in that it leaves no room for man's conscious activity or the proletarian struggle for emancipation. 1. In order, therefore, to provide a certain scope within Marxist determinism for the Leninist notion of soznательность, Soviet philosophy distinguishes between a mechanistic and a dialectical determinism. 2. And holds it a reproach to metaphysics that it ascribes exclusive validity either to the category of necessity or else to that of contingency, whereas dialectical materialism proclaims a dialectical unity of them both. The abstract mechanistic type of determinism recognizes only necessity. Such was the position of Democritus in antiquity, who asserted that men had set up the idol of chance in order to conceal their own lack of understanding. Spinoza, too, like the metaphysical materialists of the 18th century, rejected the notion of contingency. The hot-bloodedness of a conqueror, the dyspepsia of a monarch, were regarded as sufficient to account for the outbreak of wars, the onset of famines and the like. The course of history hung upon the beauty of Cleopatra or the cold in Napoleon's head. Engels derided such metaphysics in the Dialectics of Nature. That a particular pea-pod contains 5 peas and not 4 or 6, that a particular dog's tail is 5 inches long and not a whit longer or shorter. That last night I was bitten by a flea at 4 o'clock in the morning, and not at 3 or 5 o'clock, and on the right shoulder and not on the left calf. These facts are all supposedly produced by an irrevocable concatenation of cause and effect, by an unshitterable necessity of such a nature indeed that the gaseous sphere, from which the solar system was derived, was already so constituted that these events had to happen thus and not otherwise. 3. The manner in which mechanism introduced an abstract determinism of this sort into Soviet philosophy was somewhat different from this, in that it supposed contingent to mean uncaused and therefore treated contingency as a purely subjective category, a mere product of thought, having no counterpart in objective reality. The opposing metaphysical faction, on the other hand, denies necessity and will hear of nothing except contingency, but in so doing it also denies the presence of objective law in nature and society. Hegel is given great credit for having attempted to bridge the gulf between necessity and contingency and to view these two categories in their dialectical unity. His idealism, however, prevented him from attaining the complete success eventually granted, for the first time, to Marx and Engels. Their dialectical materialism has resulted in a truly dialectical concept of determinism, in which necessity does not exclude contingency, but combines with it to form a dialectical unity. Each category presupposes the other and each transforms itself into the other. Hence contingency too has become an objective category, an objective form of the causal nexus. It is both a completion and a manifestation of necessity. For contingency does not mean, as the mechanists held, the absence of causation. Even the contingent is causally conditioned and in this sense necessary. If that is the true state of affairs, where then does the real difference between contingency and necessity lie? In their own day the Deborahnists drew this distinction in the following manner: everything is contingent which proceeds, not from the inner nature of a thing, but as a result of a conjunction of the fundamental law of this thing with special laws of another order. Thus the fact that the leader of the Russian Revolution was born in Simbirsk is not a consequence of the inner laws of development of the Russian Revolution, but a purely external and contingent fact in relation to them. In this the Deborahnists are following Plekhanov, who likewise allows contingency only at the point where necessary processes intersect. Later Soviet philosophy does not, indeed, reject this account, but lays emphasis, rather, on the inner connection between necessity and contingency and their mutual transformation into one another. This inner connection between necessity and contingency resides in the fact that the contingent represents a manifestation, or as Engels puts it, a completion, of necessity. Necessity pursues its course through an endless host of accidents. It issues as a general tendency or pattern of evolution from out of a mass of aberrations from the main line of development. It emerges statistically from these contingencies, i.e. as the mean of a large number of facts which deviate from this mean. For this concept of necessity is based on a remark made by Marx in the third volume of Capital, where he asserts that under capitalist conditions of production general laws only manifest themselves as prevailing tendencies. But it is not disputed that this concept of necessity also holds good of the Soviet order of society. Even a socialist, planned economy is not immune from accidents. To be sure, the mutual relationships of necessity and contingency within Soviet society are held to be fundamentally different from those under capitalism, for under socialism economic necessity operates, not as a blind, elemental force, but as a necessity consciously taken into account. The internal connection of necessity and contingency is also seen in this, that under specific conditions the contingent becomes necessary. Darwin has shown how, in the evolution of organisms, chance variations may under certain circumstances come to figure as essential changes which can actually lead to the formation of a new type. If such originally accidental deviations prove useful to the organism in the struggle for existence, these chance effects are preserved in the course of the evolutionary process by natural selection, are hereditarily transmitted, and indeed may eventually become essential attributes. This theory of Darwin's provides, in Engels' opinion, a practical proof of the correctness of the Hegelian view that necessity and contingency are internally connected. Marx makes a rather similar observation in Capital with regard to social life. Originally, under a barter economy, the exchange of commodities between individual members of the clan was largely a matter of chance. In time, however, it became increasingly frequent and eventually developed into a necessary form of human relationship, while at the same time the system of bartering dropped out of sight as a contingent feature, a relic of a bygone age. In many accounts of Soviet dialectical materialism the problem of freedom is also dealt with in this connection. Engels concurs with Hegel's notion of freedom as the appreciation of necessity. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. For freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with real knowledge of the subject. 5. Plekhanov calls this definition of freedom as consciousness of necessity one of the most brilliant discoveries ever made by philosophic thought. This concept can only be grasped by those who are really capable of thinking philosophically, and even they will do so only When they have cast off dualism and realized that, contrary to the assumption of the dualists, there is no gulf between the subject and the object too. This ontological unity of subject and object leads Plekhanov to the conclusion that in the consciousness of the acting subject necessity coincides with freedom and freedom with necessity. The consciousness of a lack of free will presents itself only in the form of a complete subjective and objective impossibility of acting differently from the way I am acting, and when, at the same time, my actions are to me the most desirable of all other possible actions, then, in my mind, necessity becomes identified with freedom and freedom with necessity, and then, I am unfree only in the sense that I cannot disturb this identity between freedom and necessity. Cannot feel the restraint of necessity. But such a lack of freedom is at the same time its fullest manifestation. 3. Plekhanov begins the exposition of his concept of freedom by observing that history shows how theories which have held human conduct to be wholly governed by necessity, and even outspokenly fatalistic doctrines, have not only been no hindrance to exceptionally energetic action in practical life, but have actually been a psychologically necessary basis for such action. He points, for example, to the followers of Mohammed, who in a short space of time subjugated an enormous part of the globe stretching from India to Spain, to the Puritans, who in energy excelled all the other parties in England in the 17th century, to Calvinism, to men like Cromwell, who regarded his actions as the fruits of the will of God, etc. By the same token, the Marxist doctrine, that the due development of capitalism must necessarily lead to its own collapse and the setting up of a socialist order of society, in no way serves as a psychological obstacle to energetic action and free participation in the process. On the contrary, the revolutionary feels himself an instrument of historical necessity and consciously puts himself at its service. He cannot help doing so, in fact, owing to his social status and his mental and moral temperament. He passionately desires to serve as an instrument of necessity and cannot help desiring to do so. This was the psychological mood expressed in Luther's "Here I stand, I can do no other," a mood in which lack of free will is tantamount to a complete incapacity for inaction. J. This is an aspect of freedom, and, moreover, of freedom that has grown out of necessity, i.e., to put it more correctly, it is freedom that is identical with necessity. It is necessity transformed into freedom. This being wholly in keeping with the Hegelian conception of freedom. Necessity does not become freedom because it vanishes, but only because their identity is manifested. 1. A freedom so conceived leads to liberation from that moral restraint which curbs the energy of those who have not yet been able to cast off dualism, who are unable to bridge the gulf between ideals and reality. Until the individual has won this freedom by heroic effort in philosophical thinking, he does not fully belong to himself, and his mental tortures are the shameful tribute he pays to external necessity that stands opposed to him. But as soon as this individual throws off the yoke of this painful and shameful restriction, he is balm for a new, full, and hitherto never experienced life, and his free actions become the conscious and free expression of necessity. Plekhanov also appeals in this connection to Hegel, who in another passage very finely remarks, "Freedom is just this, namely, the will and of nothing except itself." 2. Plekhanov believes the synthesis of free action and necessity in this historical process to be realized in this, that the free activity of the historical individual represents an inevitable link in the chain of inevitable events. The more the individual is imbued with consciousness of this fact, the less he wavers and the more resolute are his actions. 3. Plekhanov does not, indeed, exclude the possibility that the individual may weaken and fail to do his share in realizing the inevitable process, but he is optimistically convinced that in such a case another individual, aroused perhaps by the very apathy of the first, will take his place, determined to perform what necessity requires. 1. The general course, the overall tendencies in history, transcend the influence of historical accidents and the collaboration or non-participation of particular individuals, since they are determined by forces of an entirely different kind. These Plekhanovian speculations about freedom are philosophically the most important that Soviet dialectical materialism has so far. Personal element can alter the individual shape and particular details of the historical process, but not its general course. 2. Produced on this subject. For the rest, the doctrine of freedom in dialectical materialism is not primarily concerned with the freedom of the individual. Just as, in the total structure of Marxist philosophy generally, the individual human personality retires into the background, the discussion being confined solely to nature and society, so too the Marxist ideal of freedom refers, not to the private freedom of the isolated individual, but to the freedom of social man in relation to nature and the laws of his own social development. The entire historical process constitutes, in the Marxist view, a continuing ascent of humanity to an ever more perfect freedom. Man's ancestors, originally in total subjection to nature, began, by the employment of tools, to subdue nature to themselves, and to free themselves from her tutelage. The continued improvement of the means of production has meant a progressive liberation of mankind from their enslavement to nature, but has led, nonetheless, to a new enslavement of men at the hands of one another. With increasing complexities of production, the social relationships of production and the laws of social development have also become more complicated. The consequence has been that productive relationships have slipped out of man's control, this being particularly true of the capitalist order of society. The result is an anarchy of production leading to economic crises, unemployment, wars, etc. But Marxism will also serve to liberate mankind from this final form of slavery. By uncovering the laws of social development, it offers social man the means of consciously guiding his own development. The seizure of the means of production by society puts an end to commodity production, and therewith to the domination of the product over the producer. Anarchy in social production is replaced by conscious organization on a planned basis. And at this point, in a certain sense, man finally cuts himself off from the animal world, leaves the conditions of animal existence behind him and enters conditions which are really human. The laws of his own social activity, which have hitherto confronted him as external, dominating laws of nature, will then be applied by man with complete understanding, and hence will be dominated by man. The objective external forces which have hitherto dominated history, will then pass under the control of men themselves. It is only from this point that men, with full consciousness, will fashion their own history. It is humanity's leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. 1. It will be seen that dialectical materialism conceives of the problem of freedom in a purely social sense. The question which properly belongs under this head, namely the free will of the individual as a personality, does not interest it, and is dismissed in contemptuous phrases, and here it is not only the philosophical problem that is thrust aside, but even the thing itself, namely individual freedom. The manner in which the individual is thereby unconditionally delivered over to the community emerges very clearly from a recent Soviet study on the problem of freedom and necessity. Dialectical materialism unmasks the typical view of contemporary bourgeois philosophy, which regards personality as something supposedly free from social and national conditions, absolutely enclosed in itself, tragically alone and retaining its pure individual content independently of the social environment. The nature of man consists, not in any sort of abstraction, belonging to the isolated individual, but in the totality of social relations. As Lenin says, one cannot live in society and be free from it. But just as it is impossible for a personality to exist in isolation, so also is it impossible for the will to exist as something purely individual, absolutely and exclusively mine. The Marxist-Leninist solution of the problem of the mutual relations of personality and society reveals the social content of the personal. The materialist conception of the real individual in his real community with other men does away with any sort of idealist or metaphysical notion of the freedom of the will. It is not from itself alone that the human will acquires the capacity for freedom, for this will also, says Engels, itself becomes what it is by virtue of a mass of particular vital circumstances. Unlike the legendary Munchausen, man cannot pull himself out of the water by his own hair, his consciousness reflects the social being of the class to which he belongs. Here, the dialectic of the personal and the social lies in the fact that the more a personality constitutes himself a conscious and active member of the progressive class, the more he grows in individuality and becomes capable of freedom, being in no way leveled down by this, as the reactionary sociologists attempt to show. 1. The problem of determinism has long been one of the most puzzling features of the Marxist system of thought. How is the preaching of iron laws of development to be reconciled with the demand that all energies be enlisted in the last decisive struggle for the emancipation of the working class and the abolition of all class distinctions? The conflict between these two factors was still further exacerbated by the personality of Lenin, the outspoken man of action, who laid the greatest emphasis on soznatelnost, which implies not merely consciousness in the sense of an act of the cognitive faculty, but rather deliberation, conscious willing, a deliberate striving and fighting unswervingly directed towards definite goals. Dialectical materialism attempts to break the sovereign sway of determinism by propagating a dialectical determinism, in which necessity and contingency are bound together in dialectical unity. On the one hand, the contingent is necessary, since it is causally conditioned; on the other, necessity results, not from an unalterable essence, but as a statistical law based on the contingency of individual instances. On closer examination it appears, however, that contingency alone is of no avail in setting limits to the domain of necessity, or determinism, since such contingency does not, in fact, represent an exercise of freedom. The accidental and the necessary can only be contrasted in one of two senses, either that in which accidental means causeless, or that in which the accidental is equated with the contingent. If accidental were to be understood in the first sense, the reign of determinism would indeed be broken, but this would also impugn the universal validity of the causal principle, which, as we have seen, would be no more acceptable to dialectical materialism than it is to us. This meaning of accidental is accordingly rejected. The only remaining possibility, therefore, is to interpret the accidental as equivalent to the contingent. But then, however, the contingent acquires a certain hypothetical necessity; it can no longer fail to exist, once the efficient causes conditioning it are put into effect. It is non-necessary only in the sense that it is brought about either by a cause operating freely within the universe, or else, if it is governed by a cause which does not belong to the sphere of spiritual being, in the sense that it forms part of a universe that does not necessarily exist. Hence it becomes clear that contingency only sets a limit to necessity insofar as the contingent gives expression to some kind of freedom, whether it be the freedom of a spiritual being within the world, or the free intervention of a supramundane cause which makes intelligible the actual existence of our whole contingent universe, existing as it does without any basis of inner necessity. 1. The accidental may, however, be understood in yet a third sense, as that which has an efficient but not a final cause, i.e., as something which results from the coincidence of two phenomena, each of which, taken by itself, is occasioned by efficient causes, but whose coincidence is determined neither on natural grounds, nor teleologically by an alien final cause. Plekhanov and the Deboranists conceived of the accidental in this fashion. Certain consequences drawn by Soviet philosophy from this essentially correct notion of contingency are deserving of further and more detailed consideration. Firstly, it must be said that such a concept of contingency does not suffice, as the Soviet philosophers imagine, to limit the scope of determinism. For here the contingent is in fact causally conditioned, and hence in THQT sense necessary. And as we have previously observed, the power of necessity can only be broken by freedom. A further function assigned to contingency, so conceived, is that necessity is alleged to proceed from it. What Darwin maintained in the realm of biology, that modifications originally due to chance are retained in the morphological structure of the organism and transformed by way of the struggle for existence, natural selection, and inheritance into necessary characteristics of the species. This law is adopted by dialectical materialism as a universal law of being, applicable to the whole of reality, necessary laws emerge as average regularities from a multitude of lawless individual deviations from the norm. We touch here upon one of the most difficult problems in the modem philosophy of nature, which has been posed to us, above all, by quantum mechanics and the statistical laws laid down therein. How does chance give rise to law? It is not possible in the present context to investigate this whole problem in detail, but we must at least offer a few critical remarks on the way this conception of law is employed in dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism attributes to the whole of nature, and ultimately to the whole of reality, a state of affairs established in the field of biology, but as to this it must be observed that in Darwin's postulated transition from chance to law, necessity does not come about by a simple repetition of accidents, for contingency is transformed, rather, into necessity by natural selection and inheritance, and chance is supplemented in the process, not only by the element of frequency, but also by that of stability, but this is only possible in the realm of organic nature and not in that of nature as a whole. It is false in any case that all natural laws are of a statistical character. The essential impossibility of interpreting elementary processes within the individual atom in terms of strict dynamical causality is due, in effect, to an intrinsic uncertainty in the determination of two complementary quantities, the position and the velocity of the electron, owing to the dualism of wave and corpuscle. His uncertainty, however, is inversely proportional to the mass of the inert particles involved, and therefore disappears on the macrophysical scale. Hence not only the astronomical laws of motion, but also the minimum principles, the conservation theorems and many other laws may be regarded, not as statistical, but as strictly dynamical in character. The question whether all natural laws are essentially statistical is one of the most difficult problems in the contemporary philosophy of nature. Many scientists, especially those positivistically minded ones who deny the validity of the causal principle in the microphysical sphere, are inclined to regard all laws as statistical. Others, and Planck in particular, are firmly opposed to this view. Here we shall merely confine ourselves to observing that the practice of Soviet philosophy in treating all laws as alike statistical is extremely difficult to reconcile with its simultaneous and determined adherence to the universal validity of the causal principle. A third function assigned in Soviet philosophy to the concept of contingency and its dialectical unity with necessity, is that of accounting for finality in nature. Here too we cannot undertake to expound the problem of finality in nature at full length, and must be content with a few critical remarks on the manner of its solution in dialectical materialism. It will be expedient in this connection to separate the field of inanimate nature from that of the animate. In animate nature, teleology is manifested chiefly in the adaptedness of organs to the performance of specific functions, notably in phenomena relating, inter alia, to the preservation of the individual or the species. The dialectical materialist account of finality is already untenable on this ground alone, that in order to transform the chance, the unique, into the necessary, i.e., the permanent and law-abiding, it is obliged to invoke inheritance to explain the establishment of the acquired characteristic and its adoption by the species, but inheritance presupposes an organism already constituted as to its being, whereas finality must be taken to underlie the original constituting of such an organism. It is not a resultant phenomenon, but an original presupposition of the organic as such. So far as concerns the field of inanimate nature, however, the presence of teleology, of final as well as efficient causality, is contested. 2-3 It is generally agreed, however, that even though there may be no reason to credit inanimate nature with finality in the properly Aristotelian sense, it does exhibit an order, evinced especially in the mathematical character of natural law, and one which, no less than finality, requires explanation in terms of a supernatural intelligence. 8. Even from the standpoint of dialectical materialism, it is difficult to think of this order as having arisen by chance, as a byproduct of forces operating in a purely causal fashion, for the order in question includes the element of constancy, whose appearance in the process of transition from contingency to necessity is supposedly explained by dialectical materialism as due to such factors as natural selection and inheritance, which obviously do not apply, however, in the field of inanimate nature. To explain the cosmos, the inveterate constancy of the order prevailing throughout the world by virtue of the concurrence of innumerable causal sequences, as the chance byproduct of a whole multitude of blindly operating efficient causes, would be much as if one were to maintain the fact that both hands of a clock point to 12 on the dial whenever the sun is at the zenith, to be wholly explicable on purely causal grounds, namely as the product of a chance coincidence of two effects, each of them determined purely by efficient causes, the one being due to the expansion of the clock spring and the other to the rotation of the earth. In general, we may say that the dialectical materialist doctrine of necessity and contingency does nothing to restrict determinism and tips the balance unequivocally in favor of necessity. The same is true of the relationship of necessity to freedom, in which the bias in favor of necessity is still more strongly in evidence. As regards the doctrine of freedom, we may begin by conceding to Plekhanov that a certain historical determinism, in the shape of a law and necessity governing the development of communities, does not necessarily rule out any sort of personal, individual freedom. Thus one may think of the laws inherent in the development of the community as being in the nature of statistical laws, which do not call for a rigid determinacy in every individual case. Social laws, with their historical necessity, would then bear a certain analogy to the statistical laws governing the microcosm. Even so, there would be this difference in the statistical character of the two types of law, that in quantum mechanics the irregular behavior of the individual case must still, in the last resort, be causally determined in some way or other, even though this determinacy may be essentially beyond the physicist's comprehension, whereas in the case of statistical laws of historical development the individual case is not causally determined at all, since here we are dealing with individuals of a spiritual kind who are therefore equipped with free will. It may indeed be granted as an element of truth in the Marxist conception of history, that the personal freedom of the individual agent is not necessarily bound to exclude a certain necessity or lawfulness, capable of formulation in historical laws, within the development of the community as a whole. It needs emphasizing here, however, that this historical necessity should not be construed in too absolute a sense. The fact is, rather, that despite its statistical character, and unlike the statistical laws of physics, there still remains the fundamental possibility that it may be broken through from below, in virtue of the personal freedom of individuals. But though we may accept, with reservations, Plekhanov's claim that individual freedom is not inconsistent with a certain determinism at the communal level, the philosophical reasons he gives for this, in common with Engels and Hegel, must nevertheless be rejected. Not that we wish to maintain by this that the concept of freedom so formulated is in itself untenable. But such a concept of freedom presupposes an infinite being, in whom there is no room for such limitation by an external object standing over against him, and for whom, therefore, the Hegelian willing of nothing except itself could be wholly valid. Only in such a case would the situation be realized which Plekhanov assumes to be wholly self-evident, that actions directed to the realization of necessity should at the same time be those most desirable to the subject who performs them. But all this has no application to our empirical world or to the actual freedom of man acting in history. It would need a powerful measure of optimism to maintain, say, that a revolutionary fighting to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat would find exile and imprisonment, or even, it may be, the loss of his own life, the most desirable of all possible actions. If the attainment of such goals be really the most desirable as well as the most necessary of activities, why all the vast output of persuasion and revolutionary propaganda in order to induce people to lend their free support to the realization of such necessary goals? It is also a piece of wholly unwarranted optimism, and one which plainly discloses the actual contingency of particular historical events, to maintain that if one individual fails in refusing to lend the support required of him to the realization of the necessary goal, another individual, roused by this very failure, will infallibly spring into the breach. Thus we certainly do not wish to deny that Plekhanov's concept of freedom as necessary self-acquiescence is an inherently possible one. But it presupposes an infinite, absolute being. It is the concept of freedom which we find realized in God, in whom the necessity of his own self-willing coincides with complete freedom, is transfigured into freedom. But in our earthly, fallen condition, to speak of freedom as consciousness of necessity ultimately means nothing else, in practice, than a denial of individual freedom and its deliverance into the power of what remains, despite all the professions of dialectical materialism with regard to contingency and freedom, a still unbroken universal determinism. 4. Possibility and actuality. As with Aristotle and the scholastics, becoming and development are interpreted by dialectical materialism as a transformation of the possible into the actual. 1. In spite of this, the Soviet authors applaud dialectical materialism as having for the first time in the history of philosophy provided a scientific solution to the problem of possibility and actuality. 2. In the development of the concept of actuality among the Soviet philosophers, it is possible, particularly in earlier years, but to some extent also in contemporary discussions of the problem, to trace the influence of the Hegelian concept of the rationality of the actual. In the first edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, Shcheglov emphasized in defining the concept of the actual, that it means something deeper than the mere factual presence of individual things or their immediate external existence. The category of actuality already includes within its content an expression of the totality of all the internal and external moments, the reciprocal relationships of all these aspects, which go to make up objective reality. The category of actuality gives expression to the objective world, conceived as a necessary, internally conditioned process governed by law. 3. In order to be actual, therefore, it is not enough that a thing should in fact exist. Just as, with Hegel, not everything that exists is therefore actual on that account, but only that which can be regarded as the 1C actualization of an idea, so too in dialectical materialism, only that is actual which comes to pass out of inner necessity in the course of the world's process of development and is in accordance with the inner law of that development. In the preface to his philosophy of right, Hegel made the famous statement, "What is rational is actual and what is actual is rational." Many of his disciples have taken this remark thanks, so it is believed in Soviet philosophy, to its idealist mode of utterance as an endorsement of all currently existing social arrangements. In Germany the Hegelian right construed this maxim as a justification of the Prussian monarchy. In Russia, Belinsky employed the same argument for a time in defense of the rigid absolutism of Nicholas I. The Soviet philosophers, however, are ready on occasion to allow that Hegel himself, in his Logic and Encyclopedia at least, interprets this principle in a revolutionary sense, although at a given moment an idea may appear to be in conflict with the established order, it may yet be actual if it gives expression to a still unrealized but inevitable tendency of historical development, and by contrast, an established order may nonetheless be unactual, i.e., without a title to existence, if it lacks rationality and fails to correspond to an idea. Dialectical materialism seeks to translate this principle from its idealist context into a materialistic one by substituting historically necessary in place of rational. Everything rational, or in materialist terms, everything historically necessary, must become actual. 2. Here, for the first time, it becomes possible to see what is meant when the category of actuality is associated, in recent Soviet treatments of the subject, with those of necessity and law. The category of actuality is inseparably bound up with the categories of necessity and law. Marxist philosophy maintains that any given actuality is brought about through the operation of definite objective laws. 3. This is not to imply that the role of contingent factors is thereby excluded, but their effect is limited to modifying the actual in matters of subordinate detail. 4. But dialectical materialism was not content merely to reiterate the Hegelian thesis in a materialist terminology. The simple assertion that everything actual is historically necessary proved insufficient, for the Emergence of such tendencies as economism and mechanism in Russian Marxism made it necessary to guard historical materialism against the danger of lapsing into fatalism. Otherwise Stammeiler would have been right in seeking to dispose of Marxism by the iron-Eichel argument, that if historical necessity guarantees the arrival of socialism there can be no need to exert oneself in bringing it about. For nobody would ever dream of founding a party in order to bring on a lunar eclipse. The need to dissociate itself from a fatalist conception of historical determinism has given Soviet philosophy occasion to investigate the category of possibility as well as that of actuality, and also to inquire into the conditions under which the possible becomes actual. The fatalism of the mechanists was due to the fact that they identified possibility with actuality, hence the realization of socialism, in their view, must necessarily come about by itself, by way of samotek, quite apart from human activity. As against this, Stalin makes it perfectly clear in his report to the XYth Party Congress, that possibility does not mean the same thing as actuality and that it requires a number of conditions for its realization, of which human activity is the most essential. The Soviet system provides colossal possibilities for the complete victory of socialism. But possibility is not actuality. To transform possibility into actuality a number of conditions are needed, among which the party's line and the correct carrying out of this line play by no means the least role. To convert possibility into actuality we must first of all cast aside the opportunist theory of things going of their own accord samotek, we must conduct a determined offensive against the capitalist elements in town and country. 1. But if dialectical materialism refuses on the one hand to identify the possible with the actual, it also guards itself on the other against the opposite extreme of cleaving an absolute gulf between possibility and actuality, as was done by Spinoza, Kant, and others. The new actuality originates in the first place as a possibility in the womb of the old. Possibility is a necessary condition for the emergence of a new actuality. 2. In order to steer a middle course between the mechanists' identification of possibility and actuality and the idealists' absolute separation between them, dialectical materialism again follows Hegel 3 in distinguishing between abstract or formal and real possibility. The abstract, formal kind of possibility is that which rests merely on abstract thought constructions of formal logic, having no basis or precondition in objective reality and lacking determination by the given historical development. 1. The Soviet philosophers agree with Hegel that nothing much can be done with this kind of possibility. In this sense it is possible that the moon might fall to earth or an Indian Raja become Pope. 2. Such abstract possibilities were also, in their day, considered to be exemplified in the equal opportunities which the British delegates demanded for all countries at the Danube Conference, and which were opposed by the Romanian representative, Anna Pacher, when she argued that despite such equal opportunities, Romania, for example, had never established her commercial interests in Britain, France, or the USA, or imposed her will upon the Thames, the Seine, or the Mississippi. Whereas Englishmen and Frenchmen were claiming to themselves a major sphere of influence on the Danube and in Romania. 3. In contrast to this abstract possibility, real possibility has its ground in the given concrete historical circumstances, is evoked and determined by the existing actuality, and proceeds from the latter according to a necessary law, for only such real possibilities can become actual. In his report on the draft constitution of the USSR, Stalin maintained that, unlike the constitutions of bourgeois states, that of the USSR did not confine itself to stating the formal rights of citizens, but stressed the guarantees of these rights and the means by which they could be exercised. The equality of the citizens, for example, was guaranteed by the abolition of exploitation, the right to work by the liquidation of crises, unemployment, etc. 5. As to the relationships between these two types of possibility, it is held that abstract possibility may, under certain conditions, become concrete, and contrariwise, that real possibility may again become abstract. As for the transition from possibility to actuality, this is brought about in nature on a basis of necessary law, through the operation of blind, elemental forces. But that is not the case in social life, where the transformation of the possible into the actual is assisted by the conscious activities of men. Consciousness therefore has a part here. Men set themselves specific goals and struggle to achieve them. Nevertheless, in antagonistic societies the end product of historical development is not what was aimed at by men in their conscious activity, it comes about unconsciously, through natural necessity, and regardless of the subjective aims of the individuals concerned, for the inhabitants of such a society neither have nor can have any common will. In the socialist classless society, however, the case is altered, for there, thanks to the moral and political unity of the people, and its common will, the end product of historical development, the translation of the possible into the actual, is accomplished by means of a planned and conscious effort. 1. The translation of possibility into actuality therefore calls for the union of objective possibility with purposeful and skilled human activity. 2. This statement is directed on the one hand against fatalism, which has overlooked the subjective element, the importance of active, conscious intervention on the part of man, and on the other against subjectivism, which has underestimated the importance of the objective possibilities. 3. What chiefly occasioned the development of this whole theory in its day, was the controversy as to whether it was possible to realize socialism in one country. Stalin, of course, decided that there was such a possibility. In his view, as we know already, the Soviet system offers enormous possibilities for the complete victory of socialism. But if these possibilities are to be translated into actuality, crucial importance attaches to the work of the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state, the subjective factor in general, the will, determinating vigor and efficiency of organizations, and the like. The building of socialism in one country, a possibility which has been actualized in the USSR, creates in turn the necessary conditions for the actualization of communism in a single country also. For it is an indication of continuity in the ideological field, despite the de-Stalinization campaign, that Khrushchev, in his report to the XXTH Party Congress, should have adopted almost word for word the Stalinist formula of the transformation of possibility into actuality. In speaking of the real possibility that the sixth five-year plan might be not only fulfilled but overfulfilled, he observed, "However, as everyone knows, possibilities are not yet realities. To transform them into actuality would require hard work on the part of all Soviet organizations and strenuous endeavors from the entire Soviet people." 1. The Soviet philosophical discussions of the categories of possibility and actuality deserve the closest attention. The basic idea involved, that motion and development represent a transition from the possible to the actual, is a perfectly sound one. It is also correct to emphasize that these two categories must certainly be distinguished. For if the possible and the actual were to coincide, this would not only make a non-fatalistic conception of development impossible, but would in general rule out all development, process, or becoming in the world, leaving only pure actuality or necessary being. There is much of value in the insight here attained by dialectical materialism, namely that possibility does not become actual of itself alone, requiring rather the intervention of a cause to enable it to do so. In the realm of conscious human activity, this necessity has been clearly worked out by dialectical materialism. It is less clear in its allusions to nature, where the transition from the possible to the actual is said to be effected by the elemental power of natural forces too. For if the possible and the actual are not to coalesce in a necessary being, but are to part company in a mutual tension, thereby leaving room for becoming, what is needed, whether we are dealing with human affairs or with necessary occurrences in nature, is the operation of something else, itself already actual, whereby possibility may be transformed into actuality. A further notable vista opens up at this point, for since this additional third thing will doubtless itself be undergoing development of some sort and thus be in certain respects a possibility in process of becoming actual, it too will in turn require a further thing, and since we cannot go on indefinitely in this fashion without leaving the entire motion of all these intermediaries hanging in the air, we must necessarily light somewhere upon a thing of the sort in which possibility and actuality coalesce in the form of necessary being, which is therefore responsible for setting in motion the whole of the world's process of development. Thus Stalin's possibility is not actuality still ends by leading us back to that first mover which dialectical materialism is so assiduously anxious to avoid. These two categories also form part of the stock-in-trade of dialectical materialism. In the days of Stalinism, when the theory of categories had no place of its own within the system of Soviet philosophy, these categories were generally dealt with in connection with the fourth principal feature of the dialectic, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. Content, in Soviet philosophy, is held to be the most important aspect of the object, that which characterizes its very essence, the basis which emerges in the properties and features of the object. Form, on the other hand, is the internal organization of the content, that which binds the elements of the content into unity, and in whose absence the content itself is impossible. 1. The definition given in the collective categories of the materialist dialectic is even more obscure and less exact. 2. Thus in the atom, for example, the elementary particles represent the content and their arrangement the form, in the organism it is the cells and organs, on the one hand, and their organization and specific structure on the other. In social production, content is provided by the productive forces, and form by the relations of production. In mental activity, the thought is the content and the word the form. In literary and artistic production, content consists in the social relations expressed, while form resides in the composition, the subject, the language, and so on. 3. In contrast to metaphysics, which is accused of setting up form as something external and alien to its content, dialectical materialism proclaims a dialectical unity between the two categories. Every object has its form and its content. There is no content absolutely without form, just as there is no form without content. 4. But within this unity, content has priority as the determining element. As against this, however, form in turn has an effect upon content, albeit in a secondary fashion, being itself dependent on content. Once it has arisen, it does not remain passive, but exercises an active influence on the development of content. Literature and art, provided they combine wealth of idea content with power of artistic form, may come to be factors of enormous significance in the historical process. The dialectical unity of form and content only emerges in its character of contradictoriness when form and content are regarded, not as static, but as dynamic features in the developmental process of the object. Up to a certain stage of development, content may go on developing unhindered within the framework of a given form. But then a point is reached beyond which the old form begins to fetter the further development of the content. The contradiction between the two thereupon makes itself felt and struggles to resolve itself, and this is finally effected by the old form being cast aside and giving place to a new conflict of content and form, and vice versa. Discarding of form, transformation of content. Such is Lenin's formulation of the 15th element in dialectic. 1. The classical example of this dialectic is the contradiction between the development of productive forces and that of the relations of production, of which Marx speaks in his classical formulation of the materialist conception of history, in the introduction to his critique of political economy. In the development of productive forces, there comes a moment when the existing relations of production change from forms of development of the forces of production into fetters hampering their further progress. This ushers in a period of social revolution, in which the relations of production are transformed. Thereafter the new relations of production have a stimulating effect in turn on the development of the productive forces, this being taken by Soviet philosophy to confirm the thesis of the active role which form also plays in relation to content. Another example of the dialectical relationship between form and content is invariably quoted from Lenin, though it is perhaps less interesting in this context of formal dialectics than in regard to another question which it raises. Lenin applies the categories of form and content to democracy also, and maintains at one point that Soviet democracy represents a new form of democracy, but again elsewhere that it also involves a new content. In the course of centuries, so he argues, the forms of democracy change. It would therefore be the height of foolishness to suppose that the greatest of all revolutions in the history of mankind could take place within the framework of the old, bourgeois conception of democracy, without creating new forms of democracy. On the other hand, however, Soviet democracy is novel, not only in form, but also in content, and the new content of this new form of democracy consists, in fact, in the destruction of classes. The proletariat needs the abolition of classes. Such is the real content of proletarian democracy, of proletarian freedom, proletarian equality. He who has failed to understand that this is the content of the dictatorship of the proletariat, takes the name of the dictatorship of the proletariat in vain. 1. This is a noteworthy admission. For if proletarian democracy differs alike in form and content from democracy as hitherto understood, one may legitimately ask what the two kinds of democracy continue to have in common, apart from the name itself. The chief thing to be complained of about the dialectical materialist treatment of this pair of categories is again the lack of accuracy in the framing of definitions. There is no means of seeing from the definitions provided, how the category of content differs in any way from that of essence. And a definition certainly ought to be so formulated that it applies only to the definiendum. Nor is there any justification for the accusation levelled against metaphysics, that it separates form from content. At the very least, it should be stated more clearly to whom this objection refers. Aristotle, indeed, from whom the framing of this pair of categories derives, envisaged the unity between these two principles of being in a manner which may well have served as an example to dialectical materialism. In his view, neither form nor matter could exist separately, but only in the unity of the material substance constituted by them. It is therefore incomprehensible that he should be accused of supposing that form could exist prior to matter. 2. Here we may conclude our sketch of the theory of categories. In expounding it we have confined ourselves to those categories which already form part of the traditional stock of dialectical materialism. As we have seen from the lists of categories given at the outset, there are wide variations as between one author and another. The straightening out of this portion of dialectical materialist theory has only just been resumed in Soviet circles, and hence is still too much in flux to yield, as yet, any generally accepted arrangement or detailed exposition of category theory. Chapter V. Dialectical Materialism and Modern Science. We have seen above *1 that in Engels' view there is no room within the framework of Marxist philosophy for a true philosophy of nature. For all that, it was he himself, in his Dialectics of Nature, who first provided an impetus towards the establishment of a philosophy of nature on the basis of dialectical materialism. A further decisive impulse in this direction was also furnished by Lenin's campaign against physical idealism, too, and by his distinction between the physical and philosophical concepts of matter. Just as, at that time, the first incursions of science into the field of subatomic structure had confronted Marxist materialism with serious philosophical problems, so now the later advances in the progress of physics and chemistry, more especially the establishment of quantum physics and relativity theory, have thrown up new philosophical quandaries. It is therefore not surprising that, despite the prohibition thus imposed by Engels, we should be able, as time goes on, to observe an increasing revival of nature philosophy within dialectical materialism, albeit under the pseudonym of philosophy of science. Particularly in the years after the Second World War, the problems of the philosophy of nature represented a very definite center of interest in Soviet philosophy. In this, the efforts of the Soviet philosophers have not been confined merely to providing an answer, from the standpoint of dialectical materialism, to the philosophical problems raised in particular by quantum physics and relativity theory. Their principal endeavors are directed, rather, at proving that modern science affords a dazzling confirmation of dialectical materialism. The task of the present chapter is therefore twofold. First, we must show in what manner Soviet philosophy seeks the solution of the problems created by the modern natural sciences, from quantum physics and relativity theory to the Pavlovian physiology of higher nervous activity and to psychology. but in addition to this we must also pay particular critical attention to the question whether, and to what extent, the modern natural sciences actually confirm dialectical materialism. In the layout of this chapter we shall follow, in broad outline, the ground plan of the projected Soviet compilation Dialectical Materialism and Modern Science, which has already been referred to above, but which, so far as we know, has not yet appeared. One, it is worth noting, incidentally, that psychology is still included here. This is no doubt connected with the fact that Soviet ideology continues to divide the whole of reality into the two great regions of nature and society. Hence those branches of science which do not consider man in the first place as a social being, come within the scope of the natural sciences. 1. Quantum physics. In the field of quantum physics, the main object of the Soviet philosophers is to counter positivistic and idealistic interpretations of the phenomena in question. From this point of view it is chiefly the so-called Copenhagen school that is attacked, mainly on account of their championship of the complementarity principle, their indeterminism, and the interpretation which they have given to quantum statistics. In classical physics it is possible, by determining the position and momentum of a macrophysical body, to fix uniquely the further course of its motion. This predictability, and the predetermination of the behavior of the body which follows from this, is indeed regarded as the essence of physical causality. But now it has turned out, in the realm of microphysics, that it is in principle impossible to measure or predict the position and momentum of a microparticle with complete exactness at one and the same instant. According to Heisenberg's uncertainty relation, the fact is, rather, that in simultaneous measurement or prediction of the position and momentum, both measurements or predictions are subject to an uncertainty, such that the product of both uncertainty values is at least of the order of magnitude of Planck's quantum of action h backslash. Thus the more exactly the position of a particle is measured, or can be predicted, the more impossible does it become, not only in fact, but in principle, to measure or predict the momentum exactly, and vice versa. The uncertainty relation is founded on a dualism of waves and particles, i.e., on the fact that, for purposes of physical description of the behavior of a microphysical particle, we sometimes need to employ the picture of a corpuscular particle, and in other cases require that of a wave. Two pictures must therefore be employed which in one sense are mutually exclusive, but in another are so far complementary that only both pictures taken together make it possible to give a complete description of a microphysical object. This curious relationship of mutual exclusion and simultaneous supplementation is described by Bohr as complementarity. It holds, not only for the wave and particle picture, but quite generally for the members of those pairs of properties such, for example, as position and momentum, or time and energy, simultaneous knowledge of which would be required for the complete description of a physical object as understood in classical physics. It would lead to internal contradictions if one were simultaneously to ascribe to a microphysical object both properties. Only one of its two sides can ever be ascribed to microphysical reality, and the other side is thus necessarily excluded. But since two mutually exclusive states cannot be ascribed to an object existing independently of the knowing subject, the Copenhagen school is inclined to restrict the concept of reality in general to physical reality, i.e., to those properties which can actually be attributed to microobjects by way of physical description. Questions concerning an objective reality existing in itself, and such as to underlie physical measurement and description, are dismissed, rather in the positivistic manner, as meaningless. This basic viewpoint involves a certain tendency towards idealism. Which properties of a microphysical object can be ascribed to it at any time, and which not, are dependent on the measuring apparatus employed, in so far as the measuring apparatus represents an extension and refinement of the sense organs of the physical observer, and thus of the knowing subject. Physical reality is dependent upon the cognitive orientation of the observing subject. Hence, in so far as physical reality is forthwith identified, in the positivistic manner, with reality proper, the theory cannot well be acquitted of a somewhat idealistic approach. Given such a positivistic approach, moreover, acceptance of the uncertainty relation was bound to lead also to a denial of causality. For if reality is confined to the facts of observation, and the question as to the nature of the things underlying these phenomena regarded as meaningless, causality too can no longer be understood as a real relation between cause and effect, but implies merely a regular and predictable temporal succession of phenomena. But since, according to the uncertainty relation, the field of microphysical phenomena no longer affords the presuppositions for this, namely, the simultaneous determination of the position and momentum of particles, the causal law, so understood, loses its validity in this sphere. Thus when physicists speak of laws in the atomic field, these laws are of an essentially different kind from those which hold in the sphere of the macrophysical, whereas the latter are regarded as dynamic, in that they require a strict causal determinacy in the individual case. The former are statistical in character, in that they merely refer to the probable or average situation in a large class of cases. Bohr, Jordan, Born and others have denied the validity of strict causality in the atomic field. De Broglie, Einstein, Schrödinger, and Planck, on the other hand, have insisted that the observations relate to reality, continue to uphold the universal validity of the causal law, and hope that a later development of physics will make it possible to give a realistic and deterministic interpretation to microphysical facts. Soviet philosophy is vehemently opposed to this philosophical interpretation of quantum physics on the part of the Copenhagen school. It does not, indeed, deny the physical facts underlying the complementarity principle, but objects to the Copenhagen school on the ground that they turn this principle into a philosophical conception of complementarity which characteristically denies the causality and objectivity of microphenomena. The basic error of the Copenhagen school is that they regard the wave function which describes the state of the microparticle, not as an objective characteristic of the microobject itself, but merely as an expression of the knowledge of the observer. The Copenhagen school consider the wave, not as a real property of the microobject, but simply as a wave of probability, a mere expression of the probability of encountering a microobject, one-sidedly regarded as a particle, at a particular place. Among Soviet interpretations of quantum physics, the greatest authority appears to attach to that put forward by D. I. Blockensieff and various others. Blockensieff starts from the assumption that the wave function does not characterize the behavior of the individual microparticle, but must be referred primarily to the behavior of a totality, meaning by the word totality here, those particles which are subject to the same conditions within the macrophysical environment. For thus in describing the particle as belonging to a particular macrophysical environment, the wave function always presupposes a particular environment of this type. If the latter changes, the totality also changes. This is the true situation underlying what is commonly referred to as the influence of the measuring apparatus on the state of the system, but strictly speaking this influence is merely a special case of the macrophysical situation. 6. In this connection Blockensieff denies the conclusion drawn by the Copenhagen school from this influence, namely that it is impossible to investigate microphenomena objectively. In order to inquire into the nature of the totality it is sufficient, merely, to investigate a small part of it. This part may well in fact be altered in the process of measurement, but the totality as a whole remains unchanged. In other words, the degree of isolation of the totality as a whole remains virtually unaltered by measurement. Blockensieff concludes from this, that the wave function IP, when applied to the totality, conforms to Schrödinger's equation. IH equals HIP, which makes it possible to determine this function for any given instant, so long as it is known for the starting point. Thus, by way of the totality, the physicist has access, in principle, to knowledge of the individual microphenomenon, and this consists in investigating the statistical laws of the collective. Quantum mechanics investigates the properties of the individual microphenomenon by investigating the statistical laws of the collectivity of such phenomena. Omelianovsky sees the reason for this in the fact that the statistical average gives quantitative expression, not to the particularity which distinguishes one individual magnitude from another, but to that which is valid for the species to which these individual magnitudes belong, i.e., to that which unites these magnitudes and makes them magnitudes of one and the same kind. 2. According to the theory of totalities, the properties of micro-objects are reflected in the properties of totalities, which can be known to us by experiment. 3. On the strength of these considerations, Blockhinsafe and his school think themselves in a position to make concrete assertions about the properties of micro-objects, and in particular this, that microparticles must not be regarded as objects to which the concept of motion along a path can be applied. 4. And that the micro-object must be credited, not only with real particle properties, but with equally real wave properties as well. 5. On the subject of indeterminism, the Soviet philosophers in general, and not merely the school of Blockhinsafe, are strenuous defenders of a philosophical determinism, in face of the indeterminism of quantum physics. But in order to obviate misunderstandings, they emphasize that this determinism of theirs is not to be regarded as a strict determinism of the Laplacian sort. 6. Which would exclude all contingency. According to Engels, necessity and contingency are not mutually exclusive categories. The contingent has a ground, and the necessary emerges from within the contingent. There is no impassable barrier between the contingent and the necessary. 1. But unfortunately we get no further philosophical elaboration of this notion, as to how the necessary arises from out of the contingent. So far as the problem of quantum statistics is concerned, Soviet philosophy is averse to the idea that the merely statistical character of quantum laws arises, as the positivists maintain, from the absence of lawful connections among the individual microphenomena. There is a similar aversion to Bohr's view, that these statistics are due to an uncontrollable influence of the measuring apparatus on the micro-object. 2. Blockhinsafe himself gives the following explanation of quantum statistics: owing to the atomic character of action, there are no closed, isolated microsystems. Every quantum totality involves, rather, an interconnection of micro and macro systems. This impossibility of isolating the microsystem from the macro environment is also the reason why the Newtonian or Laplacian determinism no longer operates in the field of individual microphenomena, being here replaced by statistical laws. Thus quantum statistics has its basis in the mutual connection of micro and macro phenomena. 3%. In view of their deterministic principles, the Soviet philosophers observe with satisfaction that even among Western physicists there are signs, at present, of a return to a deterministic interpretation of quantum physics, a tendency which was particularly noticeable in a series of essays contributed to the collective volume Louis de Broglie, Physici net penseur, which was published on the occasion of Louis de Broglie's 60th birthday. 4. In recent years the journal Voprosi Philosophiae has on 2 occasions actually published articles by de Broglie in Russian translation, 5 in which there was evidence of this return to a deterministic position. Together with an original article by Vigier, apparently written specially for Voprosi Philosophiae. 1. Finally, we would also draw attention to an interesting epistemological premise of Ompianovsky's, whereby the latter seeks to overcome the difficulties confronting an objective interpretation of the account of nature in quantum physics. He thinks it possible to avoid the difficulties presented by the complementarity principle in this regard by referring to the merely analogical character of the concepts we form in respect of macrophysical objects. Quantum magnitudes are differentiated from the analogous classical magnitudes by new properties. Quantum magnitudes are not identical with the analogous classical magnitudes. 2. And he believes that in the course of its further development physics will progress towards adequate concepts for the interpretation of microphenomena, and that the current difficulties in quantum physics will thereby be overcome. W. Buchel 3 and F. Selvag 4 have adopted a similar attitude from the critical realist point of view. Buchel, however, is of the opinion that it may never be possible to overcome the merely analogical character of our conceptual scheme, and hence the apparently contradictory character of the various assertions made in quantum physics. In outlining the interpretation of quantum physics adopted in Soviet philosophy, we have so far chiefly relied on the accounts given by Blockhinsafe and his supporters. But although this is evidently the dominant view, it is not the only one among the Soviet philosophers. In its day a good deal of comment was occasioned by an article by M. A. Markov, on the nature of physical knowledge, which appeared in the second number of the first volume of Voprosi Philosophie. 1. Markov sets out from the concept of physical reality adopted by the Copenhagen school. Owing to the difference between the microphysical and macrophysical worlds, microphenomena can only be grasped by means of a translation into the macrophysical language through the medium of the macrophysical apparatus. But in the course of this translation the microphysical phenomenon is necessarily altered, owing to its interaction with the apparatus. The outcome of this change, this translation, is physical reality. According to Markov, this latter is indeed in a certain sense subjective and dependent on human activity, since it presupposes the presence of the measuring apparatus. But in so saying Markov is by no means wishing to deny the existence of an objective reality, or even to describe it as in principle unknowable, yet this physical reality serves the precise purpose of translating microphysical data into the macrophysical conceptual scheme. It is, as it were, a macrophysical mirror image of the microphysical world. This did not, however, prevent Markov from being violently attacked. He was accused of Kantianism, agnosticism, and even idealism. 3. In the postscript with which the new editors of Voprosi Philosophili hastily ended this whole discussion, Markov was subjected to what was indeed the much more valid reproach, that his theory was a new version of Plekhanov's hieroglyphic theory. Even so, it is another question, whether the formal correspondence between perception and thing in itself, which is assumed by defenders of the Leninist copy theory, can be rendered consistent with modern physics. Serious objections were brought against Bloch-Insaif's theory of totalities by academician V. A. Fock in an article in Voprosi Philosophia on so-called totalities in quantum mechanics. 1. Fock objects to totalities on the ground that they represent speculative constructions. 2. He himself takes the view that the wave function reflects the real state of the individual micro-object. 3. The theory of totalities is also rejected by A. D. Alexandrov. His own view of the electron is an interesting one. A definite position and velocity are given, in the electron, merely as possibilities. Under given macroscopic conditions these possibilities are realized, whether it be as the position of the electron or as its velocity. 4. It is no part of our business to pass judgment upon the Soviet interpretation of quantum physics from the point of view of the physicist. The chief question which interests us is, how much there is in Omelianovsky's claim that, modern physics confirms dialectical materialism and throughout its entire content confronts the scientist with the task of consciously applying dialectical materialism to the investigation of nature. 6. How, in detail, do the Soviet philosophers see in quantum physics a confirmation of dialectical materialism? To this we obtain the following answer: only the law of the unity and struggle of opposites can help us to explain such contradictory development. 6. This wave and corpuscle character of the electron, and of light, is an indication of the fact that in reality these latter are neither corpuscles nor waves, but a dialectical structure, a unity of opposition. 1. The fact that quantum physics extends the boundaries of our knowledge is regarded as a confirmation of the Leninist thesis of the inexhaustibility of matter. 2. We have already referred above to the way in which the Soviet philosophers think they have found the answer to the problem of determinism in quantum physics in the shape of the dialectical materialist theory of the relation between necessity and contingency. To all this it may be said, that if one takes for granted the philosophical foundations of dialectical materialism, it is then possible, as the Soviet physicists have shown, to put forward a scientifico-philosophical interpretation of the data of quantum physics from this point of view. If one starts from a positivistic or idealist type of epistemology, it is equally possible to account for the facts from this point of view as well. So much has been shown by the Copenhagen school. Thus the scientifico-philosophical explanation of the physical facts is not uniquely determined on these grounds alone, but depends essentially on the philosophical starting point adopted in the first place. Hence it cannot be said that modern physics confirms dialectical materialism. All that the Soviet physicists have shown is that the latter can be rendered consistent with quantum physics. There is one further point of importance: the whole discussion has really nothing to do with the antithesis between idealism and materialism. The issue lies, rather, between an idealist or positivistic epistemology and a realistic one. Throughout we can discern the efforts of Soviet philosophy to counter certain idealistic and positivistic tendencies in the interpretation of quantum physics. We must merely be on guard against the misuse of the concept of materialism, customarily practiced in this context, in that here too the concept of materialism is confused with that of realism. When it is argued that the microparticle represents a reality existing independently of the process of observation and measurement, this is not a materialistic interpretation, but a realistic one. The acknowledgement of a reality independent of the knowing subject is not materialism, since this does nothing to settle the question as to the nature of this reality, i.e., as to whether matter is the only and ultimate reality. 3. In the field of quantum physics, Soviet criticism has been directed mainly against Western theories, and against Russian ones only insofar as they have been drawn into the wake of Western views. So far as relativity theory is concerned, it was again the philosophical interpretation frequently given to it in the West which initially formed the chief target of Soviet criticism. But the arguments brought against it were often of an extraordinarily elementary kind, and even the physical content of the theory of relativity was rejected, so that in recent years there has been a reaction, beginning even before Stalin's death. Reputable Soviet mathematicians have carried on a successful campaign against these simplifications on the part of certain Soviet theorists, so that their position has come to be generally rejected as representing a nihilistic attitude towards relativity theory. The rejection of relativity had originally gone so far, that not only were doubts entertained as to the facts discovered through relativity theory proper, such as the relativity of lengths and intervals, but there was even opposition to the relativity principle of Galileo. As is known, it was already realized before Einstein, that all mechanical processes occur in exactly the same manner, whether the system of reference be stationary or in uniform motion in a straight line. From the behavior of an object falling to earth in a moving train, no conclusions can be drawn as to the state of motion of the train itself. This means that there is no preferred absolute system of coordinates, but that all coordinate systems in uniform rectilinear motion relative to one another are equivalent. More particularly, it means that there is no absolute path of fall, it being equally legitimate to say of a stone falling from a moving train that it describes a straight line or that it describes a parabola. In virtue of certain experiments, this principle of relativity, which originally had a purely mechanical application, was extended by Einstein to all processes. He thereby arrived at the first principle of the theory of relativity: within systems in uniform rectilinear motion all natural processes take place in precisely the same fashion. From this there emerged as a second basic premise the principle of the constant velocity of light, namely, that the latter remains constant, whether the light source represents a stationary inertial system or a moving one. From these two principles there arose further consequences of a very radical kind, which it would take us too far afield to pursue here in detail: the relativity of lengths and times, i.e., the fact that the physical length of a moving body and the physical duration of processes occurring in it have a different value for an observer moving with the body and for one at rest outside it, and the relativity of simultaneity, whereby two occurrences which are reckoned as simultaneous in one system of reference are no longer so in another. According to relativity theory, the transition from one system of reference to another is governed by the formulae of the so-called Lorentz transformation. It was later found by Minkowski that the scope of these formulae is greatly increased if one introduces a four-dimensional system of coordinates, in which the time axis is added as a fourth dimension to the three spatial coordinates, and movement in the three-dimensional space is thereby regarded as a world line in a four-dimensional world. This world fine is now the same in all systems of reference, and therefore represents the true absolute, a description of nature independent of the choice of a standpoint. It follows, moreover, from the formulae of the Lorentz transformation, that the extension of a body moving with the speed of light would be equal to zero, since the speed of light, on this view, represents the greatest possible velocity. And it also follows that with increasing velocity the mass also increases, and on reaching the speed of light would become infinitely large. There is a further point connected with this. It was already known before Einstein that light waves and electromagnetic waves, on encountering a material object, produce a radiation pressure, i.e., the energy somehow manifests itself in the form of inert mass. On the basis of the special theory of relativity, Einstein was now able to generalize this individual case to the principle of the inertia of energy. All energy possesses an inertial mass corresponding to the formula E equals m². This means that mass and energy are basically one. 418 Dialectical Materialism and Modern Science and the same, the principle of the conservation of mass is thereby combined with that of the conservation of energy into a common principle. According to the special theory of relativity just described, which holds only for systems in uniform rectilinear motion, it was still possible to recognize an absolute acceleration, or an absolute motion of rotation, from the inertial forces thereby engendered. In introducing the general theory of relativity, Einstein subsequently set himself to remove this limitation and to treat acceleration as relative also, so that all systems of reference in the universe, including those in acceleration or in relative rotatory motion, would be given equal status. Ptolemy and Copernicus would thereby be shown to be equally correct. Einstein now went on to realize this aim by equating inertia and gravitation. In working out his theory, he made use of Riemann's investigations into non-Euclidean geometries. But in general relativity, as also in the special theory, we are concerned, not merely with space, i.e., not with geometry alone, but with motion in space, that is with kinematics, into which there enters also the component of time. Thus even in special relativity, time had already been added as a fourth dimension to the three dimensions of space. But whereas, in special relativity, the measuring relations, i.e., the metric of this four-dimensional space-time, were still Euclidean, this is no longer the case in general relativity. The situation here, rather, is that the degree of curvature of space-time is governed by the presence of large masses, i.e., by gravitational fields. At a great distance from such masses the Euclidean metric still holds, and so too does the kinematics of special relativity. But in the neighborhood of such masses, these are replaced by another metric, namely those required by the gravitational field in the locality. In other words, the gravitational field is identical with the curvature of space prevailing there. From this Einstein then draws, among others, the conclusions that all clocks in the neighborhood of large masses will go more slowly, and that the sum of the angles of a triangle having such masses within its boundaries, will be the more in excess of 180 degrees, the larger the enclosed masses are. Among those Soviet philosophers who adopted an emphatically dissenting attitude towards relativity theory, the chief spokesman was that same A. Maximov who, in the quarrel about quantum physics, had been responsible for the downfall of Markov, and with him also, the chief editor of Voprosi Philosophiae. Maximov's objections to relativity theory are very characteristic. In attempting to prove that a trajectory is something objective, independent of any system of reference, he relies on the fact that a meteorite falling to Earth plows a channel into the Earth's surface, whose form reproduces the trajectory of the meteorite. In order to arrive at an absolute path, Maximov is prepared to recognize as the only true path of the body, that which the latter describes in relation to its environment. He goes on to defend the objectivity of lengths and time intervals, and also of simultaneity, upon similar lines. In the latter case, Einstein's error consists in the fact that the only method of measurement of time and simultaneity that he accepts, involves the employment of systems of reference situated outside the body under consideration. But one can also determine time according to the stages of development in any such system of reference, from the incidence of decay products, for example, in radioactive materials, or from the stage of development in plants, animals, and so forth. The essays on relativity theory by Kuznetsov and Steinman, in the already oft-quoted collection Philosophical Problems of Modern Physics, are, in similar vein. But even within Stalin's lifetime, a reaction against such oversimplified rejections of relativity theory had already set in. It was urgently necessary, indeed, to adopt a different attitude towards relativity theory, inasmuch as the special theory at least had been brilliantly confirmed by experiment. The whole of modern atomic physics would be unthinkable without Einstein's formula, E=mc². Thus already in 1951, the editors of Voprosi Philosophiae had opened a discussion on relativity theory, with an article by the young Estonian physicist G. Ainan. For Maximov apart, there were other Soviet theoreticians who thought it their duty to dialectical materialism to cling somehow to the absolute nature of position and path. Such, for example, were G. A. Kurzanov 1 and V. Stern, 2, a German author from the Soviet occupation zone, who frequently holds forth on problems of natural philosophy and who also took part in this discussion. D. I. Blockintsev likewise considers the problem of absolute motion to be not without meaning, since inertial systems are only given approximately in reality. Absolute motion, for him, is motion in relation to the most inertial system of reference, and science is endeavoring to discover this. 3. However, this naive treatment of relativity theory on the part of Maximov, Kuznetsov, and others, has been energetically repudiated by other Soviet philosophers, and above all by the mathematicians, such, for example, as I. P. Bazarov, 4. V. A. Fock 5, and the already mentioned Leningrad mathematician, A. D. Alexandrov 6. It would take us too far afield to enter further into the course of this discussion. 7. It reached its conclusion in the first number of the 1955 volume of Voprosi Philosophiae, in an editorial article which summarized the results of the discussion up to that point and gave decisive preference to the views of the authors last mentioned. Maximov was accused of having taken up a vulgarizing and subjectivist attitude, which had led him to nihilistic views about one of the most important theories in modern physics. 8. This may well have been the reason why, in the fifth number of this volume, Maximov no longer appears as a member of the editorial board of the periodical in question, whereas A. D. Alexandrov and, it must be admitted, I. V. Kuznetsov also, make their appearance for the first time. The views of V. A. Fock and A. D. Alexandrov appear nowadays to enjoy the greatest esteem, since both these authors were also responsible for the article on relativity theory in the new edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. Hence the account which follows of the philosophical interpretation of relativity theory on the part of Soviet philosophy is based primarily upon the writings of these two authors. According to Alexandrov, relativity theory is not a purely geometrical theory, but a physical one. It is concerned with space and time, and these, according to dialectical materialism, are forms of existence of matter. The spatial and temporal connections between phenomena are therefore governed by the material connections between objects. 1. The main point of relativity theory American Samoa Alexandrov sees it, lies, not in its generalization of the principle of relativity, but in its discovery of the unity of space and time. The essence of relativity theory lies precisely in the fact that it demonstrates this connection between space and time. Space and time are united into a common form of existence of matter, space-time. 2. Taken separately, in themselves, space and time are merely relative, but still, for all that, objective aspects of absolute space-time. In the confusion between relative and non-objective, Alexandrov, like none before him, sees the root of the trouble in the whole controversy about relativity theory. The division of the space-time unity into space and time is not fixed in itself, but merely in relation to this or that system of reference. 3. Alexandrov has no desire to interpret the system of reference as a mode of representation, a fictitious network of coordinates, as Eddington, and after him Terlitsky, have done. He sees it, rather, as an objectively real coordination of the objects and processes in the world, which all stand, in various ways, in real relationships one with another. Hence all bodies are in some way bodies in relation. The conventional representation of an event by means of the three spatial coordinates x, y, and z, and the time coordinate t, is merely an abstract representation of this objective coordination of events in space and time. 4. The essence of general relativity is also seen, from the Soviet point of view, not as a generalization of the relativity principle, but as a demonstration of the fact that the unity of space and time set forth in special relativity is not homogeneous, its metric being dependent, rather, on the distribution and motion of matter. General relativity asserts that this dependence is exhibited in gravitation, represents, as it were, the geometrical aspect of the gravitational field, and thereby serves to explain the law of gravitation. 1va Fock accordingly rejects Einstein's progression from special to general relativity and attempts to derive the connection between the two theories from the equation for the expansion of the front of a light wave to the significance for dialectical materialist philosophy which the Soviet theorists attribute to relativity theory. So conceived, can be summed up under the following heads. Firstly, it represents a splendid confirmation of the fundamentals of dialectical materialism, above all of its doctrine of space and time as forms of existence of matter, this theory being yet further extended by the establishment of the unity of space and time, in that such a space-time must now be regarded as a single unitary form of the existence of matter. The discovery of the interconnections between space and time, mass and energy, etc., represents a confirmation of the dialectical materialist thesis as to the reciprocal interconnection and mutual conditioning among all phenomena, the establishment of the connection between mass and energy, and the dependence of the space-time metric upon the presence and motion of matter, confirms the doctrine of the inseparability of matter and motion, and so forth. But when the Soviet philosophers drag in this connection between mass and energy as a confirmation of dialectical materialism, they take violent exception, in doing so, to that interpretation of the formula E=m², which would treat it as indicating the possibility of transforming mass into energy, or even, as the physical idealists and energeticists maintain, of changing matter into energy, and thereby implying the disappearance of matter. But we shall be returning to this in more detail later on. Soviet philosophers of all camps attach great philosophical importance to the problem of the equal validity of all systems of reference, whereby Copernicus and Ptolemy must be reckoned to be equally in the right. A.D. Alexandrov connects this error of Einstein's with the fact that he falsely believed general relativity to be a generalization of the special theory. 3. The reason for the great significance attached to this question is an ideological one. The Soviet authors, being still addicted to the belief that a religious world outlook stands or falls by the acceptance of the geocentric system. 1. The same ideological background explains why Soviet philosophers of all persuasions should be unanimous in rejecting the conclusion drawn by Einstein, admittedly with the help of an auxiliary hypothesis, from general relativity theory, with its doctrine of the curvature of space, namely, that the universe, though unbounded, is not infinite, resembling in this the surface of a sphere. A spatially finite universe seems to the Soviet philosophers to imply also a beginning in time, and hence to involve the necessity of a creation of the world, which would, however, run counter to dialectical materialism. In conclusion, we may refer briefly to an interesting article by a Soviet philosopher, A.I. Yomov, Can the Space-Time Continuum Interact with Matter? Yomov treats the relationship of space-time and matter in terms of the categories of form and content, and claims that they interact in the same way as form and content do. He thus arrives at a position very close to the Aristotelian hylomorphism, which regards all material things as having been produced from two essential principles, matter and form. But what Aristotle claims for individual things, Yomov here extends to the world as a whole, in which space-time plays the part of form and matter the part of content, or, in Aristotelian terminology, of matter, the result being that the world as a whole appears as a single substance. 3. The chief intention of the foregoing account has been to point out the manner in which Soviet philosophy sets about giving a philosophical interpretation to relativity theory. There is, of course, no occasion for us here to enter into extensive discussion of the numerous problems thus created. As in the case of quantum physics, the chief thing which interests us here is to discover to what extent relativity theory does in fact constitute a confirmation of dialectical materialism. In the first place, It is interesting to note that relativity theory originally met with very decided rejection in the name of dialectical materialism itself, and that it took a considerable time before it was recognized to provide any confirmation of dialectical materialism. This raises an antecedent suspicion that such confirmation is not entirely unambiguous. In actual fact it consists, at most, in the confirmation of a number of theses that dialectical materialism shares with many other philosophical systems, unless we are to reckon with such feeble platitudes as that enunciated by Stalin, to the effect that everything in the world is connected with everything else. It will be evident that this does nothing to support the basic axiom of dialectical materialism, namely that there is nothing in the world except matter. For this question cannot in principle be settled in terms of physics, since it is a purely philosophical question. 3. Mass and energy. We have seen in the previous section how Einstein, on the basis of special relativity and the already discovered fact that electromagnetic waves exert pressure, arrived at the principle of the inertia of energy, whereby all energy possesses an inert mass in accordance with the formula E = mc(v). This law has become a fundamental principle in all atomic physics, and finds its chief application in the exploitation of atomic energy. Since this nuclear transformation exhibits a phenomenon referred to as mass defect, it is customary to speak of a transformation of mass into energy, or even of a transformation of matter into energy. From this it is often rather hastily inferred by philosophers that matter is dissolved into nothing, and hence that materialism has been shown to be false. It is therefore not surprising to find the Soviet philosophers devoting no little trouble to campaigning against this new form of energeticism and physical idealism. The positions they chiefly have in mind are those of writers like Jeans and Eddington, who considered the radiation of energy by the sun and stars to be due to an annihilation of matter. Reference is made to expressions occasionally used by certain physicists, as, for example, when K. Darrow speaks of decay in uranium as a transformation of matter into some thing that is not matter, or when C. Chase and L. Barnett refer to mass, or matter, as a form of energy, and derive the action of the atomic bomb from a transformation of matter into energy. One Crown witnesses for the idealist conclusions drawn from these premises are found, for example, in E. S. Brightman, the American personalist, who designates God, or higher personality, as the bearer of energy, and sees it as divine will in action, or even in P. Jordan, who observes, in his Physics in the 20th Century, that the new physics has destroyed the scientific foundations of materialism. 2. The Soviet philosophers are therefore much exercised, in the field of atomic physics, with giving a dialectical materialist interpretation to those facts which are generally brought forward on behalf of the apparent transformation of mass into energy. The most prominent of these are the mass defect, which is to be observed both in the buildup of nuclei from protons and neutrons and also in the breakdown of heavier nuclei into fighter ones, and the transformation of an electron-positron pair into energy quanta. In order to understand what follows, it must be premised that, as already mentioned, Soviet philosophy believes that matter occurs in two forms, as stuff and as light in a broad sense, i.e., as an electromagnetic field. The elementary particles of stuff consist of electrons, protons, neutrons, etc., those of the electromagnetic field of photons, which are regarded as differing qualitatively from one another, according to the wavelength of radiation to which they are assigned. Both forms, stuff and electromagnetic field, possess both mass and energy. But Vyslobokov sees the main difference between them in the fact that the elementary particles of stuff exhibit both mass of motion and rest mass, whereas photons have no rest mass. Hence the particles of stuff can have various velocities, though they never reach the speed of light, whereas photons, of whatever wavelength, travel only at this speed. Moreover, particles of stuff may carry a positive or negative electric charge, or be unchanged charged, whereas photons are invariably unchanged charged. 3. Now, as against energeticism and physical idealism, Soviet philosophy maintains that both photoradiation and the phenomena of mass defect are not based on any transformation of mass into energy, there being merely a change from stuff into electromagnetic field, in which the total sum both of mass and energy remains constant, and energy is nowhere created at the expense of mass. So far as mass defects in nuclear reactions are concerned, Vyslobokov maintains that in such reactions there is not only a mass defect to be recorded, but also a corresponding loss of subatomic energy. The energy of an atom consists of two parts, the energy of the electronic shell, and that of the nucleus. Most of the energy of the atom is concentrated in the latter. It is the energy of the forces whereby the parts of the nucleus protons and neutrons adhere together, and is therefore called the binding energy. If the latter is divided by the number of protons and neutrons contained in the nucleus, the resultant binding energy per nuclear particle is greatest among the elements in the middle part of the Mendeleev table, it becomes weaker among the lighter elements, and among the heavier ones smaller still. Hence it comes about, that nuclear energy can be released in two different ways, by splitting the atomic nuclei of heavier elements, and by the formation of heavier nuclei out of lighter ones. Thus all atomic nuclei, with the exception of those of the middle elements, can be used as fuel for nuclear reactions. Vyslobokov now explains that the mass defect in the fission reaction involves no transformation of the lost mass into energy, by taking as his example the reaction of a lithium atom under bombardment by a proton. The result of this encounter is the formation of two alpha particles, which fly off with great rapidity in opposite directions. This is expressed by the formula Li plus H2 He. The binding energy in the lithium nucleus amounts to 39 megaelectronvolts, that in each of the alpha particles to 28 MeV, making 56 MeV in all. Now this means that the subatomic energy of the two alpha particles is 17 MeV less, one as compared with that of the lithium nucleus. But that, however, is exactly the value of the kinetic energy of the flying alpha particles. But to this loss of energy there corresponds a mass defect exactly in accordance with the formula Me2. The sum of the masses before the reaction amounted to 8026294 mass units, after it, to 8007720, and the defect therefore amounts to 001854. However, this lost mass has not been transformed into kinetic energy, as the physical idealists maintain, but has been changed from rest mass into mass of motion, i.e., it now represents the mass of the energy of motion which must be added to the alpha particles on the ground of their high velocity. The same holds for other decay processes in which, as for example in the breakdown of uranium, as exploited in the atomic bomb, gamma rays are often emitted as well. In such breakdown processes we therefore have, in consequence, the following changes of mass and energy. The greater part of the mass of the initial nucleus is conserved as rest mass of the fission products and of the particles that are emitted, a smaller part is changed into mass of motion of the fission products and neutrons, and a further portion appears as mass of the electromagnetic energy contained in the photons of the gamma radiation. There is also a corresponding distribution of energy of the shattered nucleus, the greater part of it goes over into the subatomic energy of the newly created atomic nuclei, a smaller part into their kinetic energy, and the remainder into electromagnetic energy. The opposite process, in which heavier atomic nuclei are formed out of lighter ones, also gives rise to the appearance of the mass defect, which is interpreted as a transformation of mass into energy. Under natural conditions, such processes do not occur on Earth, but they are exceedingly abundant in the Sun and stars. In the development of stars, increasing age is marked by a decrease of mass. This lost mass is that of the energy which has been radiated in the form of heat and fight. In order to show that such processes no more involve the transformation of mass into energy than the previous ones, Vyslobokov refers to the so-called beta cycle, which takes place on the Sun and which, after a series of intermediate reactions, eventually results in the formation of a helium nucleus from 4 protons. Thus the lighter element hydrogen is transformed into the heavier element helium. But the mass of the isolated protons would be 4-03416 mass units, whereas the actual mass of the helium nucleus amounts only to 4-00384 mu. We are therefore confronted with a mass loss of 0-03032. but now in the case of this beta cycle, it must be noted that in some of the intermediate reactions gamma rays are also emitted, which possess high energy and also mass. Here too, therefore, according to Veslobokhov, there is a partial transformation of stuff into electromagnetic field. The above-mentioned mass defect is therefore explicable, in that a part of the mass of the stuff, quantitatively equal to the mass defect, is transformed into photons and carried off by them one apart from the mass defect observable in nuclear transformation processes. The physical idealists have also instanced the change of an electron-positron pair into gamma photons. After the positron had actually been discovered, in 1932, it was soon established also that a collision of these two particles results in their both ceasing to exist and being transformed into two gamma photons. Veslobokhov now argues that in this case too there can be no talk of a transformation of mass into energy, since the photon also has mass. When the pair are thus transformed into photons, both mass and energy are quantitatively conserved, being equally distributed between the two photons. 2. The same holds for the reverse process of pair formation, in which a gamma photon passing close to the nucleus of a heavy element is transformed into an electron-positron pair. A similar transformation of electromagnetic field into stuff takes place, according to Veslobokhov, when electrically charged particles are accelerated in a magnetic field. Such a particle receives an acceleration, and its mass of motion thereupon increases proportionately to its kinetic energy, but in both cases this is achieved at the expense of the corresponding factors in the electromagnetic field. 3. In reporting the standpoint of Soviet philosophy on this question of the possibility of transforming matter into energy, we have chiefly relied upon Veslobokhov. But this position appears to be the prevailing one in the Soviet Union. Veslobokhov cites a number of other names in support of his views, some of them very authoritative. S. I. Vavilov, President of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, who died in 1951, together with D. I. Blokhintsev, 4. B. M. Kedrov, I. V. Kuznetsov, S. G. Suvorov and N. F. Ovkhinnikov. As against this, he accuses certain Soviet physicists, such as A. F. Yaffe, 5. A. F. Kapustinsky, 6. and T. P. Kravtsev, 7. of having spoken up in favor of the identity of matter and energy, the transformation of matter into energy, the conception of energy as a substance, and so forth. A. Maximuov, the philosopher, is reproached for having given countenance to energeticism by extending the concept of energy more widely than that of matter, when he writes, "The concept of energy includes not only that of motion, but also that of matter." 1. The philosophical viewpoint which Veslobokhov extracts from his discussions of nuclear processes and the transformation of electron-positron pairs into photons is as follows: in all these processes we are concerned, not with an annihilation of matter, but with the transformation of stuff into light, the elementary particles of each being qualitatively different from the other and the transition from one to another being accomplished by way of a dialectical leap, whereby the mass and energy of the one are transformed into those of the other. The major achievements of modern physics once again provide a complete refutation of the fantasies of the idealists as to the presence of an immaterial motion and confirm beyond all doubt the correctness of the theses of dialectical materialism as a whole, and thereby also the doctrine of the inseparable connection between motion and matter. 2. According to the Soviet philosophers, this inseparable connection between matter and motion is the true meaning of Einstein's formula E=mc2. It does not represent a possibility of transforming mass into energy. Veslobokhov also refuses to speak of the equivalence of mass and energy. Those forms of energy are equivalent which can also be transformed into one another. The use of this expression to designate the relationship between mass and energy would readily encourage the idea that they too could be mutually transformed into one another. 3. The true meaning of this formula is as follows, namely that any given material object having a mass of this or that nature necessarily also possesses the corresponding type of energy. 4. Hence the Soviet philosophers regard this physical principle as proof of the dialectical materialist thesis of self-movement, whereby there can no more be matter without motion than motion without matter, and from this they conclude that all motion, including that in inanimate nature, must be regarded as self-movement. 1. The dialectical materialist thesis of the eternity of the world is also supposed to find confirmation in the physical theory of mass and energy. The laws of the conservation of mass and energy, which have been combined by means of the principle of the inertia of energy into a common law of conservation, have been regarded, ever since Engels' day, as a proof of the eternity of the world. Engels saw in the law of conservation of energy a proof of the fact that the universe is both indestructible and incapable of being created, and hence must have existed from all eternity. 2. Lenin likewise saw in this law the establishment of the basic principles of materialism. 3. We shall only be able to go into this question in detail later on, when we come to deal with the problems of cosmology and cosmogony. 4. Other dialectical materialist theses are also alleged to receive confirmation from modern atomic physics. The material unity of the world is evident in the possibilities of mutual transformation amongst elementary particles and the chemical elements. 5. Kedrov sees the Leninist thesis of the inexhaustibility of the electron confirmed in the infinity and inexhaustibility of mutual interchange among the elementary particles, which implies the infinity and inexhaustibility of every individual particle, including also the electron. 6. He likewise attempts to find an expression of this inexhaustibility of the electron in the electronic mist, and also in the fact of spin. 7. If we disregard these last mentioned confirmations of dialectical materialism, which are scarcely in need of discussion, we shall find the really central claim of Soviet philosophy in the field of atomic physics to consist in its demonstration of the self-movement of matter. Even from our own non-materialistic standpoint, we have absolutely no difficulty in crediting inanimate matter with self-movement in the sense assigned to it above by the Soviet philosophers, i.e., in alleging that every movement presupposes a substantial substratum, and that on the other hand substantial material being carries within itself those forces which continually actuate the process of becoming in physical nature. The Soviet philosophers imagine, however, that the admission of self-movement in matter, in the sense that matter and motion are inseparable, necessarily also implies acceptance of materialism. Thus Vyslobokov writes, in the introduction to his oft-cited work, the idealists have thought and continue to think of motion as independent of matter. They have reckoned mere sensations, images, and concepts, divorced from matter, to be capable of motion, and have never abandoned the attempt to refute the thesis of the materiality of motion. Thus a defender of modem idealism, the Jesuit Gustav A, declares, in his booklet YZC Dialectical Materialism, A Historical and Systematic Survey of Philosophy in the Soviet Union, lately published in 1952 in Vienna, that the dialectical materialist thesis objects the inseparability of matter and motion is merely postulated, i.e., enunciated without proof, and that this thesis appears to be untenable either from a philosophical or from a scientific point of view. 1. The notion underlying these observations, and the whole of Vyslobokov's book, is this: there can be no motion without a substantial substratum. But any such substantial substratum can consist only of mass, i.e., matter. Hence all motion, all becoming, is necessarily bound up with matter. Hence there can be no other reality apart from matter, and philosophical materialism is proved. We entirely accept the first premise of this argument, but are decidedly opposed to the second, or at least assert our right to demand of it some show of proof. We admit, that is, that material motion must have a material substantial substratum. But precisely because we agree with dialectical materialism in accepting the first proposition, that there can be no motion or becoming without a substratum, we must insist that a process such as the mental movement of thought, which transcends material forces, must also have a corresponding mental substratum. To illustrate the reliability of Soviet authors in reporting on works of a contrary tendency, it may be pointed out that in the corresponding passage from the first German edition of the present book it was expressly stated, as regards the foregoing thesis of dialectical materialism, that motion is inseparable from matter and that hence absolute rest is nowhere to be found in the universe, we have nothing further to say against it. 1. The campaign which the Soviet philosophers are here conducting against philosophical idealism is therefore directed, in this instance, against a view which also appears extremely dubious from the standpoint of a non-materialistic philosophy. Such a view has been encouraged by certain physicists, who, as we have already seen, have drawn very questionable philosophical conclusions from physical facts. If it be supposed that a transformation of mass, or matter, into energy represents a dematerialization, we are confronted here with a very odd way of speaking. The expression dematerialization rests upon the fact that in the physical mode of speech particles possessing rest mass are described forthwith as material particles. But it does not follow from this that, philosophically speaking, light quanta are not also to be assigned to the realm of the material. And if, on occasion, energy has been described as the divine will in action, such a view is based upon a highly materialistic concept of God. The passion with which the Soviet philosophers assail the interpretation of the formula E = me2, as implying the possibility of transforming matter into energy, appears, therefore, to be largely unwarranted, since this view must also be rejected by a non-materialistic philosophy. 4. Chemistry. In the field of chemistry, it was structural chemistry which formed the subject of an altercation among Soviet scientists and philosophers in the years 1949 to 51. Here it was a matter of combating the resonance theory, put forward in 1932-4 by the American chemist L. Pauling, and further extended by J. W. Welland, together with the theory of mesomerism developed by Ingold in Britain. Structural chemistry attempts, on the basis of the various valencies exhibited by individual atoms, to sketch out a picture of their actual arrangement in the molecule, thereby producing a diagram of the latter's structure. In most cases it turns out that one and the same chemical bond between atoms allows of formally different, though equally valid, structural diagrams. Thus the benzene molecule, C6H6, for example, allows of 5 different structural diagrams. /x/\v\v/y\v/. Anthracene would admit of 429 schemas of this type. The resonance theory goes on to apply quantum mechanics and Dirac's principle of superposition to the theoretical description of the molecule. In so doing, it resolves the wave function IP into a series into a real object, in that real active properties were ascribed to it, agnosticism, because it denied the possibility of reproducing one object by means of one structural formula, and mechanism, insofar as the resonance theory attempts to reduce the laws of organic chemistry to those of quantum mechanics. Of the theory of mesomerism it is said that it essentially comes to the same thing as the resonance theory, and that similar objections must therefore be held against it. For a very weighty objection raised against Soviet supporters of the resonance theory, and wholly in the spirit of the patriotic line pursued in these years, was that they were overlooking the theory of the Russian chemist A. M. Budelrav. The latter enjoyed particular esteem among the Soviet philosophers in that, already in the second half of the previous century, he had fought against the mechanism and agnosticism to be found in Kekulé's theory of chemical structure. This mechanism and agnosticism was alleged of Kekule in that he did not regard the chemical formula as a picture of the real structure of the molecule, and merely took account of the purely quantitative side of atomic valency, without attending to the qualitative aspect, which consists in the reciprocal influence of the atoms and the changes in their chemical properties which are engendered thereby. In contrast to such views, Budelrav had already published, in 1861, a truly materialistic and at the same time dialectical theory of the chemical structure of the molecule. The chief content of Budelrav's theory is held to lie in the following points. The chemical formula expresses the real bonding of atoms in the molecule, and thereby conveys to us a picture of the latter's structure. The atoms in the molecule are not merely linked externally with one another, but influence each other reciprocally and thereby undergo qualitative changes. It must be the task of Soviet chemists to build further upon the theory founded by Budelrav and later extended by his pupil V. Marko Vinnikov. 1. It is certainly true that the diagrammatic formulae of molecular chemical bonding, which are established on the basis of the valency of the atoms, do more than express the merely quantitative relationship between the atoms of the individual elements, and that they also, at least approximately, convey a picture of the structure of the molecule and the arrangement of the atoms within it. But when the resonance theory is accused of relapsing into idealism or agnosticism, things are not so simple as Soviet criticism would have it appear. For the chemical formulae of structure based upon valencies have lately shown themselves to be merely an approximate picture of the molecule. In recent years, indeed, the whole theory of valency has had to be considerably revised, valencies themselves having been replaced by Werner coordination numbers. Since it is still not possible, in the present state of knowledge, to provide an exact structural picture of the molecule, the resonance theory seeks to be nothing more than a practical aid, which, in order to provide a more convenient grasp of physical states of affairs, deliberately makes allowance for a certain freedom in the selection of initial structures, a disadvantage which is compensated, however, by its enormous practical success in the solution of chemical problems. The founders of this theory have themselves given warning, indeed, against ascribing to these structures, which they would wish to see regarded as speculative magnitudes, a physical meaning they do not possess. There is no question here, therefore, either of idealism or Marxism, but merely of pure working hypotheses. But it may well be that the real meaning of this controversy is to be sought elsewhere, for it occurred during the heyday of the struggle against cosmopolitanism and servility towards bourgeois culture, the struggle for Soviet patriotism. One gets the impression that at this period virtually everything was seized upon and correspondingly inflated, which could in any way offer a handle for convicting. Western theories of idealism, Marxism, etc., just as the possibility of embracing Budelrav's theories offered a welcome opportunity for a display of Soviet patriotism. 5. Cosmogony. The ideological slant which we have been able to detect in all fields of Soviet natural philosophy so far examined, is to be met with in even greater degree in the territories of cosmology and cosmogony. Here the postulates of dialectical materialism are openly taken as a starting point in the erection of hypotheses. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the infinitude of the universe is the fundamental axiom at the basis of Soviet cosmology. The denial or abandonment of this thesis leads inevitably to idealism and fideism, i.e., in effect, to the negation of cosmology, and therefore has nothing in common with science. 1. Similar views have been expressed by other Soviet astronomers, including those of repute, such as V. A. Ambarzamayan. 2. In the field of cosmology, it is the first concern of Soviet scientists to refute the conclusion of an unavoidable heat death, which is often drawn from the second law of thermodynamics. Since, according to this law, energy that has been transformed into heat cannot again be turned back entirely into higher forms of energy, our universe must be tending towards a state of affairs in which all higher forms of energy have been changed into heat and the latter in turn has been equally distributed throughout the entire universe, with the result that all macrophysical processes would have come to a standstill. From the necessity of such an end state of thermodynamic equilibrium, it is also concluded that there must necessarily have been a beginning to this process in the past, and hence some sort of creation of the world, since if this process had been going on indefinitely the heat death must already have supervened long ago. In Soviet eyes, the basic error of Clausius, who initiated these arguments about the heat death, lies in the fact that laws holding for finite systems cannot be transferred without further ado to a universe postulated to be infinite. Statistical physics and thermodynamics are concerned with systems of an admittedly very great, but nonetheless finite number of parts, whereas the universe, according to dialectical materialism, must be regarded as infinite. 1. A further major concern of Soviet cosmology consists in discovering an interpretation of the red shift in the spectral lines of all distant nebulae, which shall be consistent with the eternity of the universe. As is known, the red shift is normally interpreted in terms of a Doppler effect, and from this it is then concluded, somewhat as follows, that the universe must have had a beginning in time, interpreted as a Doppler effect, the redshift implies that the nebulae are receding from us with enormous velocities, and it appears, moreover, that these velocities increase, the greater the distance of any given nebula from us. But, accepting the formula given by the Belgian, Canon Lemaitre, who is professor at the University of Louvain, it is possible to calculate from these measurements the point in time at which the universe must have been of zero volume. This originally led to a figure of about 2,700 million years. But in considering these speculations about the red shift, it must be observed, however, that they depend upon interpreting it as a Doppler effect, and this is a matter upon which even Western physicists are by no means unanimous. Here too, the Soviet thinkers make use of the principle enunciated by Zdanov in his speech at the Philosophical Discussion of 1947, and already referred to above, namely that the results of investigation in the portions of the galactic system in our immediate neighborhood, should not be transferred to the whole universe and extrapolated at will into the past. 3. Barabashev thinks that the red shift can perhaps be explained by the fact that the light must pass through gravitational fields on its way towards us, or if there is in fact a motion of recession, this may perhaps be of the same character as the dispersive motion of stars or star clusters within our own Milky Way. 1. But to this it could be replied that there should then be nebulae that are also moving towards us, which, so far as we know, is not the case. However, it is not only an expanding universe that is rejected in Soviet cosmogony, but also an oscillating one, though one might indeed have expected that the assumption of an oscillation would have been a very convenient way of combining the recession of the galaxies with the eternity of the universe. Nevertheless, Barabashev describes all theories tending in this direction as false and absolutely untenable speculations, remote from all genuine science. What is meant by genuine science, in this connection, emerges very clearly from the sentences which immediately follow. Such theories are completely untenable and wholly at variance with dialectical materialism, since they either lead to the assumption of an act of creation, or they presuppose the appearance of new material bodies and new space in the course of the expansion of the universe and their destruction and disappearance into nothing during the phase of contraction. It is evident that both these assumptions are unscientific, anti-dialectical, and lead to open and undisguised popery. 2. In the field of Soviet cosmogony, a special place is occupied by the theory put forward by academician O.Y. Schmidt concerning the formation of the solar system. According to his theory, the origin of the Earth and planets is due to the fact that the Sun, on its journey round the center of the Milky Way, passed through a cloud consisting of gas, dust, and larger particles, and dragged out a part of this cloud along with it. This swarm of material possessed a significant momentum which ultimately passed over into the orbital and rotational momentum of the planets. Since the angular momentum of the planets would have been governed by the speed of motion of the Sun in relation to the gas and dust cloud. This theory avoids the major difficulty confronting the Laplacian hypothesis, namely that 98% of the angular momentum of the solar system as a whole is concentrated in the planets, whereas 99% of the mass belongs to the Sun. The Earth, according to this theory, was cold in origin and is undergoing a continual process of heating, due to the breakdown of radioactive elements, since in radioactive breakdown the resultant gain of heat is many times greater than the loss due to radiation. 1. Schmidt's theory appears to have the greatest authority in the Soviet Union today. It has been taken over as a basis by other neighboring branches of Soviet science, such as geology for example, and geophysics, too, and has also been accepted by Oparin as the basis of his theory about the origin of life on Earth. With certain reservations, it was approved by the first Conference on Problems of the Cosmogony of the Solar System convened in Moscow by the Academy of Sciences of the USSR from 16 to April 19, 1951. 3. The most important objection, which was brought forward by academician V.G. Fizenkov, pointed out that Schmidt had considered the problem of the origin of the planets in isolation from that of the origin and development of the Sun and stars, since the age of the Sun and planets appears to be about the same. It is reasonable to assume that both Sun and planets must have come into being at about the same time. For the chief Soviet workers in the field of stellar cosmogony are V. A. Ambarzamayan, 5-6 B. V. Kukurkin, Y. A. Krat, P. P. Perinago and others. Ambarzamayan upholds the view that the process of star formation in our galaxy is still going on. He bases his theory on the so-called star associations discovered and investigated by him in 1947-48, together with B. E. Markarian. These, according to Ambarzamayan, are systems with positive total energy, in which the speed of motion of the individual members around the center of the system is so great that the forces of mutual attraction are not sufficient to confer stability on the system. Hence he concludes that these associations must have a tendency to disperse, a conclusion which is said to have been confirmed in 1951 by the work of the Dutch astronomer Blya. Ambarzamayan argues from this that the stars originate in groups. In the case of a group having positive energy, as with the associations, it must quickly fall apart. If the energy of the system is negative, then it is stable and maintains itself for a considerable period. The majority of star groups represent systems of negative energy. Since the age of these associations is relatively low, Ambarzamayan deduces that the process of star formation must still be going on. But as to the nature of the protostars from which these star groups originate, he does not venture to supply any further details. 1. From the above account of the basic themes of Soviet cosmology and cosmogony, it will be seen that they have two main objects particularly in view. The first is to banish from modern astronomy all theories which in any way involve the assumption that the universe had a beginning in time or is spatially finite, and thereby encourage the idea of a creation of the world. In addition to this, we find, in the field of cosmogony, the same fear of geocentricity which we were already able to note in dealing with relativity theory. If Jean's theory of the origin of the solar system is so decidedly rejected, too, the reason for this is that his theory leans much too strongly towards geocentricity. 3. Schmidt's theory, on the other hand, enjoys such high regard because in it the process of planetary formation appears, not as an exceedingly rare and exceptional case in the history of our universe, but as the normal one. Our Earth therefore occupies no special position in the universe. One thing is particularly evident at this point: the guidance exercised by dialectical materialism over the sciences is much greater than the official version would have it appear. 2. Dialectical materialism manifests itself here, not merely as a generalization of the results attained by the sciences, nor does it merely permeate the sciences as a methodology. It also claims to give them guidance as an account of reality, whose theses are already laid down in cut-and-dried form before ever the sciences are at liberty to pursue their inquiries in this direction. Nor has the situation altered significantly since Stalin's death. A peculiar vicious circle is thereby created. On the one hand, the Soviet cosmologists maintain that dialectical materialism is the only scientific philosophy, since it is based on the findings of the sciences, but in those fields where science has been unable, as yet, to produce any final conclusions, we find, on the other hand, that the only solutions accepted in advance as scientific are those which conform to the purely a priori canons established by dialectical materialism. Indeed, as N. I. Gurev has pointedly remarked, the only scientific evidence underlying Soviet championship of the spatio-temporal infinity of the universe, consists in the psychological impossibility of imagining a finite space or finite number series, but in neither case does this have anything to do with science. 3. Now, as for the particular question of an opposition between science and the religious belief in creation, it must be pointed out that on this subject there can, in principle, be no sort of conflict, since science is basically in no position to determine anything as to whether the world in fact had no beginning in time. All its assertions can at best lead only to the conclusion that the physical processes occurring in our world are so constituted that they either necessitate a beginning in time, or else do not require such a beginning, and could have been going on from all eternity. But whether they in fact had no beginning is something which neither atomic physics, nor astrophysics, nor astronomy, etc., can help us to decide. The controversy between dialectical materialism and the doctrine of creation cannot be resolved in this fashion. For supposing it were proved that the world might have existed from all eternity, Adherents of the belief in creation would then appeal to the fact that, in virtue of its contingency, even an eternal world would require a creator. For even on the assumption that the world does have a beginning in time, the act of creation must be thought of, not as a mere calling of the world into being for the first time, but also as an act which continues to maintain it in being. But once it has been shown on philosophical grounds that a creator is necessary in either case, it becomes possible in principle to accept a temporal creation of the world on grounds of revelation also, supposing the structure of the universe does not point back to a temporal zero point, for the creator himself must likewise be granted the possibility of creating the world either at the 0 point, or at any other desired juncture along its line of development. These considerations at least serve to show that the problem of the creation of the world cannot be decided on the scientific plane at all, but only along philosophical and, on occasion, theological lines. Not without justification does A.I. Oparin describe the problem of the origin of life as a subject of sharp ideological combat between the two irreconcilable philosophical camps, materialism and idealism too, and here our primary task must be to determine philosophically whether there is any justice in the dialectical materialist claim to be able to explain the spontaneous emergence of the higher from the lower. On this problem as to the nature of life, dialectical materialism occupies a curious middle position between vitalism and mechanism. In common with the first, it is quite definite in rejecting the mechanist claim to deduce life without remainder from mechanical and chemical laws, and to interpret the origin of life as a product of chance, which has brought it about that, after an almost endless series of vain attempts, the atoms and molecules on one occasion entered by chance into that extraordinarily rare combination which is required to provide the structure of a functional living form. Oparin himself gives a very striking indication of the hopelessness of any such claim. This would be much as if we were to shake up a collection of printers' types, consisting of 28 different letters, in the hope that they would one day arrange themselves by chance into some poem or other with which we were familiar. Only if we know the order of letters and words in the poem can we derive the latter from them. 1. By the same token he also argues against the machine theory of mechanism that here it has forgotten that the internal purposiveness in the construction of the machine is governed by the creative will of its maker too. In strange contrast to this admission of the need for a creative principle to account for the origin of life, dialectical materialism allies itself on the other hand with mechanism, and against vitalism, in decisively rejecting the presence of any sort of ideal principle in the living creature and a fortiori in rejecting the existence of a spiritual creative force on the supernatural plane. Vitalism is accused of conceiving matter as an inert principle, which can only be animated by an immaterial one. Dialectical materialism therefore advances the thesis that life represents something intrinsically different from, and higher than, inorganic matter, which interposes a qualitative distinction between the two. The biological form of motion in matter is a special form of motion and essentially higher than the physico-chemical form. Now what does the essence of this biological form of motion in matter consist in? So far as Soviet philosophy is concerned, the definition given by Engels still retains its authority here. Life is the mode of existence of all luminous substances, and this mode of existence essentially consists in the constant self-renewal of the chemical constituents of these substances. 3. Oparin points out that Engels himself had already noted that this definition of his was inadequate, since it did not include all organic phenomena, but was confined to the simplest and commonest of these. For he himself sees the crucial feature of life in that purposive reactions are strictly coordinated in point of time, and in such a way that that order itself is directed towards the self-renovation and self-preservation of the entire living system as a whole, in law-governed conformity with environmental conditions. 1. This ordering of the individual chemical reactions and the directional character of their sequence in time, their marvelous interplay, is something which cannot be deduced from physical and chemical laws at the submolecular level. Knowledge of the chemical properties of the individual components of organic matter exhibits, according to Oparin, merely the general, potentially possible transformations of organic matter, but can tell us nothing as to how these possibilities are actually realized in the metabolism of living substances too. It must be acknowledged that here the essential superiority of living to inorganic matter is very clearly brought out, and the problem of the origin of life stated with great distinctness. However, the solution given to it by dialectical materialism is a disappointing one. The origin of life is the result, not of chance, but of an extraordinarily lengthy development, which necessarily produces precisely that organization of the living substance which makes possible its continual metabolism and adjustment to the environment. 3. In what follows we shall present the course of this process of development in the form in which Oparin conceives it. Despite certain criticisms which have lately been directed by Soviet writers against individual points in his theory, the latter may still be regarded as having both the greatest authority and also the best claim to be taken seriously. Oparin divides the process of the ascent of matter towards life into 3 stages: origin of organic substances, origin of large molecule polymers from amino acids, i.e., origin of proteins, origin of proteinous substances, having the power of metabolism, i.e., origin of life. The formation of cells and multicellular organisms, the emergence of consciousness as the highest stage in the process of biological development, to be followed by the various social forms of motion in matter. All this already belongs to a later phase of development. 1. In dealing with the first stage, Oparin sets out, in his more recent publications, from the cosmogonical theory of O. Y. Schmidt. Previously it was thought that organic substances could only be produced by living creatures. Recent discoveries have shown, however, that the simplest organic compounds, hydrocarbons and their derivatives, are also present in the stars, and that under conditions which completely exclude their biological origin, in particular the diffuse matter from which, on Schmidt's theory, the Earth originated, will also have contained ammonia and water and possibly other more complex hydrocarbons. Consequently, in its earliest infancy the Earth absorbed elementary hydrocarbons, water and ammonia from gas and dust matter, that is to say, everything required for the formation of primary organic substances. 2. With this, Oparin considers the first part of the problem of the origin of life to have been in principle solved. In accounting for the second stage in the development of life, Oparin attaches decisive importance to 2 recently performed experiments. In 1953 the American biochemist Stanley L. Miller subjected a mixture of gases, which must, in his opinion, have been present in the primeval atmosphere, a mixture, that is, of methane, ammonia, hydrogen and water vapor, to constant increases of energy by means of electrical discharges, and produced amino acids. These are all substances which even today are still employed by organisms in the build-up of their proteins. Now the protein molecule is a giant molecule in which large numbers of such amino acids, often with thousands or tens of thousands of atoms, are linked together in a chain, the so-called peptide chain. And this in turn requires the application of considerable amounts of energy. In seeking an explanation as to how these polypeptide linkages could have come about, Oparin attaches a very crucial importance to the method of resynthesis developed in 1947 by the Leningrad professor, S. E. Bressler. Bressler took amino acids, which he had obtained by breaking down existing proteins, and reconstituted them by the addition of enzymes under very high pressure. Since such pressures are to be found in nature in the depths of the sea, Oparin believes that Bressler's experiments have opened up a promising road towards explaining the spontaneous formation of proteins in the Earth's primitive ocean. Oparin believes, therefore, that although in the present state of inquiry many gaps remain in our understanding of the second stage of the development of life, the lines of further investigation have already been laid down. 1. In the third stage, on the other hand, as Oparin admits, even the problem itself has not yet been sufficiently clarified. Starting from the properties of colloids, in which protein solutions are included, he proposes the following hypothesis for further inquiry: if several protein solutions are mixed, the individual macromolecules combine into droplet formations, the so-called coacervates. These have the property of taking up various substances from the fluid surrounding them. Now if they enter into chemical combinations with the protein molecule, the latter grows and thereby changes its chemical structure. But in addition to these processes of synthesis, opposite processes of breakdown can also occur. Both can be accelerated by suitable catalysts, which may be contained in the substances taken up. Coacervates in which the processes of growth go on more rapidly than the opposite processes of breakdown, prove themselves dynamically stable, and are in a favorable position. At this point Oparin brings in the operation of natural selection. The dynamically stable particles must have gone on growing. After reaching a certain limit, they were bound to break up into separate parts or pieces on the strength of purely mechanical reasons. The filial drops which thus came into being possessed roughly the same physico-chemical organization as the parental coacervate. Parallel to this multiplication process, natural selection must also have brought about a continual improvement in the direction of a completely controlled and ordered sequence in the process, which would provide for continual self-maintenance and self-renewal. Ultimately, at long last, this will have led to the development of proteinous substances equipped with an ordered cycle of chemical changes, to the development of systems whose very existence would be possible only in the presence of metabolism and continuous interaction with the environment, i.e., to the development of life. 3. As already indicated, there has lately been some criticism in the Soviet Union directed against this coacervate theory of Oparin's. Numerous authors have argued against him that life does not first make its appearance in supramolecular forms, but that even the individual protein molecule must itself be regarded as alive. Their main argument, however, is drawn from a passage in Engels, who wrote, in his Dialectics of Nature, and the organic world, all chemical investigations lead back in the last resort to a body protein which, while being the result of ordinary chemical processes, is distinguished from all others by being a self-acting, permanent chemical process. 1. Thus it is maintained, for example, by Professors Konikova and Kritzman, that the properties of self-renewal, which they regard as crucial for life, are already present in the individual isolated protein molecule. They point to experiments in which they have been able to show that isolated proteins, such as blood plasma, casein, and also certain enzymes, are capable of using amino acids in their build-up, and this without the aid of biological structures. Stukov and Yakushev also maintain, against Oparin, that the qualitative leap from chemistry to life is already operative in the individual protein molecule. 3. Skabyshevsky criticizes Oparin on similar lines for his introduction of the category of natural selection prior to arriving at the biological realm proper. He thereby carries over to the as yet inanimate coacervate droplets a whole series of expressions appropriate only to life: they grow, they multiply, they leave descendants behind them, transmit their characteristics to the latter, and so forth. For Nudelman likewise argues against Oparin that, even in the elementary protein molecule, the qualitative leap from the inorganic to the organic has already occurred, and attempts to show that the metabolism of the individual protein molecule already exhibits a directedness of the individual reactions in time, such as Oparin considers to be characteristic of the organic. 5. A whole series of other authors adopt the same viewpoint, namely that life already begins with the protein molecule. Sisakyan, 1 Sisoev, 2 Takake, 3 M, 4 etc. In spite of these criticisms, however, Oparin still goes on expounding his coacervate theory even in his latest writings. 5 other Soviet authorities also share this view that life only emerges in supramolecular protein formations: Bronstein, 8 for example, Sukhov, 7 Bressler, 8 and others. It may also be appropriate to say something at this juncture about the virus problem. It is interesting that the Soviet philosophy of nature does not credit this problem with any very important role in its account of the origins of life. Viruses in general are regarded, indeed, as genuinely alive, this being the view, for example, of the leading Soviet authority on viruses, V. L. Rizhkov, 9 K. S. Sukhov, 10 and others. But as to the question of their origin, the general opinion seems to be that nothing can as yet be said about it at the present time. 11. Oparin roundly describes the viruses as a product of regression. 12. Sukhov is also inclined to attribute their origin to a degeneration from higher forms, such as the microbes. 1. Rizhkov, in common with Western authors such as Friedrich Freixas and A. Butenandt, 2. Locates the importance of virus investigation for the problem of the origin of life in the fact that the structure of the fluid crystals of viruses, such as that of the tobacco mosaic disease, has a considerable part to play as a model. 3. The new conceptions which Soviet thinkers have imported into the controversy between vitalism and mechanism, can perhaps be reduced to the following two main points. The essential qualitative distinction between life and inorganic matter is to be explained, not by the appearance of an entelechiae, or the like, in the course of the transition, but by the dialectic, thanks to which the previous purely quantitative changes in the physico-chemical development of matter necessarily lead, at a certain point, and by way of a leap, to the biological form of motion in matter, the extension of natural selection to cover what is still a pre-biological process of evolution. The first of these ideas is common to all Soviet philosophers, the second is more characteristic of Oparin's theory. But are these two notions capable of providing a real solution to the problem? This, it seems, must certainly be denied. As for the appeal to the dialectic, it must be said of this that here we are confronted either with a flight into irrationality, or else with a further relapse into the mechanistic position, according to which the emergence of life appears as a continuous prolongation of the chain of physico-chemical causes. For if this dialectical leap is to be more than a stopgap, substituting a new word, merely, in place of an explanation, it would have somehow to account for the emergence of novelty from its causal antecedents, whether this be effected on the concrete scientific plane, by pointing out the immediate causes, or on a more abstract and philosophical level by at least drawing attention to the more deep-lying and general ontological connections. If the emergence of life is derived solely from the dialectical leap, how then are we to explain why, for example, in the case supposed, this leap is made upwards and not downwards? Or how are we to account for the fact that the leap rises to this particular level and not higher still? For confronted with these questions, dialectical materialism invariably seeks to extract an answer from the concrete physico-chemical processes occurring in the protein molecule, somewhat as we have already seen above with Oparin, albeit with certain modifications which other Soviet philosophers consider desirable. But this harking back to the physico-chemical processes implies a tacit reversion to the standpoint of mechanism, representing as it does a further attempt to establish the continuity of the transitions from chemical reactions to life. The only meaning that can be attached to the leap in this context is that these reactions may perhaps occur with much greater violence at a certain juncture, but again this does not distinguish them qualitatively or in principle, but merely quantitatively, from the processes preceding them. Alternatively, dialectical materialism attempts to retain the discontinuity, and to seek an explanation for the leap, not on the scientific plane, but purely on the philosophical one. This explanation is contained, moreover, in the so-called fourth principal feature of the dialectic, which tells us that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, and that the struggle between these opposites constitutes the internal content of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes. Philosophically speaking, therefore, the essence of the qualitative leap is supposed to lie in contradiction. But this implies a flight into irrationality. For contradiction as such consists, not in the transition from a definite A to a definite B, but in the transition from A to the quite infinitely broad indefiniteness of not A. To derive the transition from one definite thing to another out of contradiction, or mere negation, is fundamentally to abandon all explanation of the second item and to relapse into irrationality. Thus the leap is no more an explanation than chance. The reproach of relapsing into mechanistic positions, which dialectical materialism prides itself on having superseded, must also be levelled against Oparin's coacervate theory. And this not only because of the attempt it makes to restore continuity between the emergence of life and the physico-chemical processes antecedent to this, but especially also because life again figures here as a product of chance. We may recall the dialectical materialist Doc 27. Trine of contingency, the contingent is not causeless, but arises at the point where two causal series intersect to produce an effect which is not necessarily called for by either one of them. One that a coacervate drop should possess this particular structure and these particular properties is certainly the necessary result of the operation of physico-chemical processes. So too, the fact that this or that catalyst required by the coacervate drop was formed, and entered the drop's neighborhood, is again the necessary result of a whole chain of causes, though a different chain from the first. The fact that the coacervate drop was able to take up from the environment this catalyst, necessary for its further development to a higher stage, is therefore no longer the necessary consequence of the whole of its development hitherto, but results from the fact that, at this particular juncture, its own chain of development intersected by chance with the second chain of causes referred to above. Thus we see that here too the origin of life appears once more as the result of chance. But it is not only the necessity of the origin of life which remains unexplained on the coacervate theory, it is also questionable whether even the very possibility of such an origin can be explained in this way. For the crucial presupposition for this explanation is the possibility of a coacervate drop bequeathing the properties it has acquired to its filial drops after it has itself grown too large on the strength of purely mechanical reasons, and broken up into separate parts. But not all the molecules comprising the parental drop are exactly alike. Oparin himself underlines the role played by the individual structure of the coacervates, and which results from the fact that the individual molecules are ordered in a quite definite manner. Now if the coacervate breaks up, this structure is destroyed. But the dynamic stability of the parental drop was obviously not due to this or that protein molecule, but was doubtless conditioned by the total organization of the drop as a whole. Now if the latter breaks up into separate parts, a completely new situation is created. The catalysts accelerating the process of growth are now distributed amongst the various droplets, and their interplay comes to an end. Hence it is not evident how, after the parental drop has divided in two, its acquired dynamic stability can be passed on to the filial drops and further improved upon by them. With the breakup of the coacervate drop, the whole coacervate theory breaks up as well. 7. The new cell theory of O.B. Lepshinsky. From the above account it will be clear that Soviet theorists in general accept the possibility of life in a precellular state, and assume that in the course of its development it first emerged as noncellular living matter. The question now arises as to how cells came to be formed, Virchow's axiom omnis cellula ex cellula having hitherto enjoyed universal acceptance. The endeavor to fill this gap was undertaken by O.B. Lepshinsky. Once since her theory has also been much discussed in the West, we may deal with it briefly here, the more so since it has lately fallen out of favor again, even in the Soviet Union. Lepshinsky tells us how, in studying the changes due to aging in the walls of the cell, she was led to the idea that the cell must have originated out of precellular living matter. She investigated the blood of the tadpole and discovered in it yolk globules in varying stages of development, one consisting only of yolk granules, another having a nucleus, but lacking chromatin and with a few yolk granules, a third with a fully shaped nucleus containing chromatin, and a fourth with a nucleus in process of karyokinetic division. T had before me a picture of the development of some kind of a cell from yolk globules. Too encouraged by this, Lepshinsky went on to investigate yolk globules in the eggs of hens, canaries, fish, and simpler animals. She discovered in doing so, how the simplest, precellular forms, without even a nucleus, are created from the yolk in the shape of yolk globules. After going through a series of precellular stages, a globule of this type forms a cell with a nucleus, which thereupon divides, just like other living cells. The cells obtained from yolk globules have, as we have shown, nuclei with chromosomes, which do not differ in quantity or quality from the chromosomes in the normal cells from the organism of the fowl. 3. Lepshinsky also claims to have obtained cells from living substance in other ways as well. She ground hydras in a mortar and centrifuged the resultant mass with a view to removing any cells remaining in it. After about an hour there formed, under the microscope, in the originally clear solution, glistening pinpoint dots, coacervates, which continued to grow. After a nutrient medium had been added to the culture, in the form of an extract of cyclopes, the globules changed, so Lepshinsky believes, into cells which were capable of division. After a lapse of 24 hours in all, the original coacervate obtained from hydra cells had formed a sizable mass of some 30 to 35 cells of this kind. Lepshinsky's further investigations included the role of living substance in the process of wound healing. She comes to the conclusion that in the process of wound healing new cells are formed not only by way of division of cells, but also from living substance in the form of tiniest grains which result from the destruction and disintegration of cells. 2. She also applied this theory of hers to the struggle against cancer and premature senility. 3. The dialectical materialist nature of the new cell theory is seen by L. N. Plyushch in the fact that it considers cells in the course of their development, and that not only individually in ontogenesis, but also historically, in phylogenesis. The development of cells from precellular forms of living substance presents, in broad outline, an idea of the way in which cells have developed during the Earth's history. 4. Moreover, the new cell theory views the development of cells as a dialectical materialist unity of continuity and discontinuity, since, according to Lepshinsky, cell division also represents a mode of formation of a new cell from living substance. The new cell theory, in contrast to metaphysical, conventional evolutionism, with its notion of an endless, unbroken propagation of cells by means of division, also introduces the moment of discontinuity into the development of organisms. 1. Here too is the point of contact with Michurin's doctrine of inheritance and Lysenko's theory of species formation. When, in qualitative transitions, and especially in the formation of species, qualitatively new cells emerge, this implies that such cells have been newly formed and have not arisen by way of simple division from the old cells previously existing. 2. Lepshinsky had been working on this theory of hers from 1933 onwards. It was presented above all in her chief work, The Origin of Cells from Living Substance, 3 of which the first edition appeared in 1945. To begin with, she met with strong opposition even among Soviet theorists. But energetic support was forthcoming from well-known Soviet biologists, such as Lysenko and Oparin, and her theory was acknowledged at a joint conference, held on 22 to 24 May 1950, by the Biology section of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Medical Sciences of the USSR, and also at 2 other conferences held in April 1952 and May 1953. At the request of the Academy of Sciences to the appropriate ministries, Lepshinsky's theory was incorporated into the textbooks of biology, histology, and cytology. Shortly after Stalin's death, however, dissentient voices again made themselves heard. Lepshinsky's work was re-examined by a number of investigators and found to be not in accordance with the facts. The results of these inquiries are summed up in 2 articles by L. N. Zhinkin and V. P. Mikhailov. 4. The authors come to the conclusion that the new cell theory rests upon foundations which are not sufficiently convincing or well established in respect of the facts. Thus, P. V. Makarov and V. Vykozlov, for example, have repeated Lepshinsky's experiment with hydras, but using material that had been killed off with formalin or osmium tetroxide, and was therefore certainly not living substance, but were still able to observe the same phenomena. From this they conclude, that it is not biological processes, but physico-chemical ones, which form the basis of the phenomena described by O.B. Lepshinsky in her experiments on hydras. The connection between species formation and the origin of cells from living substance is also a pure invention and has no sort of factual justification. 1. To be sure, the 2 authors themselves share the view that as a matter of historical development, cells have been formed from noncellular living substance, but this is far from implying that such a process is still being repeated today in all plants and animals, and that in the course of its development every cell must still pass through the infinitely remote and primitive phase of noncellular living matter too, as regards the generally accepted view among Soviet biologists that, at least in the course of its historical development on Earth, life was at one time present in precellular form, and that present-day cells have arisen from this more elementary form of living substance. It must be said that up to now at least, Virchow's principle of omnis cellula ex cellula has continued to prevail among Western biologists. All that modern microbiology has established is that there are cells, the nucleoids, of which it remains uncertain whether they contain nuclei or equivalent structures, although they incorporate the same substances as are present in higher order nuclei. 3. 8. The new theory of inheritance. IV Michurin, T.D. Lisfko. The problem of inheritance may well be regarded as the most central feature of Soviet biology. Here the pressure of ideology upon the sciences has certainly been felt most strongly. Here the fiercest battles have been waged between supporters of the new, officially approved doctrine and the representatives of classical genetics. Here it is that the Soviet science evolved by dialectical materialism has departed most widely from science in general. No other field has given rise to such a flood of literature as the new Soviet theory of inheritance, nor been so much reported on and discussed, even in the Western world. The outward course of the struggle between supporters of the new and the classical theories of inheritance has already been described in Part 1, at least as regards its decisive phase at the historic August session of 1948. But the battle between the two schools has already been in progress for more than 2 decades by now. Apart from K. A. Timir-Yazov, who is regarded as a forerunner, it is IV Michurin and T.D. Lysenko who rank as the major authorities for the new doctrine. Ivan Vladimirovich Michurin was a highly successful plant breeder, who is said to have reared up to 350 new varieties of berries and fruit. The chief methods he used consisted in the crossing of widely different species, sexual or vegetative hybridization, and the so-called mentor method. Starting from the principle that, thanks to its exceptionally plastic character, the young vegetable organism is capable of training, Michurin thought that by guiding its development he could produce heritable changes therein too. Trofim Denisovich Lysenko is also a practical man, without any real scientific training. The son of a Ukrainian peasant, he graduated in 1921 from a horticultural college and in 1925 from the Kiev Agricultural Institute, having in the meantime taken a 2-year course on selection and worked at the Belat Surkov breeding station. Lysenko has had great practical success, especially in the rearing of frost-resistant southern varieties for northern climates. Particularly well known is his method of yarovization or vernalization, i.e., the transformation of winter into summer crops by chilling the seed corn, so that when sown in spring it produces ears in the summer of the same year. In 1929 Lysenko communicated results of his researches on this subject to a conference of geneticists at Leningrad. In the 30s his vernalization technique was put into practice on the largest scale throughout the Soviet Union. The same period saw the beginnings of Lysenko's spectacular rise to positions of ever-increasing eminence. In 1934, member of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, in 1938, President of the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Science of the USSR, and 3 times a Stalin Prize winner. Ashby, who has had the opportunity of personal acquaintance with Lysenko, gives the following account of his personality. He is not a charlatan. He is not a showman. He is not personally ambitious. He is extremely nervous and conveys the impression of being unhappy, unsure of himself, shy, and forced into the role of leader by a fire within him. He believes passionately in his own theories, and he is not convinced by cold reasoning. 1. The central point in Lysenko's teaching is his theory of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, whose possibility he maintains in flat contradiction to the classical theory of heredity. According to the latter, the bearers of inheritance are constituents of the cell nucleus, the chromosomes, or the genes contained in them. The Mendelian laws of inheritance are governed by the mechanism of chromosome division on fertilization, and the antecedent division of the mature germ cells. Genuine changes of heredity, so-called mutations, are only possible, on the classical theory, when for any reason a change occurs in the constitution of the genes or chromosomes, which can in fact be achieved artificially, by the use of X-rays, mustard gas, etc., though it is not yet possible, at present, to produce any given mutation at will. Lysenko rejects this theory of the presence of specific carriers of inheritance in the organism. In elaborating his own theory, he sets out from the thesis that organism and environment constitute a unity. According to the principles of Maturin's theory, the organism and the conditions necessary to ensure its life must be considered as a unity. Alteration of the environmental conditions therefore offers man the possibility of effecting a change in the organism which can be passed on by inheritance to its descendants. Changes of heredity occur, according to Lysenko, as the result of the realization of individual development, but deviating from the normal, usual course. Changes in heredity are, as a rule, the result of the organism's development under external conditions which, to one extent or other, do not correspond to the natural requirements, i.e., its heredity. Changes in the conditions of life compel changes in the development of plant organisms. They are the root cause of changes in heredity. Lysenko therefore defines heredity as the concentrate, as it were, of the environmental conditions assimilated by plant organisms in a series of preceding generations. Lysenko distinguishes between conservative and destabilized types of heredity. Usually the organism with a conservative heredity does not assimilate conditions that are not native to it. That is why it is difficult for it to change, difficult for it to adapt itself to new conditions. Organisms with a destabilized heredity, however, act differently. They have not yet elaborated a fully developed stability, they lack conservatism with regard to electing conditions for assimilation. All that they have is a tendency, a preference for assimilating certain conditions. If these conditions are lacking in the given environment, the organism having a destabilized heredity does not resist long, does not persist, it assimilates the conditions which environ it with less discrimination, so to say, with greater appetite. A skillful experimenter can literally mold such organisms like clay and produce good, new, and desirable races. Lysenko lays down 3 ways of destabilizing heredity in this fashion. 1. By grafting, i.e., by uniting the tissues of plants of different breeds. 2. By bringing external conditions to bear upon it at definite moments when the organism undergoes this or that process of its development. 3. By crossbreeding, particularly of forms sharply differing in habitat or origin. 4. For the first way, Lysenko attaches special importance to the mentor method developed by Maturin, which consists in choosing as rootstock a young hybrid seedling, which owing to its youth and hybrid character is reckoned to possess a destabilized heredity, and grafting on the latter as mentor or educator a scion derived from a mature individual of a stable species, which therefore possesses a conservative heredity. Now Maturin and Lysenko claim, by grafting as well as by crossing, to have obtained true hybrids which exhibit the specific and generic properties of both scion and root stock. This vegetative hybridization by means of grafting, which is completely ruled out from the standpoint of classical genetics, is brought in by Lysenko as an argument against the chromosome theory and in confirmation of his own teaching as to the possibility of transforming heredity. It follows that heredity may be shaped by the agency of nutrition, by the interchange of substances. By changing the nature of the metabolic process we can achieve the directed alteration of the nature of the organism. In the fight of experiments with vegetative hybrids, nothing remains of the Morganist chromosome theory of heredity. The second method given by Lysenko for destabilizing heredity is based on his theory of the phasic development of plants. According to this theory, the development of plants consists of individual, qualitatively distinct stages or phases. In order to pass through each of these stages, different external conditions are required. Up to now Soviet biology has investigated only 2 of these stages, the vernalization phase and the photophase. Lysenko now makes use of this fact in the vernalization of winter crops by exposing the seed corn to low temperatures before sowing, and is thereby able to sow the seed in springtime and to obtain a crop from it the same summer. The third way of destabilizing heredity is represented by Michurin's method of distant crossing, which involves interbreeding species far removed from one another. It may be noted specifically in connection with this third method that Lysenko also holds very strange views about the process of fertilization. In accordance with his notion of inheritance as a type of metabolism, he sees the essence of the fertilization process, not as a new combination of hereditary factors, but as a reciprocal assimilation of the male and female germ cells, whereby a new type of metabolism comes into being. He believes that in fertilization there is a selection process at work. It is not just any one of the host of gametes which enters the egg cell. What happens is a sort of marriage for love. The egg cell is supposed to have an ability to select gametes of a particular physiological type, and it is also supposed to be evident in pollination that the stigma prefers the pollen that is biologically most akin to the maternal nature 3. But the summit of fantasy is reached, according to Hans Naxheim, in Lysenko's new theory of the transformation of one species into another. 1. In Darwin's opinion, the term species is an arbitrary one. He explains the historical emergence of species as a result of natural selection and the elimination of intermediate forms, whereby, in the course of hundreds of thousands of years, species will have arisen from varieties, and genera, etc. from species. Lysenko considers this a flat form of evolution, since it recognizes only quantitative differences and not qualitative ones. 2. He himself gives the following definition of species. A species is a distinct, qualitatively definite state of living matter. Definite intraspecific interrelations between its members are an essential characteristic of each species of plant, animal, and microorganism. These intraspecific interrelations differ qualitatively from the interrelations between individuals of different species. Therefore, the qualitative difference between intraspecific and interspecific interrelations is one of the most important criteria for distinguishing between species and varieties. 3. Subspecies, on the other hand, are forms of existence of a given species and not steps in its transformation into another species. 4. In the above definition of species there is said to be a basic difference between intraspecific and interspecific interrelations. Lysenko means by this that there is no struggle for existence between individuals of the same species, but only mutual support with a view to preserving the species in competition with others. He finds confirmation of this thesis in the Russian rubber plant, the coccyges. It has been shown to thrive much better when it is not spaced out at a distance in rows, but is subjected to so-called hill planting, whereby some 100 to 200 seeds are sown in a single hill. 5. Lysenko advocated the same method in his directive, experimental hill sowing of forest belts. 8. For the purpose of creating protective strips of woodland in order to implement the general plan laid down in 1948 for the campaign against drought. However, his proposals turned out to be a failure and ran into criticism from the Deputy Minister of Forests, Koldanov, and more especially from the arboriculturist Sukashev. He therefore drew up a new instruction in 1950, which concedes the value of other methods of cultivation in addition to hill sowing. 1. Lysenko claims to have proved the possibility of transforming one species into another by changing hard wheat with 28 chromosomes into soft wheat with 42 chromosomes. 2. These, in broad outline, are the main ideas in Lysenko's teaching. He himself describes them as a creative Darwinism which develops further the rational core of Darwinian theory and overcomes its deficiencies. Now where, in general, do the supporters of Michurinist biology locate the achievements and deficiencies of Darwin's view? His main achievement is held to lie in his theory of the ascending development of organisms and in his rational interpretation of teleology, which he explains as the result of a causal process of selection. The main deficiencies in his theory are listed, above all, under 2 heads: his carrying over into the biological field of the Malthusian theory, which considered overpopulation to be the source of the struggle for existence, his flat evolutionism, which only allows for gradual quantitative changes and denies the occurrence in nature of qualitative leaps, natura non facit saltus. Against this claim of the Miturinists to have made an advance upon Darwin's theory, it has often been pointed out, however, that the theories of Maturin and Lysenko owe a great deal more to Lamarck, since it is precisely Lamarck rather than Darwin whom they subscribe to on the vital point, namely the theory of the transmission of inherited and acquired characteristics. With the exception of his last point about the formation of species, Lysenko's doctrine held undisputed sway from the historic August session of 1948 until the time of Stalin's death. His theory of species formation alone met with prompt contradiction. Its main opponent was the already mentioned V. N. Sukhashev, who contends that the struggle for existence also goes on within the species, and takes this to be a presupposition of the evolutionary process. In this he was soon joined by N. V. Turbin, N. D. Ivanov and other Soviet biologists. Since 1953 especially, full-dress discussions on the problem of species formation have been held in a number of scientific journals. Lysenko's opponents have chiefly congregated around the Botanicheski journal edited by Sukhashev. Towards the end of 1954, Voprozy Philosophy also opened a discussion with an article by G. V. Platonov, Some Philosophical Problems in the Discussion on Species and Their Formation. 3. Platonov attacks Sukhashev's belief in an intraspecific struggle for existence as a necessary presupposition of evolution. But he is not altogether in agreement with Lysenko either, who completely rules out this struggle and seeks to replace it by the factors of self-thinning and self-restraint. Platonov himself attempts to take up a middle position between Lysenko and Sukhashev, holding that there is no justification for a complete denial or either self-thinning of mutual competition within the species. Nor is he prepared to support the charge of flat evolutionism leveled against Darwin by Lysenko. One among other contributions to the discussion, the article by Prezant and Khalifman, and Kedrov's reply to it, are particularly interesting. Prezant and Khalifman devote themselves to proving that Lysenko was right in accusing Darwin of flat evolutionism, too, while Kedrov strongly defends Darwin against this charge. It was not Darwin, but Spencer, who advocated flat evolutionism. When Darwin discounts the possibility of leaps in nature, it is Cuvier's catastrophic theory that he has in mind. A leap in his sense is equivalent, therefore, to the Stalinist term vzryv3. Kedrov accuses Prezant and Khalifman of entertaining a false conception of the dialectical leap. A qualitative change, in their view, always takes place in this fashion, while gradual transitions are typical only of the preceding quantitative changes, but this is false, since qualitative transitions can also occur gradually. Flat evolutionism means, not gradualness, but a denial of qualitative differences in evolution. And since Darwin certainly did not deny such differences, this accusation cannot be leveled against him. 4. P. D. Puzikov also takes the same view in his contribution to the discussion, that the whole period of transition to a new quality cannot be described as a leap. Lysenko's own theory of phasic development is itself a good example of the fact that the transition from an old to a new quality need not always occur suddenly. 1. V. G. Nesterov, in his contribution to the discussion on species formation, attempts a deeper approach to the dialectical materialist theory of contradiction. He believes that gradual or sudden transitions between species are both equally possible. This either-or is also typical of his attitude to the problem of an intraspecific struggle for existence. The struggle certainly occurs, but it is not the only form of intraspecific relationship. The essay by P. N. Galinevich contains a very interesting and detailed analysis of the concepts of overpopulation and struggle for existence, on the strength of which the author mounts a sharp attack against the supporters of Lysenko's theory that there is no intraspecific struggle for existence. In particular, he comes down heavily on Nesterov, who in earlier works had unambiguously declared his support for this view. More interesting than this polemic, however, is his criticism of Lysenko's concept of self-thinning, which he describes as complete nonsense, since it is impossible to explain how it comes about. The explanations attempted by Lysenko and his colleague, Akademician M. Olashinsky presuppose that the growing plant is determined by events in the future, but this would imply that it is conscious. Galinevich shows this by reference to a more recent utterance of Lysenko's. It must be emphasized that the self-thinning or elimination of individual saplings within the group occurs, not because they are already cramped, but so that they shall not be cramped in the immediate future. 3. Lysenko has arrived at these conclusions on the strength of wrongly conducted experiments, which he has entered into with his mind already made up in advance. 4. Nor have these attacks on Lysenko been confined merely to the realm of theory. In May 1956 the journal Partiyaya Hizri denounced certain agricultural experts in western Siberia, who, by obstinately clinging to Lysenko's advice to sow winter wheat, had done great harm to farming in the area, since for years on end, over tens of thousands of acres, they had thereby failed even to recover the seed corn expended. 1. It may well be that this revival of opposition was the reason for Lysenko's resignation, in April 1956, from the presidency of the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Sciences of the USSR. But this incident should not be overrated. It must not be invested with the importance which it might have had in Stalin's day, as though Lysenko and his theories had now fallen completely out of favor again. It does seem to be the case, however, that the chromosome theory is now beginning to be spoken of again with greater respect. The fact that the headship of the Moscow Institute of Genetics has been given back to Dubinin, who fell from grace in 1948, and that of the Leningrad Institute to the Morganist Novoshin, too, also shows at least that the Michurin-Lysenko theory of inheritance no longer retains the monopoly status that it enjoyed during the 5 years following the historic August session of 1948. As against this, however, Khrushchev, in 3 speeches delivered in quick succession in April 1957, has lately spoken of Lysenko in the highest terms, defending him against the assaults of his colleagues and recommending his method of hill sowing in the planting of maize. 3. Shortly after the historic August session, Pravda wrote that Michurinist biology represents one of the most important constituents in the scientific foundation of the Marxist-Leninist world outlook. 4. Now where in detail is the dialectical materialist importance of this theory considered to lie? Firstly, it is again regarded as a dazzling confirmation and further scientific proof of Marxist philosophical materialism, as formulated by Stalin. 5. Stalin had laid it down as the first principal feature of Marxist philosophical materialism that the world is by nature material, that all the various appearances in the world are merely different forms of motion in matter, and that the world has no need of any world spirit or the like in order to explain it. Now Michurinism is regarded as an embodiment of materialism and a conquest of idealism in biology because it explains the origin of the various forms of organic life in terms of the reciprocal dependence of the organism and its environment, without relying upon any sort of ideas, entelechies, factors of purposive activity or other idealistic lumber. 1. It has often and rightly been held against Michurin-Lysenko biology that it is far less materialistic than the Morgan-Weissman theory of inheritance. 2. It is, in fact, impossible to see why the inheritance mechanism of the chromosome theory should be any less materialistic, or more in need of an entelechi, than Lysenko's theory of heredity. The very opposite is the case, if we recall what we have learned above from Lysenko about the egg cell's ability to select in the course of fertilization, or about the self-thinning, whereby a certain number of closely planted saplings die off, not because they are too cramped, but in order that they shall not become so in the immediate future. It is impossible to comprehend how such occurrences are to be accounted for on purely causal lines, without an entelechi or other principle of that kind. Lysenko's own views as to what constitutes materialism or idealism in biology are in any case very peculiar. He describes Michurinism in biology as materialistic, because it does not separate heredity from the living body and the conditions of its life. 3. As though Weissman's contrary standpoint, which distinguishes between germplasm and soma in the living organism, could not also be materialist, i.e., regard matter as the only reality. His notion of idealism is equally curious. Of the Morganist conception of mutations as essentially unpredictable, he says, We have here a peculiar conception of unknowability, its name is idealism in biology. 4. But Maturinist biology is supposed to be not only materialistic, but also dialectical, and thereby to confirm dialectical materialism. The dialectical character of the theory is held to consist firstly in the fact that it conceives of nature as in a constant state of motion and change, this motion having its source in itself. 5. And leading to the emergence of new qualities. Maturin was the first to succeed in grasping the process of development in organic nature as a transition from quantitative processes into qualitative ones. 1. The dialectical character of Maturinist biology is also and preeminently exhibited in its recognition of contradiction as the source of development in nature. The most fundamental contradiction is to be found in the mutual relationship of organism and environment. 2. For since the environment, which provides the organism with its living conditions, is continually changing, the organism must also keep changing too. This dialectical unity of organism and environment finds its concrete realization in metabolism. It is the foundation underlying all bonds in organic nature. 3. Metabolism itself again represents a dialectical unity of mutually exclusive and mutually conditioned opposites, namely the unity of assimilation and dissimilation in the processes of growth and decay. 4. The nature of the metabolic process is shaped, however, by a lengthy historical process of interaction between organism and environment. But since the environmental conditions are continually altering, a new tension arises, a contradiction between consistency and variability, between heredity and adaptation. It is this contradiction which actually provides the incentive to evolution and the formation of species. 5. The Maturinist method of deranging the heredity is directly derived from this dialectical struggle between variability and hereditary tendencies. 8. Lysenko, in his Law of Phasic Development, provided an instance of the dialectical transition from quantitative to qualitative change, insofar, that is, as plant development represents, not a straightforward quantitative growth, but a series of qualitative transitions. 7. The dialectical materialist doctrine of the relation between necessity and contingency. 8. Is also alleged to find its confirmation in Maturinist biology. The necessary always mirrors the most general and constant relations within a group of phenomena, whereas the contingent reflects the non-repetitive features, which do not arise by necessity from a given process. In the case of living organisms, the necessary consists in the demands imposed on the environment by the organism in virtue of its heredity. It is the outcome of a long historical process of organic adaptation to the environment, leading to the formation of numerous varieties and species. But this necessity makes its appearance in the manifold shape of a mass of unique, individual, physiological, and morphological peculiarities, i.e., as a sum of contingencies. The inheritance has arisen as an outcome of individual development on the part of particular organisms, thus contingency passes over into necessity. 1. It is from this dialectic of contingency and necessity that Maturinist biology infers the possibility of conscious guidance of species formation on the part of man. Lysenko's objection to Mendelism organism, on the other hand, is that all the so-called laws of Mendelism organism are based entirely on the idea of chance. 2. But Lysenko's logic here is too dialectical to admit of being understood. It is possible to see why he should describe the origin of species, on Morgan's account, which attributes them to mutations, as a work of chance. But the notion that Mendel's own laws of inheritance, with their wonderful constancy, are also based on chance, is certainly rather steep. The above-mentioned dialectic of necessity and contingency in Maturinist biology is also responsible for another basic idea, to which Lysenko and the Maturinists attach the greatest importance, that of the mutual conditioning of ontogenetic and phylogenetic development. 3. The ontogenesis appears as a concentrate of the historical development of the organisms, and the phylogenesis as the hereditary element governing their ontogenesis and formed in the course of development of previous generations. 4. Maturinist biology also conforms to a nicety with another dialectical materialist ordinance, the unity of theory and practice. Having developed out of agricultural practice, it is held out as providing the practical man with clear perspectives and the certainty of achieving practical success. It is the best form of unity of theory and practice in agricultural science. 5. Whereas one of the main arguments repeatedly used against Mendelism-organism is that it shows itself to be sterile in practice. 6. This all-embracing concord between the Michurin-Lysenko theory and dialectical materialism doubtless explains the high favor it has enjoyed among the ruling elements in the Soviet Union. But as Jean Rostand has very properly observed, it is no concern of ours, however, whether Michurinism is more promising, more encouraging or more stimulating than Mendelism-organism. Nor are we concerned to know whether it consorts better with this or that philosophy or ideology, or even whether the evolution of species is unthinkable without it. What we want to know is on which side the truth actually lies, or rather, the preponderance of truth. One and the leading biologists are unanimous in declaring that it does not lie on the side of Michurinism. Even before the historic August session which brought it so much notice in the West, the theory had already been fully stated and disposed of by Hudson and Richens too. According to H. Naxheim, geneticists the world over are agreed that Lysenko has produced not a shadow of proof for the truth of his fantastic notions of inheritance. 3. Naxheim attributes the main source of error in Lysenko's experiments to a failure to take the necessary precautions for conducting such experiments only on pure lines of stock. 4. He tells us that Kathy Brix has repeated the tomato grafting experiments, from which Lysenko seeks to demonstrate the possibility of vegetative hybridization, and has come to the conclusion that the great variability found by the Soviet agrobiologists in the tomato stocks employed is due to the selection effects of genetically non-uniform strains and to technical faults in the grafting experiments. But that these experiments yield no sort of answer to the problem of the inheritance of acquired characteristics. 5. Any really scientific settlement of the issue between Michurinists and exponents of classical heredity is, indeed, made difficult by the fact that, on the strength of their own theory, the Michurinists start by taking a possibility of inheriting acquired characteristics for granted, and therefore consider the provision of pure lines of stock to work from as a superfluous and unnecessary complication. Since the inheritance of acquired characteristics must therefore be regarded as not proven, there is no need for extended consideration of the conclusions drawn from it in support of the truth of dialectical materialism. 9. Anthropology and psychology. I.P. Pavlov. Just as dialectical materialism was confronted with a crucial test of its powers in the problem of the origin of life, so also the field of anthropology and psychology provides a similar touchstone for its claim to possess, in the materialist dialectic, a means of explaining the spontaneous emergence of the higher from the lower. The difficulty here is greater still, insofar as the difference between mental and material phenomena is much more radical than that between organic and inorganic matter. For the functions of life continue to be exercised in physico-chemical reactions, and can therefore be expressed and described in concepts and laws appropriate to the latter, even though their ordered interplay should add something new and higher of its own. This is not the case with the mental processes of human consciousness. Admittedly, they are still linked to physiological processes. But in comparison with the latter they represent something so different that it is no longer possible to depict their course in terms of physiological processes or to attempt to identify what is peculiar to them merely in some very special kind of arrangement among these processes. On the contrary, they represent something completely new in themselves, which lies on a quite different plane from that of physiological processes. Now it is interesting to notice that here too, as in the case of the nature of life, Soviet philosophy is very well aware of this basic difference and expounds it with great precision, the essential distinction, that is, between the mental and the physiological. But just as, on the previous occasion, it endeavored, in spite of this crucial difference, to represent life as having arisen of its own accord from inorganic matter, so here too it makes an attempt, already foredoomed to failure, to elaborate the mental from the physiological, as a property of highly organized matter. The means of effecting a connection between these two realms are discovered by Soviet ideology in I.P. Pavlov's theory of the physiology of higher nervous activity. but before embarking on an exposition of Pavlov's doctrine we must first touch briefly on the problem of the origin of man. Although the evidence adduced by modern science for a purely evolutionary account of human origins is sufficient, at most, to endow this opinion with the security of a well-founded hypothesis, it is treated by Soviet scientists as an established fact. Apart from the structural resemblance between man and the higher mammals, their main arguments rely heavily on Haeckel's biogenetic principle, on the occurrence of so-called atavisms, and on the presence of rudimentary organs. 1. Lenin, in State and Revolution, lists 3 original stages in human development. A tribe of monkeys grasping sticks, primitive man and men united in a tribal form of society. 2. These definitions, says Okladnikov, in Volume I of the 10-volume History of the World issued by the Academy of Sciences, have been taken over by Soviet science in order to designate the 3 successive stages in human development and the origin of society. 3. The Australopithecines give us an idea of the first stage. Okladnikov and Vlastovsky still reckon them as apes who, owing to the great climatic changes at the end of the Tertiary and beginning of the Quaternary, and the steppe conditions resulting, from loss of moisture in Central and West Africa, had left the trees and descended to the ground. For this was enough to produce major changes in physique, an upright posture, a prehensile hand with the thumb emerging from the plane of the remaining fingers, a more vertical position of the skull, leading to further development of the brain, and so forth. Other finds made in the neighborhood of the fossil remains indicate that Australopithecus used animal bones to slaughter his prey and lived on the meat so obtained. But it is worth noting that the Soviet authorities have resisted the attempts made by Scheppers, Dart, and Broom to elevate Australopithecus as nearly as possible to the human level of intellectual development. These Western experts have mainly relied, in doing so, on an examination of the skull and brain structure, and consider the development of the brain to be a crucial factor for man in the making, but the Soviet specialists reject such an approach to the problem as idealistic and decline to regard Australopithecus as an immediate ancestor of man. 5. Man's true making took place, in their opinion, with the transition to the second stage spoken of by Lenin, i.e., with the emergence of Pithecanthropus in all his various forms. The Australopithecines merely took ready-made objects, such as sticks and stones, for their tools. They were not yet capable of fashioning implements for themselves. This was reserved for the Pithecanthropus group alone, and that is why this second phase of human evolution is of such cardinal importance. 1. The stages of Pithecanthropus, Sinanthropus and Neanderthal man are thus major landmarks in the process whereby a tribe of monkeys grasping sticks developed into the primal human society. But whereas among Western anthropologists there is a growing conviction that Homo sapiens is earlier in time than, and ancestral to, Neanderthal man, 2. Soviet science takes it as a known fact that Neanderthal man is the ancestor of Homo sapiens. Progressive science has demonstrated with complete clarity that the Neanderthalers were the immediate ancestors and forebears of the present-day type of man. 3. With the arrival of Homo sapiens, society reached a level at which the law of biological selection ceased altogether to control the formation of species. Since the end of the Ice Age, the type of Homo sapiens has maintained itself virtually unaltered until our own day. His subsequent development has since occurred en masse, according to social laws, which were unknown in the animal kingdom. For the major difference between Soviet and Western theories is doubtless to be found in the significance attributed by Soviet writers, like Engels before them, to labor as a factor in human progress. Labor, in Engels' view, created man himself. 5. Vlastovsky underlines the importance of dialectical materialism in the making of this paleontological discovery. By a brilliant application of the laws of the materialist dialectic to investigation of the problem of human origins, Marx and Engels came to the conclusion that labor activity has had a decisive influence on the process of man's formation. 6. The dialectic governing the transition from Australopithecus to man is seen by this author in the contradiction between the feeble natural defenses of this ape and the brutal necessity of protecting itself against enemies and obtaining food under the new conditions of existence. 1. As already said, The Soviet belief is that Australopithecus was still confined to using improvised working tools in the shape of sticks and stones, Pithecanthropus being the first to make tools for himself, which is why man's true beginning is located at this point. But as to how and why this crucial change came about, our authors are as silent as Engels himself. The use of labor resulted, moreover, in ever closer and more organized interrelations among men, and so it came about that the primeval horde gave place to human society. Labor also brought with it an increasing development of the human hand and with it the brain too, both factors, the closer unity of men in the labor process, calling for enduring cooperation between them, and the perfecting of the brain, accomplished in the course of the same process of labor, were responsible for the creation of human language. As Engels puts it, labor brought men in the making to the point where they had something to say to one another. The need led to the creation of its organ. By modulation the undeveloped larynx of the ape was slowly but surely transformed. And the organs of the mouth gradually learned to pronounce one articulate letter after another. Okladnikov stresses at this point that even the earliest language was primarily vocal in character. Sign language through gestures had a merely subordinate part to play, for so it was, according to the exponents of dialectical materialism, that primeval man developed increasingly in the direction of the primitive society. Already in the Mousterian epoch, towards the end of this preparatory period, primitive man in his Neanderthal phase had reached a level which exhibits the rudiments of the original tribal order. As can be seen from the kitchen middens found in his cave dwellings, he was increasingly mastering his animal egoism, no longer caring only for himself and his own family, but also for the community as a whole. He no longer devoured his prey on the spot, but dragged it into the cave, where the women looked after the household. The Soviet anthropologists also believe that they can already discern in this period the beginnings of matriarchy, which, subsequently, in the later Paleolithic, is supposed to have characterized the first stage of development of primitive society. Just as, in the theory of heredity, Soviet scientists have not yet taken account of the many queries and amendments which later inquiries have set against what once seemed so secure in the theory, so here too, in the field of ethnology, they are compelled by their subservience to the authority of Engels to go on clinging to the theories of Lewis Morgan, which are nowadays out of date. Along with this development of man from the ape, there also took place a parallel enlargement of his mental capacities, i.e., in the terminology derived from Pavlov and now universally employed in Soviet science, of his higher nervous activity. Man's first signaling system, consisting of so-called conditioned reflexes and shared in common with the brute creation, is supplemented by his so-called second signaling system, which is qualitatively different from the first and marks the corresponding distinction between the human and the animal mind. Ivan Petrovich Pavlov was a pupil of the father of Russian physiology, Ivan Mikhailovich Sechenov. Sechenov's chief work, Reflexes of the Brain, attempts a materialistic interpretation of mental processes and was therefore enthusiastically received by the revolutionary circles of the time in Russia, with whom Sechenov was closely associated. Pavlov made further advances along the lines indicated by Sechenov. His works became widely known outside Russia. He was also the first Russian scientist to receive the Nobel Prize. Pavlov sets out in his inquiries, like Michurin in biology, from the unity of the organism and its environment. This is probably one reason for the high favor accorded to his doctrines in the Soviet Union. A living organism constitutes, in his view, a system in more or less stable equilibrium with its environment. Thanks to his nervous system, man is conjoined with the environment, from which he extracts the substances necessary for life. At the lowest level of organic life, such interchanges are effected by direct contact between food and organism, or vice versa. In the higher animals, this contact is brought about by means of a whole system of highly differentiated conditioned reflexes which function as signals of the presence of food. Now, what does Pavlov understand by unconditioned or conditioned reflexes? If a young dog, that has tasted no other food except its mother's milk, is shown a piece of bread, it will not react in any way. But if a piece is put in its mouth, then, Supposing it is hungry, it will secrete saliva and swallow the bread. The secretion of saliva here is an unconditioned reflex. It is a permanent, inborn reaction of the body to an external or internal stimulus. Such reflexes are situated in the deep-lying cells of the brain. But if this experiment is frequently repeated, then in due course the dog will already begin to salivate on merely seeing the bread. The same reaction can also be produced by the sound of a bell if it is regularly rung for a time before feeding. This phenomenon, which it was Pavlov's special achievement to have discovered, represents a conditioned reflex. Conditioned reflexes are transitory in character and extremely sensitive to changes in the environment. They are located in the cortex of the cerebral hemispheres. Now if the environmental conditions were to remain exactly the same, then according to Pavlov, mere unconditioned reflexes would be sufficient. But since these conditions are continually altering, the organism needs not only the unchanging absolute reflexes, but the changeable, adaptable conditioned reflexes as well. They are signals to the organism, enabling it to seek out favorable conditions and avoid unfavorable ones. 1. Pavlov considers the work of analyzers to be a very important element in higher nervous activity. He defines an analyzer as a nervous mechanism consisting of the following parts: a certain peripheral ending eye, ear, etc. the corresponding nerve and the end of this nerve in the brain. 2. It is the function of the analyzer to break up the phenomena of the external world into their elements and to select those which correspond to the analyzer in question. The whole of higher nervous activity in the higher animals consists essentially, so Pavlov tells us, of a totality of conditioned reflexes of every description. A large part of human mental activity, including sensations, ideas, and impressions, must also be attributed to this conditioned reflex activity. Hence the first signaling system, consisting of the totality of conditioned reflexes, is common to both man and beast. Man's exclusive prerogative consists in his so-called second signaling system, in the form of spoken, heard, and visible words. Speech, for Pavlov, is the signal of the first signals. It has arisen on the basis of the primary signal as a result of social cooperation, the need for more extensive intercourse among the individuals of the human group. The fundamental laws governing the activity of the first signaling system must also govern that of the second, because it, too, is activity of the same nervous tissue. 1. Nevertheless, the second signaling system has special features of its own in contrast to the first, and these make it possible for man to behave in a way that is absolutely unattainable to the ape. Y.V. Shurikhofa points out that on Pavlov's theory the difference between speech, as a specific stimulus of the second signaling system, and the stimuli of the first signaling system, consists in the fact that speech operates, not only through its acoustical or graphical material aspect, but also through the content which is conjoined with this. In animals one can set up a conditioned reflex to speech, but this stimulus operates like any other influence impinging on the auditory analyzer. In man speech emerges as a stimulus, a signal of signals, a generalized reflection of reality, behind which there is concealed, for man, a system of immediate influences on the part of objects and phenomena in the outside world. 2. But as N. D. Levitov 3 emphasizes, the second signaling system is regarded by Pavlov, not only as the foundation of human thought, but also as a regulator, a conscious, voluntary control. In the normally developed human being, says Pavlov, the second signaling system is the highest regulator of human behavior. 4. Pavlov is accordingly an outspoken champion of determinism in psychology. Here he is advancing along the trail already blazed by Sechenov, who himself held that all conscious activities, including those regarded as spontaneous, were nothing other than reflexes. So too Pavlov, the kinesthetic cells of the cerebral cortex, whose excitation corresponds to some definite movement, can and do establish connections with all the cerebral cells which represent the external influences as well as various internal processes of the organism. It is this that constitutes the physiological basis of the so-called voluntariness of movements, i.e., of their dependence on the aggregate activity of the cortex. 1. The theory of higher nervous activity just outlined is also fundamental to the Pavlovian account of character. He distinguishes between the type of nervous system and character proper. The type is the inborn nature of the nervous activity. Pavlov classifies this in terms of the following features: the strength of the basic nervous processes excitatory and inhibitory, the equilibrium of these processes, their mobility. Character, on the other hand, results from the interaction between the type and the manifold environmental influences to which the organism is exposed from birth, and to which it must inevitably respond by definite actions, which thereby often become fixed for life. Pavlov stresses the extraordinary plasticity of the nervous system on which the formation of character depends. Nothing is immobile, unyielding, everything can always be attained, changed for the better, if only the proper conditions are created too. Hence it comes about that Pavlov, though admittedly with great caution, accepts the possibility that acquired reflexes may be inherited. It can be accepted that at a later stage some of the newly formed conditioned reflexes are transformed into unconditioned reflexes by heredity. 3. A. von Kulskitsky points out, in this connection, how Pavlov's teaching seems to open up opportunities for psychagogic molding processes, i.e., for an unlimited power of shaping men and guiding their thought and behavior by appropriate manipulation of their two signaling systems. He thinks that this prospect may well be the real reason why Pavlovism has been accorded the high favor it enjoys in party circles. For it cannot be denied that Pavlov's teaching does hold out this prospect, especially in view of its acceptance of the possibility of inheriting acquired conditioned reflexes. And it may also be that this was why the party viewed it with such favor. But in Soviet publications we scarcely encounter the express references to this prospect, going beyond the utilization of psychology in character formation and education, such as may actually be met with elsewhere. Thus K.M. Bykov, for example, writes, "The most important point in Pavlov's theory of the type is his demonstration that formation of the type is basically dependent on conditions in the environment. The features of a type vary in accordance with the conditions of life of the animal. Moreover, under given stable conditions in the environment the altered type of nervous system becomes hereditarily fixed." 1. But here the express reference is only to the control of animal behavior, though it would also have been relevant to draw the corresponding conclusions as regards the control of human behavior, since the second signaling system follows the same laws as the first. N.P. Antonov is rather more explicit. Psychology is faced with the task of investigating not only the physiological, material basis of the mental, but also the laws of development and formation in the human psyche, the changes in consciousness on the basis of changes in being. To gain access to the human mind, to be able to influence its formation in the course of education and upbringing in the widest sense of the word, this is a vital task for psychology. 2. But this injunction of Antonov's can still be read in the context of a mere recommendation to make use of psychological discoveries in education. We therefore tend to agree with Buchholz, who remarks on this point. But despite occasional references to the possibility of inheriting acquired psychological characteristics, this question is not intruded into the foreground of discussion. 3. I.P. Pavlov's theory of higher nervous activity at present constitutes the official basis of Soviet physiology, psychology, and medicine. At the joint session of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR and the Academy of Medical Sciences on Physiological Problems in the Theory of Academician I.P. Pavlov, held from June 28 to July 4, 1950, it was endorsed with acclamation. To ensure that the sciences in question were properly imbued with his teaching, a scientific council on problems of I.P. Pavlov's physiological theory was set up under the chairmanship of K.M. Bykov. On this occasion too, Pavlov's long-standing and most intimate collaborator, academician L.A. Orbeli, who had already had to put up with vehement criticism at the biological discussion in 1948, was again one of those most heavily attacked. The question arises, however, whether Pavlov's theory is actually in such perfect harmony with dialectical materialism as the official version would maintain it to be. Even the account of the theory just given already inspires certain doubts. One often gets the impression that Pavlov was much more of a mechanist than a dialectical materialist. And we are fortified in this very suspicion by the noisy asseverations put forth by exponents of the official doctrine whenever they light on some point in Pavlov's theory which lends itself to interpretation in terms of some thesis or other in dialectical materialism. 1. The official theorists themselves admit that Pavlov often expressed himself in a thoroughly mechanistic fashion, but seek to interpret such utterances somehow in the sense of orthodoxy. Thus A. Popovsky reports, for example, a remark made by Pavlov after visiting a hospital patient. Machines, machines and nothing more. An apparatus, a damaged apparatus, but Popovsky endeavors to tone down these statements, arguing that they were not so intended, and must be regarded merely as polemical exaggerations directed against idealism, vitalism, and dualism. 2. E. A. Ashratian attempts, in a curious article, to prove that, in spite of occasional interjections of this sort, Pavlov's theory represents the scientific foundation of the Leninist copy theory. 3. But it is not only in such passing observations that Pavlov's mechanistic tendency is evinced, it lies far more deeply rooted in his thought. This is particularly evident in his bitter hostility to psychology, in which he went so far as to be unwilling even to concede it the status of a genuine science, and either avoided such terms as voluntary, mental, and ideal altogether, or only used them ironically. In his reply of a physiologist to psychologists he openly declares as his program that uniting, identifying the physiological with the psychological, the subjective with the objective, is the most important scientific task of our time. 1. Whatever supporters of the official interpretation of his teaching may say to such statements, the basic element in his own theory, the doctrine of the first and second signaling systems, obviously displays a mechanistic tendency. Since Pavlov regards the conditioned reflexes as of the same kind as the unconditioned, the same laws hold for the second signaling system as for the first, and he finds the reason for this in the fact that the operations of the second signaling system occur in the same nervous tissue as those of the conditioned reflexes. What we have also learnt above from Pavlov, concerning the explanation of voluntary activity, again has a very mechanistic air. As N.P. Antonov tells us, too, before the Pavlov conference there were also a number of Soviet psychologists who considered his theory mechanistic. Since the said conference, however, this appears to be no longer the case. But now the inadequate philosophical training of these psychologists has been leading them, by a mistaken application of Pavlovian physiology to psychology, into identifying the mental with higher nervous activity 3 and into calling for a fusion of psychology with physiology. Antonov registers a strong protest in his article against views of this type, and thereby precipitated a discussion which was carried on for years with considerable vehemence in the pages of Voprosi Philosophie. Here, unfortunately, we must be content to give a brief account of the main arguments employed by the spokesman on either side, without being able to enter into the details brought out in the numerous contributions to the discussion. Antonov recalls how, after a lecture by Professor Ivanov Smolensky, a note was passed up to the lecturer asking what the true subject matter of psychology was and what its aims might be. The letter bore the subscription, "A group of psychologists in search of the subject matter of their science." For Antonov regards this episode as highly significant. If the mental is to be identified with higher nervous activity, it follows inevitably that it will be reduced to physiology, and the true subject matter of psychology will have evaporated. 1. It is therefore impossible to equate mental and higher nervous activity, the latter is simply the material, physiological basis of mental activity. Mental and higher nervous activities are assuredly one and inseparably interconnected, but they are not identical with each other. 2. Here Antonov appeals to the formula coined by Stalin. A single and indivisible nature expressed in two different forms, material and ideal. 3. When the mental factor of thought and consciousness is explained as a property of highly organized matter, this does not entail, even for materialistic monism, a reduction of the ideal to the material. If it is maintained that mental processes consist entirely of reflexes, this is to go the way of vulgar materialism. A reflex is a material, physiological process, in which excitations of the peripheral endings in the analyzer are conveyed along the nerve fibers into the central nervous system. There the various groups of excitations are combined together, whereupon the excitation is returned to its executive organ and there produces a motor or secretory reaction to the original stimulus. A mental process, on the other hand, is an ideal process whereby the objective world is subjectively mirrored in the human brain in the form of sensations, perceptions, thought and consciousness. For dialectical materialism in no way denies the subjective character of mental phenomena. The subjective character of mental processes is governed by the fact that they exist merely in our consciousness, in our self. Sensation and perception, thought and consciousness, exist always as sensation and perception in the individual man the subject, and that is why they are also described as subjective. 5. There are two orders of phenomena, the mental and the physical, the material and the ideal, which must be regarded, from the standpoint of materialistic monism, as two sides of a nature one and indivisible. Antonov draws from all this the following conclusions as to the subject matter of psychology. The object of psychology must be to investigate the specific laws of the subjective reflection of the objective world in the human brain and man's relation to this world. Psychology is the science of the laws of development and formation of the psyche, man's consciousness, as a property of highly organized matter, as a product of social development, and as a subjective reflection of the objective world in the human brain. One position similar to Antonov's were also taken up by A. I. Razov, 2 K. M. Didov, 3 F. I. Georgiev, 4 and others. Razov gives a very clear account of the essential difference between mental and physiological phenomena. Even so simple an occurrence as pain cannot possibly be grasped in physiological terms. Undoubtedly this phenomenon involves both excitation and also inhibition, induction, etc., but its specific character cannot be described in physiological terms. But if even so elementary a phenomenon as this is incapable of translation into the language of physiology, what are we to say of more complicated cases, such as interest, understanding, thought, and the like? These are all phenomena of a particular order, namely mental phenomena. 5-6 Antonov and those who thought like him were fiercely attacked, however, by another group of Soviet psychologists, though the members of this group were also engaged, with Antonov and his supporters, in a common campaign against authors such as Teplov and others, already mentioned above. 8 Antonov's main error, according to Simonov, is that he considers higher nervous activity to be purely physiological in character. But this is not so, since it also includes the mental as an integral component. Simonov gives the following account of the whole psychophysical process. When an object impinges on the peripheral part of the analyzer, a process of excitation arises in this part. As soon as the spreading excitation reaches the central nervous system, a state of excitation arises in certain of its neurodynamic structures. Subjective experience, sensation, the mental, is one aspect of this. 1. N. A. Kromov also defends against Antonov the incorporation of the mental into higher nervous activity. The conditioned reflex is not a purely biological phenomenon, it does not consist in a mere linkage between 2 points within the cerebral hemispheres. It is at once both a picture of the external world and an expression of the connection between the organism and its conditions of life. 2. He is strongly averse to Antonov's proposal to distinguish two separate processes, one mental and one physiological. The mental should be regarded, not as an independent process, but merely as a product of the activity of the brain. Thinking as a process in the brain is a material process, the mental as a product of brain activity, a reflection, an image of the external world in the human head, is already a non-material phenomenon. Here the mental appears as a property of the physiological form of motion in matter, a property of the brain, which finds expression in the latter's capacity to mirror the external world in a reflexive manner. 3. Antonov's acceptance of mental activity as a separate process over and above the physiological process of brain activity inevitably leads to the admission of a non-material motion, but this contradicts both natural science and also the scientific principles of dialectical materialism. Lenin himself, in his struggle against Ostwald's energeticism and in conformity with the natural sciences, had already discounted the existence of a mental form of motion in matter, for Antonov should have borne in mind that, if mental activity is not viewed as activity of the brain, one arrives at a standpoint akin to that of Gestalt psychology, which alleges that in addition to the transitory nerve connections in the brain we must also postulate something higher, standing over them, namely the soul. 5. But according to Pavlovian theory, all mental processes have their common foundation in the reflex activity of the brain. It must be the aim of psychology to investigate the reflex processes in the human cerebral cortex. 1. In outlining the above positions we believe ourselves to have reproduced the salient features which the Soviet psychologists and philosophers have contributed to the debate about the proper subject matter of psychology. It would take us too far afield to embark on more detailed discussion of the other points of view on this problem. From all that we have gathered about Pavlov's theory of the physiology of higher nervous activity, and also in regard to the psychological discussion, the difficulties of Soviet psychology will be clearly evident. It is prohibited, on the one hand, from postulating a soul as the substratum of mental processes, but must equally guard itself, on the other, against falling into the outlook of vulgar materialism, which reduces psychology to physiology. Here, in more acute form, we get a repetition of the situation which confronted us above when dealing with the problem of the origin of life. We saw on that occasion, how a detailed working out of the position adopted by Soviet philosophy leads back eventually either to vitalism or mechanism, and so too, in regard to our present topic, the views of the Soviet philosophers would be bound, logically, to lead either to acceptance of the soul, or to vulgar materialism, if the problems involved were to be rationally thought out to a conclusion. 2. The basic difficulty confronting dialectical materialism at this point lies in the fact that, on its own principles, it should really be obliged to postulate a substantial spiritual substratum for what it acknowledges to be mental activity. For when Lenin very rightly remarks, in his polemic against Ostwald in the field of physics, that there can be no motion without something being moved, this contention also gives rise to the further conclusion, that it is absurd not to postulate also a spiritual substratum for mental processes that fundamentally transcend the material laws of physiology. That mental processes do in fact fundamentally transcend physiology, was indeed very clearly brought out in the psychological discussion above described. But it was also no less evident from the discussion to what an impasse we are led by denial of a spiritual support for these processes. For if the spiritual character of mental phenomena be seriously accepted, we are logically bound to postulate also an element of spirituality in the substance underlying them. If, in order to avoid this consequence, we seek to attribute spirituality, not to the processes themselves, but merely to their outcome, there is no way of seeing how we shall not again be landed in vulgar materialism. This comes out very clearly in the discussion between Antonov and his opponents. Antonov had emphasized the spiritual character of mental activity. He laid stress on the way mental processes are related to the subject. Sensations, thought, and consciousness exist always as activities of a subject, the individual man. They exist merely in our consciousness, in our self. One. But what is the nature of this subject? Kromov argues against Antonov, that if conscious processes are taken to be different from, and higher than, the physiological processes of nervous conjunction in the brain, one must also postulate a soul to contain them. And Kromov is perfectly right in this. What is this self, indeed, which Antonov sets up as the subject of mental processes? He himself gives two answers to this question. In one instance he equates the self with consciousness. But since the latter, like thought, is also taken by him to be only one among the various mental processes, in this case the substratum of all these processes would be only one amongst them, which is obviously absurd. but in another passage Antonov nominates the brain as substratum. Mental activity and higher nervous activity are two aspects of the activity of one and the same material organ, the brain. 2. But here we encounter the alternative difficulty, that there is no seeing how one and the same organ can have two such radically different functions as those evinced in physical and mental processes. This would be an even greater absurdity than if we were to try to see with our ears or sing with our eyes. It would be otherwise if Antonov were prepared to regard the subject himself as a corporeal spiritual entity, as is maintained by scholasticism, in which man in his substantial unity is held to comprise both a material and a spiritual principle. 3. In this way man American Samoa, corporeal entity, with his corporeal organs, can be the vehicle of physiological processes, and as a spiritual entity, with his spiritual capacities, can engage in spiritual activity. But there is no comprehending how a merely material entity can exercise spiritual activities, or how a bodily organ can give rise to both physiological processes and mental ones as well. In order to escape these difficulties, Antonov's opponents deny that mental activity represents a separate process over and above the physiological processes of higher nervous activity, or that there could be any such thing as a mental form of motion in matter 1. But Antonov replies to this, and again rightly, that the denial of such a mental form of motion logically entails a relapse into vulgar materialism. As we have seen above, in dealing with the problem of the origin of life, dialectical materialism distinguishes living matter from the inorganic precisely by the fact that at the organic level the biological form of motion supervenes upon the physico-chemical one. To reject this, as the Soviet philosophers see it, would imply mechanism. But even on Soviet accounts of the mental, the difference between mental and physical is far more radical than that between life and inorganic matter. Hence, if denial of the biological form of motion already betokens a relapse into vulgar materialism, this is even more palpably true of the denial of a psychological form of motion. Moreover, the Kromov school also find themselves in considerable trouble when attempting to give a more exact account of the subject of mental phenomena. Kromov supposes the mental to be a product of brain activity, and an immaterial product at that. But this is open to the same objection as we have already urged against Antonov. Kromov goes on to define the mental as a property of the physiological form of motion in matter, or property of the brain too. But in both cases we are faced with a contradiction in terms, insofar, that is, as the non-material is construed as a property of the material. It will be seen that the Soviet psychologists and philosophers are assigned a by no means easy task, the very conditions imposed upon their enterprise, namely the construction of a psychology devoid of a psyche or soul, without at the same time reducing the mental to the physiological, compel them to enter a blind alley from which there is no escape. Under these circumstances, it is to be feared that the above-mentioned group of Soviet psychologists will still be a long time in search of the subject matter of their science. In attempting now, at the end of this chapter, to sum up briefly what we have learned of the relation between dialectical materialism and modern science, we reach the following conclusions. So far as the content of the problem is concerned, we have seen how the much vaunted dazzling confirmation of dialectical materialism on the part of science crumbles, on closer examination, into nothing. In most cases it is a matter of some individual thesis, which dialectical materialism also shares with other philosophies, but which does nothing to substantiate the basic contention of materialism, viz., that there is nothing in the world except matter, and that there neither is nor can be any other world besides the material one. We have actually met with an example where this abuse is committed, and the confirmation of such an isolated thesis is expressly claimed as an endorsement of the correctness of dialectical materialism as a whole. To this it must be added that the further claim repeatedly met with in Soviet literature, namely that only on the basis of dialectical materialism can a solution be found to the philosophical problems thrown up by modern science, is equally without foundation. In two instances at least it has become patently clear how their very adherence to a dialectical materialist foundation has led the Soviet philosophers into an inescapable blind alley. This has proved to be the case in the problems of the origin of life, and of the subject matter of psychology. The middle position prescribed to the Soviet philosophers in these fields between mechanism and vulgar materialism on the one hand, and vitalism, or the postulate of a spiritual soul, on the other, is possible only at the expense of not thinking the problems out to their conclusion. In this respect we may agree with A. Filipov, who, in his article Marxism and Materialism, expresses the opinion that dialectical materialism is in no way superior to 19th-century German materialism, which the classics of Marxist-Leninism contemptuously refer to as vulgar materialism, and indeed that owing to its eclectic combination of materialism and dialectics it is inferior to the latter two in its intention of restoring the mental to a greater importance than was allowed to it by the earlier materialists. Dialectical materialism is certainly an improvement on so-called vulgar materialism and mechanism. But since the Soviet philosophers are forbidden, for certain non-philosophical reasons, to pursue this path to its appointed conclusion, the result is that in logical consecutiveness their dialectical materialism does not even reach the level of the vulgar materialism which they view with such disdain. So far as concerns the formal aspect of the relation between dialectical materialism and natural science, we have seen that although, in recent years, there has been some weakening of the party dictatorship in the field of science, the basic character of this relationship still continues to be the same as before. Even in more recent publications, the fundamental division of science into progressive and bourgeois is still to be met with, as is the tendency to attribute particular standpoints in bourgeois science to the interests of the exploiters or imperialists. It has indeed been acknowledged in recent years that even bourgeois science can be credited with certain achievements and that lessons may be learnt therefrom. And this has brought about some revision of unduly exposed and oversimplified approaches to the philosophical treatment of the findings of the sciences. This tendency has been of most effect hitherto in the field of physics, has percolated less strongly into that of biology, and is weakest of all in anthropology and psychology. Now as before, the party exercises its direction over the sciences by imposing dialectical materialism upon them as an alleged methodological foundation. But, as we have had occasion to observe, the dialectical materialist claim to leadership goes far beyond the role of a mere methodology, a whole string of its more concrete assertions being regarded as indisputable foundations and axiomatic premises for the sciences. Such suppositions as that the world had a beginning in time, or is spatially finite, or that there is such a thing as the soul, for example, are never disposed of by factual argument, but are refuted merely by pointing out that they contradict dialectical materialism, or lead to mysticism, fideism, undisguised popery, or whatever else these expressions may be taken to imply. Chapter 6. The Dialectical Aleatoriality Theory of Knowledge. If we recall the two aspects which Engels attributes to the great basic question of all philosophy, one the problem of the relation between thought and being, it will be seen that all our discussions hitherto have been concerned with the first of these, the problem of priority, the question, which is primary, thought or being, spirit or nature. All the tenets of dialectical materialism so far dealt with have had no other object than to demonstrate the priority of being, or matter, and to do so within the framework of a general theory of being, a general ontology. We must now address ourselves to the second aspect of the relation between thought and being, namely to the question whether our thinking is capable of apprehending the real world, or in other words to the dialectical materialist epistemology. The problem of knowledge is the main problem of philosophy to this extent, that its solution is logically prerequisite for the further solution of the ontological problem, the question, that is, as to the nature of the world and of reality generally. Meitner doubtless has this situation in mind when he urges against the radical opponents of philosophy that all positive science presupposes an answer to the question whether the world it investigates is independent of our thinking or itself a product of thought, and hence that all positive science is founded upon a theory of the potentialities of thought. 3. In spite of this, the Soviet accounts of dialectical materialism choose the opposite path and deal with the ontological problem before the epistemological one. This is no less true of the earlier accounts than of the later. Nor is this merely a matter of purely external priority in spatial arrangement, but rather of a logical priority, in that the dialectical materialist treatment of the problem of knowledge already presupposes in principle the presence of an objective reality independent of consciousness. Several authors actually make express declaration to this effect. Obichkin, for instance, who opens his account of the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge with the formal announcement: "The Marxist-Leninist epistemology is based on an acknowledgement of the existence of an external material world, independent of human consciousness." 1. A similar assumption also underlies the historicism on which Soviet authors lay great emphasis in dealing with epistemology, and which is exemplified in their fundamental insistence that epistemological problems must be approached from a historical point of view. It is the business of dialectical materialism to investigate the ways in which the knowledge of social man has come to maturity, to show how in the course of centuries his knowledge of the world has increasingly perfected itself, in keeping with the progressive development of the means of production. As to the method of this dialectical materialist approach to epistemology, we may make the following brief remarks at this point. It is undoubtedly true that from a position of genuine universal doubt the epistemological inquiry cannot be set in motion at all, and that such an inquiry cannot be conducted in advance, before any concrete knowledge has been obtained, but only in the context of the concrete act of knowing itself. There may also be something to be said for the placing of epistemology after ontology. But to set up an external world independent of the knowing subject as the starting point to epistemological inquiry, is to take for granted the very point to be proved. The first aspect of the question as to the relation of thought and being, namely as to the temporal and genetic priority of matter over consciousness, has already served as the topic of our whole previous discussion. In particular, we have seen from the preceding chapter how dialectical materialism actually conceives of the emergence of consciousness from matter in the course of the evolutionary process. In spite of this, we must first of all return, in the opening pages of the present chapter, to some subsidiary philosophical problems which are bound up with this first aspect of Engels' great basic question of all philosophy. The later sections deal with the second aspect of the relation between thought and being, namely the properly epistemological question, whether consciousness is or is not capable of reflecting being aright. 1. The priority of matter over consciousness. The first aspect of the question at issue is settled by dialectical materialism to the effect that matter is primary in respect of its origins, and that consciousness only arises later from matter. As we have seen, the general philosophical justification for this claim is supposed to be provided by the laws of the materialist dialectic. In addition to this, the Soviet philosophers also proffer a number of more concrete explanations to account for the emergence of life, whose activities differ so markedly from the behavior of inorganic matter, and more particularly for the appearance of sensation and consciousness. Thus we are already familiar with the explanation given for the emergence of life from inorganic matter. The physico-chemical reactions of inanimate matter already harbored the possibility of serving as a basis for the occurrence of vital processes. In the course of an immensely long process of evolution, these possibilities were necessarily actualized, one by one. There is no need for any further return to the subject here. The same principle is enlisted to explain the origin of sensation. Inorganic matter contains the possibility of the emergence of sensitive, and hence of thinking beings. But this possibility only becomes actual at a definite stage in the historical development of matter. 1. Lenin sees the potential presence of sensation in inanimate matter in its capacity for reflection, which in one form or another is characteristic of all matter. Sensation in the psychological sense he regards as the transformation of the energy of external excitation into a state of consciousness. 2. In this form it is typical only of the higher organisms, but something of the kind is already to be found even in the lower forms of material existence, namely reflection in the physical sense. \nits well-defined form sensation is associated only with the higher forms of matter, while in the foundation of the structure of matter one can only surmise the existence of a faculty akin to sensation. But it is logical to assert that all matter possesses a property which is essentially akin to sensation, the property of reflection. 1. Sensation and consciousness, therefore, are not yet formally inherent in matter of lower order, they are merely the outcome of certain rudiments present in it, which have still to undergo a series of qualitative changes. The theory of a kind of universal animation of matter, such as was developed by Plekhanov, who claimed to discern a sort of consciousness, albeit in varying degrees, within all matter, and who said that even a stone thinks, is therefore rejected as hylozoism too. If we now inquire as to the specific peculiarity of consciousness, the highest form of reflection, the explanations we receive are distinctly vague. It consists in the ability of such matter to perceive, to mirror internally, to reflect, to bring to consciousness the processes occurring inside and outside itself. Objective physiological processes are accompanied in our nerve centers by their inner, subjective expression, which takes the form of consciousness. That which in itself is an objective material process is at the same time, for a being equipped with a brain, a subjective mental act. This mental act may well be inseparably associated with the objective process occurring in the nervous system, but is not identical with it. 3. In adopting this view of the psychophysical relationship, dialectical materialism approximates in a certain sense to the double aspect theory of Fechner, who regarded mental and physical as having the same relation to one another as the concave and convex aspects of the circumference of a circle, which are one and the same, but differently perceived according to whether the observer is located inside or outside the circle. How nearly this theory approaches the position of Soviet dialectical materialism was plainly evident, in its day, in the work of the Debarranist Bykovsky. Physical and mental are one and the same process, only seen from two different sides. That which is seen from the outer, objective side as a physical process is equally perceived from within, by the material being itself, as a phenomenon of will or sensation, as mental in character. One but the same viewpoint is also echoed in Stalin's formulation of material monism, to which Antonov appeals in the course of the controversy about the subject matter of psychology. A single and indivisible nature expressed in two different forms, material and ideal. 2. Within the phenomenon of consciousness, dialectical materialism also sets up a further qualitative distinction between animal and human consciousness. In the previous chapter we have made the acquaintance of Pavlov's theory, according to which human mental activity is to be distinguished from animal by the fact that in man the second signaling system is superimposed upon the first. This implies on the one hand a certain kinship between human and animal higher nervous activity, but on the other also an essential superiority of the human over the animal. Initially, this argues some degree of continuity between the two. Engels believed himself to have found evidence in animals of every kind of intellectual activity, induction and deduction, and hence also abstraction, analysis of unknown objects, synthesis and experiment. In all these cases it seemed to him that the workings of the animal understanding were similar in type to the human and differed merely in degree of accomplishment. Only the dialectical activity of reason, in Engels' opinion, is solely confined to man. 3. Soviet scientists consider that they have found the makings of intellect among the more highly developed anthropoid apes. These are capable of reaching a food target, not directly accessible, by alternative roundabout routes, and even of employing various objects as tools in doing so, for Lady Gynekot's claims also to have detected primary abstraction among chimpanzees in their ability to separate color properties from those of shape and size. One Soviet philosophy is nevertheless adamant on the point that all these manifestations of the animal mind represent only the prehistory of the human intellect. An essential difference continues always to lie between the two. When we see an ape going in search of the stick it requires and then using it a moment later to secure the bait, we are inclined to interpret this procedure as a rudimentary stage of that behavior which later, in a qualitatively new form, is characteristic of man in the deliberate pursuit of a definite goal. 2. Soviet philosophy agrees in the first place with Engels in finding the most essential distinction between the human and animal intellect in the fact that only the human understanding is capable of dialectical thought, and this because the latter presupposes investigation of the nature of concepts themselves. 3. On this question of animal mentality, dialectical materialism differs equally from the school of those who, discount even the rudiments of consciousness in animals, and from those who attempt to explain animal behavior by postulating a consciousness akin to the human. The first, because it leads to a denial of the genetic connection between animal and human consciousness, and is compelled accordingly to regard the emergence of human consciousness as a real miracle. The second, because it obliterates the qualitative boundaries between animal mind and human consciousness, for if dialectical materialism is thus to be found defending the thought and consciousness of man against identification with the animal mind, it is a great deal sharper still in its opposition to the vulgar materialist identification of thought and matter. To Vogt's opinion, that thought stands in the same relation to the brain as bile to the liver, or to Buchner's attempt, in his book Force and Matter, to reduce thought to physico-chemical motions in the brain, Marxist philosophical materialism replies that though thought must certainly be derived from matter, it cannot be reduced or assimilated thereto in any such primitive fashion. Engels writes, in the Dialectics of Nature, "One day we shall certainly reduce thought experimentally to molecular and chemical motions in the brain, but does that exhaust the essence of thought?" One dialectical materialism undoubtedly believes thought to be a product of matter, not in the sense of a material secretion, however, but rather as a special property of highly organized matter, viz., the brain. Thought is one of those properties of matter which cannot be dealt with by the ordinary methods of material measurement. The brain is admittedly extended in three-dimensional space, but thoughts and feelings have neither length nor breadth, neither thickness nor height. Yet dialectical materialism is in no way tempted by this into acceptance of spiritual substance as such. Even though thought and consciousness may exhibit an ideal, spiritual character, they are nevertheless phenomena of the one material world and have no existence as substances in their own right. 3. We have already referred in the previous chapter to the role of labor in the transition from ape to man. But in addition to labor, a decisive significance for the development of human consciousness is also attributed, in Soviet thinking, to language. Language is as old as consciousness, and like the latter a product of social life, both arise simultaneously in the course of the labor process. Language is an embodiment of thought. Thought and language form a unity, though they are not identical. Language and thought are as intimately bound up together as form and content, and it is just as impossible to sever them as it is to separate a form from its content. For this unity of thought and word is also referred to by Stalin in the course of his letters on linguistics. There he expressly rejects the possibility that thoughts could arise without words. It is said that thoughts arise in the mind of man prior to their being expressed in speech, that they arise without linguistic material, without linguistic integument, in, so to say, a naked form. But that is absolutely wrong. Whatever thoughts arise in the human mind and at whatever moment, they can arise and exist only on the basis of the linguistic material, on the basis of language terms and phrases. Bare thoughts, free of the linguistic material, free of the natural matter of language, do not exist. Language is the immediate reality of thought. The reality of thought is manifested in language. The priority of matter over consciousness. 495 Only idealists can speak of thinking not being connected with the natural matter of language, of thinking without language. 1. Directed against Mar, these words of Stalin's are to some extent at variance with the traditional Marxist theory of hand language and give rise to certain difficulties in accounting for the thought of deaf mutes. So far as hand language, the language of gesture, is concerned, Stalin does not directly deny the possibility of its existence, but he nonetheless sees in spoken language the sole language of human society capable of serving as an adequate means of intercourse between people. 2. History does not know of a single human society without spoken language. Gesture and spoken language, according to Stalin, are just as incomparable as are the primitive wooden hoe and the modern caterpillar tractor with its 5-furrow plow or tractor row drill. And he attempts to neutralize the counter-argument about the thought of deaf mutes by maintaining that in cases of this type the linguistic basis is replaced by another basis of an equally concrete and sensory kind. The thoughts of deaf mutes arise and can exist only on the basis of the images, sensations, and conceptions they form in everyday life on the objects of the outside world and their relations among themselves, thanks to the senses of sight, of touch, taste, and smell. Apart from these imaged sensations and conceptions, thought is empty, is deprived of all content, that is, it does not exist. 3. In thus emphasizing the unity of thought and language, dialectical materialism makes a particular stand against the views of Russell and the semantic school. For in regard to this topic of language, it may also be noted that Stalin's essay Marxism and Problems of Linguistics, on which this theory is chiefly based, is still cited as a foremost authority, even in the most recent Soviet publications. 5. The dialectical materialist theory of the origins of life and consciousness has many advantages over the ordinary materialist view on this subject. A particular point in its favor is that it acknowledges the essential difference between life and inorganic matter, as also that between human thinking and the animal mind. Despite this, however, dialectical materialism still retains the untenable conception of a genetic emergence of the higher spheres from the lower. It must be particularly stressed in this connection, that Soviet philosophy itself admits that, for the moment at least, this hypothesis has not been scientifically proved. The vague confirmations on the part of science that we have recounted from time to time are very far from constituting conclusive proofs, nor are they regarded as such either by Soviet philosophy or Soviet science. The Soviet philosophers are compelled to admit, of every single dialectical transition to a higher order of some kind, that this transition has not yet been scientifically demonstrated. Leonov concedes this, of the transition from inorganic to living matter, in the following terms. As the natural sciences develop, ideas as to the ways and means whereby life has originated from inorganic nature are liable to change, and are in fact doing so. But the truth of the teaching of Marxist philosophical materialism remains beyond all doubt, that at some time or other in the remote past life must have arisen from non-living matter, from inanimate structures in nature, on the basis of the natural laws of their development, without the intervention of any forces of an immaterial, spiritual, or divine character. 1. As for the spontaneous emergence of matter equipped with sensation, it is Lenin himself who confesses this claim unproved, when he allows that further investigation is needed as to how matter, apparently entirely devoid of sensation, is related to matter which, though composed of the same atoms, is yet endowed with a well-defined faculty of sensation. Materialism clearly formulates the as yet unsolved problem and thereby stimulates the attempt to solve it, to undertake further experimental investigation. 2. The same is true of the transition to consciousness. Inasmuch as the materialist dialectic assigns consciousness to the general category of reflection, it confronts natural science eo ipso with the still unsolved problem as to how the highest form of motion and reflection in matter, that of consciousness, has emerged concretely from the motion and reflection of its lower forms. 3. The sole basis of this thesis of the spontaneous ascent from the lower to the higher therefore resides in the philosophical theory of dialectical materialism, especially the principle of the transition from quantitative into qualitative change, but we do not need to go any further into this here. More particularly, so far as concerns the appeal to the double aspect theory, which is supposed to bridge the gap between matter and consciousness, the analogy between the concave and convex sides of a mirror offers no solution, for there the difference in the images produced remains within the common field of optical reflection, and exhibits no such essential distinctions as those between wave motion, say, and the abstract idea of justice. We need not linger here on the question whether human thought is essentially different from mind in animals, for Soviet dialectical materialism denies this difference as little as we do. The point on which our criticism must fasten is again the claim that human thought and consciousness are genetically derived from animal cognition. It is easy to maintain that apes were transformed into men when they first began using tools for purposes of labor. But the real question is, how the ape could ever possibly have come to use tools on his own account, i.e., to employ means to an end which did not yet exist and could be grasped only in intention, through intellectual activity. For natural history shows us that when animals are left to themselves they make no progress. The first apes appear in the Oligocene, some 10 million years have passed since then, and the apes have displayed not the smallest symptoms of progress. Man, on the other hand, first appears in quaternary times, and in the relatively short period that has since elapsed he has made the enormous cultural advance from extreme primitivism to the position he occupies today. If Bhutanese, as we saw earlier, had such difficulty in introducing the ape to the most elementary use of tools, and if he soon encountered an impassable barrier in doing so, how then can our forebears be supposed to have arrived, at once and unaided, not only at using tools, but at seeking them out for themselves or even manufacturing them? To this the Soviet philosophers will reply that the apes were compelled, by climatic changes and the resultant steppe conditions in Central Africa, to descend from the trees and to seek their food on level ground, this being connected with the transition to an upright posture, and the subsequent changes in skull structure and enlargement of the brain, which gradually led to the formation of intellectual capacities. But against this it must be urged that, once on the ground, Australopithecus would have found himself, as the Soviet authors themselves admit, under very difficult living conditions, having lost the rich store of vegetable sustenance previously available in plenty among the tree tops, he would have had to depend on roots, without possessing limbs equipped for digging them, and on resort to a meat diet, without having the speed to compete with the beasts of prey. All this would have compelled him to employ implements of various kinds. But the formation of intellectual capacities, whereby alone he could become capable of making and using such tools, would be dependent on extremely gradual changes in his physique. This again could only have come about after a very long period of time. But by then the luckless Australopithecus would long since have perished under the new and difficult circumstances of his environment. It must therefore be insisted that it is not the use of tools that creates the intellect, but on the contrary, that it is the already existing intellect which is capable of devising means for the realizing of an ideal, not yet existent, but already anticipated goal. 2. The copy theory. The foregoing discussions have shown us how dialectical materialism thinks of the priority of matter over knowledge in concrete terms. But in order to be a materialist it is not enough to acknowledge this priority on the part of matter, one must also think it possible for matter to be known. 2. The knowability of matter constitutes the second aspect of the problem as to the relation of thought and being. Stalin formulates this position in the following terms. Contrary to idealism, which denies the possibility of knowing the world and its laws, which does not believe in the authenticity of our knowledge, does not recognize objective truth, and holds that the world is full of things in themselves that can never be known to science, Marxist philosophical materialism holds that the world and its laws are fully knowable, that our knowledge of the laws of nature, tested by experiment and practice, is authentic knowledge having the validity of objective truth, and that there are no things in the world which are unknowable, but only things which are still not known, but which will be disclosed and made known by the efforts of science and practice. 3. Critical support for these claims is held to be found, on the one hand, in the copy theory propounded by Engels and further extended by Lenin, and on the other, in an appeal to the confirmation of knowledge by practice. We have already had frequent occasion to observe that dialectical materialism is firmly committed to a realist point of view. In consequence of this it is energetic in campaigning, not only against skepticism, but also against any form of agnosticism. Under the catchword of agnosticism, the attack of Soviet science is chiefly directed upon Kant, Spencer, Comte, and Du Bois-Reymond, together with Helmholtz, as the originator of the hieroglyphic theory. Heisenberg's uncertainty relation is likewise rejected as agnosticism. Besides skepticism and agnosticism, Soviet theory of knowledge is also particularly averse to the various forms of subjective and objective idealism. Though Hegel certainly admits that the world is knowable, he is still considered to have a mistaken conception of knowledge, in that he views the latter, not as a reflection of the outer world arising from interaction between man and nature, but as the outcome of the self-development and self-knowledge of the absolute idea. The correctness of our knowledge of reality is guaranteed, for Hegel, by the identity of knowledge with its object. And lastly, dialectical materialism is also naturally opposed to any sort of irrationalism or intuitionism, as involving the denial of our knowledge of reality in its most extreme form. Pre-Marxian materialism is given credit for having always held firmly to the view that the external world is knowable and reflected in human consciousness. But it conceived of knowledge as a passive contemplation of reality, a purely mechanical reflection of the latter in consciousness. It had not yet grasped the whole complicated process of knowledge, nor did it ever progress to the point of applying the dialectic to this process. Against all such defective theories of knowledge, dialectical materialism advances its own copy theory. According to this, our representations and concepts arise through the operations of the external world upon our sense organs. They depict or mirror the world outside. The first assertion is directed against idealism. Representations and concepts are not produced by the subject. The second has particular reference to the hieroglyphic theory. Representations and concepts are not just signs or symbols, having no inner resemblance to the objects known thereby, but are pictures, mirror images, copies of the objects so known, and therefore resemble them. This reflection of reality in consciousness is not to be thought of, however, as a momentary act, like the process which gives rise to the dead, immobile imagery of a photograph. Just as the world is a process of development, so knowledge too must be viewed as a process in which we move from a state of ignorance to one of knowing, and in which there is a parallel transformation of things in themselves into things for us. Yesterday we did not know that coal tar contains alizarin, today we do know this. Nevertheless, there can be no doubt that coal tar also contained alizarin yesterday, when we were still unaware of the fact. Lenin concludes from this: things exist independently of our consciousness, independently of our perceptions, outside of us. There is definitely no difference in principle between the phenomenon and the thing in itself. The only difference is between what is known and what is not yet known. In the theory of knowledge, as in every other branch of science, we must think dialectically, that is, we must not regard our knowledge as ready-made and unalterable, but must determine how knowledge emerges from ignorance, how incomplete, inexact knowledge becomes more complete and more exact. 1. But if knowledge is therefore to be regarded as a dialectical process, it also has to be seen as a conflict of opposites and as involving contradictions. The contradictory aspect of the knowing process lies mainly in the inexhaustible and unlimited character of the world to be known and the limitations of human knowledge at every concrete historical stage of its development. In his philosophical notebooks, Lenin dwells repeatedly on this dialectical, contradictory character of the knowing process. The reflection of nature in human thought must be envisaged, not as dead, or abstract, or static, or free from contradiction, but as an eternal process of movement, in which contradictions are forever emerging and being resolved too. Two dialectical transitions in particular are acknowledged by Soviet dialectical materialism within the process of knowledge. One leads from matter to consciousness, and occurs in sensation, the other takes place in the formation of abstract concepts from sensations and representations. In thereby distinguishing two phases in the knowing process, dialectical materialism endeavors to avoid the extremes of a one-sided sensationalism and an equally one-sided rationalism. The rationalists thought it possible to attain knowledge of the world by speculative methods alone, without regard for sense experience. At the same time they also postulated certain innate ideas. The sensationalists, on the other hand, regarded sense perception as the only source of knowledge. Nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius fuerit in sensu. They underestimated the part played by theoretical thinking and overlooked the fact that the transition from sense perception to thought represents a qualitative leap. Avoiding each of these one-sided views, Marxist philosophical materialism looks upon both types of knowledge as essential stages in the knowing process. From living intuition to abstract thought, and from thence to practice that is the dialectical road to knowledge of the truth, to knowledge of objective reality. 1. So far as the first stage is concerned, Lenin, as we have already seen, defines sensation as the transformation of the energy of external excitation into a state of consciousness. 2. But how this transition from physical to mental occurs in the concrete, dialectical materialism never actually informs us. Kaskakik admits that, the mechanism of this change has not as yet been sufficiently investigated. 3. But very thorough attention is given instead to another question, namely how the sensation is related to that which is represented through it, i.e., whether or not the sensation resembles its object. This is the celebrated problem as to the objectivity of sense qualities. The dialectical materialist attitude to this problem is not particularly clear. But there is sufficient evidence of a general tendency to answer this question along the lines of a critical realism attributing to specific sensations an objectivity that is not formal, but merely causal in character. Yet a number of formulations given by various authors often appear to go further than this, ascribing them a formal objectivity as well. In order to take stock of the Soviet philosophical position and the various ways in which it has been formulated, we need to be acquainted with the views attacked by dialectical materialism. Whatever the esteem accorded to Democritus as a pioneer of materialism in antiquity, there is a clear divergence from his doctrine that sense qualities do not belong to material things and hence are not exact copies of them. Locke's distinction between the primary and secondary qualities of bodies is rejected, because he regards the secondary qualities as subjective, as not characterizing material things as such, and thereby makes a palpable concession to idealism. For the mechanists, too, are accused of holding that color, smell, etc., only exists subjectively, for the sensing subject alone, that a rose is red, for example, only so long as someone is observing it. Thus the mechanist Sorobianov developed the theory that that which exists in consciousness as a determinate quality is present outside consciousness as a merely quantitative determination. On this view, characteristics such as hard, red, bitter, etc., would be merely our sensations and nothing more. 1. But dialectical materialism is particularly averse to physiological idealism, the theory that sensations are wholly and solely dependent on the physiological organization of the perceiving subject. 2 exponents of this doctrine include the German physiologist Johannes Müller, who held that the qualities of our sensations are determined, not by the qualities of the material stimulus, but solely by the specific structure of our sensory nerves and sense organs. The same is true of his pupil Hermann Helmholtz, who likewise regarded the quality of color and sound sensations as exclusively dependent on the specific energy of the optic or auditory nerves. In Helmholtz's view, the qualities of our sensations bear no resemblance to the properties of external objects. The differences between the sensations conveyed by the various sense organs are entirely governed by the nature of the nerves involved, not by the character of the external stimulus. On the strength of these considerations, Helmholtz worked out his theory of symbols, according to which our sensations are merely signs or symbols for external objects, and do not represent them. Every individual has to master these symbols through experience and the use of language, just as he has learned to understand his mother tongue. 3. This theory of Helmholtz later provided Plekhanov with the basis of his hieroglyphic theory. In a note to the first edition of his translation of Engel's Ludwig Feuerbach, Plekhanov writes as follows, his authority being the Russian physiologist Sechenov. Our sensations are a sort of hieroglyphics, which render us conscious of what is going on in reality. The hieroglyphics bear no resemblance to the occurrences mediated by them. 4. From the hostility evinced by dialectical materialism towards all these theories, it would appear that it is not content with a purely causal objectivity of sense qualities, but nor, on the other hand, is there any willingness to ascribe a formal objectivity to these qualities. This can be seen from the critical attitude taken by dialectical materialism towards the naive realists, who hold that color, smell, sound, taste, etc., are objective properties of material things, in the sense that they exist there exactly as we perceive them. 1. It also emerges from the disavowal of vulgar materialism, which regarded sensation as a simple mechanical reproduction of the object in the brain and supposed the existence in nature of colors in themselves, sounds in themselves, etc., which are reflected in the corresponding sensations we have of them. 2. The positive doctrine of dialectical materialism is summed up in the following 2 points: color, sound, smell, etc., exist as objective properties of material things, independent of man's consciousness and his sense organs. Our sense impressions are truthful reflections of these objective properties in material things. 3. Particular reliance is placed at this point on a passage from Lenin's Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. C. The sensation of red reflects ether vibrations of a frequency of approximately 450 trillions per second. The sensation of blue reflects ether vibrations of a frequency of approximately 620 trillions per second. The vibrations of the ether exist independently of our sensations of light. Our sensations of light depend on the action of the vibrations of the ether on the human organ of vision. Our sensations reflect objective reality, i.e., something that exists independently of humanity and of human sensations. That is how science views it. 4. What corresponds in objective reality to the sensation of red, therefore, is ether vibrations of a certain frequency. But how there can be any resemblance between these two phenomena it is not easy to see. Nor do the commentaries of the Soviet philosophers do anything to clarify matters. Reference is made, for example, to the fact that sensations are supposed to be subjective in form but objective in content. Human sensations are subjective as regards their form, but are objective in respect of their content, their origin, their source. 1. Leonov again appeals to the almighty contradiction to resolve the difficulty. The resemblance between reflection and object is not a simple mechanical similarity, but a complex, contradictory resemblance. The sensory material, the living organism, reflects the operation of external objects and processes in its own fashion, on the basis of its own peculiar properties. 2. Maidan speaks of a relative resemblance. The objective quality of the light wave is reflected here in subjective form, in the form of sensation. The color resembles the objective process consisting in the action of light which produces it, but only in a relative fashion. 3. The point which is supposed to be brought out in all these groping attempts to define the relation between the sensation and the property of the object thereby reproduced is doubtless the notion that something more than a causal relationship obtains between the two, that sense impressions somehow reproduce objective properties in bodies, even though there is no formal resemblance between them. The transition from matter to sensation constitutes the first dialectical leap in the knowing process. The second consists in the transition from sensory knowledge to the abstract, logical concept. For knowledge must be regarded not as a passive, immediate reflection of reality, but as a process in which the knowing subject takes an active part, ascending by abstraction from sensations to higher products of knowledge, in other words, as a process occurring by stages. Knowledge, says Lenin, is the reflection of nature on the part of man. This reflection, however, is by no means a simple, immediate, total affair, but rather a process involving a series of abstractions, formulations, the framing of concepts, laws, etc. 4. Sense perception merely reflects appearance. Admittedly, the general aspect of things, their interconnectedness, also finds expression in the process, but it is only an outer generality, an outer connectedness. Sense perception fails, however, to grasp the relationships and laws involved, the element of causal connection. This is the work of logical knowledge, which penetrates into the essence of things, seeking out the inner unity behind the outward resemblance. For this reason it constitutes an indispensable element in the development of human knowledge. 1. This transition to logical knowledge, from the reflection of appearance to the reflection of essence, also has a dialectical character. For logical thought would certainly seem to lead us to some extent away from concrete things. Sense perception is much closer to things, for it expresses them in all their concreteness, and with all their individual features. But in place of this, logical knowledge goes deeper than sensation, for it probes the essence of the thing. The movement of knowledge towards its object must always take place in dialectical fashion, withdrawing in order to grasp it more securely. Reader, pour mieux sauter. 2tn ascending from the concrete to the abstract, thought, provided it is correct, does not get farther away from truth, but comes closer to it. All scientific abstractions present a deeper, more faithful, more complete reflection of nature. 3. Asterisk. Only logical knowledge can grasp an occurrence in its entirety. Representation cannot grasp motion in its entirety, thus it cannot grasp motion at a speed of 186,000 miles per second, but thought can grasp it, and is obliged to do so. For the ascent from concrete appearance to general essence takes place by way of abstraction or generalization. Individual objects of the same kind are initially distinct from one another, no one of them being exactly like the others in every respect. But nor, on the other hand, is there any one which does not have much in common with the remainder. The general exists only in the singular and through the singular. Every singular is a general. 5. Now the task of logical knowledge is precisely that of discovering this general in the singular, of extracting the essential from the mass of accidental particulars. Thus logical generalizations also provide subjective pictures of the objective world, just as sense perceptions do, but unlike sense perceptions they are mediated reflections of reality. They are concepts, giving expression to the general and essential features of things. One sensory and rational, or logical, knowledge form in this way a unity, a single knowing process in two stages. The cleavage made by empiricism and rationalism, each in its own fashion, between sensation and concept, is thereby bridged. The dialectical materialist recognition of the dialectical unity of sensation and concept is held to overcome the one-sidedness of both these views. 2. Meithen goes on from this to dispose of an objection raised against Lenin's copy theory by L. Axelrod, viz., that to regard sensations as images, pictures, or copies of things must lead to a new separation of subject and object, which would make things as such superfluous and turn them once more into genuine things in themselves. 3. Meithen rejects this argument of Axelrod's on the ground that it overlooks the dialectical character of the copy theory, for it is precisely in virtue of the dialectical connection thereby established within the knowing process that sensations do not separate us off from things, as Kant thought, but bring us into union with them. 5. But this does not suffice, on the copy theory, to furnish all the essential ingredients of the knowing process. For this latter, which begins with sensation and advances to dialectical thought, completes itself on the basis of the development of socio-historical practice, which emerges in the class society as the practice of a particular class. 6. Material reality is perfectly reflected only in social consciousness. Hence the knowing subject, and this, according to dialectical materialism, constitutes the fundamental error of traditional epistemology, must be conceived, not in an abstract idealist fashion as consciousness, soul, or thought, as a logical or psychological subject, nor yet in the abstract materialist manner as man as such in his natural and immediate givenness, but rather as man the socially active being, the representative of a particular social class. 7. 3. Practice as the foundation of knowledge and criterion of truth. M. N. Rutkovic sums up the role of practice in the knowing process under the following heads: firstly, it is the foundation of knowledge, and secondly, it also serves as the criterion of truth. 1. The first thing is to make clear what the Soviet philosophers mean by practice. Rutkovic, in a polemic against other Soviet viewpoints, describes it as the material activity of man, a definition directed particularly against those who also wanted to include under it theoretical and intellectual activity. 2. By material activity of man he means above all the production of material goods, but also the class struggle, political life, and even the physical or material procedures involved in scientific or artistic activity. Kaskakik gives a similar interpretation of the term. 3. The Soviet philosophers commonly base their theory of the role of practice in the knowing process on a passage from Lenin's philosophical notebooks. From living intuition to abstract thought, and from thence to practice, that is the dialectical road to knowledge of the truth, to knowledge of objective reality. But Rutkovic emphasizes that this observation of Lenin's does not mean that practice merely comes in as the third stage in the knowing process, or that the first two stages referred to by Lenin are not bound up with practice. Practice is the foundation of the entire knowing process, from beginning to end. 5. Rutkovic sees the basis of this thesis in the social character of human thought. Unlike metaphysical materialism, dialectical materialism views the individual act of thought in any one of the innumerable human heads as a particle of the historical process of knowledge embracing the world as a whole, in which this particle is organically incorporated. Our thinking is not, therefore, that of an isolated individual. And since our knowing is a socio-historical process, it is also conditioned by the development of social practice. 1. In the first place, even our powers of sensory perception are dependent on this historical practice. Here Rutkovic appeals to Marx, as having maintained that the development of the five senses is a product of the whole of world history. 2. The physiological delicacy of the sensations received by eye, ear, hand, etc., develops in accordance with the progress of production and culture. 3. The same holds true of intellectual knowledge. Thanks to this theory of socio-historical practice as the foundation of knowledge, Marxism, according to Rutkovic, is in a position to resolve the eternal quarrel between rationalism and sensationalism about innate ideas. Certain propositions owe their axiomatic character to the fact that, parallel with the development of socio-historical practice, the capacity for thought also progressed along with its content, which found expression in the hereditary fixation of the peculiar properties of the physiological structure of the brain and nervous system, and in the further modification of this heredity. 4. The invisible presence of practice in the pursuit of theoretical thinking is also shown by the fact that at every step in the formation of a theory we test the results of our thought against the facts, even the laws of logic, indeed, by whose aid concepts are incorporated into a system, have developed alongside the development of man's practical activity. 5. The second task allotted to practice in the knowing process is that of functioning as the criterion of truth. Dialectical materialism starts by rejecting a number of idealist criteria, Descartes' clear and distinct ideas, Hegel's identity of knowledge with its object, premising as it does that this is really an identity of knowledge with itself, since object and knowledge are one and the same, Mach's principle of intellectual economy, and Bogdanov's thesis that the true is that which has universal significance. Pre-Marxian materialism too, though correct in its conception of truth as the correspondence of thought with reality, failed, however, to carry this forward into regarding practice as the criterion of truth, because it was orientated exclusively upon contemplative apprehension of the world and not upon the struggle to change it. 6. Marx was the first to rectify this basic fallacy of approach in all previous philosophy, when he laid down in his theses on Feuerbach. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. 1. This statement also pointed the way, in a logical sense, to the discovery of practice as the criterion of truth. Starting from this basis, Marx then postulates as much in his second thesis. The question of whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. 2. Engels, in his Ludwig Feuerbach, endeavors to reinforce this thesis by appealing to experiment and industry, in which human foresight finds its confirmation in practice, and thereby gives proof both of the power of human knowledge over reality and at the same time of the falsity of the Kantian belief in an essentially ungraspable thing in itself. The most telling refutation of this as of all other philosophical crotchets is practice, namely, experiment and industry. If we are able to prove the correctness of our conception of a natural process by making it ourselves, bringing it into being out of its conditions and making it serve our own purposes into the bargain, then there is an end to the Kantian ungraspable thing in itself. The chemical substances produced in the bodies of plants and animals remained such things in themselves until organic chemistry began to produce them one after another, whereupon the thing in itself became a thing for us, as, for instance, alizarin, the coloring matter of the matter, which we no longer trouble to grow in the madder roots in the field, but produce much more cheaply and simply from coal tar. For 300 years the Copernican solar system was a hypothesis with 100, 1,000, or 10,000 chances to 1 in its favor, but still always a hypothesis. But when Leverrier, by means of the data provided by the system, not only deduced the necessity of the existence of an unknown planet, but also calculated the position in the heavens which this planet must necessarily occupy, and when Gall really found this planet, the Copernican system was proved. 3. This argument of Engels met with severe criticism, it being pointed out that Engels had completely failed to understand Kant. Plekhanov attempts to shield him against this objection and defends the correctness of his reasoning. Since the appearance, for Kant, is merely an outcome of the impression made on me by the thing in itself, the fact is that in experiment and industry I am compelling the thing in itself to affect me in a given fashion intended by myself, and from this it follows that I have at least a certain knowledge of some of its properties. 1. A second argument adduced by Plekhanov is better than the first. In experimental and industrial activity I compel the thing to affect me in a particular fashion, that is, I take up an active attitude towards it, as a cause. But according to Kant the category of causality has no validity outside the phenomenal order, and has no application to the thing in itself. Experiment refutes him even better than he refutes himself, when he says that the category of causality relates to appearances, and at the same time maintains that the thing in itself acts upon ourself, i.e., is the cause of appearances. 2. These considerations of Plekhanov's represent at best a justification of Engels' argument against the Kantians. They fail, however, to provide any positive basis for the doctrine of practice as the criterion of true knowledge, nor do they show to what extent practice contains the solution to the problem of knowledge. As Losky remarks in passing, 3. Even if confirmation in practical activity does actually give us the assurance that we are capable of authentic knowledge of the world, this does nothing to solve the epistemological problem. We still lack a theory of knowledge proper, whose task is to demonstrate the critical and ontological possibility, as to how the subject may have true knowledge, not only of his own experiences and acts of cognition, but also of the outside world independent of his knowledge. Rutkovic emphasizes, furthermore, that confirmation by practice should not be taken to suggest that only propositions confirmed by experiment can advance any claim to truth. Marxism does not reduce practice to experiment. There are also observations where no sort of experimental verification is possible. Hence the significance of experiment should not be overrated. Practice includes both experiment and observation, but the decisive role in the process is played by labor and the political activity of the masses' production and the class struggle. Another author goes further still and credits revolutionary practice with an even more decisive significance in the process of cognition. The Marxist-Leninist epistemology has no other aim beyond the service of revolutionary practice. 2. In connection with this dialectical materialist doctrine of practice as the criterion of truth, and more especially in consequence of the aforementioned text from Lenin's philosophical notebooks, a discussion has lately arisen among the Soviet philosophers as to whether practice must be incorporated as a third stage in the knowing process. Rutkovic definitely rejects this view, in an article in Voprosi Philosophie, on the ground that it involves a twofold error. Practice is thereby shifted into the sphere of knowing, and if practice figures merely as a third stage in the knowing process, it ceases to be the foundation of the other two. 3. This opinion was specifically contested, in another contribution to the discussion, by V. M. Podositnik. 4 further essays on the same theme were published, together with an editorial postscript, in the first number of the 1955 volume of Voprosi Philosophia. The outcome of the discussion, as laid down by the editors in their postscript, constituted a rejection of Rutkovic's thesis. He was chided for having incorrectly set practice in opposition to intellectual activity. Only if knowledge is regarded as a purely intellectual process, having no extension beyond the boundaries of pure consciousness, is it possible to speak of a false incorporation of practice into the sphere of knowledge. But the situation is entirely different from this. It is only because Marxism has thrown down the barriers erected between knowledge and practice by the older philosophers, and boldly carried practice into the sphere of knowledge, that it has been able to effect a transformation in the field of epistemology itself, and to create a truly scientific theory of knowledge. One practice is assuredly the foundation of the knowing process as a whole, and of each individual stage therein, inasmuch as both living intuition and the abstractive activity of thought are carried out under its decisive influence, but neither the first nor the second stage are capable in themselves of yielding reliable knowledge, if it is not confirmed in practice. Rutkovic also shows signs of an excessive separation of knowledge and practice in that he only reckons art and science under practice insofar as they involve physical or material procedures. 2. But in spite of this criticism, Rutkovic's book, Practice as the Foundation of Knowledge and Criterion of Truth, still largely retains its authority, as is shown by the fact that, in the summer of 1957, the Dietz Press in East Berlin brought out a German translation, praising it in its announcements as follows: in conjunction with the copy theory, Soviet philosophy normally goes on to deal with the question of objective truth. Lenin already regards these two problems as internally linked with one another. To regard our sensations as images of the external world, to recognize objective truth, to hold the materialist theory of knowledge, these are all one and the same thing. 3. Lenin's occasion for enlarging on this theme was provided by Bogdanov, who had maintained in his book on empirio-monism that, as I understand it, Marxism contains a denial of the unconditional objectivity of any truth whatsoever, the denial of all eternal truths. For as we have already seen in dealing with this author, the objectivity of a physical phenomenon consists, in his view, in nothing else except its universal validity. Soviet dialectical materialism also found opponents in the ranks of the mechanists. Sorobyinov, for example, held that objective truth has no sort of existence, all truth is subjective, and he goes on to explain this as follows. Why do I call all truth subjective? For this reason, because truth is not objective being, because truth is our representation of the world, of things, and of processes. 2. In company with Lenin, Rutkovic takes objective truth to be the content of human thought, as tested in practice, which is in conformity with objects, and is thus independent of the subject, man and humanity in general. 3. This objective truth is discovered in the course of the historical development undergone by the knowledge of social man. It is not a static, dead affair, but a process. Truth is a process, says Lenin, commenting on the Hegelian theory that in its own nature the idea is itself a process. Man advances from subjective idea to objective truth by way of practice. 4. But if objective truth has the character of a process, and if our own knowledge therefore has a similar character, it follows from this that a distinction must also be drawn within objective truth itself, between absolute and relative truth. On the one hand, acknowledgement of objective truth also requires the admission of absolute truth. To acknowledge objective truth, i.e., truth not dependent on man and mankind, is, in one way or another, to recognize absolute truth. 5. Absolute truth is nothing other than the full range and extent of objective truth. But man is incapable of grasping the full extent of this absolute truth in one and the same instant. He can only come increasingly close to it and arrive there by gradual stages. Man is unable to grasp reflect-copy nature as a whole, a complete thing, in its immediate totality. He can only approach eternally closer to it, by creating abstractions, concepts, laws, a scientific world picture, and so on, and so forth. 6. This progressive conquest of absolute truth is relative truth. Human thought then by its nature is capable of giving, and does give, absolute truth, which is compounded of a sum total of relative truths. One absolute truth is the sum of relative truths. Absolute truth stands to relative as whole to part. 2. But since the world is infinite, and human knowledge likewise an endlessly advancing process, it follows that absolute truth will never be attained by mankind. This conclusion is in fact drawn, on many occasions, by Soviet authors. This process of approximation to absolute truth, i.e., to an exhaustive knowledge about the world, is an unending process, which will never reach its full conclusion. Engels had already spoken in this connection of an asymptotic progress, for in spite of this, however, the de Boerenists were attacked, in the day, when they openly admitted as much and so declared absolute truth to be a thing unattainable. For de Boeren every given truth represents a relative, not an absolute truth. Absolute truth itself, on the other hand, is something we never possess. We merely approach it continuously in our consciousness and in our activity. 5. In opposition to this de Boerenist formula, Leninist dialectical materialism puts forward another, namely that absolute truth is attained in the relative. For objective dialectics there is an absolute even within the relative. For subjectivism and sophistry the relative is only relative and excludes the absolute. 6. Thus it is that the Soviet philosophers interpret absolute truth to consist in an absolutely exact agreement of thought with its object, i.e., a content of our knowledge such that neither now nor in the future, in consequence of the further development of knowledge, can it ever be proved false. 7. Relative truth is thereupon taken to represent a moment or stage in the knowledge of absolute truth. 1. This relativity does not imply any mutability in the object of knowledge, such that it might be so today and otherwise 100 years hence, and thereby involve a change in our knowledge of this object. It indicates, rather, that the given, concrete, historical state of a phenomenon is reflected in man's consciousness with approximate, relative accuracy, up to a certain degree of depth. 2. Rutkovic also provides some examples of such absolute truths. All the fundamental theses and an enormous number of lesser tenets of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, economic science, and the theory of socialism and the class struggle are absolutely true. That matter is primary and consciousness derivative, that the collapse of capitalism is inevitable, that the socialist system will follow capitalism as inevitably as day follows night. 3. That the socialist economic system offers unlimited scope for the development of productive forces, etc. These are all absolute truths, so far confirmed by practice that nothing in the future can ever refute them. 4. As has frequently been stressed already, the positive value of the copy theory lies precisely in the emphatic realism of its point of view. It is also a great point in favor of this theory, especially the Leninist version of it, that again in striking contrast to the sensationalist opinions of earlier materialists, it insists, throughout the work and out of the dialectical transition from the sensory to the logical stages of knowledge, on preserving an essential distinction between the two, and thereby acknowledges the basic impossibility of assimilating intellectual cognition to sensory activity. To be sure, the copy theory itself still offers no sort of critical vindication of the real authenticity of human knowledge, nor does it ever get beyond the assertion of a naively realistic point of view. 5. As we saw above, a critical vindication of this kind is supposedly effected by the appeal to practice, and by proclamation of the dialectical unity of theory and practice. But such a justification fails to stand up to detailed criticism. Granted that the epistemological inquiry cannot be initiated on a basis of universal doubt, the theory of knowledge of Soviet dialectical materialism still presupposes too many premises that stand in need of prior justification or proof, for it to be able to rank as a genuine critique of knowledge. Thus from the very outset it not only takes for granted the presence of an external world independent of the knowing subject, but also makes use of other derivative theses which should themselves have been the product of extensive preliminary inquiry, such as the validity of historical knowledge, which is assumed as self-evident by the historicism implicit in the dialectical materialist epistemology. Indeed, the much contested thesis of the materialist conception of history, which already belongs to the philosophy of history, is itself a premise of this epistemology, for the dialectical unity of theory and practice is intelligible only on the basis of the materialist conception of history, whereby intellectual activity is construed as a function of economic practice. As for the theory of practice as the criterion of truth, it commits the logical fallacy of tacitly assuming the point to be proved. For confirmation in practice is also supposed to warrant the validity of our sensory knowledge. But again, the positive outcome of the experiment cannot be perceived except by sensory awareness. It is in any case impossible to derive the validity of the major principles of thought from confirmation in practice, i.e., from experience. As we have seen, dialectical materialism deduces the validity even of mathematical axioms and logical principles from their confirmation in the practice of earlier generations, and inheritance of the brain structure thereby brought about. But inheritance can at best do no more than account for the presence of psychological necessities of thought, not for insight into the truth and logical necessity of the propositions in question. Experience gives rise to necessary general propositions, not through a mere piling up of experience itself, but by way of induction. This, however, already presupposes the validity of the primary laws of thought, notably the principle of sufficient reason. Finally, we must ask, and more particularly in regard to the absolute validity of the various social laws allegedly proved by social practice, how long a social doctrine has to maintain itself before it can claim the rank of an absolute truth. For we have seen in our own day how particular social theories and movements may objective, relative and absolute truth 517 succeed for a time, and accomplish themselves, and eventually lead to catastrophe. Take National Socialism, for example, which certainly met with very great success, to begin with, in both internal and external affairs, but ultimately led to a fearful disaster. One may equally suppose, indeed, that communism will pursue a similar course, save only that it displays a somewhat greater historical wavelength, and will therefore take longer before it falls into the trough. Chapter 7. Logic. The field of logic has lately been the scene of an extremely violent controversy among the Soviet philosophers. This has chiefly raged about the question whether the classical formal logic is the only one, or whether, in addition, a dialectical logic is also possible and necessary. But before entering into the details of this dispute, we must first consider a thesis of Lenin's, on which the proponents of dialectical logic chiefly rest their case. This is the Leninist doctrine that the materialist dialectic itself comprises both a logic and a theory of knowledge. 1. The materialist dialectic as logic and as theory of knowledge. In the fragment on dialectics, Lenin refers to the materialist dialectic as also playing the part of a theory of knowledge. Dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism. This is the side of the matter, to which Plekhanov, not to speak of other Marxists, paid no attention. 1. And in a footnote to the philosophical notebooks it is said that the logic, dialectics, and theory of knowledge of materialism are to be converted into a single discipline too. How, then, are we to construe this unity of dialectic, logic and epistemology to which Lenin here refers? We already know what is meant by dialectic. It is the theory of the general laws of motion in reality, and therefore falls, in the first place, under what would otherwise be described as ontology. But how can this dialectic be at the same time both logic and theory of knowledge? The situation becomes rather clearer if we refer back to Hegel. Before Hegel, in the opinion of the Soviet philosophers, there was basically nothing except formal logic, which was exclusively concerned with the correctness of thinking and not with the question of its truth. The question, that is, as to whether the content of thought was also in accordance with reality. It was precisely because of this disregard of the material aspect of the thought content that it was described as formal logic. Kant had already recognized this abstraction from the content of thought as a weakness in formal logic for which he sought to compensate by his own transcendental logic. But it was only Hegel, so it is held, who first actually created a logic which was not content with the purely formal side of thinking, but also took account of the content of concepts. Since Hegel conceives the absolute as the idea, in which thought and being are identical, the science of the absolute is at once both logic and ontology. The dialectical unfolding of the categories in Hegel's science of logic is also at the same time an expression of the process of self-development in the absolute itself. Now if, like Soviet philosophy, we speak of dialectic instead of ontology, it will be evident that in Hegel logic and dialectic immediately coincide. But a further consequence, on Hegel's view, is that epistemology also coincides with this dialectic or logic, for he regards the process whereby the absolute idea unfolds itself in the categories as being also the process of its own self-knowledge. Thus when Hegel explains in his logic how the absolute idea attains to knowledge of itself, he is simultaneously providing both a solution to the epistemological problem and a justification of the authenticity of this knowledge in relation to reality. Dialectic, for Hegel, is therefore at the same time epistemology as well. Now dialectical materialism seeks to emulate this performance, and attempts, as usual, to improve still further on Hegel in doing so, for in his case the assimilation of dialectic, logic and epistemology is effected by recourse to the idealistic principle of the identity of thought and being, an error that Marx was the first to correct. In essence this had already been done by the founders of Marxism in putting the Hegelian dialectic on a materialist basis. A similar identification of dialectic and epistemology therefore holds good, in Lenin's opinion, for dialectical materialism also. In his essay on Karl Marx he observes that dialectics, as understood by Marx, and in conformity with Hegel, includes what is now called the theory of knowledge, or epistemology. In the light of this dictum, Rajan attempts a concrete demonstration of how dialectic, logic and epistemology coincide in Marxist materialism. The materialism of Marxist logic lies primarily in the fact that thinking is regarded as a product of a physical organ of the body, namely the human brain. Thought is a function of the brain. Whereas idealism separates thinking from matter. Marxist philosophical materialism considers thought and the laws and forms thereof, as a reflection of the objective, material world. In opposition to the idealists, dialectical materialism teaches that the objective foundations of logical laws and forms of thought lie in the forms of being itself, in the forms of the external world and of human practice. The laws and forms of being determine the laws and thought forms of logic. Since thought is not something alien to nature, but a product thereof, subjective thought and objective nature are governed by one and the same set of laws and their eventual findings cannot contradict one another. Since, therefore, thought is a product of nature, the logical laws of thought are copies of natural laws, and thinking can do no more than truthfully reflect what nature is like. In this, Leninist dialectical materialism is blindly reiterating the Hegelian principle of the coincidence of dialectic, logic and epistemology without asking itself whether such an equation is still feasible, now that Hegel has been subjected to the materialist inversion and matter has replaced the idea. And in fact this possibility is no longer open to it. In the first place, so far as the assimilation of logic and dialectic is concerned, the impossibility of reconciling this with the dialectical materialist position emerges all too clearly from the very disputes about the relation of formal logic to dialectic which are currently going on among the Soviet philosophers, and which we shall shortly be investigating in greater detail. As for the other equivalence, that of dialectic and epistemology, this was possible for Hegel inasmuch as he regarded being all being, that is as consisting in its inmost essence of idea. The self-unfolding of the idea in its being is therefore at the same time the process whereby it comes to self-knowledge, a knowledge which, thanks to the identity of thought and being, must necessarily remain true to reality. But if matter is now substituted in place of the idea, the argument is no longer applicable. For either consciousness is regarded thereafter as a property of only a part of matter, namely highly organized matter, in which case being and consciousness are no longer identical. The developmental process in matter in respect of its being is thus no longer immediately coincident with its development in respect of its consciousness. The accordance of consciousness with reality is no longer given eo ipso by its very occurrence, and the problem of the bridge between knowledge and reality is raised once more in its most acute form. Alternatively, despite the inversion of Hegel, being and thought are again equated, the only difference being that it is now called matter instead of idea, and in fact an identification of this sort is not infrequently met with in the epistemological disquisitions of Soviet dialectical materialism, especially where it is said that the brain is a part of nature, and hence that in this its organ nature comes to consciousness of itself, just as the Hegelian idea does in the case of spirit. But this would presuppose that matter so conceived is already by origin in some way essentially consciousness, and does not merely become so in the case of its highest product. In that case, however, we should again have fetched up in Hegel's idealism, and the whole difference between Hegel and dialectical materialism would be simply a matter of terminology, in that matter or nature is used instead of the word idea. The same assimilation of dialectics and epistemology, and this on the ground of a fundamental identity between subjective and objective, is also to be found in Engel's doctrine of the coincidence of objective and subjective dialectics, according to which subjective dialectics so-called, i.e., dialectical thought, is only a reflection of objective dialectics, i.e., the motion through opposites which asserts itself everywhere in objective reality. One Engels thereby seeks to combine dialectics with the copy theory. Mark, in criticism of this proposal, points to the unbalance and discordancy between the static character of the copy theory, which presupposes a fixed object of knowledge and hence a similar fixity in knowledge itself, and the dynamism of the dialectical concept of knowledge. To be that as it may, the invocation of the copy theory in order to establish the necessary correspondence between subjective and objective dialectics has no warrant in any case. For this would necessarily presuppose that the dialectical process of knowledge runs absolutely parallel in time to the dialectical process of unfolding in objective reality, reflection. Implies simultaneity. If, however, the knowing process is contracted, on occasion, into a relatively short space of time, we again encounter the full force of the critical problem of knowledge, namely what guarantee do we have that it truthfully reflects the process in reality, spread out as this is over an incomparably greater span of time. But that the two processes by no means coincide is already evident from the consideration that the knowing process in many cases ascends from knowledge of effects to knowledge of causes, whereas the process in reality occurs in precisely the reverse order. It follows from this that the appeal to a correspondence of subjective and objective dialectics is again nothing more than a purely external imitation of Hegel, and in no way constitutes a solution of the critical problem of knowledge. In justification of this thesis of the coincidence of dialectic with logic and epistemology, another method is also frequently employed, namely to start off from the principle of the unity of the logical and the historical. According to this, the historical development of human thought proceeds by the formation of various nodal points, which find their embodiment in philosophical concepts. The logical sequence within the system of philosophy is thereupon alleged to correspond to the genetic sequence of the said nodal points in the history of human practice and human knowledge. If, therefore, dialectic, logic and epistemology are viewed against the background of the history of human knowledge, each of them separately and all of them together turn out to be a schematic representation of the history of human knowledge, considered in terms of its nodal points. Herein lies the identity of dialectic, logic and epistemology in dialectical materialism. One from this Lenin also draws in particular the conclusion that epistemology too must proceed on historical lines. Dialectics, as understood by Marx, and in conformity with Hegel, includes what is now called the theory of knowledge, or epistemology which, too, must regard its subject matter historically, studying generalizing the origin and development of knowledge, the transition from non-knowledge to knowledge, too. This historical treatment of the epistemological problem is justified on the ground that it is impossible to embark on an appraisal of man's capacity for knowledge prior to any concrete act of knowing. On his part, Sitkovsky endorses Hegel's criticism of Kant, that he sought to determine the forms and limits of knowledge prior to and apart from the historical process of knowing. One cannot learn to swim without jumping into the water, one cannot define the limits of knowledge without overstepping those limits, and one cannot determine the forms of knowledge by isolating oneself from the history and practice of knowledge. The best theory of knowledge, said Hegel, is the history of knowledge. 1. The intrinsically sound conception that it is basically impossible to justify the capacity of knowledge in advance of any concrete act of knowing, and that knowledge can therefore be justified only in its concrete exercise, leads dialectical materialism to the unwarranted conclusion that it is only the historical course of human knowledge that can furnish proof of its legitimacy. For we must distinguish two kinds of experience, the individual experience of the particular knowing subject, and the large-scale experience which mankind acquires in the course of the history of human thought, and which we may describe, in contrast to the former, as macro-experience. There is, however, an internal connection between the two. The second is in a certain sense mirrored and reproduced in the first, insofar, that is, as the individual recapitulates to some extent in his own development the experience which mankind as a whole has already acquired in the course of its history. Macro-experience thereby takes on a significance which should not be underrated. In helping to substantiate individual experience as well, in a certain sense it corroborates the experience of the individual. Despite this, however, it has no meaning apart from individual experience. On the contrary, macro experience presupposes the self-subsistency and primacy of individual experience, and in the absence of the latter it would hang to some extent in the air. And the reason for this is that historical knowledge, which underlies it, is only mediate knowledge. But in solving the epistemological problem we have to set out from a cognitive act in which an immediate unity obtains between the known object and the knowing subject, and this is only the case in an act of consciousness. 2. The controversy over formal logic. According to Lenin's pronouncement, already referred to, dialectics is supposed to be identical not only with epistemology, but also with logic. Now this confronts Soviet philosophy with the question, to what sort of logic is dialectics to be assimilated, to the customary traditional formal logic of Aristotle, or to a new dialectical logic? And supposing it is the latter, what is then to become of the traditional formal logic? In the 30s, this question was settled out of hand in favor of dialectical logic. Formal logic was dismissed as metaphysical, being viewed as the logical foundation of the metaphysical habit of thought which recognizes only complete unchanging objects and knows nothing of becoming in things or their transformation one into another. For formal logic, as for the metaphysical mode of thought generally, its communication is simply yeah, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. In place of this it was proposed to institute a new dialectical logic, which should not confine itself, like the traditional logic, to the formal aspect of thought, but was required to take account of the content of knowledge as well. A further and very important difference was also supposed to separate the new logic from its formal predecessor. The traditional logic rests fairly and squarely upon three basic principles: the law of identity, the law of contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. The third law in particular lies at the heart of formal logic: a thing is either A or not A, there can be no third possibility. In radical contrast to this, dialectical logic sets out from the unity of opposites. This was not, however, intended to constitute an immediate rejection of formal logic, still less did the demand for a dialectical logic imply even at that time a denial of the law of contradiction. But it was thought of as something barren, a sterile flower, to use an expression of Lenin's. In the introduction to his translation of Engels, Ludwig Feuerbach Plekhanov was still prepared to grant formal logic a place as a moment in dialectical logic. Just as rest is a special case of motion, so thought according to the rules of formal logic is a special case of dialectical thinking. 2. Meithen repudiates this. However, formal logic cannot be accommodated in dialectical, any more than alchemy can be regarded as a subordinate moment in chemistry, or astrology as a subordinate moment in astronomy. Here too, as so often in the realm of Soviet ideology, a radical reversal has lately set in. In November 1946, by a decree of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, logic was again introduced into the schools. The publication of new textbooks of formal logic was hastily put in hand. Indeed, for lack of such, permission was actually given in 1946 for the provisional use, in revised form, of a pre-revolutionary textbook by Cholpanov. In 1947 there appeared a textbook by Asmus, but it ran into devastating criticism on account of its formalism, its acknowledgement of the idealist logic of relations as a sort of last word on the science of logic. One other attempts, the textbooks of Strigovich and Vinogradov for example, did not fare much better. A collection of essays on logic was actually confiscated by the Ministry of Higher Education too. It can be seen from this that no sort of clarity existed amongst the Soviet philosophers on the most fundamental issues relating to formal logic. In order to elucidate matters in this field, a series of full-dress discussions was held, in 1948, 1949, and in 1950 on no less than 2 occasions, in March and December. At the last of these, the plan of a book by N.I. Kondakov, The Principles of Logic, was dissected in detail, from which it emerged that the Soviet philosophers were more divided on this topic than ever. In the hope of reaching a final conclusion, the editors of Voprosi Filosofi opened a discussion in the second number of the 1950 volume, which went on for over a year and attracted more than 60 contributions. Whereas it was the reintroduction of formal logic as a teaching subject in secondary schools and colleges, and the consequent need to produce textbooks, which provoked the discussion on the theoretical foundations of logic, Stalin's letters on linguistics provided, on the other hand, a number of fixed points which made it easier to furnish a theoretical warrant for formal logic and to demonstrate its title to existence even from the dialectical materialist point of view. Stalin regards grammar as a science yielding abstract general rules for the formation of words and sentences independently of the content which these words and sentences express. Now this could also be applied without difficulty to the problem of formal logic, just as could Stalin's remarks about the universal human character of language, which does not have a class character and must be thought of as serving, not one class only, but the whole of society, of which it is the unifying tie. But this was by no means sufficient to dispose of all the difficulties in the way of establishing formal logic on a philosophical footing from the dialectical materialist point of view. The main obstacle arose from the vacillating approach to formal logic displayed by the classical authorities. On the one hand, it was possible to argue in favor of formal logic and its title to existence by appealing to Engels, in whose Anti-Diaring nothing is left standing of all previous philosophy except formal logic and dialectics. 1. In the Dialectics of Nature, Engels describes formal logic as the lower mathematics of logic, a notion which he develops more fully in Anti-Diaring. Even formal logic is primarily a method of arriving at new results, of advancing from the known to the unknown, and dialectics is the same, only in a much more important sense, because in forcing its way beyond the narrow horizon of formal logic it contains the germ of a more comprehensive view of the world. It is the same with mathematics. Elementary mathematics, the mathematics of constant magnitudes, moves within the confines of formal logic, at any rate taken as a whole. The mathematics of variable magnitudes, whose most important part is the infinitesimal calculus, is in essence nothing other than the application of dialectics to mathematical relations. 2. Lenin, too, in his article once again on the trade unions, had come out clearly in favor of formal logic. Formal logic, which schools confine themselves to, takes formal definitions, and is guided exclusively by what is most customary, or most often noted. Dialectical logic demands that we go further. 3. In justification of the existence of formal logic, weight is also attached to the fact that the works of the Marxist classics are themselves permeated by an unanswerable logic. But what captivated me, says Stalin in Lenin's speeches, was that irresistible force of logic in them which, although somewhat terse, gained a firm hold on his audience, gradually electrified it, and then, as one might say, completely overpowered it. 4. But as against this there are other utterances of the classics, notably Engels, in which formal logic comes off rather badly, and which are accordingly pressed into service by the opponents of formal logic. Thus Engels declares in the Dialectics of Nature, "The science of thought is, like every other, a historical science, the science of the historical development of human thought, and hence the theory of the laws of thought is by no means an eternal truth established once and for all, as Philistine reasoning imagines to be the case with the word logic. But it is precisely dialectics that constitutes the most important form of thinking for present-day natural science, for it alone offers the analog for, and thereby the method of explaining, the evolutionary processes occurring in nature, interconnections in general, and transitions from one field of investigation to another. 1. Fixed categories, according to Engels, retain their validity only for everyday use, 2 i.e., in those fields where small dimensions or brief periods of time are in question, the limits within which are usable differ in almost every case and are determined by the nature of the object. 3. For all that, Engels concedes that formal logic is not to be regarded simply as nonsense, for, in the course of the logical discussion, three tendencies emerged among the Soviet philosophers. The first school supported the possibility of two logics, one formal and the other dialectical, coexisting alongside one another. The second group took the view that there could only be one logic, namely the formal variety. Other authors attempted in one way or another to adopt an intermediate position. The attitude of the first group may be typified in the views expressed by M.S. Strigovich, both in the essay already cited and also in his textbook Logic. 4. In Strigovich's opinion, the above-mentioned passage from Lenin's article on the trade unions clearly indicates that the classics explicitly distinguished between a formal and a dialectical logic, and consider both to be valid. Hence the earlier standpoint of Soviet philosophy, such as is still to be found in the Short Philosophical Dictionary, can no longer be maintained. The position, that is, that the laws of formal logic are opposed to those of dialectical logic, and that formal logic is empty, impoverished and abstract because the laws and categories it establishes fail to conform to objective reality. 5. The anti-Marxist views of Marr, who describes formal logic as an obsolete stage in the development of human thought, are brilliantly refuted in Stalin's letters on linguistics. 6. Both types of logic, formal and dialectical, are therefore justified, according to Strigovich, and their mutual relationship is so defined that formal logic, as compared with dialectical, represents the lower plane of knowledge. 7. Formal logic, with its four basic laws, conceives of things statically, in a state of rest, and isolates them one from another. Dialectical logic, on the other hand, reflects motion and development, the unity and conflict of opposites. It is the subjective dialectics which Engels contrasts with objective dialectics, the dialectical thought reflecting the motion through opposites which asserts itself everywhere in nature. 8. Dialectic views the phenomena of reality in their development and motion, their connection and reciprocity, but this does not exclude the necessity of taking into consideration their more elementary relationships as well, of regarding them as phenomena possessing, at a specific period in time and under specific conditions, a stable, persistent and independent character. 9. Dialectical logic is related to formal as higher mathematics is to lower. But dialectical logic in no wise upsets the validity of the laws of formal logic. Even dialectical thought is strictly logical in the sense that it allows of no deviation from the laws of formal logic. 1. Though formal logic may be somewhat more imperfect than dialectical, that certainly does not mean that it is metaphysical in character, as its opponents maintain. And though the classics may also have treated formal logic rather contemptuously at times, in limiting it to everyday use or the instruction of lower forms in schools, that again does not mean that they regarded it as metaphysics. Engels and Lenin rejected metaphysics, but undoubtedly accepted the validity of formal logic. If they had equated formal logic with metaphysics, this would have meant that they also considered metaphysics itself to be appropriate for everyday use, or for lower forms in schools. 2. Cherksov takes up an essentially similar position, save only that he restricts the domain of formal logic to the lower reaches of reality, the sphere of everyday use, and so differs on this point from Strigovich, who, as we have seen, upholds the validity of the laws of formal logic even in the field of dialectical thought. 3. The position advocated by Bakrades is the diametrical opposite of this. There cannot be two logics alongside one another, one formal and one dialectical, both investigating the same subject matter, namely the forms of thought and inference, and both setting up laws distinct from, and in part actually contradictory of, one another. Nor can it be the case, as Strigovich maintains, that formal logic deals with the simple relationships of things, for in fact there can be no line drawn between simple and complex relationships among things. Bacrades formulates his own position in the following terms: there is only one logic, properly speaking, having as its object correct thinking, i.e., thinking which is subject to the laws of identity, contradiction, etc. Dialectical logic is not a theory of the laws and forms of correct thinking. The classics identify dialectical logic with dialectics as such. This is what Lenin means when he speaks of the fact that logic, dialectics, and epistemology coincide. Hence it is not formal logic that must be contrasted with dialectical logic, but only logic proper with dialectics. Logic is thus a moment in dialectics conceived as epistemology. For according to Lenin, the process of knowledge is the transition from living intuition to abstract thought, and from thence to practice, one though correct thinking plays an essential part in this. On the other hand, logic is also dependent on dialectics, thus the view we take of the relation of universal to particular is of decisive importance for the rules of deductive inference, for if anyone denies the reality of the universal, he has no right to assume the validity of deductive inference. For Bacrades too, logic is not class-conditioned, but holds good for all men. So far as Engels' contemptuous remarks about formal logic are concerned, and his restriction of the latter to the field of everyday use, these observations refer only to formal logic as corrupted by metaphysics. But it is essentially wrong to suppose that formal logic depicts the laws of metaphysical thought. Two among those who adopt a middle position, P.S. Popov takes the view that there can only be one logic. Formal and dialectical logic merely represent two different stages of one and the same logic. Even in the dialectical sphere, the laws of formal logic still retain their validity, while conversely, dialectical logic is already applicable even to the most elementary phenomena in reality, hence neither can be wrenched apart from the other. 3. Osmakov makes a distinction between the logic of thought and the science of logic. The logic of thought is a copy of the logic of things in human consciousness. Hence its universal human character, its validity for all men and all orders of society. It cannot possess a class character. Like language, it is a medium of understanding between men. But whereas language is ordinarily a bond of union only for a single people, logic constitutes a unifying tie for the whole of human society throughout all nations. Thus there cannot be a number of different kinds of logic, formal, dialectical, inductive, etc., but only the one logic of thought, reflecting the logic of THIRD. Lenin's assertion as to the unity of logic and dialectics applies only to this logic of thought. Logic and dialectics are here inseparable. Logical thought characterizes the activity of the understanding, whereas dialectical relates to that of reason, signifying a penetration of consciousness into the inwardness of objects and phenomena in nature and social life, a pursuit of the latter in their change and development. With the science of logic the situation is different. In Osmakov's opinion it certainly has a class character. Here too, there is recourse to the distinction between formal and dialectical logic. Formal logic represents a stage in the development of the science of logic, namely the stage of bourgeois science. Soviet logic cannot be metaphysical. As formal logic is, it must be dialectical. All the same, there is no need to call it dialectical. That is superfluous, because all genuine science has a dialectical character, and it could easily lead to confusion with dialectical materialism. It is best described as logic tout court. Moreover, in decreeing the reintroduction of logic into the schools, the Central Committee did not call for instruction in formal logic, but for instruction in logic as such, which must be dialectical in character. This discussion was concluded by an editorial postscript in the 6th number of the 1951 volume of Voprosi Philosophiae. The official and generally prescribed standpoint was summed up under the following heads: logic does not belong to the superstructure, and therefore has no class character, but is common to all classes and nations. The forms and laws of thought are a reflection of one and the same objective reality, resulting from the numberless repetitions in man's practical activity. 2. The logical structure of thought and the laws thereof are continually changing, but gradually, as language does, without explosions. Formal and dialectical logic both have a title to acceptance. The former is the science of the elementary laws and forms of correct thinking, and as such needful, not only for the student, but for everybody. Dialectical logic is a qualitatively new and higher stage in the development of thought, the logic of which Lenin was speaking when he declared it to be identical with dialectic and epistemology. It sets out the organic connection between the laws and forms of thought and the laws of the objective world. 3. But this did not by any means provide a final solution to the problem of logic in Soviet philosophy. Until Stalin's death, to be sure, the situation remained quiet. It would appear, however, that the subsequent change in the ideological atmosphere put new heart into the champions of formal logic, so that they felt emboldened to renew their attempt to gain recognition for their point of view. This emerges from the fact that whenever the official organs have had occasion to review recent work in Soviet philosophy, the neglect of dialectical logic has repeatedly been referred to as a major defect. 4. For fear lest the revival of this group, who regarded formal logic as the only logic, should lead to a complete swamping of dialectical logic by formal, the editors of Voprosi Filosofa, in a leading article in the third number of the 1955 volume, delivered a violent attack on the two ringleaders of the opposing faction, K.S. Bakrades and N.I. Kondakov. The excuse for this was the appearance of the latter's book, Logic, which was published in 1954 under the imprint of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. They also seized the occasion to pass further judgment on Bakrades' Logic, published in 1951, despite the fact that it had already been reviewed in Voprosi Filosofa in 1952. Bakrades' book again denies the existence of two logics, there is only one, namely formal logic. The author endeavors to show that the most important propositions in Marxist dialectics are basically applications of the rules of formal logic. Thus the principle of excluded middle, for example, is in no way contradictory of the dialectic, which proceeds from the very fact that the classics of Marxism always made use of this principle. 1. Bakrades also points out, very properly, the basis of the whole misunderstanding. The Soviet philosophers erroneously suppose that the explanation of motion and development in the world calls for a special dialectical logic. The logical law of identity implies no denial of either change or development. 2. Kondakov's book on logic also takes the view that there can be only one logic, namely formal. When the classics of Marxism speak of a dialectical logic, they are thinking of Marxism as a whole and not of any one part of dialectical materialism. He attempts to prove that the passages cited from the classics as examples of the application of a dialectical logic are wholly in accordance with the laws of formal logic. In pursuit of this he offers a very clear-cut statement of the law of contradiction. Two opposed judgments cannot both be true of one and the same object, considered at one and the same time and in one and the same respect. 3. Obviously, to avoid the reproach of indulging in metaphysics and banishing contradiction from the real world, Kondakov formulates the law of contradiction, not in its Aristotelian form, but as a mere law of thought. In spite of this he was heavily attacked, in the article referred to, by the editors of Voprosi Filosofiae. The very fact of his having framed the law of contradiction as a law of thought led to an accusation of separating the laws of thought from the laws of being. But the main reproach directed against him, as against Bakrades, was that of denying the existence of dialectical logic and recognizing the validity of formal logic alone. The violence of the reaction among the defenders of dialectical logic was doubtless due to the fact that in the meantime the position taken by Bakrades and Kondakov had attracted quite a number of supporters among the Soviet logicians. At the time of the logic discussion in 1950–51, Bakrades had stood almost alone. But now, as the editorial in Voprosi Filosofiae complains, his views are no longer the private vagaries of an aberrant logician, but a pernicious tendency, obstinately defended by a number of our logicians. 1. The collective problems of logic 2 produced by the Philosophical Institute in 1955, also shares the outlook of Bachrades and Kondakov, and so too, say the aggrieved editors, does the collective logic, 3 issued under the same auspices. Not only so, but formal logic has played a far more conspicuous part in philosophical literature, and not in articles only, but also in special monographs, for whereas dialectical logic can point only to a few contributions, mainly in article form. 5-6. It is typical, however, of the present ideological situation in the Soviet Union, that these violent attacks by the dialecticians should have had not the smallest effect in persuading the supporters of formal logic, and least of all Professor Bachrades, to lower their colors. On the contrary, Bachrades and Kondakov published open letters in Voprosi Filosofia protesting against the aspersions cast upon them. 1. And, doubtless at the former's instigation, the professors and lecturers in dialectical and historical materialism at the University of Tiflis also demurred against the claim, put forward in several articles in Voprosi Filosofia, that the problem of the interrelations of logic and dialectics had ceased to be worth discussing, since it had already received a clear-cut solution in the teachings of Marxism. To this they replied, not only that they had no intention of breaking off the discussion at this point, but that, on the contrary, they were proposing to extend it onto a still broader front. 2. At present the controversy is still in full spate. 3. The fundamental misconception which has induced a number of Soviet philosophers to excogitate their own dialectical logic is clearly brought out by Bachrades, when he insists that the law of identity involves no denial of change or development. The supporters of dialectical logic were afraid lest motion and change should fail to be comprehended under the static concepts and laws of formal logic, and they therefore sought to assimilate logic with dialectic, so that the laws and categories of thought might also participate in the dynamism which animates the objective world. But in order to accommodate a changing and developing object, it is by no means necessary for logical concepts and laws of thought to be themselves subject to change and development. An example will make this clear. In order to reflect a moving body, it is not necessary for the mirror itself to move. On the contrary, if it is also moved, along with the moving body, and if in addition they both share the same velocity, the mirror image will certainly reproduce the body, but not its motion. Indeed, the body will remain stationary in the mirror. Similarly, it is unnecessary for categories of thought and the whole logical structure of human thinking to move and change in order for them to be able to grasp the motion and change in objective reality. 3. Individual logical operations. As just seen, the official line in Soviet philosophy seeks to supplement the traditional formal logic by a new and dialectical one. It would therefore be interesting to learn how this dialectical logic appears in detail. But here, unfortunately, everything is still too much at the stage of preliminary studies to make it possible to attempt an outline of a dialectical logic of this kind. The logic textbooks mainly confine themselves, as we have already noted, to reproducing the doctrines of formal logic in regard to concepts, judgment, inference and so forth. To be sure, as early as 1944, Tavanets had demanded the replacement of formal logic by a logic imbued with content, in which the categories of formal logic should be subjected to revision in the light of dialectic. 1. But he confines his reformation of traditional logic to what are essentially matters of detail, such as a rearrangement in the classification of judgments, the recasting of the modalities of inference, etc. Yet certain beginnings towards a dialectical logic are discernible. Nonetheless, one has to go back here, in the first place, to Engel's Dialectics of Nature, but a number of such attempts can be found among more recent authors as well. In what follows we shall be giving a brief account of these rudiments, and in doing this we shall follow the example of the Soviet philosophers, who declined to separate the logical stage of knowledge from the sensory, by refusing to confine ourselves merely to thought contents proper and making some preliminary observations about sensation, perception, and representation as well. Sensation, according to Soviet dialectical materialism, is the result of the operation of external objects upon our sense organs, a product of a particular mode of organization in matter. 1. For Lenin, as we already know, it is the transformation of the energy of external excitation into a state of consciousness. Soviet philosophy considers it the sole starting point of all knowledge. Marxist philosophical materialism teaches that the source of all our knowledge lies in sensation. The sense organs are the only channels whereby the external world makes entry into our consciousness. A man deprived of all his sense organs cannot be in any way acquainted with the world. A person having no sensation of anything knows nothing and understands nothing. 3. Stalin too, in his letters on linguistics, stressed the impossibility of thought without a basis of sensation. 4. Dialectical materialism is therefore entirely at one on this point with the Lockean nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius fuerit in sensu, though it objects to the sensationalist interpretation of this statement, which Locke meant to be understood as implying the denial of any essential difference between sensory and logical knowledge. 6. Dialectical materialism considers the difference between its own standpoint and that of pre-Marxian materialism to consist primarily in its employment, in this field also, of the principle of historicism. Sensation also develops, like everything else in the world. Better developed sense organs also yield better knowledge. But the progress of sensation is bound up in a special degree with the development of technology and the means of production. Technical aids enable us to make our sensations sharper and more exact, or to extend them into regions which would otherwise remain completely inaccessible to perception. 8. Rutkovic even considers the progress of culture and productive techniques to be responsible for a physiological sharpening of our sensations. 7. The various qualities of sensation, sight, hearing, touch, etc., are conditioned on the one hand by differences in the objective structure of the world, and on the other by differences in the organization of the sense organs. This diversity among our sense impressions should not, however, be taken in too absolute a fashion. For each of our various senses gives expression to reality in its own peculiar manner. Moreover, there is also a certain interconnection between them, in that they can often replace and even rectify one another. Thus the sensory illusion to which the eye is subject when it sees a stick dipped in water as broken, can be corrected by feeling with the hands. But sensation, as Soviet philosophy sees it, must not be interpreted as a purely passive affair. It is not just a passive reflex, but also implies at the same time an active attitude on the part of the knower. Besides this active attitude of the knower in sensation, it also possesses another essential feature which dialectical materialism upholds against the mechanistic viewpoint, namely its social character, to which reference has already been made above. Sensations are always the sensations of man, the social being. The sensations of social man are always mediated by his social being, by his social consciousness as a whole. The sense perceptions of social man are mediated by his previous experience, by his practice, by the practice of his class as a whole. 2. In the emphasis thus placed upon the social character of sensation, and in the historical mode of approach already referred to, one may discern what is perhaps the characteristic difference in treatment of this question between dialectical logic and the traditional view. The next highest stage after sensation is perception. In nature there are in fact no pure properties, but only complete objects. So too, in our sensory knowledge, we are also concerned, not with pure sensations isolated one from another, but with sensations organically dovetailed as components into the perception of a total object. Perception is the result of the analytico-synthetic activity of the cerebral cortex and gives man awareness of a thing as a total object with its particularities, properties, and relations. 3. In adopting this view of the perceptual process, dialectical materialism aims to do away with atomistic sensualism, for on the other hand the Soviet psychologists are continually inveighing, in this connection, against Gestalt psychology, and especially against Kohler and Kafka, who are accused of having made a mystery of the totalistic character of perception. 2. It is interesting to find Soviet dialectical materialism of the opinion that the occurrence of perception involves recourse to previous sensory and intellectual knowledge. Sense perceptions in man are interspersed with intellectual activity. I look at a given object and perceive it as a clock. I take it for a clock on this occasion because the idea of a clock has already arisen in me on the basis of previous experience. This means that in perceiving objects and phenomena man already has a certain stock of knowledge in the shape of representations and concepts which operate as premises in the knowing process, though they are really a result of the history of knowledge and practice. 3. The next stage above perception in the knowing process is representation. It is the link between sense perception and concept, the elementary form of generalization. Like sensation, it is a subjective picture of the objective world, but differs from sensation in that it is no longer so immediately dependent on the object sensed, since in this case the presence of the object is no longer necessary. It still adheres to the sensory form of the object but already omits certain details and is confined to whatever happens to strike the eye for any reason, even though it may not be by any means the most important thing. In this respect it differs from the concept, which singles out the essential features of the object. For with the concept, the knowing process ascends to a new and higher level, namely the logical, which differs qualitatively, i.e., essentially, from that of the senses. The concept too is a subjective picture of objective reality, but unlike sensation and representation it is no longer sensory in character but logical or thought-created. The concept is no longer tied to the material order. Hence it can neither be contemplated nor represented. Value, for instance, cannot be apprehended by the sense organs. Any individual commodity can be touched and seen, but value can neither be seen with the eyes, nor heard with the ears, nor felt with the hands, for as Lenin says, it is a category that is not bound to the matter of sensory experience. Hence too the scope of the concept is incomparably greater than that of sensation or perception. What Lenin declared of the concept of velocity, namely that it can and must embrace speeds beyond the limits of imagination, too is equally true of many concepts of modern physics. 3. As regards the formation of general concepts, we have already indicated above that dialectical materialism adheres to a perfectly acceptable theory of abstraction. For the dialectical character of the theory of concepts is supposed to be guaranteed in particular by two special features in the view taken of them, the rejection of fixed, unalterable concepts, and the doctrine of the concrete concept. Whereas metaphysics regards concepts as absolute, fixed, and unchanging, dialectics considers them to be essentially mutable in character. They possess a flexibility extending even to the identity of opposites. If this were not so they could not reflect a world itself conceived as in a state of perpetual flux. 5. Assuming that everything develops, does this also extend to the most general concepts and categories of thought? If not, that means that thought has no connection with being. If it is so, then this means that there is a dialectic of concepts and a dialectic of knowledge, having objective significance. 6. V. I. Cherksov points, as an example of such mutable, dialectical concepts, to the notion of a revolutionary mass. According to Lenin, it is sufficient, at the outset of a revolutionary struggle, that some thousands of workers should begin to engage in revolutionary activity, in order to be able to speak of a mass. Later, when the revolutionary movement has spread sufficiently to turn it into a true revolution, this is no longer enough. The concept of mass has changed, it now signifies the majority, and that not only the majority of the workers, but of all the dispossessed 7 mutable concepts of this sort, according to Cherksov, also includes such concepts as dictatorship of the proletariat, biological species and the boiling of water at 100 degrees C. He describes them as concepts of changing relations. They are not confined to the enumeration of essential features, isolated from the inessential, for the essence of things cannot be reduced to a sum of unalterable features, since it is always developing and changing. It incorporates, rather, a contradiction within itself, which can only be reproduced in our consciousness by a dialectically contradictory concept. A really profound, scientific concept must therefore include in its content the general, the necessary, and the lawful, unseparated and unisolated from the opposed categories of the individual, the contingent, the particular, etc. In the concept of biological species, for example, the individual variants included under the species in question are not set aside and forgotten, but incorporated into it as its other. Thanks to its dialectical interconnection of general and particular, this concept leads the biologist to reckon in advance with the possibility, and even the necessity, that new species may emerge from the old, and that under given conditions the essential may be transformed into the inessential, and vice versa. The formation of such a concept does not occur by way of an enumeration of all the individual features and instances. So far as that goes, it would merely prove that the general is sometimes realized in a specific norm, that events do indeed repeat themselves, albeit with certain variations. It is precisely on this account that the dialectical concept enables man to grasp the concreteness of truth and of the actual situation, which has its special importance from the point of view of revolutionary tactics. One Cherksov's examples show very clearly, however, the misconception underlying this doctrine of the dialectical concept. When new species arise from an earlier one, it is obviously not a matter of the species concept having altered, but of certain organisms having so far altered in the course of evolution that they no longer belong to this particular species. Again, if a few thousand workers can form a revolutionary mass in one particular historical situation, but not in another, this does not mean that the concept has altered, but that it also includes, as one of its features, a relation to the environment. If this relation is altered, on another occasion, by a shift in the balance of power, say, it may come about that the concept of revolutionary mass is no longer applicable to a few thousand workers. The same applies to the dialectical materialist doctrine of the concrete concept, by which is meant not merely the concreteness of the individual concept, but a concreteness in the concept of the universal, and even of the type. The Hegelian legacy is again in evidence here. For in his Science of Logic Hegel had set himself this very goal of overcoming the abstract universality of the concept in formal logic, which becomes ever more impoverished in content the more its scope increases, and replacing it by the concrete concept as the expression of a concrete universality including within itself all the wealth of its subordinate concepts. It is only through a profounder acquaintance with other sciences, says Hegel in his Introduction to the Logic, that logic discovers itself to subjective thought as not a mere abstract universal, but as a universal which comprises in itself the full wealth of particulars. One like the passages from Hegel's Logic on self-movement which we referred to earlier, this idea also put Lenin into a state of high enthusiasm. Of the quotation cited above he remarks, in his philosophical notebooks, a splendid formula, not a mere abstract universal, but a universal containing in itself the wealth of the particular, the individual, the singular. Très bien, too. This idea, when fully worked out, should indeed have led to the replacement of traditional formal logic by a new dialectical logic, as Hegel himself intended it should. But how does dialectical materialism set about solving this problem on a materialist basis? How is this unity of universal, particular, and singular to be realized? In the fragment on dialectics, Lenin gives the following dialectical account of the unity of universal and particular. Consequently, opposites are identical, the singular exists only in the connection that leads to the general. The general exists only in the singular and through the singular. Every singular is a general. Every general is a singular. Every general only approximately comprises all the singular objects. Every singular is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of singulars, etc. 3. In this formulation, which is not distinguished by undue precision, Lenin appears to regard the identity of general and singular in the concrete concept in such a way that a real connection only obtains between individual concrete things. No more happy are the attempted solutions put forward by the Soviet philosophers. In most cases the concreteness of the general concept is derived from the unity of general, particular, and singular, which is not only attributed to things in objective reality, but also required of concepts. Kaskakik thinks that every definition of a concept involves 3 moments, the general, the particular, and the singular, but this does not prevent him, a few lines later, from explaining that the concept animal is formed by leaving aside what distinguishes animals from one another and retaining only what is common to all of them. One further on still, he gives a quite different account of the concreteness of a concept. A concept which reflects the really existing world is a concrete concept. By concrete here he means, following Marx, the union of many determinations, a unity in multiplicity, and gives as an example the Stalinist definition of the concept of nation. A nation is a historically constituted, stable community of people, formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. To this concrete concept too is supposed, like every other, to represent a unity of general, particular, and singular. But when Kaskakik attempts to illustrate this claim by an example, the singular tacitly drops out of sight once more. The concept apple tree, for example, simultaneously designates the common element characteristic of all trees and the particular features peculiar to fruit trees. 3. For Sitkovsky, the concrete concept is imbued with content because it incorporates its negation, its other, a dialectical contradiction within itself. Here he is thinking primarily of the categories of dialectical materialism, which are mostly fisted in pairs, because each of them contains in its content and definition the category contradictorily opposed to it. Since the concrete concept therefore has a highly complicated, dialectical content, it also includes the judgment which gives expression to this content. It is to some extent a compendium or condensate of the many judgments which have gone to make it up. One Kaberia has lately attempted to found the concreteness of the concept on a variety of other grounds as well. The concept, for him, is concrete insofar as it represents a nodal point in the historical development of knowledge. The latter gives rise to a continuously increasing enrichment of the concept, i.e., a continual growth in concreteness. The concept of the atom in contemporary physics differs, for example, from that of the ancient Greeks, by its greater content, depth, and definiteness, i.e., by its greater concreteness. To this concrete character of the concept is further governed by the fact that it reflects the essence of the object. For the essence is concrete because it represents the unity of a multiplicity, namely the wholeness of the essential features. And finally he considers this concreteness to be still further conditioned by the fact that it represents the result of a scientific generalization. Unlike the metaphysical theory, however, the Marxist theory of the concept regards generalization as a process in which thought moves from the simple to the complex, and from the abstract to the concrete. The concept of capitalism, for example, is characterized by a whole series of determinations: goods, money, capital, surplus value, profit, etc. But in defining capitalism, all these individual determinations must not be mechanically listed together in a row, but developed one from another, as Marx does in Capital. 3. From all the above-mentioned examples of concrete concepts it will be clearly evident that they are in no need of any new dialectical logic. The concepts of formal logic also reflect the real existing world, they also represent the unity of a multiplicity of features, and they are also often the result of a series of judgments and gain in depth of content through the progress of science. The speculations of those who champion concrete concepts are often founded on a confusion between the various types of general concept. Thus when formal logicians lay it down as a law of the general concept that the more its scope is enlarged the poorer it grows in content, it is the generic concept that they have in mind. Now though modern logic may still be far from possessing any universally acknowledged scheme for classifying general concepts, for there is agreement on this much at least, that in addition to the generic concept proper there is also a whole series of other types of general concept, such as collective concepts, inclusive concepts, serial concepts, and so on. When the Soviet philosophers offer as examples of the concrete universal such concepts as nation, working class, etc., what we are dealing with here are not generic concepts but collective or inclusive concepts, which even according to the laws of formal logic are by no means attenuated in content the wider their scope is extended. In its account of judgment Soviet philosophy insists, with Engels, that dialectical logic, unlike formal, must not be content with enumerating the individual forms of motion of thought, and placing them side by side without any connection. Dialectical logic, on the contrary, must derive these forms out of one another and establish a relation of subordination between them, instead of putting them on an equal level. Hegel's four groups of judgments are reduced by Engels to three: individual judgments, special judgments, and general judgments. In Engels' opinion, this subordination of judgments, their progression from individual to particular and from particular to universal, reflects the historical development of human knowledge. He shows this by way of the following example. That friction produces heat was already known practically to prehistoric man, who discovered the making of fire by friction perhaps more than 100,000 years ago. But from that to the discovery that friction is in general a source of heat, who knows how many thousands of years elapsed? Enough that the time came when the human brain was sufficiently developed to be able to formulate the judgment, friction is a source of heat. Still further thousands of years passed until, in 1842, Meyer, Joule and Colding, formulated the judgment, all mechanical motion is capable of being converted into heat by means of friction. But from now on things went quickly. Only 3 years later, Meyer was able to raise the judgment of subsumption to the level at which it now stands. Any form of motion, under conditions fixed for each case, is both able and compelled to undergo transformation, directly or indirectly, into any other form of motion. 1. According to Kahneman, the most elementary form of thought is not the concept, but the judgment. The concept he considers to be a judgment whose predicate represents the thought of the general within phenomena. 1. He also believes that, unlike formal, dialectical logic is not confined to the question of the validity of the judgment, but also provides a method for determining whether a given judgment is true. 2. Alexeyev distinguishes between elementary judgments, whose formulation requires no acquaintance with dialectical logic, even though a dialectic is present within them, and dialectical judgments, which can only be formulated by the use of the dialectical method. As an example of such a judgment, he quotes a remark from Marx's Capital. Capital, therefore, cannot originate out of circulation, and yet it is no less impossible that it should originate apart from circulation. Consequently, capital must arise both in circulation and not in circulation, because only therein is there purchase of that specific commodity which creates surplus value, not in circulation, but in production, because labor power only creates surplus value in the labor process. 3. But in this sense we should equally have to call the Danube flows through Austria and does not flow through Austria a dialectical judgment, since besides flowing through Austria it also flows through various other countries. It is not difficult to see, however, that formal logic can also make short work of dialectical judgments of this sort. It is not in judgment only, but also in inference, that Soviet philosophy sees a copy of the processes, interconnections and reciprocal relations prevailing among objects in reality. According to Kaskakik, the various forms of syllogism reproduce the relations obtaining among things. The logical figures with which logic normally operates give expression to real relations and connections among things. Just qs the connections and relations among things are numerous and manifold, so too are the forms of inference. 4. Lenin goes further still and even maintains that the logical validity of inference is derived from experience. When Hegel tries to subsume the purposeful activity of man under the categories of logic by saying that this activity is inference, that the subject plays the part of a term in the logical figure of the argument, etc., this is not just a forced conclusion, not just a game. On the contrary, it has a very deep, purely materialistic meaning. One must put the matter the other way round. Man's consciousness must have been led by his practical activity to recapitulate the various logical figures millions and millions of times, in order for these figures to have acquired the significance of axioms. It is precisely on the strength of these millions of repetitions that the figures themselves possess the fixity of preconceived notions and an axiomatic character. 1. Since dialectical materialism conceives of inference as the reproduction of a process and connection occurring in things themselves, the conclusion from ideas being simply a copy of the conclusion from things, 2. It regards the procedure of inference as a means of acquiring new knowledge. The conclusion gives us knowledge that we should not have had from the premises alone. Moreover, the conclusion can either reproduce what is past, or else be a means of foreseeing events still impending in the future. 3. But this latter claim is scarcely in keeping with Lenin's thesis, that the logical validity of inference reposes on the millionfold repetition of the experience which accords with it. For if logical validity does not depend on the knowledge of an unchanging essence contained in the premises, and such that the connection expressed in the conclusion necessarily follows from it, one may legitimately ask on what other basis foreknowledge of the future can be supposed to be possible. According to the direction in which inference proceeds, a distinction must be made between induction and deduction. In inductive inference, thought proceeds from the particular to the general; in deductive, on the other hand, from the general to the particular. Both forms have their own justification and meaning. Whereas metaphysical thinking separates the two from one another, dialectical materialism regards them, not as mutually exclusive methods, but as forms of thought which supplement and condition one another. Deduction is said to have particular importance in the field of mathematics and geometry. By the use of this method, the whereabouts of the planet Neptune were calculated by Leverrier in 1846, some years before its discovery by Gall. Even so, the importance of deduction should not be exaggerated. For awareness of generality is not the starting point, but the outcome of the history of knowledge. Deduction therefore presupposes induction, whose task is precisely that of ascending from the singular to the general. 1. Conan, on the other hand, rightly emphasizes that induction without deduction is impossible, and this because induction alone is incapable of explaining the process of inductive inference. Every inference, including induction, proceeds on the basis of knowledge of generality. 2. Like induction and deduction, the methods of analysis and synthesis must also complement one another, according to dialectical materialism, and form a unity, in order not to lapse into the errors of metaphysical thinking. Argument by analogy is likewise reckoned to be justified under certain conditions, assuming, that is, that the qualitative peculiarities of the phenomena under comparison are taken into account. 2. These are some of the indications pointing in the direction of a consciously designed dialectical logic. No complete and rounded treatment of the subject has yet been vouchsafed to us. The dialectical method of dealing with individual thought contents emerges most clearly in the sections on concepts and on judgment. But we feel compelled to endorse the opinions of those Soviet philosophers who maintain that the matters brought into issue by the champions of dialectical logic can all be equally well dealt with by means of the traditional logic. 4. Conclusion. We hope, in the foregoing pages, to have given a tolerably adequate account of the Soviet version of the system of dialectical materialism. The critical remarks occasionally added at the end of individual sections may in general have been enough to indicate the more salient philosophical weaknesses of this system and to stimulate further critical thought. By way of summing up, we shall now, however, attempt to give an estimate, from various angles, of the significance of dialectical materialism as a rounded whole, in the officially prescribed formulation it has received through the teachings of the classics of Marxist-Leninism. If we begin by considering this significance in a quite general way, it seems to us to extend far beyond the fact on which chief emphasis is commonly placed, namely that the philosophy of dialectical materialism has come to be adopted as the official worldview of the Soviet state, and indeed of the world communist movement as a whole. This fact is certainly important, but it by no means exhausts the problem. For there is every reason to think that the outlook of which the system is the most thoroughgoing expression is not merely representative of the worldview of the various communist parties, but also reflects the often unconscious or unspoken attitude of the average citizen of today, so far as he is not positively religious and Christian in his beliefs, and does so regardless of his political affiliations and social status, which may often be such as to make this same average citizen an embittered opponent of communism. The doctrines underlying the entire system of dialectical materialism, that nothing exists apart from matter, and that the whole world as at present constituted has somehow come about of its own accord, are in accordance with the views held by what is doubtless the great majority of people nowadays, and not merely by those who are numbered in the ranks of the Communist Party. The penetrative power of the communist ideology at the present time may well be largely due to this fact. As regards the more strictly philosophical assessment of dialectical materialism, we may declare ourselves very largely in agreement with the judgment of Boczynski. 1. In the course of our survey we have found repeated confirmation of many of Boczynski's observations, more particularly, for instance, as to the technical and scientific primitiveness of Soviet philosophy, its lack of acquaintance with other systems of philosophy and its inability to examine these latter in a factual and unprejudiced way. As Boczynski also brings out in most revealing fashion, dialectical materialism as a total system represents an eclectic medley of extremely diverse elements, often borrowed from philosophical positions totally at variance with one another. In part they consist simply of obvious truisms, in part also of perfectly sound philosophical truths, but most of them represent assertions which do not stand up to serious philosophical examination. It may not infrequently escape the philosophical tyro, however, that the positions taken up by dialectical materialism in the various branches of philosophy are in many cases mutually incompatible, and that views upheld in one field are irreconcilably opposed to those defended in another. So far as individual philosophical doctrines are concerned, it cannot be denied that dialectical materialism contains a whole set of positive features which distinguish it, in particular, from popular mechanistic materialism. Above all, we may applaud its efforts to justify the existence of philosophy in the face of repeated attempts to dismiss the latter as superfluous. Another point in its favor is the gradual return to a number of philosophical disciplines, the philosophy of nature, psychology, etc., which Engels' original version of dialectical materialism had banished from the realm of philosophy. We must also pay tribute to the emphatic realism of the dialectical materialist approach, which is carried to such lengths that the term materialism often means nothing else than epistemological realism. 3. But the most considerable merit which dialectical materialism has over crude mechanistic materialism is to be found in its conception of motion, which is thought of not merely as change of position in space, but in the Aristotelian sense as change in general. Connected with this there is also the basic thesis concerning the emergence of qualitative distinctions in the course of the evolutionary process, these being viewed, however, as originally due to the occurrence of changes in quantity. Dialectical materialism is thereby able to admit of qualitative, i.e., essential, distinctions between the different spheres of reality. Life is not immediately reducible to physico-chemical laws, any more than human knowledge and consciousness can be derived from physiology. In conjunction with this, a further merit of dialectical materialism also comes to light, this time in the field of epistemology, its rejection of sensationalism and acknowledgement of a qualitative difference between the sensory and logical levels of cognition, together with an essentially correct view of the nature of concepts and their formation by way of abstraction. All these positive elements in the ideal content of dialectical materialism can be related in one way or another to one of its two major constituents, namely the dialectic. It is this which supposedly helps to explain the essential distinction between the higher and the lower. In irreconcilable contrast to all this there stands, however, the second main component of the system, its basic dogma of materialism. In accordance with this, the reality just described, which elevates itself into ever higher, and ultimately even into spiritual forms of existence, is regarded, for reasons which are not rationally intelligible and may well be explicable only on psychological grounds, as a senti ally material in character. As Enberti very properly emphasizes, this either means giving a completely new sense to the word matter and using it to designate attributes which are not only spiritual but actually divine, or else admitting a contradiction which runs through the entire system. Dialectic, which stands for complexity, and materialism, which results in a narrow one-sidedness of view, are as mutually repellent as water and oil. 2. And this contradiction does indeed poison the entire system and deprives the positive features just referred to of a large part of their value. The external world, whose independence of the knowing subject is so emphatically defended in the realism of Engels and Lenin, is quite unjustifiably restricted to the outer world which acts upon the senses. In this way realism is eventually converted into materialism. The acknowledgement of qualitative differences and changes in the process of development loses its value, in that the again quite unwarranted denial of a being outside and above the world compels dialectical materialism to think of the higher orders as having emerged from the lower by a natural process of evolution, but this, as we have repeatedly had occasion to note at key points in the system, can only be done at the cost of violating the causal principle, which in other connections is strenuously defended. Hence it comes about that dialectical materialism not only proclaims in its teaching that contradiction is the most essential element of reality, but also exemplifies a single vast contradiction on its own account. And though we have repudiated the Soviet philosophers' theory of real contradictions as the springs of development in material reality, we may yet be of the opinion that this fundamental contradiction in the system of dialectical materialism will prove to be the driving force in the realm of thought, eventually demanding a solution, and thereby necessarily leading to the collapse of the whole intellectual edifice of dialectical materialism in general. For all that, one may still, perhaps, find something of value in the very existence of this fundamental contradiction. For on the basis of popular mechanistic materialism, with its seemingly clear answers, its simplified, cut and dried solutions, stifling all impulse to inquiry in the minds of men, any further development of philosophy was rendered impossible. Popular materialism repudiates philosophy not only by v/hat it says, but still more so by its whole nature. It is of much importance, therefore, that dialectical materialism has again served to make the world picture somewhat less clear and simple, and in theory and principle, at least, though not in actual fact has reopened an approach to the deeper aspects of things. Despite its campaign against any sort of mysticism, dialectical materialism, with its doctrine of the contradictions in the world, has restored to its adherents a feeling for the paradox and mystery of the world and has thereby prepared the ground for the revival of a truly philosophical sense of wonder. By virtue of its dialectical character, it is a philosophy which again leads on to thought, inquiry and research. And this cannot but lead to a genuine renaissance of philosophy in Russia, so soon as the external conditions for this are again realized, above all, real freedom of thought and philosophical research. We have just been referring to a point which was brought out in greater detail earlier on, in our treatment of the materialist dialectic, namely that dialectical materialism, despite its verbal hostility to all forms of mysticism, is nevertheless endued at bottom with a certain mystical vein. This point deserves fuller consideration, for it directs our attention to the Russian environment which has set its stamp on Marxist dialectical materialism as it is today, and in which even positivism and materialism themselves take on a mystical air. We have seen in Part 1, how the personality of Lenin has imposed on Russian Marxism in general a quite specific flavor which marks it off very distinctly from social democratic doctrines of the Western European type. The difference ultimately rests, no doubt, upon a revival of the old Russian revolutionary tradition. And in our judgment, something of the same kind can also be discerned, in particular, within the field of Marxist philosophy and theory. At those very points where Lenin has exercised a decisive influence on Soviet philosophy, there are striking points of contact to be found between dialectical materialism and non-Marxist tendencies in Russian philosophy. In saying this, we must not be misunderstood as implying that Bolshevism is a purely Russian product, and that we would wish to relieve the West of responsibility for its emergence. In speaking here of points of contact between Soviet philosophy and certain intuitions dear to many non-Marxian Russian philosophers, we are thinking of the fact that even in the Soviet ideology, for all its materialist and leveling tendencies, there are certain aspirations still surviving, which animated the minds of many other Russian thinkers of the 19th and early 20th centuries. These contacts are also and above all concerned with that movement which is so radically opposed to Marxism and materialism generally, and in which, perhaps, a certain peculiar quality of Russian philosophy is most clearly exhibited, with the Slavophile movement in its religious and theological phase, and with the powerful school of Russian religious thought which grew out of it, and which leads, through V. Soloviev, to such modern Russian philosophers of religion as S. Bulgakov, N. Berdyaev, S. Frank, P. Florensky, L. Karsavin and others. This affinity can be apprehended most clearly, perhaps, in respect of a feature already dwelt upon, the adoption of the Hegelian dialectic, which despite its materialist inversion continues to lend a certain touch of mysticism to the dialectical materialist view. It is true, of course, that the union of materialism and dialectic had already been effected, in essentials, by Marx and Engels. But as regards profundity of conception, there is a great deal of difference between Engels and Lenin, as the latter's philosophical notebooks make particularly clear. Truly Russian, at least, is the excitement with which Lenin seizes upon the notion of a dialectical explanation of the universe. It is wholly in the spirit of that enthusiasm for Hegel so characteristic of Russia in the 30s and 40s of the 19th century. It is probably no exaggeration to say that Hegel has found his most ardent votaries upon Russian soil. Many, even, of those Russian thinkers who later became violently hostile to Hegel's philosophy, had nevertheless begun their philosophical development as confessed devotees of Hegelianism, nor were they ever able to shake off his influence for the rest of their lives. In virtue of this connection, one may perhaps venture to assert that the element of mysticism deriving from the dialectic is the very feature in Marxism which has enabled it to attain such sweeping success in Russia. A further point of contact between Leninist dialectical materialism and Slavophile views has already been indicated at the appropriate place. For although the postulate of the unity of theory and practice connects Marxism in general with the various anti-idealist and anti-intellectualist reactions against Hegel's abstract idealism 1, it also exhibits, especially when taken in conjunction with the specifically Leninist postulate of the partisanship of theory, a surprising resemblance to the basic idea of Slavophile thought, the doctrine of total knowledge. For Khyraevsky and Khmyakov likewise, cognition is not simply a theoretical affair, for it has an existential significance, indeed, as an existential encounter between the knowing subject and a substantial, personal truth, it involves a positively religious responsibility, and finds its consummation, not in the particular cognitive act of the solitary individual, but in the knowing process of a total organism embracing the whole of mankind, namely the Church, in which the individual knowing subject is merely a part and a moment. And finally there is yet a third feature which brings out the striking affinity between Leninist philosophy and Russian religious thought. This is the typically romantic vision, again ultimately inherited from Hegel, of a reciprocal interconnection and unity pervading the infinite multiplicity of essences in the world. We may remember what it was in Hegel that so delighted Lenin, the idea, splendid in spite of its mysticism, of a living interconnection of everything with everything else, one and like the idea of the unity of opposites. This intuition also goes back to the conceptions prevailing in Platonic, and still more in Neoplatonic, mysticism. In the fifth Ennead, Plotinus declaims in inspired words of the splendor of nous, in which the many things existing separately alongside one another in the world are mutually interfused in the most intimate unity. Every being contains all within itself, and at the same time sees all in every other, so that everywhere there is all, and all is all and each all, and infinite the glory. Each of them is great, the small is great, the sun, there, is all the stars, and every star, again, is all the stars and sun. There each being is an eternal product of a whole and is at once a whole and an individual manifesting as part, but, to the keen vision there, known for the whole it is. The myth of Linser's seeing into the very deeps of the earth tells us of those eyes in the divine. 2. The idea of such a Endbraev, in which all things are one, is similarly to be found in the patristic writers, and more recently has also become a recurrent theme in Russian religious philosophy. The entire philosophical development of V. Soloviev, perhaps its greatest representative, is dominated by this intuition of universal unity. The whole of the world process is seen by him as nothing less than the breakdown of the originally perfect unity of the creation in God, brought about by its apostasy from God, and the subsequent resent of creation, which is now returning, by way of the cosmogonical and historical process, back to its initial unity. Various philosophical elaborations of the same ideas also underlie the systems of other leading representatives of Russian religious thought. In reviewing the first version of the present book, 3 Umanita, the organ of Saragosse Italian Social Democratic Party, laid particular stress on the fact that this work on Soviet dialectical materialism should have had to come from a Jesuit father, certainly a sign of the times we live in, times in which even the traditional religious culture accommodates itself to reality and has so far perfected its technique that it is even able to survey the historical phenomenon in abstraction from the stale and all too often interested standpoint of Catholic apologetics. Objectively speaking, it should be added at once, however, that the forma mentis of Father Gustav A is perhaps better equipped than any to appreciate the nuances of a philosophy, a whole world view, indeed, which is essentially derived from the classical utterances of religious mysticism. This may well go far towards explaining the detachment and objectivity of this book. When Father Wetter writes, in his exposition of Lenin's doctrine, that for the Russian statesman partisanship consists in the requirement that the proletarian philosopher should not be content to have an objective, purely theoretical knowledge of reality, but rather that in all evaluation of events he should openly and directly identify himself with the standpoint of a particular social group, namely that of the proletariat, we immediately feel from this that here the Jesuit is speaking from a first-hand experience of similar states of the soul, however obvious the differences may be between the standpoint of the militant Catholic and that of the Bolshevik agitator. 1. These remarks raise problems of a very interesting kind. We have ourselves already formulated conclusions which go some way towards justifying the reviewer when, on the strength of a special capacity, he credits us Catholics with a deeper understanding of Bolshevik philosophy, in so far as the latter is ultimately connected in some way with the classical utterances of religious mysticism, even if this connection be not to be understood to mean that the philosophy of Bolshevism itself represents a genuine form of mysticism. More notable still, however, are the further observations of the socialist reviewer, in which he credits the Catholic philosopher, and more especially the Jesuit, as a militant Catholic, with a forma mentis such that he can find a certain congeniality, a certain inner affinity, in the forma mentis of the Bolshevik philosopher, and is thereby exceptionally well equipped for an adequate understanding of Soviet philosophy. Such a kinship has also frequently been imputed to the other side. Berdyaev has this in mind when he describes the Soviet philosophers as warriors of philosophia militans, having much in common with Catholic theologians too. The suggestion of a resemblance between Soviet philosophers and Catholic theologians shows us the direction in which to look for a solution of the problem. The affinity between the forma mentis on either side arises, in effect, from this, that the Soviet philosophers, as we have already had occasion to notice, base their inquiries, not on a philosophical method, but on an explicitly theological one, a method which asks, not whether a proposition is true or false in itself, but whether it figures in the corpus of revealed truth issuing from a demonstrably infallible source of dogmatic authority. This property of the theological method, which as such is co-eminent onto all Christian theology, is reinforced in Catholic theology by the fact that here the authority of Holy Writ and tradition is supplemented by the infallible teaching of the Church itself. But it must be insisted, in this connection, that this method is employed in Christian thought in theology only, and not in philosophy. In the latter field, even the Christian thinker recognizes an authority, in the last resort, only to the extent that his arguments carry proof. But the Soviet ideologue also employs this method in philosophy, when he treats certain propositions of Marxist-Leninism as admitting of no discussion. And even in the field of theology, there is still a very important difference between the procedures of a Catholic theologian and a Soviet ideologue. For before the Catholic goes on to argue from the authority of divine revelation, he has already assured himself on purely philosophical grounds of God's existence, and has ascertained by purely scientific and historical methods of inquiry that this God has spoken to the world through positive revelation in Jesus Christ. For the Soviet philosophers, on the other hand, the authority of the classics of Marxism admits of no argument, and has to be blindly taken on trust. But the problem of the formal resemblance between Soviet philosophy and Catholic thought by no means ends at this point. For in actual fact it extends, not only to the parallel in theological method already described, but also to a fairly comprehensive agreement in their conceptual scheme and manner of stating problems, more especially as between present-day Soviet philosophy and scholasticism, however diametrically opposed the answers that each of them gives. One of the most surprising things that our exposition of the Soviet philosophical system has revealed to us is the existence of a very wide-ranging correspondence between certain fundamental categories of thought and lines of inquiry in Soviet philosophy on the one hand, and those of scholasticism, or even Thomism, on the other. We think it no exaggeration to maintain that dialectical materialism, in its present-day official Soviet form, bears a far greater resemblance to the forma mentis of scholasticism than to that of Hegelian dialectics, notwithstanding the presence of certain Hegelian concepts and expressions which are still adhered to, though robbed by the materialist inversion of their idealistic meaning, and accorded an interpretation which is simply that appropriate to ordinary common sense. Indeed, the curse put upon the dialectic by its transference to the realm of nature, like the special meanings attached to the Stalinist categories of possibility and actuality, are directly responsible for the fact that in contemporary Soviet dialectical materialism we find ourselves dealing with a mode of thought that is internally far more akin to the Aristotelian and scholastic doctrines of act and potency than to the true Hegelian dialectic. The criticisms appended in Chapter 3 of Part 2 to our account of the two most fundamental theses of dialectical materialism, have shown us clearly how easy it is to fit the materialist dialectic into the categories of the theory of act and potency. In discussing the theory of the transition from quantitative to qualitative change, we have had occasion to note its affinity with the scholastic doctrine of mutatio substantialis. In the theory of categories, the account of the concept of contingency corresponds in some respects to the scholastic notion thereof. When the Soviet philosophers dispute whether the space-time continuum of relativity theory can be regarded as form, and matter as its content, the Thomist immediately feels tempted to enter the fray from the standpoint of Aristotelian hylomorphism. When the Soviet psychologists argue whether mental activity can be a special process distinct from physiological processes, and yet still have its substratum in the material organ of the human brain, the scholastic again finds it easy to intervene in the controversy and to point out to the Soviet thinkers that, on the strength of certain principles they accept, they are effectively obliged to push on and postulate a spiritual substance to support this process. In the field of epistemology, dialectical materialism goes so far, that in treating of the concept and its formation by abstraction, it even claims to have originated this very definitely Thomistic view. This thoroughgoing parallelism often makes it seem as though somewhere at the root of matter, in some major thesis of dialectical materialism, it would be sufficient to rectify an obvious fallacy or an unfounded presupposition in order, not merely to convert the atheism of the theory into theism in general, but to carry it straightway into Thomism. And yet it would be an illusion to regard such points of contact as points of departure for a reconciliation between dialectical materialism, or its vehicle, communism, on the one hand, and Christianity or Catholicism on the other. For it would at once emerge that the atheistic outlook of communism is not derived from theoretical considerations, but is in some sense the outcome of a prepossession whose roots lie in a region deeper than that of the understanding. It is for this very reason that demonstration of the superfluity of God's existence is regarded by Soviet philosophy as its most essential aim, its authentic raison d'etre, and that, precisely by virtue of the most basic law of the materialist dialectic, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites as the origin of motion, a first mover or creator God is held to be excluded. Despite all the parallels which can perhaps be established in the formal sphere, the opposition of Soviet philosophy to Catholic thought, as to Christianity and theism generally, is irreconcilable, precisely on account of this basic subjective attitude, originating somehow in the sphere of the will. At this point it becomes palpably evident that dialectical materialism is not just one philosophical system among others, but a worldview, the creedal embodiment of a temporal force at work in history. This unbridgeable opposition in depth, despite certain points of contact on the surface, which we have already been able to establish in the field of philosophy, enables us, however, to go a step farther and to interpret the situation thus disclosed as a partial aspect within a wider context. The religious character of communism has often been noted. Jules Monerat speaks of a 20th century Islam. It may seem paradoxical to attempt to apply religious categories to a movement expressly dedicated to materialism and atheism. But in fact the atheism of dialectical materialism is concerned with very much more than a mere denial of God. The latter is the standpoint of that vulgar materialism which dialectical materialism attacks, and for which there is no hierarchy of higher and lower in the world, everything being reduced to the lowest level, that of inanimate matter. But the situation in dialectical materialism is entirely different. Here the higher is not, as such, denied, the world is interpreted as a process of continual ascent, which fundamentally extends into infinity. But it is supposed to be matter itself which continually attains to higher perfection under its own power, thanks to its indwelling dialectic. As Nikolai Berdyaev very rightly remarks, the dialectical materialist attribution of dialectic to matter confers on it, not mental attributes only, but even divine ones too, and we find in fact that on such a view matter is eternal, infinite in space and time and internal potency of being, that at a certain stage of development it also acquires mental properties, and that it even has a genuine power of creation, so far as it is capable of bringing forth the higher from the lower, the more perfect from the less perfect, a task which would certainly call for genuine creative power. Matter here appears as a new absolute, a new divinity replacing the transcendent creator God, and as such unable to tolerate any other sort of deity by its side. The communist warfare against religion is not a casual historical misunderstanding, but proceeds from its innermost nature. But we must go yet further still, and point out that communism, precisely because of its world outlook, as represented by dialectical and historical materialism, is not merely a new sort of religion, or rather pseudo-religion, but in actual fact a sort of pseudo-Christianity, a perversion, in effect, of true religion, namely Christianity, and a sort of anti-church. It has often been remarked that communism incorporates a whole series of particular Christian doctrines in secular form. Like the Christian, the communist sets out in his attitude from the fact that he is confronted with a world which is not as it should be, which lieth in wickedness. As with the Christian, so also for communism, this corruption of the world is the outcome of a sort of fall, occurring in the earliest days of man's history. For Marxism, it was the introduction of private property through the transition from primitive communism to a slave-owning society. This initial error works itself out throughout history as a sort of original sin. This wickedness of our world is not due, initially, to the individual shortcomings of this or that exploiter. It is more in the nature of a super-individual guilt, in which the individual necessarily participates by virtue of his existence, his membership of a particular social class. Redemption from this primary and original sin has come about, and here Marx was consciously taking over a Christian heritage through the atonement of a sinless sacrificial lamb. The proletariat, by its undeserved suffering, must pay the price for the emancipation, not of its own class alone, but of the whole of human society. And as in Christianity, this redemption is bound up with a sort of revelation. Marx's discovery of the laws of social development was not the achievement of a thinker of genius, such as might equally well have been effected by any other thinker at any other time. On the contrary, it was a discovery that could only have been made at this particular juncture, at this crucial point in the Marxist pseudo-history of salvation, once the fullness of time had in some sense come to pass. As in Christianity too, this revelation has been primarily vouchsafed in a sort of holy writ. We find an essential distinction in Marxism between writings having a certain absolute authority, the works of the classics, and the productions of second or third-ranking authors, to which one may assent more or less. And as in the Roman Church, this deposit of faith is entrusted to an infallible authority, the Central Committee of the Communist Party claims to be regarded, not merely as a focus of organization, but also as a focus of theory. Its decrees must be accepted by theorists as inexhaustible springs of Marxist-Leninist wisdom and made fundamental to their work. In general, the Communist Party figures as a sort of new church. This comes out most clearly in the requirement of partisanship, to which all Marxist theoreticians are obliged to adhere, according to communist doctrine, that is, a theoretician is only capable, in general, of recognizing truth when he openly and consciously adopts in his work the standpoint of the proletariat and its avant-garde, the party. The latter thereby represents a medium of life for the individual, who is capable of participating in truth only when he stands in vital and organic communion with this mighty organism, in which the spirit of truth resides. We might pursue these parallels still further, but it would take us too far afield to do so. And from what has been said, the drift of our intention will already be sufficiently clear. However, the nature of communism, as a perversion of Christianity and a counter-church, is still more plainly revealed as we pass from such external matters to the innermost essence of these two spiritual powers. For what is Christianity, in its inmost essence? It may perhaps be summed up as follows: it is the religion of a world redeemed, transfigured, and made holy, but all this accomplished by the saving power of the incarnate Son of God. And how does the essence of communism stand revealed, in the light of our analysis of its world outlook? As a similar aspiration towards the salvation and transfiguration of our world, a blasphemous pretension, indeed, of rendering it holy, but all this, not only to the exclusion of any prior descent of God into the world, but in positive rejection of a transcendent Creator, and in forthright declaration of war upon Him. Here indeed it becomes evident how communism, for all its manifold formal resemblances, is essentially a perversion of Christianity, precisely in so far as the latter is the religion of incarnation, and itself an incarnation continued throughout the ages in the Church. Hence, despite all superficial points of contact, which merely confirm the old saying that extremes meet, communism appears in its inmost nature as the true antagonist of Christianity, an antagonist appearing not only in the guise of a social doctrine and a political power, but more and more in the shape of a pseudo-religious spiritual movement. This cardinal feature of Bolshevism had already been prophetically anticipated by Dostoevsky. Our people are not only becoming atheists, but believe in atheism as if it were a religion. And that of all the historical forms of Christianity it should prove to be Catholicism which exhibits the largest number of formal similarities with Bolshevism, albeit with the signs reversed, is perhaps an indication that, on the other side, the opposition between Bolshevism and the Catholic Church is also the most radical of all. This essential incompatibility of Christianity and communism was recognized by Pope Pius XI, when in his encyclical Divini Redemptoris he urged the Catholic episcopate. Venerable brethren, see that the faithful are put on guard against these deceitful methods. Communism is intrinsically evil, and therefore no one who desires to save Christian civilization from extinction should render it assistance in any enterprise whatever. These words remain valid so long as communism itself treats the ideological sphere as an exception to the principle of coexistence. Khrushchev, as we have seen, regards it as a harmful error to extend the principle into ideological matters, or to suppose that it implies any relaxation of the struggle against bourgeois opinions or the survivals of capitalism in the minds of men too. It is no secret that communism also ranks religion as one of these survivals. Coexistence between Christianity and communism would only become possible if the latter were prepared, not merely to permit freedom of worship within its dominions, but to allow full opportunity for religious expansion, and in particular the same liberty to proclaim the Christian message, not forgetting the press and the schools, as it claims for the propagation of Marxist materialism. But it is very much to be doubted if communism will ever concede this. For in so doing it would trespass against one of its most fundamental postulates, the demand for unity of theory and practice, and would thereby cease to be communism. Dialectical Materialism. A Historical and Systematic Survey of Philosophy in the Soviet Union.